In the 50 years of Konoha, 5 days have elapsed since the turmoil of the Nine Tails. In the inky blackness of the night, devoid of moonlight, a scattering of stars twinkles above. Yuan, like a phantom, stealthily infiltrates the graveyard at the outskirts of Konoha village. This area is relatively open, with numerous gravestones standing in neat rows, each marking the resting place of a ninja who sacrificed their life for Konoha. Yuan traverses among the graves and halts before a freshly adorned tomb, blooming with flowers. The inscription on the gravestone reads, "The grave of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato." He gazes quietly at the tombstone, lost in contemplation. In his previous life, he held a deep admiration for the character of Namikaze Minato. Yuan is a transmigrator in his former life. He was engrossed in watching the Naruto anime, while simultaneously engaged in a game titled Under One Person. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the world of Naruto, reborn as an 80-year-old orphan named Uchiha Yuan. Along with his transmigration, he inherited skills from a character in the game: the Golden Light Spell, Lightning Release, and the Dual Hand Technique. He immediately commenced his training in the Golden Light Spell, disregarding the need for chakra. Truly, the Golden Light Spell is a technique that cultivates both life and energy the minute chakra within him was refined into chi, which subsequently allowed him to extract the hidden chakra seed within. Perhaps due to the refinement of chakra and its seed, chi enabled a more proficient release of ninjutsu. Chi can perfectly conceal one's presence to others. Yuan initially emitted a trace of chakra, but eventually, he became completely devoid of it. Thus, at the age of 10, Yuan withdrew from the Ninja Academy, opting to live as an ordinary villager of Konoha, result he desired. Possessing such formidable power only to rely on quests for financial gain and partake in pointless wars, burning himself out for the benefit of Konoha's elite, seemed foolish to him. Furthermore, he harbored little sense of belonging to Konoha. 5 days prior, during the Nine Tails turmoil, with the sacrifice of Namikaze Minato, 16-year-old Yuan perceived this as an opportune moment to utilize the dual hand technique to extract the Flying Thunder God technique's memories. Since mastering chi, he has been adept at sensing chakra signatures, as long as he refrains from revealing himself directly. As long as he remains unseen, he can proceed unhindered. Yuan surveyed his surroundings. No chakra signatures were present, indicating that he was alone. Namikaze Minato, I apologize for disturbing your rest. With that, he produced a scroll from his waist and infused it with chi. Suddenly, 3 shovels materialized from thin air, striking the ground. Shadow Clone Technique. Yuan formed hand seals. With a series of pops, 2 additional Yuans emerged from clouds of smoke. The 3 of them seized the shovels and commenced digging with great haste, the sound of dirt being turned echoing through the still night. Moments later, the entire coffin was unearthed, and Yuan inhaled deeply before pushing aside the lid. Inside lay 2 intertwined corpses, a golden-haired man and a crimson-haired woman, emanating a foul stench. Yuan furrowed his brow, retrieving a tissue from his pocket to stuff into his nostrils. His left hand radiated a blue glow as it rested upon Namikaze Minato's forehead, his eyelids drooping. Perhaps due to the state of the bodies, there was no resistance. As soon as his hand made contact, he began to extract memories. Yuan had previously feared that the bodies might be damaged, hindering his ability to retrieve memories, as such techniques in this world seem to have a 24-hour efficacy. He calculated that extracting the Flying Thunder God technique's memories would take half an hour, primarily due to the extensive process of filtering and organizing the memories. One of the shadow clones dissipated with a pop, while the other focused on sensing the surroundings, allowing the main body to concentrate on memory organization. After 25 minutes, the shadow clone suddenly stood, fixated on a direction towards the village. Yuan, sensing the same direction, detected a chakra signature, likely Kakashi, approaching from less than a kilometer away. At a normal person's pace, it would take less than 5 minutes to reach this spot, and in under 4 minutes, he would notice the unusual activity here. Yuan examined the scene. The gravestones were intact, but a large pit lay behind them, with a coffin still partially buried and dirt scattered everywhere. This was a troublesome predicament. What to do? Yuan dismissed the shadow clone and conjured another clone with half of his energy. The main body continued to manipulate the blue glow with his left hand while using his right to lift Namikaze Minato's corpse, executing a few agile movements to vanish into the night, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, he swiftly cleared away any remnants, transforming into a middle-aged man with dark skin, and resumed digging with the shovel. Unable to find sleep, Kakashi decided to visit the graveyard to pay his respects to his teacher and Obito. The thought of being the sole survivor of their team weighed heavily on his heart. As he entered the cemetery, he heard the faint sound of digging, and then, behind his master's gravestone, he caught sight of a figure shouldering a coffin and fleeing. Kakashi rushed to the grave of Namikaze Minato, his pupils dilating in shock as he fixed his gaze on the silhouette sprinting away with the casket, his jaw clenched tightly, producing a grinding noise. He lifted the mask covering his left eye, allowing the 3 tomo of his Sharingan to whirl rapidly, locking onto the fleeing figure in pursuit. Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, but he was aware that the Sharingan tracking him possessed a rare space-time ability. Fearing the potential for instant demise, he dashed into the forest, though carrying a coffin hindered his speed. Chidori, sharp spear. Yuan hurled the coffin to the ground, evading a swift, cold glimmer that sliced through the air. He realized that combat would be necessary to buy time. It was the perfect opportunity to test the prowess of his 8 years of training in the Golden Light spell, alongside 2 years of lightning release training. Even though he was merely a shadow clone with half his strength, if he couldn't delay Kakashi, who was only 14, for at least 10 minutes, he would have no hope of causing any further mischief. Heaven and earth, the mysterious ancestor, the root of all chi. My body bears the golden light, enveloping my form. Yuan formed a single hand seal, and golden light rapidly enveloped his entire being without breaking the surface, drawing a kunai from his waist to charge at Kakashi. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons filled the air, occasionally accompanied by the crackling of flames and the sizzling of electric arcs. After yet another exchange, the 2 figures momentarily separated, and Yuan wore a broad smile, his lips curling upward. In their previous encounter, he had refrained from employing lightning release or any ninjutsu, relying solely on the techniques passed down by his parents. However, Kakashi, at this tender age of 14, had yet to learn the 8 gates and likely could not utilize Kimui at this point. Yuan had merely engaged using the Golden Light spell for a few minutes. His mission was nearing completion, and it was time to incorporate lightning release. In the next instant, his entire body flickered with white lightning as he charged towards Kakashi, doubling his speed. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly in surprise. This was the lightning release chakra mode. The dark-skinned figure before him could only belong to the village hidden in the clouds. Boom! A wooden post splintered upon impact. Yuan halted, sensing Kakashi using earth release to sink underground, swiftly traversing the distance. 100 meters away, Kakashi emerged from the earth. He dared not withstand the previous strike. The lightning release chakra of the Reikage was notoriously formidable. Whoosh, boom! A signal flare erupted in the sky, awakening countless souls from their slumber. Chapter 2. A battle awaits. Lee gazed at the sky, where the signal flare exploded, illuminating the figure of Kakashi as he charged forward once more. Kakashi, employing the substitution technique alongside earth release, evaded the attack. From the recent skirmish, he discerned that the adversary before him possessed remarkable speed and formidable defenses, yet lacked an extensive repertoire of ninjutsu characteristics typical of a ninja from the Reikage village. His strategy was simple: to hold the line until reinforcements arrived, ensuring the demise of the one who dared to desecrate his mentor. Yuan observed Kakashi's reluctance to engage him in combat, understanding his intentions. As he awaited the arrival of the ninjas signaled by the flare, it aligned perfectly with his own objective. He was merely a shadow clone designed to attract fire. Once again, Lee hoisted the coffin and sprinted deeper into the forest. Kakashi remained closely behind, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Lee's retreating form. Upon reaching a spacious clearing, Lee halted. The coffin lay horizontally in front of him, and he could sense numerous chakra signatures converging towards his location. After calculating the time elapsed since he had begun fleeing with the coffin, he estimated that over 10 minutes had passed. His original self should have concluded their task. Thus it was time for him to unleash his potential. He intended to single-handedly confront Konoha's ninjas, inspired by the audacity of Madara Uchiha's solitary battles against the ninja world. With the death of Minato Namikaze and the absence of the legendary Sannin, Konoha seemed devoid of formidable fighters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures leaped from the forest and positioned themselves around Lee, with more chakra signatures approaching closely behind. The first to appear were several masked Anbu ninjas. Assigned to the night watch, Lee, enveloped in a brighter aura of lightning, surged towards the crowd, thinking them to be mere unknowns, destined to fall before him. Boom boom. Clang clang. In mere moments of conflict, additional ninjas joined the fray. Techniques such as earth release, decapitation technique, shadow imitation jutsu, body flicker technique, wind release, cutting technique, and fire release, grand fireball technique erupted in a cacophony of ninjutsu. As smoke enveloped the battlefield, the shadowy figure at its center vanished. Panic surged, an indication of shadow clones. The real individual must be lurking nearby the village. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan was activated. Another signal flare erupted into the sky, prompting the assembled ninjas to disperse and investigate. Kakashi explained the situation, inquired a ninja masked with a monkey motif, the captain of the Anbu on duty that night. Kakashi hastened to the coffin, gently stroking its lid as he responded, "I could not sleep tonight, so I decided to pay my respects to my mentor at the cemetery. Upon entering, I saw that person carrying the coffin behind my mentor's gravestone." As he spoke, Kakashi lifted a corner of the coffin lid, only to furrow his brows in shock as his pupils constricted in disbelief. The body of Minato was missing. An Anbu ninja approached, fully opening the coffin, revealing Kushina lying within, devoid of Minato's remains. "Kakashi, you should report to Lord Hokage." At the Hokage Tower, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lit his pipe, slowly enveloping himself in smoke as he listened to the reports from the Anbu and Kakashi. "It is confirmed to be the lightning release chakra mode," the third Hokage stated gravely. "Are we certain?" The two before him nodded affirmatively. The third Hokage's brow furrowed deeply, sensing that the Reikage village was testing the waters, eager to gauge Konoha's strength upon learning of Minato's demise. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in, what is it now?" Hiruzen rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Lord Hokage, we have located the remains of the fourth Hokage," reported an Anbu ninja. "Where was it found? Has it been examined? Did you find anything unusual?" Hiruzen inquired, urgency lacing his voice. "It was discovered behind his gravestone. We examined the area, but found nothing amiss." The third Hokage was perplexed. What was Reikage village attempting? They had disturbed Minato's grave only to return it. Could it be that they had discovered a technique akin to the impure world reincarnation? "You are dismissed. Maintain vigilance in the village and continue your search. Kakashi, ensure that Minato is reinterred properly. Keep tonight's events confidential to prevent unrest in the village." After a brief silence, the third Hokage set down his pipe. "Understood, Lord Hokage." The ninjas in the office bowed and swiftly exited. Shinobu, called a masked ninja, notify the intelligence department to increase personnel from Reikage village. Alert the station ninjas along the borders to report any unusual activities from Reikage village promptly. Watching the ninja depart to convey these orders, Hiruzen continued to smoke, a frown etched on his face. Konoha could not withstand another war. The village was already in a precarious state, and he hoped that conflict was not on the horizon. Lee was unaware of the turmoil his actions had caused for the third Hokage. Even if he knew, he would likely applaud his own audacity. As the first signal flare ignited, Lee had already extracted the memories of the Flying Thunder God technique and returned Minato to his grave. At this moment, Lee strolled along the outskirts of Konoha, traversing a district filled with Uchiha establishments. Crossing this avenue and passing through a small forest would lead him to the Uchiha clan grounds. Due to the flare's detonation, ninjas swarmed the village. He dared not run hastily, uncertain of where the Byakugan might be activated. Though he lacked chakra signatures, he could not risk being detected. Lee opted against returning to the clan grounds and instead approached a 3-story building. He opened the door and stepped inside. The establishment was named Yuan Pavilion, a restaurant he had opened with the funds left by his parents after dropping out of school at the age of 10, specializing in the delicacies from his previous life. The restaurant had garnered a decent clientele due to its unique flavors. A ninja, donning a forehead protector and possessing the Byakugan, quietly observed Lee as he entered from the street. Noticing no chakra flow within Lee, he pondered reporting the matter, as it was peculiar for someone to return home at such an hour. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door for inspection. Lee opened the door to find an Anbu ninja accompanied by a Byakugan user approaching. "Returning home so late, what have you been up to?" The Anbu ninja queried. "Sir, the fireworks startled me awake, and I ventured out for a stroll," Lee responded, bowing and feigning trepidation. The Anbu ninja observed Lee's demeanor, seeing none of the Uchiha clan's usual pride. Placing his hand on Lee's shoulder, he infused chakra into his body. Lee felt a surge of chakra enter him, suppressing his innate instinct to refine it, allowing the energy to settle quietly within his dantian. As anticipated, the Anbu ninja sensed no fluctuations in chakra. Indeed, Lee was merely an ordinary Uchiha. The Anbu ninja turned to the Byakugan user. The Byakugan user activated his ocular prowess, swiftly scanning the entire room before shaking his head. "Ordinary individuals should refrain from wandering at night. Do not trouble us further." With that, the Anbu ninja departed with his companion. Lee watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. The recent inspection sparked an idea within him. Perhaps he could refine chakra into his own energy. One day, he would experiment with a tailed beast. He surmised that the natural energy of this world likely equated to the essence of heaven and earth. Both tailed beasts and chakra fruits could be considered treasures of nature. Pushing those thoughts aside, he acknowledged that his current strength was insufficient. The Uchiha clan's massacre occurred around 56 years ago. He still had a few years to prepare. His three-tomo Sharingan was likely on the verge of evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Lee closed the door behind him and ascended the staircase. The first floor housed the restaurant. The second floor contained private rooms, and the third floor was his personal quarters. Upon entering his bedroom, Lee picked up a kunai from the table, attempting to inscribe coordinates upon its surface using his energy. Having extracted the memories of the flying thunder god, he recognized that the most challenging aspect of mastering this technique was sensing spatial fluctuations. This particular task was simple for Lee, for he practiced the golden light spell, a technique that nurtured both body and spirit. His mental fortitude and perception are formidable. As long as he can imprint his coordinates, he will swiftly master the skill. Unbeknownst to him, dawn has arrived. There came a series of urgent knocks at the door, startling Lee Yuan awake. Chapter 3. The dual-handed technique unveils the kaleidoscope. Lee Yuan descended the stairs and opened the grand door. Outside stood a pair of youths, a boy and a girl. The boy, clad in athletic attire with a vest over his outfit, sported a headband adorned with the symbol of the hidden leaf village. His short black hair framed a handsome face. This young man was named Uchiha Guangshu, age 17, a chunin by rank. The girl, dressed in a flowing white kimono, had long, lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders, her fair skin as pristine as snow and her features delicate and refined. She was Uchiha Guangzi, 16 years old, lacking the innate talent for ninjutsu. Lee Yuan had grown up alongside this brother-sister duo, sharing a bond akin to childhood friends. With practiced ease, Lee Yuan fully opened the door, signaling the commencement of business at Hua Yuan Pavilion. He guided the siblings to the second floor and accepted the breakfast that Guangzi had brought. There were no disturbances in the clan yesterday, were there? Lee Yuan inquired, munching on his meal as he surveyed his surroundings before settling into a chair. Since relinquishing his role as a ninja, he had been deprived of first-hand intelligence regarding the clan's activities, relying solely on the insights provided by Guangshu and Guangzi. Ever since the chaos of the Nine Tails incident and the death of Minato Namikaze, dark figures from the Anbu had been lurking outside their territory. The uproar from yesterday left him uncertain about the repercussions it might entail. I'll explain, Guangzi interjected. When the signal flare exploded, I stepped outside and witnessed the commotion among the clan members. I should elaborate, Guangshu sighed. Upon hearing the signal flare, I hastily donned my attire and equipped myself before venturing outside. Many clan members were rushing towards the location of the flare. Just as I was about to exit the clan grounds, I saw our kin being halted by Anbu ninjas. This led to a confrontation with several irate clan members, which Guangzi observed. The relationship between the village and our clan has deteriorated even further, Guangshu concluded, a frown etched on his face. You must have heard the recent rumors, Lee Yuan remarked gravely. On the third day following the Nine Tails incident, whispers circulated that the Uchiha clan had utilized the Sharingan to control the beast. Lee Yuan had also caught wind of this disturbing gossip, sensing that the specter of annihilation loomed ominously, compelling him to take action regarding the flying thunder god technique. How dare they slander the Uchiha? Guangshu exclaimed, his anger palpable. They are emboldened by the higher-ups' tacit approval, Lee Yuan replied with a calm demeanor. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Guangzi, your mother should be arriving for work soon. Please check on her and prepare for today's business, Lee Yuan advised. Very well. Guangzi responded, reluctantly making her way downstairs. The room was left with only Lee Yuan and Guangshu. Lee Yuan, I wish to attempt awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Guangshu declared, reclining in a nearby armchair, a serious expression on his face. The Mangekyo is not merely an evolution from the previous three tomo. It is a mutation, Lee Yuan stated. Advancing towards him, he extended his right hand, glowing with a crimson light, and placed it gently upon Guangshu's forehead. After a lengthy moment, Lee Yuan raised his left hand, now shimmering with azure light, knowing that to awaken the Mangekyo, one must experience a profound mental stimulus. Guangshu had previously been reluctant to employ both hands, particularly the blue one. He had, however, utilized his red hand extensively for numerous experiments. After all, the Eight Gates technique was inherently chaotic, each possessing its own side effects. The repercussions of the dual-handed technique were still a mystery to him. He had no intention of applying it to himself, opting instead to nurture his Sharingan using the golden light incantation. At present, his eyes bore the three tomo, and he lacked the necessity for the power of the Mangekyo. To achieve greater heights, the golden light incantation would suffice. Lee Yuan, probing for Guangshu's negative emotions, magnified and intensified them. Guangshu's expression contorted into one of agony. Damn the Leaf Village. All factions, hawks or doves, shall perish. With that vehement cry, Guangshu stood, his three tomos spinning rapidly, forming an enigmatic pattern as his chakra surged. This is dangerous. We must not be discovered, Lee Yuan cautioned, his left hand's blue light flickering. Guangshu let out a muffled groan and collapsed backward. Li Yuan swiftly caught him, laying him back in the armchair. Once again, he directed both hands towards Guangshu, red and blue lights illuminating him as he prepared to document, repair, and analyze the preceding events. After a brief interval, Li Yuan concluded that the dual-handed technique could assist clan members in awakening the Mangekyo, though they must first possess the three tomo, an inherently perilous endeavor. It was advisable to follow Guangshu's method. First enhance the bloodline with the red hand, followed by stimulating the mind with the blue hand, while the red hand stabilized the bloodline and protected the body. An hour later, Guangshu slowly regained consciousness, feeling a lingering pain in his eyes, but predominantly experiencing exhilaration. I did it. I have awakened the Mangekyo, he exclaimed, looking at Li Yuan with gratitude. Thank you. Without you, I would not have reached this milestone for an indeterminate time. Li Yuan raised a hand, cautioning him, do not celebrate prematurely. Overuse of the Mangekyo will gradually diminish your vision. Furthermore, this matter must remain a secret, or the entire village will perceive us as a threat. Guangshu nodded solemnly, then declared, now that my strength has increased, can we proceed with the previous plan? Do you intend to vie for the position of Hokage or lead the clan away from the Leaf Village? Li Yuan countered. At that moment, a commotion erupted from outside. Li Yuan and Guangshu exchanged glances, immediately rushing downstairs. They found Guangzi embroiled in a heated argument with several villagers, a crowd gathering around them. On what grounds do you slander the Uchiha? Guangzi demanded, her face flushed with indignation. Humph. The Ninetales incident must surely involve you. There is not a single good person among your clan, a villager retorted venomously. Witnessing the unfolding scene ignited Guangshu's fury. Dare you utter another word? He bellowed, the three tomo ominously manifesting. The villagers recoiled in shock, yet emboldened by their numbers. One shouted defiantly, what? Do you intend to fight us? You Uchiha are all wicked. On the brink of losing control, Guangshu prepared to retaliate, but Li Yuan caught his eye and pulled him back, whispering, do not act rashly. It is unseemly for a ninja to strike a civilian. Then, stepping forward, he delivered a punch to one villager's face. Hey, brothers, let's go. Several villagers, witnessing their companion's assault, surged forward, resulting in a chaotic brawl. Nearby, a few Anbu ninjas observed the scene with frowns before turning away. Cease this. A squad of Uchiha guards, led by Uchiha Jundu, a chunin of the Leaf's security team, arrived on the scene. They swiftly separated the villagers from Li Yuan and Guangshu, engaging in public brawls and disregarding village regulations. All of you, come with us, Jundu commanded, fixing his gaze upon the villagers. Jundu. They claim the Ninetales incident was caused by our Uchiha clan, Guangzi protested, her expression one of distress. The villagers exchanged anxious glances, quickly backtracking. Ninja-sama, he struck first. One of them stammered. What do you mean he struck first? You were in front of another's home, ganging up on one individual. Take them away, Jundu ordered, leading his team as they escorted the villagers away. We shall report you to the Hokage. Was there anyone else present? Guangshu inquired, scanning the vicinity. Yes, a few Anbu ninjas, Li Yuan responded, then added, Guangzi, when your mother arrives, you should join us. I have good news to share. Li Yuan led Guangshu back upstairs to the third floor. The rift between our Uchiha clan and the village deepens. They can no longer tolerate our presence, Guangshu lamented. Then let us take action, Li Yuan said, extending an object towards Guangshu. Chapter 4. Flying Thunder God. Guangshu took the item that Li Yuan handed over and discovered it was a scroll. What is this? Guangshu asked, puzzled. It's a summoning beast scroll. You don't have a summoning beast yet, do you? Sign it so you can establish a connection later, Li Yuan explained. Guangshu opened the scroll, which bore a single name, Uchiha Li Yuan. What summoning beast? It wouldn't be those two eagles you raised a few years ago, would it? Guangshu inquired. He bit his fingertip, wrote his name on the scroll, and pressed his handprint. 6 years ago, after Li Yuan dropped out of school, he had taken care of several animals for experiments on chi, natural energy, and dual cultivation. Most had perished, leaving only the last 2 eagles from his final experiment. After 2 years, those eagles had grown significantly and developed decent strength, leading him to contract them as summoning beasts. Now, those eagles were thriving outside, having produced 5 or 6 chicks, all of which possessed some power. Don't use it here. Try it when you return home, Li Yuan advised, interrupting Guangshu's hand seals with an enigmatic tone. All right, I'll head back to try it immediately, Guangshu exclaimed, eagerly rushing downstairs. His excitement was understandable. He had previously witnessed the eagles' growth and now anticipated their potential for human flight. As Li Yuan watched Guangshu's retreating figure, he felt reassured that nothing disastrous would occur. Whether it was leaving Konoha with his clan or vying for the Hokage position, Guangshu needed to shine brightly from this moment onward. Following the Ninetales incident, Uchiha ninjas on missions were often ambushed by Danzo, especially someone like Guangshu, a young ninja with 3 Tomo Sharingan who had no ties to the Hokage faction. Now, with the Mangekyo Sharingan and formidable summoning beasts at his disposal, Guangshu could fly. Li Yuan refrained from warning Guangshu about the village's animosity towards the Uchiha clan. which went beyond mere exclusion and rumors. If he were to fall victim to the village's machinations, it would render him useless. Yuan was skeptical about the prospect of seizing the Hokage position. Fully aware of the historical animosities that made it nearly impossible for the Uchiha to attain that rank, unless they were to eliminate the Hokage faction and subdue everyone else. He genuinely wished to save the Uchiha clan, having lived alongside them for over a decade, with most clan members treating him well, save for a few exceptions. Guangshu, whom he had discovered in his youth, was destined to be his foremost general. As for the concern of betrayal in the future, he had already devised a contingency plan. Without mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Yuan was not prepared to step into the limelight. Yuan, do you have any good news? Guangxi approached him excitedly. Standing before him, her earlier grievances from the argument outside forgotten. The power I taught you can be revealed in 2 months. Now, sign this summoning beast scroll too. Yuan gestured toward the previous scroll. Guangxi noticed the name inscribed in blood and was about to bring her fingers to her mouth when her eyes suddenly shifted. Yuan, help me. She extended her right hand, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yuan glanced at her, picked up a kunai inscribed with runes from the table, and pierced her fingertip, drawing forth blood. He then inscribed his name on the scroll. A flash of red light enveloped his hand, and Guangxi's finger gleamed, returning to its original state. Yuan, you're the best, Guangxi exclaimed, throwing her arms around him and planting a quick kiss on his cheek before darting downstairs. Her face flushed. Yuan stood momentarily stunned, touching his cheek where she had playfully attacked him. Reflecting on their shared childhood, he recognized Guangxi's fondness for him, and he felt a reciprocal affection. Otherwise, he would not have taught her a technique 2 years prior. That technique was born from his experimental research. A synthesis of his understanding of Qi aimed at harnessing the world's natural energies, akin to ancient mystical arts. Yet, despite that knowledge, he felt a lingering inadequacy. The night of the massacre and the approach of Otsutsuki loomed ominously. He could not afford to remain passive. The Uchiha clan must be saved. They could not be eradicated by Konoha. He could not allow the charming Guangxi and his clan to vanish. With one hand clutching the Flying Thunder God memories and the other holding a kunai inscribed with runes, Yuan entered a state of deep concentration. By noon, he descended to check on the shop. Due to the rampant rumors following the Ninetales incident, not a single customer remained. He anticipated a bleak future for the business. So he settled accounts with a few of the Andes, leaving behind one named Uchiha Yuhua. These women were widows of the Uchiha clan. Their husbands, valiant ninjas, had perished for Konoha, yet the village's compensation was meager, insufficient to support their children. This plight was common among the Uchiha, who faced high casualty rates in Konoha compared to other clans, such as the notorious Konoha F4, which rarely lost members annually. Yuan wished to alleviate their suffering but felt powerless, knowing he needed to rally his clan to address these challenges at their roots within a year. Time flew by, and soon 2 months had passed. In the depths of the forest of death outside Konoha, amidst a dense thicket, a kunai was half embedded in the earth next to a massive tree. A figure materialized out of thin air, a striking youth clad in casual attire, sporting slightly overgrown hair. With sharp brows and bright eyes, it was none other than Uchiha Yuan. Haha, I did it. Yuan laughed joyously, exhilaration radiating from him. How could he not be thrilled? He had successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique 3 days prior, with the coordinates inscribed on the kunai he had carved. Space-time teleportation was now within his grasp. He intended to test whether the Flying Thunder God coordinates left by Minato could be utilized. Finding a coordinate deep in the forest of death, he attempted it, and succeeded. Flying Thunder God? Impossible. Who are you, and how can you use the Flying Thunder God? 2 masked ninjas exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes widening. They were on their way back to their base deep in the forest of death when, a few hundred meters away, a person suddenly appeared. The manner of his arrival could only be the Flying Thunder God, especially with a kunai beside him. How could they not be astonished? Yuan's expression darkened, lost in his excitement. He had failed to sense their presence. He quickly regained his composure, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. You don't need to know who I am. Since these 2 had witnessed him using the Flying Thunder God, they had to be swiftly eliminated. No witnesses could be left alive. With white lightning crackling around him, Yuan charged at the 2 root ninjas. Sensing imminent danger, the ninjas swiftly formed hand seals to retaliate, one reaching into his clothing. They knew that anyone capable of using the Flying Thunder God would not be easy to deal with. Boom. A resounding crash echoed. The ninja had barely registered what happened before being struck and sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing through 2 trees along the way. Yuan paid no mind to the incapacitated ninja, confident he had neutralized the threat, sensing no remaining chakra. He then delivered a powerful punch to the other ninja, sending him crashing into a tree. This time, Yuan restrained his power, avoiding the earlier commotion. Sensing his surroundings, he confirmed that no one else was nearby. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. 2 fireballs, the size of door panels, engulfed the corpses. As he watched the flames consume them, he extended his perception outward, remaining vigilant for any other root ninjas and searching for their nearby base. Having heard rumors of a root base within the forest of death, He sought to mark its location upon encountering it. Found you. In the direction of the village, over a kilometer away, he detected several chakra signatures underground. After a few leaps, he perched on a tree, staring silently at the dense forest before him. Lacking the phasing ability of a Beto, he could not infiltrate unnoticed. The flying thunder god required coordinates, which were absent here. Leaping down, he produced a special kunai and embedded it into a crevice in the tree's roots, leaving just a small portion exposed. Just as he prepared to execute the flying thunder god and depart, he suddenly sensed a surge of chakra. How did he come to be here? Li Yuan pondered with a touch of astonishment. Chapter 5. The divergent minds of the clan. The chakra emanating from the presence of the Uchiha clan was unmistakably that of the family's fourth elder. Although Li Yuan was not well acquainted with him, he had memorized the auras of several key figures within the clan. The fourth elder, Uchiha Fujikawa, was the second in command of the hawkish faction, often advocating for resistance against Konoha alongside the clan's elder. To encounter him today at Danzo's base was indeed intriguing. Li Yuan's previous uncertainties began to unravel. The vast Uchiha clan seemed to be manipulated into oblivion. The hawkish fourth elder, who constantly clamored for rebellion, was in fact aligned with Danzo, while many of those advocating for integration with Konoha were likely in league with the third Hokage. The clan leader, Fugaku, outwardly positioned himself as a centrist but leaned towards the third Hokage in reality. With two Mangekyo Sharingan, one passive and the other treacherously disloyal, the clan's extinction was inevitable. Pondering, Li Yuan suddenly vanished. Moments later, he reappeared, a multitude of shuriken in hand. He skillfully concealed these weapons in the forest, strategically placing them between the base and Konoha to ensure he could navigate their vicinity. After setting the traps, he leapt onto the trunk of a nearby tree. Concealing his form, he closed his eyes and concentrated, patiently awaiting the emergence of Uchiha Fujikawa. Before long, the fourth elder was escorted by two root ninjas from a hidden location. Upon reaching a kilometer away from the base, the ninjas halted, allowing the fourth elder to proceed towards the village. The sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves echoed softly. With his eyes closed, Li Yuan awaited the perfect moment. At the sound of rustling leaves, he sensed a chakra presence nearly overlapping with a flying thunder god coordinate. In an instant, he vanished. Appearing less than a meter from the fourth elder, he unleashed a powerful punch. The elder, caught off guard and sensing imminent danger, could not react in time. A formidable force struck him, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Li Yuan's excitement surged. The practicality of the flying thunder god technique had proven effective in combat for the first time. Though the fourth elder was an elite Genin, without the technique, the encounter would not have concluded so swiftly. Glancing at the fallen elder, Li Yuan approached and crouched down, his hands glowing with a blue light as he delved into the elder's memories. After a brief moment, Li Yuan's brow furrowed in frustration as he suppressed his rising anger. He discovered that 20 years prior, the fourth elder had been coerced into Danzo's service, subsequently being placed in a position of power within the council. For years, he had vocally advocated for a coup while secretly reporting clan affairs to Danzo. The latter had assured him that once he became Hokage, the Uchiha's conflicts with the village would cease. The Uchiha truly were a group of political naifs, gullible and simple-minded. Li Yuan felt a pang of disbelief. How could one take such words at face value? After extracting the memories, he intensified the blue light radiating from his hands and attempted to modify the elder's cognition and memories, hoping to exert control over him. As the blue light surged forth, the elder's body trembled slightly. Suddenly, a burst of chakra erupted, dispelling the blue light. Sighing, Li Yuan acknowledged the limitations of his efforts. After all, the fourth elder was an elite Genin and possessed considerable mental fortitude. He pondered the dilemma of whether to eliminate the elder or spare him, feeling the weight of loss on either decision. Summoning a stronger blue light, Li Yuan adjusted his approach, refraining from forcing absolute loyalty. Instead, he aimed merely to alter the elder's memories and subtly guide his perceptions. As the blue light faded, Li Yuan exhaled deeply, relieved to have succeeded at last. In the next moment, he vanished using the flying thunder god, leaving the elder lying quietly on the ground. 10 minutes later, the fourth elder stirred, confusion clouding his mind. Why am I lying here? My head hurts, he muttered, hastily departing. Li Yuan returned to his home on the outskirts of the clan's territory, a solitary dwelling. Stepping outside, he intended to take a leisurely stroll. The sun had yet to set, casting a warm glow upon the dusk. As he wandered through the clan grounds, he encountered numerous clansmen, exchanging greetings. Not far from several houses lay a training ground where many young ninjas diligently practiced. Nearby, children frolicked, while solitary women engaged in handicrafts, with few able-bodied men in sight. As he traversed the heart of the clan, a commotion reached his ears. Rushing forward, he found several clansmen embroiled in a heated argument with Shursui. Shursui, whose side are you on? I merely apprehended a few villagers spreading rumors and struck a few of them, and you demand I apologize? We need peaceful dialogue. You resorted to violence. How can you expect to quell rumors without it? The Uchiha cannot apologize to them. I have reported to the third Hokage. I trust he will uncover who spread these rumors. Trust him?
Our clan is marginalized because of his actions. Do not defame the third Hokage. Enough. Disperse at once. A senior elder bellowed. Listening to the discord, Yuan shook his head, recognizing the gravity of the internal strife within the Uchiha clan. Indeed, Shui had been deeply indoctrinated by the will of fire, as Yuan sensed no trace of the unique aura of the Mangekyo Sharingan within him. Currently, Shui wielded only the 3-tomo Sharingan. Previously, Yuan had contemplated allying with Shui, but upon reflection, he reconsidered. Shui, being a direct descendant of the Uchiha, had been thoroughly brainwashed since childhood and was beyond redemption. In the original narrative, he was portrayed as superior to the likes of a filial son. Shui had never contemplated the slaughter of his own kin. Shui, wait. When did you report this? You ought to inquire again, the elder pressed. I reported it 2 months ago, Shui replied hesitantly. I shall report it again, he said, hastily departing. This evening, there will be a clan meeting. All J9 and above in the village must attend. Relay this to the others. The elder instructed a few younger Uchiha with a resigned expression. Though the young Uchiha bore faces of indignation, they nodded in agreement and dispersed to convey the message. A clan meeting, Yuan mused. Sensing the brewing tension within the clan, he could simply observe the unfolding drama. Alas, he remembered that he was not a ninja and lacked an entry pass. However, attending the clan meeting to stir the pot would not be without merit. Regrettably, Guangshu was absent. A month prior, Guangshu had officially become a J9. Half a month ago, he had embarked on a mission. Yuan suspected Guangshu might have encountered an ambush, facing betrayal. Concerned, Yuan had warned Guangshu to remain vigilant against potential threats, as a loss would be substantial. In a dense forest along the Fire Country's border, Uchiha Guangshu gazed despondently at the 2 fallen ninjas, his voice low with inquiry. Why? Chapter 6. The kaleidoscope revealed more than half a month ago. Hikari took on an A-rank mission. He journeyed to the borders of the Land of Thunder to escort 2 intelligence ninjas from 2 villages back. Accompanied by teammates assigned by the village chief, 2 Ch9, they encountered numerous obstacles along the way, engaging in fierce battles 7 or 8 times. Finally, they returned safely to the borders of the Land of Fire, nearing the completion of their mission. Suddenly, they were ambushed by the 2 comrades. Thankfully, Yuan had given him a warning beforehand. Moreover, his strength had grown, or else he would have met a dire fate. Hikari evaded the ambush and retaliated, leaving them gravely injured as he interrogated them. You are doomed. The wicked Uchiha must perish. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous shuriken flew through the air, each attached with explosive tags. 6 masked ninjas, clad in black, emerged from the shadows, forming hand signs to unleash their jutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Lightning style, earth walk. A barrage of ninjutsu struck forth. Clang, clang, boom, boom. A 3-meter-high green skeletal figure rose, blocking the attacks. The 2 ambushers were reduced to nothing but ashes, while the intelligence ninjas vanished, leaving behind a withered branch. Root ninjas. Why does Hikari glare at these ninjas with his crimson Sharingan? What is this? Regardless, I must fulfill my mission. The 6 ninjas charged at Uchiha Hikari with shuriken in hand. Hikari dispersed his Susanoo, focusing on the most formidable-looking ninja, Amaterasu. A dark flame erupted, causing the ninja to writhe in agony as he fell to the ground, screaming. Hikari instinctively covered his eyes, feeling a sharp pain. It was the first time he had used the Mangekyo Sharingan today, and its power was indeed impressive. Just as Yuan had said, he sensed a slight decline in his vision, though it was not significant. He resolved not to use the Mangekyo Sharingan again, as there were only 5 remaining Ch9. Clang, clang, boom, boom. Moments later, the last ninja lost his combat ability and collapsed. Hikari performed the summoning technique, biting his fingertip and forming hand signs. A plume of smoke appeared and dissipated, revealing a gigantic eagle standing 3 meters tall. Eagle, 2 enemies escaped earlier. They should be nearby. With a mighty screech, the eagle took to the skies. Hikari approached the only living ninja, gripping his head to align his eyes with his own. The Sharingan's 3-tomo spun rapidly. Not good. It's an illusion. The ninja's chakra erupted violently, his head tilting, and he succumbed to death. Hikari meticulously examined the fallen ninjas. Indeed, they were root ninjas. The 2 missing intelligence ninjas observed everything from afar. As the battle tilted in one direction, report to Danzo-sama that the assassination mission has failed. One ninja summoned a dog, placing a scroll filled with written words into its mouth before swiftly dispelling the summoning. We must leave, he said gravely, as they quickly vanished into the woods. A screech resounded. Not good. That beast has discovered us. The great eagle dove like an arrow, its sharp beak and claws glimmering with a menacing light as it rushed towards the fleeing ninja. Crack, crack, boom, boom. Many trees fell, raising clouds of dust. By the time Hikari arrived, all was tranquil, save for the occasional eagle's cry. Let us return to Konoha. With a leap, he mounted the eagle's back and soared into the sky. In a base of the root within Konoha, Danzo stared at a glass jar filled with liquid, within which floated several crimson eyeballs. each a 3-tomo Sharingan. Danzo-sama, the mission has failed, a ninja hurriedly reported. The root ninja knelt, presenting a scroll with trembling hands. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Danzo took the scroll, opened it, and swiftly scanned its contents. His previously calm demeanor shifted to one of confusion, then disbelief. A 3-meter-high skeletal energy, black flames. Could it be the Mangekyo? Impossible. The Uchiha clan has not shown itself for decades. Danzo paced back and forth, abruptly halting. His gaze turning sinister. Whether it is the Mangekyo or not, the Uchiha clan is malevolent. This brat, Hikari, has grown far too rapidly. He cannot be allowed to live. Inform all to keep a watchful eye on Hikari's movements. The moment he returns to the village, he shall be apprehended for treason. The ninja bowed and departed. In the Uchiha clan's domain, Yuan suddenly felt a mental jolt. Performing the reverse summoning technique, he bit his fingertip, forming hand signs and slapping the ground. Boom. Yuan vanished. On a beach of a small island, Yuan appeared out of thin air. The island was remote and uninhabited, with a primitive forest spanning about 10 kilometers at its center. This was the location Yuan had instructed 2 eagles to find, far removed from the ninja world. Over 100 kilometers from the nearest land of water, Yuan planned to relocate his clan from Konoha to settle here. Upon seeing Yuan, several great eagles soared in the sky, joyfully screeching. A 10-meter giant eagle descended nearby, its feathers resembling armor, with golden pupils and red irises, faintly marked with tomo. Yuan approached, leaping onto its back and stroking its neck. With a resounding screech, the eagle took flight. Moments later, Yuan dismounted, saying, "Go play, Eagle Sky." The eagle screeched once more, spiraling away. These were the eagles Yuan had raised years ago, 2 giants named Eagle Sky and Eagle Flight, alongside 5 smaller ones, Eagle 1, Eagle 2, Eagle 3, Eagle 4, and Eagle 5. The eagle's eyes possessed the Sharingan. Yuan conducted numerous experiments, proving his mastery over cellular manipulation. After extensive trials, he had successfully harnessed the Uchiha clan's bloodline. He merged the Uchiha bloodline's power into the eagle's body, and had even experimented on Hikari, enhancing his Sharingan to 1 tomo. Of course, these 2 giant eagles possessed more than just the Uchiha bloodline. They commanded natural energy, qualifying them to be called Eagle Sage. However, their training was still in its infancy, lacking the power of the Frog Sage or Snake Sage. On the beach, Hikari sat with a furrowed brow. Yuan approached and sat beside him. "What troubles you so? Bringing me here?" Yuan inquired casually. "I was ambushed. The village sought to kill me," Hikari replied in a somber tone. "That's quite normal, isn't it? Didn't I warn you?" Yuan remarked nonchalantly. "Must they go to such lengths?" Hikari's face tensed, veins bulging as he struggled to suppress his anger. "I've told you before. Konoha cannot accommodate the Uchiha. Do you recall our discussions about the history of Konoha and the Uchiha?" Yuan's expression remained calm. "Look at the Sinja clan. Who remains of them? Only Tsunade is left." "But," Hikari trailed off with a sigh, falling silent for a long while. "My Mangekyo may have already been exposed." Hikari confessed, shame washing over him as he dared not meet Yuan's gaze. "Exposed? It must be the root." Yuan rubbed his forehead. "Yes." Hikari lowered his head further. "If you return to the village, Danzo may label you a rogue ninja." Yuan sighed. The clan leader Hikari looked at him, full of hope. "Do not place your hopes on him. Maintaining the current calm is best for him. He will hand you over." Yuan shattered Hikari's expectations. "Take this." Yuan drew a kunai from his waist and handed it to Hikari. "Flying Thunder God kunai. Have you mastered it?" Hikari took the kunai and stood up. "Yes, I have succeeded." Yuan also rose to his feet. "After you, return slowly. I have swiftly seized the position of patriarch." "Oh, did you not wish to remain in the shadows?" Guangshu gently patted my head. "With the Flying Thunder God technique mastered, what do I have to fear? No one can detain me now." Yuan tilted his head towards the sky, his hands clasped behind his back. He understood that as long as the Otsutsuki clan did not make an appearance, he had no reason to fear anyone, though he must exercise caution. "Very well. It shall be as such. I shall keep my kunai close at hand. Should any matter arise, utilize the summoning technique to contact me." With a wave of his hand, Yuan dispelled the reverse summoning, and his figure vanished from sight. Chapter 7. Who supports and who opposes the Uchiha clan has a long-standing tradition regarding the selection of its leader. During the Warring States period, the clan would convene, and the one who prevailed in the contest of the Sharingan would earn the respect of the others. However, since Madara's departure from Konoha, the Uchiha clan has not produced any notable figures. The selection of the clan leader now depends on the village's opinion, transforming the leader's role into one of mere communication with the village. This decline in prestige has left the Uchiha's former glory in tatters. By the time of Fugaku, according to the original narrative, Konoha faced destruction around the year 56, resulting in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. In the south shrine of Konoha, days had passed since the last clan meeting, and this was the second gathering. The clan leader sat amidst a flurry of rumors circulating throughout the village. Whispers suggested that the Nine Tails incident was orchestrated by the Uchiha, utilizing the Sharingan to control the beast, and that the fourth Hokage had met his demise at their hands. The villagers cast disdainful glances toward them, making it increasingly difficult for clan members engaged in commerce to sustain their businesses, with many having closed their doors. The leader reported the matter to the Hokage, yet it bore little fruit. "Do not place your hopes in the Hokage," the clan members lamented. "The village can no longer accommodate the Uchiha clan. I suspect these rumors are the work of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo." Some proposed rebellion, suggesting they take down Sarutobi and Danzo, with the leader ascending to the role of Hokage. "Do not be so extreme. We must trust the Hokage," the leader cautioned. "Extremism? Look at how much the Uchiha has sacrificed for Konoha, and what have we received in return? During the Third Great Ninja War, they faced an entire village alone. Specifically the Hidden Mist village, which had restrained them. What did we gain? How many clan members perished? In the end, countless orphans and widows received little to no compensation. All in all, we must integrate into Konoha. Once we do, we will no longer be targeted. Integrate into Konoha, like the Senju clan? It would be best to leave Konoha and carve out our own territory." Within the South-He Shrine, the atmosphere had grown tumultuous. Fugaku Uchiha, seated at the head, cradled his forehead with one hand, overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices. He had assumed the role of clan leader only a year prior, at the tail end of the Third Great Ninja War. Before the war, clan meetings had been filled with grievances about the village's injustices, with only a handful of radicals present. Post-war, however, the sentiments among the clan had intensified, particularly after the Nine Tails incident, leading many to contemplate a coup. Fugaku wished to maintain the status quo until he could relinquish his position as leader. He harbored admiration for the likes of Uchiha Bito, a missized clan during the Warring States period whose son became Hokage. He had even visited the Hokage, seeking permission to name his youngest son Uchiha Sasuke. Outside the shrine, Li Yuan pursed his lips, sensing several chakra signatures nearby. Clearly, the village had dispatched Anbu ninjas for surveillance. Having arrived some time ago, he had overheard the commotion within the shrine. He lamented the village's stance and the clan's helplessness, as well as Fugaku's inaction amidst the ongoing disputes. Calming his mind, he stepped out of the shadows and strode toward the main entrance. The distant Anbu ninjas exchanged puzzled glances. "Who is that? Does anyone recognize him?" One inquired. "Why is there no chakra signature?" Another noted, confirming that he appeared to be an ordinary person. The Anbu captain, perplexed, ordered, "Document this and continue monitoring. Report back to the Hokage later." With a creak, Li Yuan pushed open the large doors, instantly silencing the once boisterous assembly. All eyes turned to him, momentarily stunned. "Li Yuan, what brings you here during our clan meeting? You useless Li Yuan, what are you doing here? Get out. This is not a place for you. You are a disgrace to the Uchiha clan." Li Yuan's expulsion from the clan had caused quite a stir. Imagine being part of a family that holds honor above life itself, yet failing to embody that honor. In a setting rife with fiery ambition, he had refrained from participating. As the years passed, memories of his past faded. "This is not your place, Li Yuan. Leave now," came the chorus of admonitions, mockery, and well-meaning advice from a handful of young clan members, no more than a dozen in total. Silence. What a disgrace. An elder, appearing to be in his 50s, chastised them. He turned to Li Yuan, his brow furrowed in impatience. "Li Yuan, what is it? We are in the midst of a clan meeting. Return once it is concluded." The elder, clad in a Jounin's armor and wearing the Konoha forehead protector, had graying hair and a goatee. He was the Uchiha clan's senior elder, a leader of the hawkish faction. Li Yuan closed the door behind him, ignoring the surrounding clamor. "Of course I have business here. I have come to participate in the clan meeting." He swiftly made his way to the center of the shrine, locking eyes with Fugaku. "You're here to participate in the clan meeting? Ha ha ha, what a joke. You aren't even a ninja. Just go back. You're causing a disturbance." "Silence. Throw him out," came another barked command. Fugaku slammed his hand on the table, commanding silence in the room. "I say I am here to participate in the clan meeting. No. I am here to challenge the clan leader." A golden skeletal figure materialized around Li Yuan, rapidly growing into a towering warrior, over 2 meters tall. Its pupils glimmered with a golden hue, specifically golden orbs, with 3 tomo rapidly spinning, appearing as though they were fused together. Li Yuan had yet to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. This was a Susanoo simulated through his golden light technique. The golden orbs were a product of Li Yuan refining the unique essence of the Sharingan, nurtured into a mutated form through the golden light technique. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan carried a negative aura, which intensified with higher levels, akin to a demonic energy. For Li Yuan, it was easily discernible. He sensed no such heavy aura from Fugaku, indicating that he had not yet activated his Mangekyo. According to the original narrative and speculations about the Hokage, it was possible that Fugaku had not unlocked it yet, or that it would occur in subsequent years. "This is the Mangekyo. Impossible. He should have no chakra." The elder hurried over, his face alight with excitement, trembling hands reaching out to touch the golden warrior. "This, truly is, the third godly power." The elder burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. "After more than 40 years, I have once again witnessed the power our clan has long revered." Fugaku approached, equally astonished. "But why is it so small?" Shouldn't it be at least several dozen meters tall? The elder wiped his tears, confusion etched on his face. He had witnessed Madara unleash his Susanoo. Do you wish for me to demolish the shrine? Li Yuan replied, exasperated, observing the discourse around him. A surge of determination welled within him as he crossed his arms and surveyed the gathering. I declare my intention to become the clan leader. Who is in favor? And who opposes? The young ninjas who had initially mocked him stepped forward, standing resolutely behind him, their Sharingan activated as they gazed around the room. Each of them bore the 3-tomo Sharingan. Chapter 8. Supporting Li Yuan as the clan leader, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Some were rendered speechless by the overwhelming aura, others were momentarily stunned, while too many questions swirled within their minds. Why were there so many young individuals with the 3-tomo Sharingan? Hadn't they previously possessed merely the 2-tomo? How had they all ascended to the 3-tomo in just a few days? Furthermore, why was Li Yuan, who had once been without ninja status, now being considered for the position of clan leader? What kind of power did Li Yuan wield that exuded such an aura devoid of chakra? His strength must surely be at the level of a Hokage. Moreover, he had silently activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. This energy warrior could undoubtedly be identified as Susanoo. There were records of Susanoo within the clan, albeit this one appeared somewhat diminutive. Considering they were in the clan shrine, this was understandable. However, the golden Sharingan looked rather peculiar. Those who had previously derided Li Yuan as a disgrace to the Uchiha clan wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After a brief silence, pairs of crimson eyes turned toward the clan leader and several elders. Fugaku wore a dark expression, his heart in turmoil. His mouth slightly agape, he was about to speak. Quickly, retract Susanoo, do not waste your ocular power. According to clan records, excessive use of the Mangekyo can damage one's eyesight, potentially leading to blindness. The elder took a deep breath, suddenly recalling something urgent. Fear not, my training involves natural energy. As long as it isn't excessively depleted at once, blindness is unlikely. Li Yuan then dissipated the false Susanoo, withdrawing the golden light back into his being. The once rising aura fading away. He was wary of attracting the attention of the Anbu ninjas outside, thus he confined the aura within the shrine. The transition from emergence to disappearance occurring within mere seconds. He had already concocted a plausible excuse, as not explaining would prove troublesome. Natural energy? Sage mode. But that did not seem correct. Sage mode also required chakra. The elders, including Fugaku, wore perplexed expressions. They were well versed in various ninjutsu, having witnessed the techniques of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Jiraiya's sage arts. Moreover, clan records indicated that sage techniques did indeed require chakra. What I possess is pure natural energy, not sage arts. Sage arts involve a one fusion of chakra and natural energy, Li Yuan patiently elucidated, not awaiting their further contemplation. I have discovered a new summoning sanctum. Anyone wishing to learn sage arts may seek me out. However, be warned. Training in sage arts can be perilous. Consider it carefully. A new summoning sanctum? Is your mastery of natural energy derived from there? What is its strength? What beast accompanies you? The elder could no longer restrain the smile that crept onto his face, his voice trembling with eagerness. He was a proponent of aggressive tactics. Yet he recognized the clan's current weakness and yearned for strength. The most vocal dissenters were individuals in their 30s, alongside some youth. These individuals had endured the agonies of the Second and Third Shinobi Wars and had witnessed the village's inequitable treatment. 2 10-meter-tall giant eagles should be capable of contending with tailed beasts, while 5 smaller eagles range between 1 to 3 meters in size. Li Yuan bit his fingertip to form a seal. With a puff of smoke, a 2-meter-tall eagle materialized. Its black feathers shimmered like armor. Its sharp beak and claws glinted coldly, exuding a formidable chakra presence, unmistakably not to be trifled with. This was Eagle 3, given the circumstances. Summoning a larger eagle here was impractical. As for the Sharingan concealed within its eyes, Li Yuan had ensured they remained hidden, as they emerged naturally from the bloodline and could be controlled. Should the elders catch sight of them, it could lead to endless complications. This is the third of the smaller eagles. I fear summoning a larger one might damage the shrine, Li Yuan mused while stroking Eagle 3. The elder circled around Eagle 3, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan to inspect it, visibly pleased. The surrounding clansmen also activated their Sharingan to observe. Noting the chakra level surpassed that of a CHNI. Summoning beasts capable of flight was a rarity, especially ones that could carry passengers. The clan members erupted into discussions. The elder gradually approached Li Yuan, casting an apologetic glance at Fugaku. I support Li Yuan as the clan leader. In truth, he had already resolved to back Li Yuan the moment he revealed Susanoo. Irrespective of the nature of his training, strength alone sufficed. Everyone turned their gaze toward the second elder. The second elder, slightly younger than the first, donned traditional ninja attire. As the leader of the Doves, he often communicated with the village and clansmen in a subdued manner. At times, he appeared benevolent, while at others, he displayed a volatile temperament. Previously, he had also fixed his gaze upon Li Yuan's Susanoo, confirming its status as a Mangekyo. When the explosion of a dozen 3-tomo Sharingan erupted behind Li Yuan, His attention shifted to those youthful clan members. Among them, two stood out as familiar. One was his youngest son, Uchiha YG, and the other, the child of his neighbor. They had certainly not possessed the three Tomo Sharingan previously. Only the two Tomo had been evident. For one to attain the three Tomo was an evolution. For two to do so simultaneously was undoubtedly suspicious. Is there three Tomo an extension of your own abilities? The third elder's brow furrowed momentarily. Then a smile crept onto his lips, a blend of anxiety and anticipation evident. It is indeed my power, Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin, providing the answer they yearned for. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Is it truly three Tomo? The third elder clenched his fist, his face alight with hope. Countless crimson eyes turned toward Li Yuan. Is it truly possible for you? The transition from three Tomo to Mangekyo represents a significant leap in evolution. However, enhancing a single Tomo poses no issue. Li Yuan preemptively doused their enthusiasm with cold water, not wanting others to discover that he could elevate the three Tomo to Mangekyo, which he could hardly do. Alas, what a pity. The atmosphere filled with sighs, followed by a cacophony of voices. Li Yuan, assist me in upgrading my two Tomo to three Tomo. Li Yuan, I support you as clan leader. Weren't you just claiming that Li Yuan is a disgrace to our Uchiha clan? Who uttered that? I'll confront him. A loud thud resounded as the second elder forcefully struck the table, issuing a reprimand. He then stepped beside Li Yuan, directing his gaze at Fugaku. I too support Li Yuan as the new clan leader. The crowd's attention shifted to the third and fourth elders. The third and fourth elders, both in their 40s and clad in ninja attire, exchanged glances. The third elder surveyed Fugaku, whose complexion had darkened further. He then looked toward the fourth elder, signaling him to speak first. The fourth elder surveyed the surroundings before approaching Li Yuan, declaring, I also support Li Yuan as the new clan leader. Li Yuan regarded the fourth elder, recalling how he had not employed any dark tactics previously. He had subtly implanted suggestions within the fourth elder's mind, altering his memories to test the extent of his influence. It seemed he would have to experiment further with Danzo in the future. As the third elder observed the fourth elder's endorsement, he hastily added, I too support Li Yuan as the new clan leader. The collective gaze of the assembly converged upon Fugaku. Chapter 9. We must show our strength. Fugaku took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Although he was not angry about losing the position of clan leader, he was apprehensive that Li Yuan might be an extremist. He scanned the surroundings, stepping forward to face Li Yuan, locking his gaze onto his eyes as the three Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Did you orchestrate the Nine Tails incident? According to the village's narrative, it was controlled by the Mangekyo. What? Could it really be true? Absolutely not. Came a round of uproar. Li Yuan met Fugaku's gaze steadily and replied calmly. I assure you, it was not my doing. I knew it. The village is slandering us, Fugaku muttered, his disappointment palpable as he glanced at the expressions of the clansmen. After a moment, Fugaku averted his gaze and sighed deeply. Then I have no objections. From now on, you are the clan leader. Not far away. Shursui hurried over to stand beside Fugaku, concern etched on his face. Uncle Fugaku, I'm fine. Fugaku regained his composure, though his greatest fear was that Li Yuan, now the clan leader, would lead a coup. He decided to observe Li Yuan's intentions carefully. Seeing that the dust had settled, Li Yuan ascended the main stage of the shrine. He surveyed the clansmen, then spoke slowly. Listen to me, everyone. Though I have become the clan leader, I harbor no intention of instigating a coup. Fugaku and Shursui breathed a sigh of relief below. The Uchiha clan and Konoha have harbored grievances for far too long, and reconciliation is impossible. If we could have negotiated, we wouldn't be in this situation now. We must display our strength and reveal our fists. Only then will the village regard us with caution and alter the current state of affairs. Why didn't we act this way before? Because we lacked the strength and the Mangekyo. Now, we possess not only the Mangekyo Sharingan, but also a formidable summoning beast clan. I have another piece of good news. Uchiha Kei has also awakened the Mangekyo. The clansmen were momentarily stunned. Another member had awakened the Mangekyo. This heralded the rise of their family. Several elders leaped up in excitement, exclaiming about the two Mangekyos. In the early days of Konoha, there was Madara, a lone Mangekyo, so powerful that he could not even defeat the first Hokage. Li Yuan did not wait for their reactions and continued his impassioned speech. However, upon my return from a mission, I was unexpectedly betrayed by fellow ninjas from the village, ambushed by the root ninjas. Is this to extinguish the hopes of the Uchiha's rise? Can we accept this? I cannot agree. Fugaku and Shursui exchanged glances, then looked at the excited clansmen. Feeling a headache approaching. Though this might not be a coup, it was perilously close. The rift between the village and the clan deepened further. The second elder observed the fervent clansmen with a calm demeanor. If the clan were strong enough, who would choose to be moderate? As the commotion among the clansmen began to settle, Li Yuan continued, we do not desire a coup. We seek fair treatment. We must leverage our current strength to fight for rights commensurate with our power. Second elder, please tally the number of clansmen with the two Tomo Sharingan. I will enhance a few to the three Tomo each day. Hail to the clan leader. Another wave of excitement erupted below as many jumped to their feet. The second elder stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Fugaku, you will be appointed as the fifth elder tomorrow. Li Yuan initially considered having the security department apprehend individuals, but decided against it for Fugaku's sake, hoping he wouldn't complicate matters. Elder, starting tomorrow, lead the security ninjas. Whoever spreads rumors, capture them. Do not fear the number of arrests. If someone speaks out, let them go, and if necessary, have them come to me. The elder bowed and exited. This won't do. It will only escalate the conflict with the village, Shui interjected, a look of worry on his face. No, you must devise a means to quell the rumors, Li Yuan retorted with a huff. We must trust the village and the Hokage. Li Yuan gazed at him in disbelief, feeling exasperated. What an impressive means of manipulation. It had truly rendered him foolish. If you have no solutions, be silent and heed my commands, Li Yuan admonished. In his previous life, while watching anime, he had not particularly liked Shui, who possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan but failed to use it and ultimately took his own life. Li Yuan found that rather absurd. However, compared to that dutiful son, Shui was a vast improvement. Li Yuan scanned the room, glancing at the fourth elder before addressing the crowd. I know many of you are close to the village, even acting as their spies. It is convenient for you to relay my words after today's meeting. As the clan leader, I, Uchiha Li Yuan, will not be subjected to past grievances. For every strike against me, I shall retaliate doubly. His declaration stirred a commotion. Who has betrayed the Uchiha? It couldn't be Shui. Impossible. Shui's complexion paled as he nervously glanced around. He was contemplating reporting to the Hokage at the first opportunity. Li Yuan observed the moonlight. That is all for today. The meeting is adjourned. Those seeking to enhance their Sharingan may come to my residence tomorrow. As he exited, the crowd parted to allow him passage. Creak. The door swung open. Li Yuan stepped outside, furrowing his brow as he glanced into the distance. After taking a few steps, he bit his fingertip to form a seal. Summoning technique. A gigantic eagle, 10 meters in size, materialized, stirring a cloud of dust. Li Yuan prepared for the day, intending to assert his authority as the newly appointed clan leader. Previously, when he was not the clan leader, the observing Anbu ninjas posed little concern. Now, however, in his new role, their presence became rather glaring. Li Yuan leaped onto the eagle's back. With a piercing cry, it soared into the air, emanating a formidable aura that surged skyward. The nearby Anbu ninjas instantly heightened their vigilance, nervously eyeing the massive eagle, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Where did this giant eagle come from? There had been no word of the Uchiha possessing such a powerful summoning beast. It was certainly not inferior to Jiraiya's toads. It might even surpass them. As a dozen clansmen exited the shrine, several elders witnessed Li Yuan performing the summoning technique. They halted, blocking the path for those behind them. Initially, they wore expressions of confusion, but soon their faces lit up with excitement as they beheld the 10-meter eagle. This aura is incredible. It could certainly contend with a tailed beast. Ha, splendid. What transpired outside? Make way. The Uchiha clan indeed had established contracts with summoning beast clans, akin to the spirit beasts like cats and the crows that would later appear under Itachi in the original story. They were not combat-focused but merely for convenience. Li Yuan paid no heed to the discussions behind him. High in the air, he stood atop the eagle's back, honing in on the nearby Anbu ninjas. Behind him, several golden arrows coalesced, swiftly shooting toward the Anbu ninjas. Li Yuan had initially intended to experiment with the Susanu's might while riding the eagle, as he had found Madara's Susanu with the nine tails quite striking while watching the anime. He glanced at the Anbu ninjas, feeling it would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Overkill. Bang, bang, bang. Over 500 meters away in the forest, a group of masked ninjas sprang forth, swiftly forming 3 small squads. A ninja clad in chainmail, wearing a Konoha vest and a fox mask, stepped forward. Uchiha, do you desire a coup? His voice boomed, revealing his fury, though his mask obscured his features, leaving only his fiery eyes visible. As the leader of the group, 2 of his comrades had already been struck in the legs by arrows and remained in the forest. Li Yuan, atop the giant eagle, flew closer, reducing the distance to 100 meters, looking down upon them. A coup? Not quite, Li Yuan replied, casually digging at his ear. Go back and tell Yuan Fury that I, Li Yuan, am the clan leader. From now on, should I see your surveillance within the clan, I will eliminate any I encounter. Today served merely as a warning for Li Yuan, whose right hand has transformed into a magnificent 10-meter-long golden blade. The captain of the Anbu felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He sensed that the youth standing atop the colossal eagle before him possessed formidable strength, undoubtedly at the level of a Kage. The mention of him being the new clan leader of the Uchiha signified a momentous event that required immediate notification to the Hokage. Observing the Uchiha emerging from the shrine, many of them brandishing kunai, he decided it was time to retreat. The Anbu captain tightened his grip on the kunai and vanished into the depths of the forest. Shadows flickered, and, in an instant, all traces of them disappeared. In the heart of Konoha, within the territory of the Yuan clan, lay a bustling district not far from the Hokage's office. Inside an opulent chamber, Yuan Fei Risen was enveloped in clouds of smoke. Chapter 10. The Blame Bang, Bang Bang. The third Hokage withdrew his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. A ninja adorned with a fox mask leaped through the window, bowing deeply. Hokage-sama, a new clan leader has emerged from the Uchiha clan. They have driven us away and threatened to kill anyone who continues to monitor them. The third Hokage brought the pipe to his lips, tightening his grip as he took a long drag. Who has taken the position of clan leader? Is there anything unusual about him? What is his strength like? The Anbu ninja glanced at the Hokage, feeling apprehensive. I do not know him, but he claims to be Uchiha Yuan. His strength seems considerable. I sense no chakra from him. He possesses a summoning beast far greater than Wanta, a giant eagle over 10 meters tall, capable of manifesting golden energy weapons. The pipe clattered to the ground. The third Hokage bent down to retrieve it, trembling as he continued to fill it with tobacco, exhaling clouds of smoke. His expression dark as a stormy sea. It is not an energy skeleton or an energy warrior, merely an energy weapon. It should not be a Mangekyo Sharingan, a summoning beast surpassing Wanta, and still a flying type. After a brief moment, he commanded, summon the ninja responsible for the archives in the Hokage building. Have them work overtime to gather any information on Li Yuan. Also, bring Shui to the Hokage building. The third Hokage hastily donned a coat and strode towards the door. Are we still monitoring them? The Anbu ninja inquired softly. Cease monitoring for now, the third Hokage replied, pausing momentarily. No, continue, but keep your distance from the clan's territory. Do not make it too obvious. He resumed his path to the Hokage building, the Anbu ninja bowing before vanishing. In the Hokage office, the lights shone brightly. The third Hokage sat in his designated seat, continuing to puff on his pipe. Amidst the swirling smoke, his face bore a somber expression, hinting at a deep-seated gloom. Hokage-sama, we have found it. An Anbu ninja rushed in, holding a stack of documents, only a few pages thick. He approached the third Hokage and presented the files with a bow. The third Hokage took the documents, placed them on the table, and opened them. Uchiha Yuan, 16 years old, previously owned a restaurant, Yuan Pavilion, which is now closed. He is an ordinary person. His parents perished during the Second Shinobi World War. He entered the Ninja Academy at 6, but was expelled at 10 due to a lack of chakra. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead, feeling increasingly troubled. You may leave. Check to see if Shui has arrived. He waved his hand, taking up his pipe once more. The Anbu ninja bowed and departed, leaving behind an oppressive silence, broken only by the soft tapping of the pipe against the table. A moment later, Uchiha Shui entered the room. Shui, quickly tell me what transpired at the clan meeting. The third Hokage stood up. Shui observed the Hokage's anxious and troubled expression, deepening his own concern. During the clan meeting yesterday, Li Yuan suddenly intruded, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan and declaring his intention to become clan leader. The Mangekyo? The third Hokage inquired urgently. Yes, the elders have confirmed it, Shui nodded. That explains everything. No wonder he has assumed the role of clan leader. The third Hokage sank back into his seat, taking up his pipe once more, murmuring to himself. He was acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's reverence for the Mangekyo Sharingan and had witnessed its formidable power. Shui, please continue, he urged. After the elders confirmed it, they all consented to Li Yuan becoming the clan leader. Hokage-sama, Li Yuan is adamant. He stated that if anyone speaks of the rumors surrounding the Nine-Tails incident tomorrow, he will capture them, no matter the number. Hokage-sama, can you quell these rumors? Otherwise, the villagers' relations with the Uchiha will deteriorate further. At the mention of the Nine-Tails incident, the third Hokage's heart raced. Could he be involved? The chaos of that day was controlled by Genjutsu, and now the Uchiha had unveiled a Mangekyo. He had been concealing his strength with ulterior motives. The third Hokage took a long drag from his pipe, slowly exhaling to calm his thoughts. Shui, I will not allow this conflict to escalate. Please continue detailing the situation within the clan. Shui's worry eased somewhat. He also mentioned that Hikari has awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. On his return, he was ambushed by the village's ninjas and was also set upon by root ninjas. Cough, cough. The third Hokage suddenly inhaled too deeply, choking and erupting into a fit of violent coughs, clutching his chest. 2 Mangekyo Sharingan. How is this possible? And to be ambushed by Danzo. What an incompetent fool. This is troubling. Both of them harbor ill feelings towards the village, and they are quite close to one another. Hokage-sama, are you all right? Shui inquired with concern. I'm fine. Just choked on smoke. Please continue. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. That's all for now, Hokage-sama. You must prevent this conflict from deepening. Shui, please return for now. Report any developments in the clan to me immediately, so I can act to prevent further escalation. Understood, Hokage-sama. Shui bowed and departed. The third Hokage watched Shui leave, then resumed smoking his pipe, drawing deeply as if to expel the worries from his mind. Shino, go retrieve the summoning creature left by Jiraiya. A ninja appeared and then vanished. The third Hokage realized he must summon Jiraiya back, with 2 Mangekyo Sharingan emerging from the Uchiha clan. Their strength equated to that of a Kage. Currently, with Minato deceased, Orochimaru having defected, and Jiraiya pursuing him, he was the only one with Kage-level strength in the village. If the Uchiha were to instigate a coup, his heart felt uneasy. Not long after, Shino returned, placing a frog the size of a basketball on the table. The third Hokage inserted a letter into the frog's mouth. In a puff of smoke, the frog vanished. In a dimly lit base within the land of fire, Danzo crushed the staff in his hand, his only visible eye glinting with malevolence. Damn Uchiha, the wicked Uchiha. After a moment, he composed himself and returned to his seat. Oil woman, proceed cautiously with Hikari's situation. Understood, Danzo-sama, she replied hesitantly. In the land of hot water, at a brothel, Jiraiya was surrounded by two lovely women, while another poured a drink into his mouth. Suddenly, he withdrew his hand from the women, stepping aside to bite his fingertip and form a seal. A frog appeared, carrying a letter in its mouth. He took the letter, opened it, and after a moment, pulled out a pouch of money, tossing it on the table as he headed for the door. Don't go. Stay and play with us. The women cried out. I have matters to attend to. I will return to play another time, Jiraiya replied, brushing past them. With two Kage-level Uchiha emerging and a clan leader devoid of any chakra presence, could it be that he possessed pure natural energy? He had long suspected the village was ostracizing the Uchiha. It was only a matter of time before trouble arose. As Jiraiya pondered this, he hurried back to Konoha. Hikari raced through the forest, estimating that if all went well, he would reach Konoha by tomorrow. Chapter 11. Capture as dawn broke. The streets of Konoha village bustled with the usual vigor. The air was filled with the sounds of animated conversation. Inside the security department, the elder stood on the platform, casting a stern gaze over the dozens of ninjas below. Today, does everyone understand the mission? Today marks the first stride for our Uchiha clan. Ensure to capture as many as possible. If they resist, incapacitate them. If you cannot manage, call for your comrades. Is that clear? The ninjas echoed in unison, affirming their understanding. Then this meeting is adjourned. Disperse and commence your tasks, the elder commanded as he descended from the stage. The ninjas grouped in fours and departed. Fayek hesitated several times, wanting to speak, but remained silent until the others had left. Finally, he expressed his concern. Elder, is it truly safe to proceed like this? The elder settled by a tea table, gesturing for Fayek to join him. As Fayek took his seat, the elder reassured him, there will be no repercussions. Our clan possesses two Mangekyo Sharingan, both wielded by the youth. The elder leisurely began preparing tea. Observing his relaxed demeanor, Fayek felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had never witnessed the elder so at ease. You should return home and spend time with your children. Soon, this place will be quite chaotic. A scene you would rather avoid, the elder advised, pouring a cup of tea and sliding it across the table. Very well, I shall take my leave, Fayek replied, swirling the cup before finishing its contents. He then rose and exited the security department. At a street-side breakfast shop, several villagers were gathered, enjoying their morning meal. They noticed a Uchiha clad in clan insignia passing by. Have you heard? It seems the Uchiha were responsible for the Nine-Tails incident. One villager leaned closer to share. I heard they used the Sharingan to control them, another chimed in. Rumor has it they are a cursed clan. Yes, I've heard their Sharingan requires the sacrifice of loved ones, blood relatives. Who would want to associate with them? They lamented, casting aspersions on the Uchiha. As they engaged in their discussion, four Uchiha members clad in security uniforms burst in, plunging the atmosphere into silence. Three of them encircled the villagers who had been conversing animatedly. The villagers exchanged nervous glances, aware of the onlookers around them. Do you Uchiha intend to harm us? One villager stammered. The four pairs of blood-red eyes fixed upon him, causing him to break into a cold sweat and fall silent. Spreading rumors, disrupting peace, tarnishing the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Take them away. The leading captain with crimson eyes commanded. The three team members seized the villagers, escorting them towards the exit, while the captain surveyed the onlookers before stepping outside as well. I shall report you to the Hokage. You have no right to arrest us, yelled a villager who had not been captured, sighing in relief as he heard the commotion outside. Similar incidents were unfolding throughout Konoha. Some villagers were easily apprehended, while others resisted and were subdued. Outside the security department, shadows swarmed as ninjas in uniforms frequently escorted groups of villagers inside. The clamor of villagers demanding to know the basis of their arrests grew louder. The ranks of dissenting villagers swelled. Before long, the holding cells in the security department were brimming with detainees, while the outside was crowded with protesting villagers. The elder intervened, halting the clan members eager to continue their captures. Their faces were alight with excitement, relieved to finally vent the frustrations of recent months. However, the realization that the day would end in disappointment set in. As the elder emerged from the security department, he was met with a throng of people clamoring for the release of their kin, interspersed with curses directed at the Uchiha. Had it not been for the clan members holding back the crowd, they would have stormed in long ago. The elder unleashed an imposing aura, instantly silencing the crowd. Today's captures are solely those who have spread rumors, disrupted the reputation of the Uchiha, and disturbed the peace of Konoha. They will either face 15 days of detention or a fine of 15,000 Ryo. Those who continue to curse will be detained immediately. You may either pay the fine or leave, he declared. 2 security ninjas set up a table at the entrance. A young ninja, one hand clutching a basket and the other a receipt book, seated himself at the table. Here, you may pay your fine. Once settled. Take my stamped receipt to the prison gate to retrieve your family members, he announced. You can't do this. I will report you to the Hokage. This is extortion. I believe the Uchiha were behind the Nine-Tails incident. They are the evil clan. A young villager shouted from the crowd. 2 ninjas lunged at him, causing a commotion as the crowd parted to make way for them. The ninjas took hold of him and led him to the prison. You cannot arrest me. I am Yuan Fei from the Ji clan. You said I wouldn't be captured. He protested, scanning the crowd for any sign of Ji Ming. A foolish youth had mingled among the throng just meters away. The elder furrowed his brow but did not intervene. As for Ji Ming, who remained hidden, he could not identify him, so he let it be. Those paying fines, line up. Those who refuse, leave. You will be released in 15 days. An elder clan member yelled. Many complied, forming a queue at the table, while others, filled with resentment, walked away. Outside the Hokage Tower, the atmosphere was charged with voices clamoring for attention. We demand to see the Hokage. The Uchiha are arresting people, and I must lodge a complaint. They are extorting money. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage listened to the uproar outside, his expression one of exasperation. He was aware of the Uchiha's actions and was curious to see how far they would go. As he massaged his temples, he pondered the predicament the Uchiha's aggressive tactics had placed him in. Nishin, go to the security department and assess their stance. Ideally, secure the release of the captives. Also, disperse the villagers outside. Inform them that I will address the situation. He instructed a ninja who bowed and departed. The third Hokage resumed his work, inhaling smoke as he dealt with administrative matters. He was reluctant to confront the villagers. If the Uchiha refused to release the captives, it would exacerbate the situation, and the villagers would need to endure some hardship. After a while, the noise outside subsided. An hour later, Nishin returned, his countenance dark, with visible anger in his eyes. Hokage-sama, some from the Yuan clan have also been apprehended. They have no respect for us, those damned Uchiha, he exclaimed. Who was taken? Are they refusing to release anyone? The third Hokage set down his documents, taking a deep breath. This had been anticipated. He had gleaned as much from the information brought by Shursui the previous day. However, he had not expected one of his own clan members to be among the captives. It's Yuan Zhener. He was tricked by someone from the Ji clan. Nishin reported. Let him remain in the prison for some reflection, the third Hokage replied. What is the Uchiha's response? They are quite adamant, stating that if the Hokage insists on releasing the captives, the bill must be settled first, Nishin replied, producing a scroll and placing it on the Hokage's desk. Chapter 12. The light tree takes a journey with us. The third Hokage unrolled the scroll, revealing a stark message. The Konoha Guard Division had been established for over 40 years, incurring an annual expense of 100 million. The scroll contained the overall accounts. A fit of coughing seized the third Hokage, choked by smoke, but gradually subsided. Li Yuan's intent was clear. If one wishes to govern, then the funding that has supported the Guard Division must be provided. If not, one should refrain from meddling in its affairs. Since its inception, the village had never contributed financially. The Uchiha clan had sustained it solely through their family resources. The third Hokage touched his chest and resumed puffing on his pipe. He found himself in dire need of funds, contemplating whether to dispatch ninjas to petition the daimyo for additional resources for Konoha. Asking for over 4 billion was an impossibility. He could scarcely produce a single billion at present. Shin no Suk, do not concern yourself with the Uchiha's apprehensions. Continue to monitor them closely and report any new developments immediately. With a deep draw on his pipe, the third Hokage reclined in his chair, lost in thought. The Uchiha clan had transformed under the new clan leader, becoming a formidable challenge. However, allowing them to operate unchecked within the Guard Division would jeopardize the village's stability. Suddenly, the door swung open with a violent crash. Danzo entered, leaning on his cane. Sarutobi, will you truly allow the Uchiha to act without restraint? This is a perilous signal. The third Hokage glanced at him, responding slowly. For now, they are merely exercising their rightful authority within the Guard Division. Furthermore, we both understand that the village currently lacks the energy and strength to confront the Uchiha. Danzo scoffed, you are always so indecisive. Sooner or later, the Uchiha will become a significant threat to the village. The third Hokage shook his head in resignation. What do you propose? A forceful suppression will only backfire, especially as their power has significantly increased. After a moment of silence, Danzo proposed, perhaps we could eliminate one of their Mangekyo. The new clan leader has just assumed power. We could exploit this internal discord. The third Hokage's expression shifted with alarm. Such a method is far too perilous. I cannot condone it. Danzo's face darkened. If you refuse, then prepare for the Uchiha to slip from our control. The third Hokage's gaze hardened. I believe there is a better solution. We should strive to enhance communication and cooperation with the Uchiha, granting them the respect and trust they deserve. Perhaps this could defuse the tensions. Danzo snickered dismissively, naive. The Uchiha's ambitions are not so easily sated. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. With that, he turned and departed. The third Hokage fell into contemplation. Fully aware that Danzo's concerns held weight. Crucially, he had noted that Guangshu shared a close bond with the Yuan, and he dared not take such risks without more information. He resolved to wait for Jiraiya's return before devising a strategy. For the time being, it was imperative to soothe the Uchiha and maintain the status quo to prevent any further conflicts. Outside Konoha, Guangshu perched atop a large tree, hesitating as he gazed at the village's path. Will it be safe to return? He wondered, rubbing his head. Having cautiously concealed his journey, he made his way back to the jungle, 2 kilometers from Konoha. Disregarding his apprehensions, Guangshu leapt from the tree and approached the main road. An eagle soared overhead towards the village. Upon reaching the village gates, Guangshu encountered 2 familiar gatekeeping ninjas. They recognized him, but made no move to accuse him of treachery or engage him in combat. Guangshu, you've returned, they greeted him nonchalantly. Feeling a wave of relief, Guangshu relaxed his tense body. Yes, I'm back, he waved and stepped through the gate. Suddenly, 2 masked ninjas appeared, blocking his path. Guangshu, you are suspected of killing a comrade and betraying the village. Come with us. One of the ninjas, donning a snake mask, stepped forward. Ignoring them, Guangshu sidestepped and tried to enter the village. Rustling sounds echoed as more masked ninjas emerged, encircling him. Has Uchiha Guangshu betrayed the village? It can't be. The Uchiha were in an uproar this morning, and now one has defected at noon? Murmured a few ninjas preparing to head out. This isn't the Anbu. This is the route, noted a senior ninja after a careful inspection. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned silent. One ninja slipped away, sprinting towards the Hokage's building. You dare to call me a traitor? Produce my wanted notice. Guangshu glared at them, his hand reaching for the kunai at his waist. Guangshu, come with us. The authorities will determine your status. The leading snake-masked ninja brandished his kunai. Tension escalated, the air thick with impending conflict. Without warning, the standoff erupted. Resist arrest at your own peril. The snake-masked ninja hurled a shuriken at Guangshu. Activating his Sharingan, Guangshu deftly evaded the shuriken and retaliated with one of his own. The other ninjas joined the fray, launching their shurikens as well. Most advanced towards Guangshu, while 2 or 3 began forming hand seals to unleash ninjutsu. Guangshu charged at the ninjas, dodging a kunai aimed at him, swiftly countering with a strike before retracting his kunai to deliver a punch. However, his restraint resulted in a missed opportunity, and a kunai grazed his chest, drawing blood. Initially, he had wished to avoid lethal force in the village, mindful of the civilians and fellow ninjas watching. But as they escalated their aggression, he too would respond in kind. Feeling the warmth of blood seeping from his chest, Guangshu tightened his grip on the kunai, the 3 tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he rejoined the battle. Shadows flitted around as kunai clashed continuously. One ninja completed the shadow imitation technique, extending their shadow towards Guangshu. As Guangshu evaded the encroaching shadow, he thrust a kunai into the chest of the ninja before him, sending another sprawling to the ground. One fell, blood gushing from a severe wound, while another quickly rose to rejoin the fight. Suddenly, an ominous shadow latched onto Guangshu's own. In a chapter 13, Did I Let You Go? Suddenly, Yuan arrived, accompanied by the Uchiha Security Department ninjas. They swiftly leaped into the heart of the battlefield, shielding Guangshu behind them, their vigilant gazes sweeping over the surrounding root ninjas. Occasionally, they cast envious glances at the green skeletal figure, a hand reaching out to touch it, only to retract halfway. During the clan meeting yesterday, they had also glimpsed Yuan's golden skeletal figure, but the crowd had been too dense. Seeing Yuan and his kin arrive, Guangshu couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, causing the Susanoo of the green skeletal figure to dissipate. Guangshu's eyes felt slightly swollen, and his vision blurred. He instinctively rubbed them. Yuan approached Guangshu, a red glow emanating from his hand as it rested on Guangshu's shoulder. He aimed to understand why the Mangekyo Sharingan was causing a decline in vision, even leading to blindness. With such a promising subject at hand, not investigating would be a disservice to his abilities. The red light flowed into Guangshu's body, circulating rapidly before settling at his eyes. Yuan discerned minute fissures in the veins surrounding Guangshu's eyes, the double Sharingan slightly swollen. The red light clung to his eyes, swiftly repairing the cells and veins. Yuan concluded that the deficiency in physical yang attributes was the root cause. Clearly, the powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan required the release of both ocular strength and chakra through the Sharingan, which strained the veins and the eyes. Repeated use of the Mangekyo would accumulate ocular damage, ultimately resulting in blindness. As for the transplantation of a blood relative's Mangekyo to awaken the eternal Mangekyo, it likely involved the restoration of the ocular bloodline. Yuan was resolute in preventing Guangshu from utilizing photons to awaken the eternal eye. As long as he was present, he could mend any damage to Guangshu's Sharingan with his red hand. In truth, there were other methods as well, such as integrating white Zetsu cells or Hashirama cells to enhance physical yang attributes. Much like Obito, who had merged with white Zetsu after employing the Mangekyo, his cells would repair the damage, effectively preventing further blindness. Li Yuan was also curious to witness the effects of perfect integration of Hashirama's cells within the Uchiha. According to the original narrative, an Uchiha who had achieved Inyan completion might not awaken the Rinnegan, as they lacked the chakra of Ashura and Indra. As for Li Yuan himself, he had no intention of integrating any cells. After all, he practiced the Golden Light incantation, which allowed him to gradually nourish his physical body, thereby enhancing his yang attributes. His Sharingan had undergone a transformation and could perhaps be termed the Golden Eye. Li Yuan felt that his current physical form was not inferior to that of a small sage. Anyone in the village had far weaker life force than he did. Having never encountered Hashirama, he found it hard to compare, but he had seen Kushina Uzumaki, whose life force could not rival his own. What is this? Guangshu lowered his hand from his eyes. He felt a gentle force enveloping his eyes. The swelling subsided, and his vision became clear once more. Li Yuan shook his head, signaling Guangshu to refrain from showing his relief. Understanding, Guangshu rubbed his eyes once again. Danzo, are you still going to fight? Li Yuan withdrew his hand and turned to face Danzo. In truth, Li Yuan had already arrived nearby and sensed Danzo's presence. Danzo wished to ascertain whether Guangshu had genuinely awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Li Yuan also wanted Guangshu to reveal his Susanoo. What one hears could never compare to what one sees. The ninjas surrounding Guangshu were formidable, possessing strength akin to that of ordinary jonin, likely elite members of the root. With several lost, Danzo must be feeling the sting of their losses deeply. Guangshu has slain fellow village ninjas. Danzo gripped his cane tightly. Oh, who did he kill? How come I was not aware? Li Yuan feigned ignorance, digging in his ears. The body lying on the ground was precisely what Danzo pointed to. Veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze chillingly intense. Li Yuan walked over and removed a ninja's mask. What fellow villager? I do not recognize him. Has the Hokage building been logged? Li Yuan kicked the body. As for the two who had fallen victim to Amaterasu, only a trace of ash remained. You Uchiha are harboring the traitorous ninjas who have slain fellow villagers. Is this not treason? Danzo accused, pointing his cane at Li Yuan. Harboring? Treason? You lay in ambush against my clan outside the village. Do not think I am unaware. Today, we have slain your men. What say you? Li Yuan returned to Guangshu's side, forming a golden sword in his grasp. The other Uchiha clan members also gripped their kunai tightly, their eyes fixed on the opposing ninjas. The root ninjas mirrored the action, tightening their grips on their kunai, both sides poised for confrontation, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Just as they were about to strike, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, suddenly appeared among them. Cease this at once. His voice was deep and authoritative. A throng of Anbu ninjas surged in, separating the two factions. Several Anbu approached the onlookers, issuing a gag order. Danzo scoffed. Hiruzen, you must see clearly. The Uchiha are openly defying the village's regulations, protecting traitors. Sarutobi surveyed the corpses on the ground, then glanced at Guangshu, slowly stating, whether Guangshu is a traitor will be investigated later. The unfolding events were all too clear. He understood the implications of the situation. Now was not the time to turn against the Uchiha. A conflict between the village and the Uchiha would lead to disaster. Their stance was evident, and the new clan leader was quite formidable. Danzo, withdraw your men. Laying an ambush at the village gate is against the rules. Sarutobi retrieved his pipe. Hiruzen, you. Danzo's face darkened as he slammed his cane down. Come back, he barked. Shadows shifted as the ninjas returned to Danzo's side. Damn Uchiha. Danzo glared at the Li clan and turned to leave. Did I permit you to depart? Li Yuan shouted. Suddenly, a flurry of ninjas rushed in from the distance. Among them were members of various clans from Konoha, as well as over 100 Uchiha clansmen. The figures swiftly split to either side, confronting one another. Danzo halted, astonished as he turned to Li Yuan. What do you intend to do? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also looked at Li Yuan in shock. My clansmen were ambushed without cause and falsely branded as traitors. As their clan leader, should I not seek justice? Li Yuan grinned. He, too, wished to gauge the village's stance. As the saying goes, the kind are often taken advantage of, and the gentle are often ridden. When one is strong, others appear weak. When one is weak, others become strong. Li Yuan, what do you wish to do? The third Hokage rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He longed for Fugaku. During his tenure as clan leader, there had been far fewer complications, and he could bully without restraint. I demand he relinquish the Sharingan he possesses. Li Yuan fixed his gaze on Danzo. What? He possesses a Sharingan? The third Hokage was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure. That was entrusted to him by his companion. With the prior consent of your former clan leader. Sarutobi inhaled deeply. He was aware that Danzo had covered his eye, which should belong to Uchiha Kakashi. I am not referring to the eye itself, but rather to his right hand. Li Yuan clenched his fist. Do not think that merely wrapping it in cloth can conceal it. I can sense the aura of the Sharingan. A sword formed in Li Yuan's hand once more. The surrounding clan members also gripped their kunai tightly, bracing for the impending conflict. Chapter 14. Danzo removes the cloth from his right hand. Everyone turned their gaze towards Danzo's right hand, which had been wrapped for an unknown duration. Danzo sensed the attention but merely snorted disdainfully, remaining unfazed. The third Hokage, witnessing Danzo's reaction, felt his spirits plummet, realizing the gravity of the situation. Let us leave it at that, Yuan. The events of today have already spread throughout the village. We shall discuss this another time, the third Hokage remarked, furrowing his brow. What do you mean another time? Assassinating my clansmen and extracting their Sharingan is no trivial matter, Yuan shouted angrily. With multiple clan leaders present, Yuan insisted that Danzo unveil the cloth concealing his hand. He glanced at the onlooking clan leaders, who had arrived alongside the previous wave of ninjas. The Uchiha clan ninjas stood behind Yuan, while the third Hokage positioned himself in the middle, flanked by common ninjas and smaller clans, who eyed the Uchiha with suspicion. Danzo and his root ninjas lingered not far from the third Hokage, while the Hyuga clan, led by Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi, watched the unfolding drama from the sidelines. The Oil Woman and Inuzuka clans had also sent representatives to observe. Even the Nara clan, led by Nara Shikaku, was present, all witnessing the conflict between Danzo and the Uchiha. They were eager to see the truth revealed, as many had lost children to Danzo's machinations, their fates unknown. The Hyuga clan had managed to avoid Danzo's wrath due to their branch family system, but had still faced considerable ostracization from both Danzo and the third Hokage. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Danzo's expression darkened significantly. He understood that should the truth come to light, he would become the target of collective ire. Without waiting for Danzo's response, Yuan turned to Hinata Hizashi and inquired, what would you do if someone ambushed your clansmen and extracted their Byakugan for transplantation? Naturally, we would mobilize our entire clan to ensure their survival. Hizashi began but faltered under Danzo's menacing glare and the third Hokage's serious demeanor. This is an impossibility within the Hyuga clan, Hizashi continued, though a few Hyuga ninjas activated their Byakugan, gazing intently at Danzo's concealed hand, their expressions filled with disbelief. Hizashi shot a disapproving glance at the branch family ninjas, activating his Byakugan as well, compelled by the astonished expressions of his clan. He had not wished to involve himself in this matter, but the look on his clansmen's faces indicated that something was amiss. If Danzo dared to steal the Uchiha's bloodline today, he would not hesitate to target the Hyuga's Byakugan tomorrow. Beneath the fabric, an eerie right hand with multiple crimson orbs stirred, intermittently blinking. Upon closer inspection, there were 8 Sharingan, all bearing the 3 Tomo. Hizashi gasped in astonishment, mirroring the shock on his face. Danzo, fixated on Hizashi, seemed to convey a silent warning. Silence. Dare to speak and face the consequences. Since acquiring the cells of Hashirama and the Sharingan, Danzo had seldom revealed himself unnecessarily before others. What is it? Is there a problem? The third Hokage inquired, scrutinizing Hizashi. Hizashi closed his Byakugan and steadied his composure. Lord Hokage, perhaps we should insist that Danzo unveil his hand, he suggested, albeit hesitantly. The third Hokage's expression darkened. He had initially hoped the Hyuga clan would provide a graceful exit, but now Hizashi's proposal complicated matters further. Hizashi had not intended to escalate the situation. But Danzo had crossed the line with the Uchiha, and yielding now was out of the question. The other clan leaders, observing the unfolding drama, began whispering amongst themselves. It seemed increasingly likely that Danzo's right hand concealed Sharingan, yet the true extent of Hizashi's shock remained a mystery. Listening to the murmurs, the Uchiha clan shifted from tense confrontation to furious anticipation, demanding Danzo reveal the truth of his right hand. Realizing he could no longer remain, Danzo scanned the crowd. Casting a menacing glare at the Uchiha and Hyuga, surrounded by root ninjas, he began to retreat. Where do you think you're going? Stay put, Yuan bellowed. Over 100 Uchiha ninjas activated their Sharingan, ready to charge at Danzo, a palpable aura of rage rising. Everyone halt, the third Hokage commanded, positioning himself between Danzo and the Uchiha. Danzo halted, as did Yuan, with 100 pairs of crimson eyes fixed on him. Yuan, what do you intend to do? The third Hokage asked, gripping his pipe tightly. Today, Danzo must reveal his right hand. The presence of multiple Sharingan was undeniable. Yuan pointed his golden sword at Danzo. Danzo, unveil the cloth covering your hand, the third Hokage demanded. Yamamoto you. Danzo stammered, his cane tapping the ground with irritation. Danzo's expression darkened as he gazed at the third Hokage, astonished that even Yamamoto demanded he unveil his hand. He shot a heavy glare at Yuan, scanning the Uchiha. Reaching out, he touched the bandages wrapping his right hand, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately refraining from revealing it. He understood that unveiling it was out of the question. He did not believe the Uchiha would dare to attack him. With swift determination, Danzo made his escape, the root ninjas following closely behind. This sudden movement left the onlookers momentarily stunned, as they had anticipated witnessing the truth of Danzo's right hand. However, the Uchiha were not caught off guard. They had been closely monitoring Danzo with their Sharingan and were ready to pursue him. Danzo you! The third Hokage roared in frustration. Surprised by Danzo's sudden flight, the third Hokage realized that the priority was to prevent the situation from escalating into violence. As Danzo fled, The third Hokage understood that his suspicions about the Sharingan were likely accurate. His immediate goal was to restrain the Uchiha. Ninjas, halt the Uchiha. Do not harm them. The third Hokage urgently commanded. Ninjas surrounding the third Hokage swiftly rushed toward the Uchiha, while the onlooking clan members reluctantly joined the fray. With the third Hokage's order echoing, engaging in combat became unavoidable. Both sides displayed restraint. The Uchiha merely sought to intercept Danzo, while the village ninjas aimed to block the Uchiha. A chaotic melee ensued. Fists flying as both sides exchanged blows. Previous grievances, regardless of their origin, were now unleashed upon one another. In no time, the ground was strewn with fallen figures. And the third Hokage, his face darkened, observed the scene with a grimace, his lips twitching in concern. He feared the conflict would escalate beyond control, inadvertently transforming into a contest of camaraderie. This marked the first large-scale skirmish within Konoha since its establishment. Li Yuan refrained from joining the fray, witnessing the chaos settle. Everything unfolded as Li Yuan had anticipated. The third Hokage would undoubtedly support Danzo. Li Yuan had no desire to escalate matters further, as it would entangle him in Konoha's turmoil and jeopardize his future plans. Lord Hokage, we demand an explanation from the Uchiha, Li Yuan stated as he approached the third Hokage. I will conduct a thorough investigation. Tomorrow morning, all clan leaders are to convene at the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage replied, surveying the assembly. I will be there on time, Li Yuan affirmed before turning to depart. Over 100 Uchiha members, clutching their faces and chests, supported one another as they made their exit. Chapter 15. How the kaleidoscope opened in the Uchiha clan's territory. At the central training ground, clusters of clan members gathered, discussing whom they had bested that day, each revealing their long-held grievances. Li Yuan and his companions had returned to the clan grounds. In the heart of the training arena stood 5 elders, Li Yuan and Guangshu, alongside several elite jonin of the clan, with Shursui positioned behind Fugaku. Given today's commotion, won't it exacerbate our tensions with the village? Shursui tugged at Fugaku's sleeve. Exacerbate? Are our tensions not already profound? Li Yuan cast a glance at Fugaku and Shursui. But Shursui hesitated to voice his thoughts. Is this the crux of the matter? The true issue lies with Danzo's betrayal and the extraction of the Sharingan. Li Yuan interjected before Shursui could finish. Danzo dared not reveal his right hand today. There is undoubtedly something amiss, the elder remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed. There is something wrong. After exchanging a few words, all eyes turned to Li Yuan, awaiting his elucidation. You are aware that I cultivate natural energy and possess heightened perception, Li Yuan began, contemplating his words. Today, upon encountering Danzo, I sensed several presences of Sharingan. What? Several Sharingan? Impossible. Lord Danzo would never. Shursui exclaimed in disbelief. Earlier, Shursui had been present at the village gate incident, merely an observer. Reluctant to intervene as he witnessed the clan's plight, Li Yuan regarded Shursui with a deep, sorrowful gaze, recognizing the futility of hope for the boy. No wonder in the original tale, he had been ambushed by Danzo and lost an eye, subsequently taking his own life. He trusted the third Hokage and Danzo over his own kin. He activated the Mangekyo Sharingan without informing the clan, rushing to report to the third Hokage and Danzo. With such a close-knit relationship with Konoha, it was a wonder Itachi did not stray from the path, compounded by an unreliable father. Shursui fell silent under Li Yuan's scrutiny. Guangshu, how did you come into conflict with Danzo? The second elder inquired. Guangshu glanced at Li Yuan, who retrieved a small orb from his pocket. A blue light enveloped it, transforming it into a luminous sphere. Press it against your forehead, and you shall understand. Li Yuan offered the orb to the elder. The elder, perplexed yet intrigued, complied, placing the orb against his forehead and probing with his spiritual energy. Moments later, his expression shifted dramatically. He clenched his fists and bellowed. Damn the root, damn Danzo. The other elders, bewildered, stared at the orb in the elder's hands. Could this be a jutsu for memory extraction? But it should not be able to project light for others to see. Take a look as well. It is a memory extraction. The elder passed the orb to the second elder. This is the memory of the ambush Guangshu encountered at the borders of the Fire Country. Guangshu had previously sealed the bodies of the assailants within a scroll and presented it to Li Yuan on a distant island, which would henceforth be known as Eagle Island. Li Yuan extracted the memories, selecting the most pertinent ones related to the Uchiha, sealing them within the orb. The memories detailed the entire ambush on Guangshu, as well as the fates of several clan members who had failed their missions, culminating in their assassination and the extraction of their eyes. After a brief silence, all the elders had finished viewing the contents, their faces ablaze with fury. No wonder there are always Uchiha with 3 Tomo failing missions, the second elder murmured. The fourth elder's eyes burned with rage. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. It is all my fault. I had my suspicions regarding Danzo. Just months ago, I reported some information. And soon after, several clan members failed their missions. Though the fourth elder had aided Danzo by relaying family information, his intentions had been for the clan's welfare. They merely disagreed on methods. Fugaku, the fifth elder, remained silent, previously harboring mere suspicions but now realizing that Danzo had acted far sooner than anticipated. The orb was handed to Shui, who observed the elder's expressions in disbelief. Shui accepted the orb and pressed it to his forehead. Moments later, how could this be? Damn Danzo! Shui erupted in fury. His eyes, now 3 tomo, began to spin rapidly, converging into a mysterious pattern. Chakra surged, and an aura emanated from him. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Several elders exclaimed, leaping in astonishment. With a thud, Shui collapsed, losing consciousness. Shui, are you alright? Fugaku rushed over to check. Shui had merely bumped his head upon falling, though he seemed to have suffered some mental shock. Is this the Mangekyo? Fugaku gazed at Li Yuan with anticipation. The elders awaited Li Yuan's confirmation, as did the surrounding clansmen, who drew closer. Li Yuan, somewhat exasperated, pondered how a glimpse into Danzo's betrayal could lead to the awakening of the Mangekyo. He did not wish for Shui to awaken it, now that he had. It remained uncertain where his loyalties lay, whether with Konoha or the clan. It is indeed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Li Yuan rubbed his temples. Heaven bless the Uchiha. Another clan member has awakened the Mangekyo. Laughter erupted among the elders, their earlier fury dissipating into exhilaration. Li Yuan chose not to disrupt their elation, remaining silent. He sensed the surroundings. There were no Anbu monitoring nearby, though some were present at a distance. Given their perception, they likely could not detect the fleeting aura that had just surged. Li Yuan surveyed the gathered clan members and spoke. Today, Shui has awakened the Mangekyo. Let us keep this confidential for now. You may all return and rest. The clan members cast envious glances at Shui as they departed. Fugaku. Shui has been stimulated into awakening the Mangekyo. Please take him home to rest, Li Yuan instructed, turning to Fugaku. Fugaku bowed slightly, cradling Shui as he left. Lord, what about tomorrow's Konoha ninja meeting? The second elder inquired. I will attend with the elder and Guangshu. You need not worry, Li Yuan said, stroking his chin. Return and rest well, Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The elders departed, and Guangshu voiced, then I shall return as well. Go back, since hearing of your ambush. Hikari has been quite worried about you. Make haste to see her, Li Yuan urged. Guangshu departed, leaving Li Yuan alone in the training ground, lost in contemplation. Shui had awakened the Mangekyo. This time, it should not be a manifestation of Kotoeme Tsukumi. In the original tale, Shui activated the Mangekyo upon witnessing the irreconcilable conflict between the clan and the village. This time, however, he had awakened it after witnessing Danzo's betrayal against their kin. Regardless, he hoped Shui would not stray from his path, aligning himself with the village. Guangshu's strength needed enhancement. The Hashirama cells in Danzo's possession were a waste. In Li Yuan's hands, they could reach their utmost potential. He pondered how to retrieve them. That night, in the Hokage's office, do not attend tomorrow's ninja conference, the third Hokage said, puffing on his pipe. Danzo snorted, offering no retort. Also, relinquish several pairs of Sharingan. I need them to manage the situation tomorrow, the third Hokage remarked, glancing at Danzo's right hand. Danzo, you are merely retreating. The Uchiha will only grow bolder. Danzo slammed his cane, shouting. I am the Hokage, the third Hokage retorted fiercely. The two locked eyes, tension thick in the air. Moments later, Danzo turned on his heel and kicked the door open, leaving with a resounding crash as the door slammed against the wall. The third Hokage continued to puff on his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. Suddenly, he looked toward the window, his frown easing as he spoke. Ah, you have arrived. Chapter 16. When to marry KKO, a figure leaped through the window, revealing a middle-aged man with white hair, adorned with an oil-stained forehead protector, none other than Jiraiya. Old man, it's rare to see you in such a hurry, he teased, crossing his arms. You should be aware of today's events, right? The third Hokage regarded his disciple. Quite interesting, too bad I arrived late and missed that grand melee. Jiraiya lamented, stroking his chin. Be serious, what are your thoughts on the Uchiha? The third Hokage said with a grim expression. The mere recollection of the day's events darkened his mood. What was meant to be an intervention to prevent a clash between the Uchiha and Danzo had devolved into a personal feud. It was the first time since his tenure as Hokage that such chaos had erupted in Konoha, a moment that would likely be etched into the village's history. The Uchiha? As long as they don't attempt a coup, it should be fine, Jiraiya replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on the third Hokage. He was well aware of the old man's efforts to marginalize the Uchiha. With their newfound strength and a change in leadership, they were poised to retaliate. But Jiraiya was indifferent. As long as Konoha remained stable and peaceful, he would choose to remain oblivious to the rest. And what do you make of the sudden emergence of the Mangekyo Sharingan right after Minato's death? The third Hokage inquired urgently. Jiraiya paused for a moment before responding. I don't believe it was the Uchiha clan's doing. As for this new clan leader, I intend to observe and engage with him. Jiraiya knew that Minato had a good rapport with Fugaku, the previous clan leader, and the Uchiha had consistently supported Minato's ascent to Hokage, investing significant trust in him. There was no rationale for them to betray him after his success. Then you should remain in the village a while longer. Will you attend tomorrow's meeting? The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke. I won't be attending. I'm leaving, Jiraiya chuckled as he leaped out the window. The third Hokage pinched his pipe, contemplating that Jiraiya would likely not engage in anything productive to alleviate his burdens. In the dead of night, within the Uchiha clan's territory, a room bore witness to the fourth elder putting the finishing touches on his written notes. He set the pen down, regarded the paper with satisfaction, and pressed it beneath a weight. Rising, he retrieved a scroll from a cabinet, murmuring to himself, "This many explosive tags should suffice." He secured the scroll and stepped outside, glancing wistfully at a certain room before resolutely stepping into the shadows. In a secluded part of Konoha, the fourth elder halted and declared, "I must see Lord Danzo. I have significant news." Two figures emerged, both masked shinobi, who escorted the fourth elder into the darkness. Shortly thereafter, a resounding explosion echoed through the night, causing the ground to tremble slightly, with flickering flames visible. Moments later, the chaos subsided, and a shadow materialized, surveying the scene with a furious roar, "Damn the Uchiha. Those vile Uchiha." As dawn broke over Konoha, the village buzzed with its usual commotion, the Uchiha clan's territory no exception. Numerous clan members had risen early to train in the training grounds, the sounds of their exertions echoing. Yuan had also risen early, partaking in breakfast at the home of KKO. His family lived nearby. His father and KKO's father had been childhood friends, and their mothers shared a good relationship. Since his parents' passing, he often dined there. KKO's father had died on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi War, while her mother, a commoner named Uchiha Yuan, was known for her kindness. "Yuan auntie, I'm done," Yuan announced, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. KKO, seeing this, hurriedly shoved the remaining rice into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out as she chewed hastily and swallowed, quickly reaching for her cup to wash it down. "Mother, I'm done too." KKO sighed with relief, nearly choking just moments earlier. "Yuan auntie, we're leaving," Yuan said, standing and heading toward the door. "Be safe." A woman in her 40s emerged from the kitchen, tidying up the table, clad in an apron with her black hair cascading over her shoulders. She appeared much younger than her age. "Wait a moment," KKO exclaimed, racing to finish her breakfast, setting down her bowl and rushing to Yuan. She approached him, adjusting his collar with a frown. "As the clan leader, you need to maintain your image," she insisted. "Come on, help me check. It is a village-wide assembly." KKO replied, turning slightly. "You don't need to. No one will be looking at you," Yuan retorted with a sidelong glance. "KKO, you've..." Yuan shot her a glance, but she walked away, displeased. "Oh dear, my KKO has learned to take care of others," Yuan Annie teased, then turned her cheerful gaze to Yuan. "When are you going to marry my KKO? Look at her, even before being wed. She knows how to be a good wife. Perhaps in a year or two, once KKO comes of age," Yuan replied, ruffling KKO's hair. "I'm 16 already. I am of age," KKO exclaimed, her face flushed, murmuring under her breath. "My KKO is getting a bit impatient," Yuan Andy remarked. KKO's cheeks reddened further, feeling as if steam would escape from her head. "Be good. I'll marry you once you turn 18, Yuan promised, embracing her. I'll wait for you." KKO nestled into his embrace, responding earnestly. Moments later, "KKO, come wash the dishes," Yuan Annie called, satisfied as she gathered the dishes and retreated to the kitchen. "I'm heading to the kitchen." KKO reluctantly pulled away from Yuan. "Go on. Learn all of Annie's culinary skills so you can cook for me later," Yuan waved. I will." KKO replied excitedly as she entered the kitchen. "KKO, let us go." Yuan turned to KKO's brother, Guangshu, waiting at the door. Guangshu ignored him, huffing as he stepped outside first. Yuan followed, knowing Guangshu was still sulking over KKO's earlier refusal to adjust his collar. Yuan indeed held feelings for KKO, having grown up as childhood friends. KKO was only 16 now, still not of age by the standards of his past life. Waiting 2 years seemed best. Yuan contemplated relocating the entire Uchiha clan away from Konoha to Hying Island, intending to marry KKO only after that. Even if Yuan managed to oust the third Hokage and place the Uchiha in power, the situation would not significantly change. He reflected on the Senju clan, 2 Hokages, who had been betrayed by the third, leading to their downfall. The saying "a new emperor brings new ministers" rang true in this context. Moreover, if the Uchiha remained in Konoha, it would complicate Yuan's plans for action. Having traversed into the world of Naruto, possessing power, he yearned to dabble with tailed beasts and witness the divine tree. Such experiences were essential. Additionally, he desired to see if the chakra fruit could aid him in achieving the status of a sage, akin to those in the realm of One Below One. At the fourth elder's residence, "Father, why are you still in bed at this hour?" Uchiha Junjia pushed the door open. He was taken aback to find the room empty. In the center of the table lay a book atop a sheet filled with writing. Junjia picked up the paper to read, his expression shifting dramatically. He clutched the paper and dashed out in haste. Chapter 17. The Conference. The dismissal of Danzo as the Hokage advisor outside the Hokage building. Yuan, accompanied by Guangshu and the elder, came to a halt. The area was abuzz with chatter as small groups conversed animatedly. It was evident that a considerable number of individuals had arrived. These clusters were likely the guards accompanying the clan elders attending the meeting. After all, only those of significant standing were summoned to such gatherings, and none wished to meet an untimely demise without understanding the cause. Moreover, many held little affection for the third Hokage, feeling similarly marginalized as the Uchiha clan. This was particularly true for the Hyuga clan, as Li Yuan observed at least a dozen of their members present, given that the Senju clan had vanished. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were the largest remaining in the village, and their experiences of exclusion mirrored those of the Uchiha. Li Yuan led Guangshu and the elder towards the Hokage building. An Anbu ninja materialized, blocking their path and informing Guangshu and the elder, Uchiha clan leader, "You may enter." The Uchiha clan has only one seat, the rest must wait outside. Li Yuan felt somewhat exasperated. The Grand Uchiha clan was allotted but a single seat. Konoha had been established by both the Uchiha and Senju clans, utilizing Uchiha ancestral lands. Reflecting on the current state of the Senju, who had no representation, he felt a sense of resignation. "You may wait outside," he instructed as he followed the Anbu ninja into the Hokage building. Guided by the Anbu, Li Yuan entered the conference room. It was an expansive chamber, featuring a large round wooden table surrounded by numerous chairs. Several individuals were already seated, comprising clan leaders and elite jonin from the village. "Uchiha clan leader, you have arrived." Many offered perfunctory greetings, their expressions betraying a curiosity about the unfolding drama. They were all aware that today's assembly was instigated by the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Li Yuan reciprocated the greetings as he was led to his designated seat, which was positioned centrally. He was indifferent to the arrangement, as he had little desire to linger in Konoha, observing around the room. He noted that some individuals were still absent, leaving several prominent seats vacant. After a brief interlude, the third Hokage entered. Li Yuan scanned the room and noted that it was nearly full. As expected, Danzo was absent, along with two other members of Konoha's elite. This was fortuitous, as it spared them from unnecessary verbal sparring. The third Hokage took his seat and began, "I appreciate everyone's attendance at this assembly." Li Yuan stifled a yawn, reflecting that the familiar format of meetings persisted unchanged. After a moment, the third Hokage took a sip of water and noticed Li Yuan's disinterested demeanor. "For the sake of the village's development, I urge everyone to set aside personal grievances. We cannot prioritize individual desires over the will of fire." Li Yuan continued to yawn, fighting off the urge to walk out. The third Hokage, observing Li Yuan's lack of engagement, furrowed his brow, realizing that this generation was too late to fully grasp the will of fire. He paused, inserting a pipe into his mouth and taking a puff. "Have you concluded, Hokage?" "I require an explanation," Li Yuan said. "We can sense the presence of the Sharingan from him." Uchiha clan leader, the third Hokage replied, after investigation. "Danzo did not plot against her kin." He exhaled a cloud of smoke. "As for the Sharingan he possesses, it was retrieved from the body of one of your clan members by his subordinates and was not returned to you." The third Hokage produced a glass jar from his robe and placed it on the table, containing 2 pairs of Sharingan, for crimson orbs in total. The room erupted into hushed conversations, with attendees whispering amongst themselves. Li Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the third Hokage, refraining from taking the jar from the table. "What more do you desire?" Danzo clenched his pipe tightly. "Very well, I have a memory extraction here. Let us examine it," Li Yuan said with a smile, retrieving a luminous orb from his possession. "By probing with one's mental energy, you can access the memories stored within." He handed the orb to a nearby ninja. Li Yuan had discovered yesterday that this world possessed extraordinary abilities, with ninjas wielding mental energy. This orb allowed others to perceive memories simply by probing it with their mental faculties. The clan leader who received the orb was unfamiliar to Li Yuan, as he had not appeared in the original narrative. The third Hokage stared at Li Yuan in astonishment, uncertain of his intentions. Could there be something significant within this orb? The ninja beside him delved into the orb with his mental energy. After a moment, his expression darkened, tossing the orb onto the table and casting a furtive glance at the third Hokage. Another ninja seated nearby picked up the orb, probing it with his mental energy. Several perceptive ninjas in attendance began to explore the orb's memories as well. After a brief interval, Li Yuan remarked, "You are all elite jonin and adept at memory retrieval. Surely you can discern the authenticity of these memories." He rapped the table lightly. The expressions of those who had glimpsed the memories turned grim as they regarded the third Hokage. The ninja who had held the orb passed it to the third Hokage, who examined the reactions of the assembled individuals, feeling a sense of foreboding. He inserted his mental energy into the orb and lowered his gaze to view the memories. After a moment, the third Hokage's forehead veins bulged, and he clenched his pipe until it cracked ominously. "Damn it, Danzo. Why couldn't you handle this more discreetly? This complicates matters." "Wait, isn't it true that the root ninjas have been sealed? They shouldn't be able to retrieve memories," he pondered. Could this be a result of his Mangekyo Sharingan? It cannot be mistaken. According to the records left behind by his teacher, the Mangekyo Sharingan possessed 3 abilities, 2 of which remained unknown, varying from individual to individual, while the third was Susanoo. Guangshu, with a singular eye, recognized it as black flames. Hokage, the evidence is irrefutable. Li Yuan beamed at the third Hokage. According to village regulations, how shall we proceed? The third Hokage lifted his head, noticing all eyes upon him. Some were curiously examining the orb, while others regarded him with displeasure. Very well, he sighed deeply, reluctantly relinquishing the orb. The assassination of a fellow ninja from the same village warrants dismissal and arrest. Danzo's reign is over. Before long, the assembled ninjas had reviewed the memories. They gazed intently at the third Hokage, awaiting his verdict. Many were secretly delighted, their expressions darkened. This was a prime opportunity to unseat Danzo. One that could not be squandered. They could not allow the third Hokage to evade accountability. Once Danzo was ousted, the children of the clans would no longer be taken away. Danzo is to be stripped of his position as Hokage advisor, and the root organization will be dissolved. Merging into the Anbu, the third Hokage declared, inhaling deeply before casting a fierce glare at Li Yuan. Ninjas, escort Danzo to the Anbu prison. A masked ninja stepped forward and departed as instructed. Many ninjas present exhaled in relief. Danzo had finally fallen. Li Yuan understood that Danzo would ultimately evade severe consequences, as he had ties to Yuan Fei and Rizhan. This was as far as he could hope for. Is there anything else? If not, we shall adjourn. The third Hokage glared at the assembly. There is nothing further, Hokage, many responded in unison. Adjourned. The third Hokage slammed the door behind him with a resounding bang, leaving the room echoing with the sound. The crowd gradually filed out of the conference room. Just as Li Yuan stepped through the doorway, he spotted the elder, Guangshu, and Junjie rushing towards him. Junjie held a sheet of paper filled with writing, his face a mask of urgency and anger. Chapter 18. The last words of the fourth elder. What is the matter, Junjie? Li Yuan inquired, noticing Junjie's anxious expression as he set aside the glass jar in his hand. Clan leader, my father is in trouble. Please take a look at this. Junjie urgently handed over a piece of paper filled with writing. What could have happened to the fourth elder? Isn't he one of Danzo's people? The covert actions I took against him have yielded no results, Li Yuan thought, perplexed as he accepted the note and brought it closer to his eyes. Junjie, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be here. Please take good care of yourself and follow the clan leader closely. Do not seek me out, for I cannot face our kin. All of this is my fault, and I have betrayed the position of the fourth elder. At over 40 years of age, I have contributed nothing to the clan and have caused the deaths of many of our people. Around 20 years ago, during a mission, I inadvertently caused the death of a comrade, and our team was left in peril. It was Danzo's men who saved me, threatening me to provide them with information on the Uchiha. They assured me that once he became Hokage, my mistakes would be forgiven, and the Uchiha would no longer be marginalized. How naive I was to believe them. For over 20 years, I reported everything that happened within our clan to him. Yet, each year, several clan members perished on missions, and I reported the deaths of many to Danzo. I once questioned this, but later reassured myself that it was for the sake of the Uchiha. Perhaps I knew, deep down, that if I continued to doubt, I could not bear the truth. Until yesterday, when the clan leader unveiled that memory orb, shattering my self-deception. I suddenly awakened to the reality of my actions over the years. I have lived over 40 years in vain, becoming a sinner of the Uchiha for more than 2 decades. I cannot face my kin. I have betrayed the fourth elder's position, and I must atone. The only thing I regret is not seeing you, Junjie, marry and have children, nor witnessing the birth of my grandchildren. I realize my atonement may bear no fruit, but it is merely a matter of death. Do not grieve too much. I will merely depart to reunite with your mother and elder brother. Also, please deliver this letter to the clan leader. I have matters to discuss with him. Clan leader, there are definitely still Danzo's men within the clan. There are certain matters I did not report, yet Danzo is aware of them. Clan leader, you must lead the Uchiha to rise again. Alas, I will not witness it. With 3 Mangekyo Sharingan emerging from our clan, I could leave this world with a smile. Uchiha Fujikawa, final words. After reading, Li Yuan rubbed his forehead. A typical Uchiha, too trusting of others. When that trust is broken, they resort to extremes. What a pity that the hidden machinations were all in vain. Junjie, it may already be too late. Danzo is unharmed. Your father may have already perished, Li Yuan said, pinching the bridge of his nose. People must be seen alive, and the dead must be accounted for, Junjie retorted, glaring at Li Yuan after a moment of silence. I will inquire with the third Hokage. Danzo was just relieved of his duties. Li Yuan turned and headed towards the Hokage building. In the Anbu prison, Li Yuan remained silent, suspecting that due to the relationship between the third Hokage and Danzo, the latter might not even be in the Anbu prison. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage addressed Jiraiya. How do you feel? As he held his pipe and looked towards him. There is indeed no chakra presence. It is unlike the Sage of the Toads. It should be pure natural energy. I must return to my Bokuzen to inquire further. Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. He should have sensed me, as he looked towards my hiding spot several times. That is not surprising. He can sense the Sharingan chakra, even on Danzo. The third Hokage remarked while taking a puff of smoke. I must say, old man, Danzo's removal from his position is a relief. He was nothing but a troublemaker. Jiraiya said with a smile. Indeed, you should head to my Bokuzen to ask, the third Hokage replied, pinching his pipe. I'll take my leave then, Jiraiya said, forming hand seals before vanishing. As the third Hokage watched Jiraiya leave, he sighed, you all harbor disdain for Danzo, but without him, who will handle the dirty work for me? At that moment, an Anbu ninja appeared. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Yuan has returned and wishes to see you. After reporting, the figure vanished. What does that rascal want now? The third Hokage muttered, rubbing his forehead. Having held the position of Uchiha clan leader for merely 2 days had already caused him to lose hair. He dreaded more troubles. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The third Hokage said, inhaling deeply from his pipe, resigned. Yuan entered, holding the letter, and halted before the third Hokage. What is it now? The third Hokage exhaled smoke. Please take a look at this. I have something to ask regarding Danzo, Yuan said, handing over the letter. You wish to see Danzo. Surely you do not intend to confirm whether he has been apprehended. The third Hokage exclaimed, receiving the letter and reading it. After a moment, he inquired. What do you intend to do? The third Hokage's expression darkened as he lifted his gaze. No wonder Danzo appeared flustered when he surrendered 2 pairs of Sharingan yesterday. At the time, it seemed he was merely reluctant, but now it was apparent. Yesterday, there was an explosion at a root base on the outskirts of the village. Which explains it. I want a resolution. The deceased must be accounted for, Yuan said, locking eyes with the third Hokage. Danzo is in the Anbu prison. You cannot go there. The third Hokage continued to smoke. Yesterday, a root base exploded. The casualties must be considerable, he continued, exhaling a cloud of smoke slowly. Perhaps there is nothing left but ashes. Shinzo, go to the Anbu prison and inquire about Danzo, the third Hokage instructed, turning towards the window. Just then, a shadow flitted past the window. Not far from the Hokage building, below ground, lay a vast base illuminated as brightly as the surface. Danzo sat in a chair, reviewing the scroll in his hands, which contained the records of today's meeting, while he seethed, damn Uchiha, the evil Uchiha, this is not over. Yuan Fury, how dare you treat me this way? To have me removed from my position, though Danzo had been taken into the Anbu prison, he sat arrogantly in the Anbu base. Exactly as Yuan had suspected, Danzo was completely unharmed. At that moment, a cough interrupted him. Lord Danzo, Shinzo appeared, his face darkened as he coughed. He was well aware of the relationship between Danzo and his father and chose to act as if he had not heard. Danzo glanced at Shinzo and fell silent. Hokage-sama, let me ask, what happened to the Uchiha fourth elder yesterday? Shinzo continued, noticing Danzo's pause. He self-destructed, destroying an entire base, Danzo said, crushing the scroll in his hand, his rage barely contained. Thinking of the incident made veins bulge on Danzo's forehead. An entire base was obliterated, and over a dozen root ninjas had perished. Seeing Danzo's expression, Shinzo quickly turned and left. He did not wish to endure Danzo's tirade. In the Hokage building, Shinzo leapt through the window. Yuan and the third Hokage both looked towards him. Hokage-sama, the self-detonation must have occurred at the site of yesterday's tremors and flames. Shinzo reported, lowering his head. Where did the explosion occur? Take me there, Yuan urged. Send an Anbu ninja to escort clan leader Yuan. The third Hokage nodded. Yuan turned and exited the Hokage office. Chapter 19. Ancient Sage Art stepping out of the Hokage building, Junjie, Guangshu, and the elder paced anxiously at the entrance. What happened? Junjie inquired urgently. A base in the roots has self-destructed. Soon, Anbu ninjas will take us to the scene, Yuan replied. Junjie staggered, nearly collapsing. Guangshu and the elder rushed to support him. At that moment, an Anbu ninja emerged from the Hokage building. Follow me, I will lead you to the site, he said. Not waiting for a response as he moved away, Yuan hurried to keep up, while Junjie suppressed his sorrow, steadied himself, and followed closely. Guangshu and the elder, reassured by Junjie's condition, trailed behind at a more measured pace. In a remote area of Konoha village, the leading Anbu ninja halted and gestured forward. This is it. Before them lay a vast pit, a clear indication that a massive subterranean space had undergone a cataclysm, collapsing entirely. Junjie widened his eyes, desperately searching for any sign of life. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar corner of fabric at the pit's bottom. Without waiting for the others to react, he leapt down and began to dig. Yuan and the others rushed over to assist. Junjie unearthed a torn piece of fabric, no larger than a large leaf. He cradled it in his hands, kneeling in solemn silence. His eyes, marked by the spinning three-tomo, reflected a whirlpool of emotions. The others remained respectfully quiet, allowing the moment to linger. After a long pause, Junjie finally spoke, let us return. He carefully tucked the fabric away, cast a final glance at the gaping pit, and rose. With a fleeting look at the Hokage building, he began his journey back to the clan grounds. Guangshu and the elder, still concerned, hurried to keep pace. What a pity, if only the Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened, it might have made a difference, Yuan remarked, watching Junjie's retreating figure as he too made his way toward the clan. In the Hokage building, the Anbu ninja had returned. Bowing to report to the third Hokage, did they have any extreme reactions? The third Hokage inquired, taking a puff from his pipe. No notable reactions. They may have anticipated this, the Anbu ninja replied. You may leave. The third gestured, and the Anbu ninja bowed before departing. The third Hokage stood and walked to the window, gazing toward the Uchiha clan grounds as he continued to exhale clouds of smoke. In the sage land of Mount Maiboku, within a spacious hall, a massive chair cradled an extraordinarily old toad, who rested with closed eyes. Toad sage. Is it possible for someone to cultivate only natural energy without chakra? Jiraiya stood, looking up in inquiry. Ah, little Jiraiya, you've come. The aged toad sage opened his eyes. What did you just say? I sensed an individual devoid of chakra, yet absorbing natural energy, Jiraiya repeated. Indeed, there were many such beings long ago. Their names escape me. The toad sage mused. Oh yes, it was the ancient sage arts. Ancient sage arts? What is that? Jiraiya asked, intrigued. Let me think. The toad sage yawned lazily. Do I exude a chakra presence? He asked, closing his eyes again. Is your lack of chakra a sign of the ancient sage arts? Jiraiya pressed. Long ago. Those who practiced only natural energy existed, but with the arrival of others, chakra cultivation began, and the ancient sage arts gradually waned. The toad sage's breath slowed. Enough now. I wish to sleep, he murmured before drifting off into a steady snore. Toad sage, who were they? What are the characteristics of the ancient sage arts? Jiraiya continued to ask, but received only the sound of snoring in response. Realizing he would not get further answers, Jiraiya stepped outside. As he exited, two bullfrog-sized toads hopped out. Did you get the answers, little Jiraiya? One toad inquired. No, the toad sage fell asleep again. Jiraiya replied with a sigh. It's all right. Come back and ask next time, the other toad said. By the way, do you know about the ancient sage arts? And why they began to cultivate chakra? Jiraiya pressed. Child, do you know? One toad asked. The ancient sage arts seem to refer to the cultivation of natural energy. Without chakra, another toad responded. Do you know any specific characteristics? Jiraiya asked eagerly. I don't know. I've only heard of it long ago, the toad replied. All right, I shall return, Jiraiya concluded, forming a hand seal and vanishing. Little Jiraiya, till next time, the two toads waved their front limbs. In the Hokage building, Jiraiya materialized, interrupting the third Hokage's contemplation. You've returned. What is the situation? The third Hokage turned to face him. It's the ancient sage arts, an older method of cultivation prior to chakra, Jiraiya explained. What are its characteristics? The third Hokage inquired eagerly. I'm not entirely sure. Jiraiya scratched his head, preparing to deflect. The third Hokage's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Jiraiya. Oh, I will certainly clarify it next time. The toad sage fell asleep mid-sentence. Jiraiya hastily added. Look at this, the third Hokage said, returning to his desk and handing Jiraiya a scroll. This contains the recorded will of the fourth elder. It is not the original, but a transcription. Jiraiya accepted the scroll and began to read. Moments later, he chuckled. Haha, Danzo must be furious. He has taken actions I never dared. A hint of mischief danced across Jiraiya's face. This is more than just Danzo's affair, the third Hokage remarked, his brow furrowing. Old man, if you had removed Danzo from his position sooner, this wouldn't have happened. Jiraiya placed the scroll on the table. I'll say this, Uchiha. The third Hokage tapped his pipe against the desk. I shall visit this clan leader tomorrow. Old man, I must take my leave. Jiraiya laughed, leaping out the window. The third Hokage's expression deepened as he watched Jiraiya depart, his fingers tightening around the pipe. Jiraiya was not unreliable. He had hurried back, surveyed the situation, and gathered information. The matter was not as urgent as it seemed. There were no signs of a coup among the Uchiha, merely a struggle for power, which eased his concerns. In the grand hall of Mount Maiboku, the toad sage awoke, his eyes fluttering open. Little Jiraiya, he called. What is it, great sage? A small toad asked as it hopped forward. He has left. I have seen new prophecies, the toad sage spoke gravely. Then I shall fetch little Jiraiya back. The small toad offered. No need. Let him come next time. The toad sage rubbed his head with a paw. I shall observe in the coming days if the prophecies mirror today's. When little Jiraiya next visits, summon him to me. The toad sage closed his eyes, sinking back into a deep slumber. Chapter 20. Jiraiya's test welcome. I'll have a signature dish, please. Jiraiya entered Yuan Pavilion, skillfully making his way to the second floor. Certainly. Lord Jiraiya, an attendant bowed in greeting. 5 days had passed since the demise of Elder 4. Due to the Uchiha clan's relentless apprehensions and the diminishing rumors of the Ninetales incident, the village had gradually settled. Perhaps it was due to Danzo's dismissal and the warning from the third Hokage that the village had regained its tranquility. In the Uchiha clan, following Elder 4's death, Fugaku ascended to that position. Keiki was promoted to Elder 5, and Shursui became Elder 6, making him the youngest elder in many years. The security department was entrusted to the eldest elder, while Yuan felt that Fugaku's demeanor was too lenient for a position of such responsibility. As for himself, he found the complications bothersome and preferred to open his shop, practicing only briefly each day and indulging in leisure. Since Yuan rarely ventured out, he spent his days in the Uchiha territory, where Yuan Pavilion was located. Jiraiya had attempted several times to encounter Li Yuan casually, but had been unable to do so. Thus, he decided to visit directly, ordering a signature dish in hopes of meeting Li Yuan. This marked his third consecutive day of dining there at noon. Ascending to the third floor, Jiraiya glanced around the hall and the entrances to several private rooms. The space was eerily empty, devoid of patrons. He turned and proceeded to the third floor, where a hall and 2 rooms awaited. Beside a window, a tea table was situated, and Li Yuan sat cross-legged on a mat across from it, meditating. Upon arriving on the third floor, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and halted his meditation. Ignoring Li Yuan's expression, Jiraiya unceremoniously took a seat at the tea table. Li Yuan was already aware of Jiraiya's arrival, though he had not anticipated the latter's ascent to the third floor. In his previous life, Jiraiya had amassed numerous fans. Yet Li Yuan had never been particularly fond of him or the protagonist, Naruto. Jiraiya had spent his life evading reality, running away from the village to escape its darkness, seeking the destined child to evade the calamities of war. For reasons unknown, Li Yuan found himself favoring the antagonists, such as Pain, Obito, and even Kaguya, whom he found rather endearing. You are absorbing natural energy, aren't you? I can sense it. Jiraiya poured himself a cup of water. Are we familiar enough for you to say that? Li Yuan replied, his expression darkening as he rose. If we weren't, I wouldn't be here. After 3 consecutive days, we must be somewhat acquainted. Jiraiya took a sip of water. This is my personal space. You've disrupted my cultivation. Li Yuan crossed his arms, frowning at Jiraiya. You don't even act as a ninja, so why place such importance on cultivation? Jiraiya set down his teacup, staring intently at Li Yuan. Li Yuan recognized this as a test. He knew that withholding a response would only lead to further probing from Jiraiya. I have no interest in being a ninja. Li Yuan scoffed dismissively. In this world, without a measure of strength, one might perish silently at any moment. Whether you wield a blade or not is one thing. Possessing a blade is another. If you have a sword in hand, others will think twice before drawing theirs. You look down upon ninjas so much. Jiraiya's playful demeanor faded. His gaze fixed on Li Yuan. Jiraiya understood the implications of Li Yuan's statement. Being a ninja is a matter of honor, protecting comrades, fostering peace and prosperity in the village. Jiraiya stated earnestly, I do not dispute that. However, I cannot accept being stabbed in the back by my own village. Li Yuan took a seat across from Jiraiya at the tea table. Jiraiya fell silent. I refuse to be a ninja. I do not want to face betrayal from my own village during missions, Li Yuan continued, pouring himself a glass of water. I cultivate natural energy, and my perception has been keen for years. Besides, my business contributes to the prosperity of Konoha. That was merely Danzo's doing. It shouldn't continue. He has been dealt with. Jiraiya turned his gaze elsewhere, speaking softly. Don't lay all the blame on Danzo. Have you bothered to review our Uchiha clan's annual ninja casualty reports? Li Yuan retorted vehemently. No need. I merely meant that such incidents will not recur, Jiraiya replied, somewhat defensively. Will not recur? That's laughable. Danzo's removal is merely superficial. Li Yuan was acutely aware that, given Danzo's nature, the matter was far from settled. Moreover, the third Hokage was unlikely to take any significant action against Danzo, and might even offer covert support, given that both were disciples of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who had long nurtured the Uchiha's darker tendencies. I understand your purpose in coming here. You wish to see how much stronger the Uchiha have become, don't you? Li Yuan stated calmly. Well, yes, that is part of my intention, Jiraiya admitted, turning to face Li Yuan. At that moment, an attendant called from downstairs, Lord Jiraiya. Your meal is ready. Aunt Yuhua, please bring up several dishes. I wish to partake as well. Li Yuan cleared the tea table. In a short while, 5 dishes and 2 bowls of rice were arranged on the table. Li Yuan retrieved a bottle of wine from a cabinet and resumed his seat across from Jiraiya. Then I shall speak plainly. Should I assume the role of clan leader, I will not be complacent like Fugaku. Li Yuan poured a cup of wine and pushed it toward Jiraiya. I hold you in high regard, Lord Jiraiya, and I shall be forthright. If Fugaku were clan leader during Danzo's recent actions, he would likely turn a blind eye. I, however, will not tolerate that. Tell the Hokage that if the village does not trouble us, the Uchiha will remain as we have always been. If there are rumors detrimental to the Uchiha, the security department will act as usual. Should incidents akin to Danzo's occur again, the Uchiha will not shy away from confrontation. Do not ostracize us as before. My temper is volatile, and I may resort to violence. The position of Hokage holds little appeal. It is quite exhausting. I do not even wish to be a ninja. This lifestyle is far more comfortable. Li Yuan concluded, downing his cup of wine and looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya met Li Yuan's gaze, finishing his drink in one gulp. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya remarked, this is quite agreeable. He sampled the dish. I will convey to the old man to refrain from marginalizing the Uchiha and to maintain stability in Konoha. Jiraiya poured himself another cup of wine and drank it down. One more thing. Why do you not cultivate chakra? Jiraiya inquired, intrigued. Why should I cultivate chakra if I am not a ninja? Li Yuan replied, enjoying his meal. There are better alternatives. Only a fool would waste time on chakra cultivation when refining energy is so much more rewarding for both body and spirit. Is that truly the reason? Jiraiya paused in his drinking. Li Yuan, darkly contemplative, poured himself another cup and downed it. I'm afraid of death. Being a ninja entails undertaking missions. Cultivating natural energy allows for personal growth and can extend one's lifespan. You must know this. Indeed, Jiraiya set down his wine cup. Consider the sage of the frogs. He has cultivated natural energy and lived for an unfathomable duration. I must take my leave. We shall drink again another time. Jiraiya lifted his cup from the table and descended the stairs. Watching Jiraiya depart, Li Yuan mused that neither Danzo nor the third Hokage would rest easy. A period of tranquility, however, would suffice for now. Chapter 21. Why do we not leave Konoha? In the Uchiha clan's territory, within the confines of the Nanga Shrine, Li Yuan observed the 6 elders seated before him. During this period, he had refrained from assigning any tasks to the clan members, and there had been no complaints. This was yet another clan meeting, attended solely by Li Yuan and the 6 elders. 2 months had passed since the last great conflict, and Jiraiya had departed from Konoha half a month ago. Not at all. Everyone seems rather eager, though they all wish to test their prowess, the second elder remarked. A smile gracing his lips. Li Yuan had elevated the bloodline limit of the clan's ninja to the level of the Tomo, except for those who had achieved the 3 Tomo level. Today, let us discuss the future development of our Uchiha clan, Li Yuan proposed. The future development? Naturally, we aspire to have one of our own become the 5th Hokage. Konoha was established by both the Uchiha and Senju clans, and it is high time that we have a Hokage from our lineage. A Hokage? Is that truly possible? Who would vie for such a position? Li Yuan scoffed. Why not? The 3rd elder and the 4th elder, Fugaku, exclaimed in unison. The 4th elder had passed away, and Fugaku had risen to take his place. The 1st elder and the 2nd elder fell silent, while Keiki remained quiet, aware of Li Yuan's thoughts. Let me explain the relationships among the Hokage. The 1st Hokage established Konoha, and the 2nd was the 1st's brother. The 3rd Hokage was the 2nd's disciple, and the deceased 4th Hokage was the 3rd's grand disciple. Thus, it stands to reason that the future 5th Hokage must be either Jiraiya or Tsunade. They are both direct heirs of the Hokage lineage, while we Uchihas are not a part of that direct line. Li Yuan articulated, surveying the elders. The room fell into a hushed silence. In recent days, you must have sensed the villagers' disdain towards us, though no one has openly spoken of the rumors. The villagers regard us with contempt, Li Yuan stated, rubbing his forehead. Over the past 2 months, the security department had apprehended those spreading rumors among the villagers, and there had been some progress. It was unclear what methods Danzo or the 3rd Hokage employed, but the villagers continued to cast disapproving glances toward the Uchiha clan. This situation was troublesome. It was impractical to arrest individuals merely for their disdainful looks. Li Yuan had no intention of engaging in political struggles. Such pursuits were trivial in a world endowed with supernatural abilities. These ingrates. We have been far too lenient. Perhaps it is time for them to face some hardships. The 1st elder clenched his fists. We cannot be too harsh. Otherwise, the villagers will detest us even more. Shursui interjected hastily. What then shall we do? The 1st elder bellowed. I trust that the Hokage will handle this matter, Shursui replied softly. Trust the Hokage? After all these years, why has nothing been done? The Uchiha clan's poor reputation is likely due to his negligence. The 1st elder frowned, fixing his gaze on Shursui. No, it cannot be the Hokage. Shursui quickly countered, though it was evident he harbored doubts. Over the years, our clan has not engaged in any significant misdeeds that could tarnish our reputation, have we? Li Yuan turned to the 1st elder. None. In our dealings with the villagers, the clan may have come off as somewhat arrogant, the 1st elder acknowledged. Contemplating for a moment. In that case, if the villagers harbor animosity towards us, it must be a deliberate manipulation. Li Yuan glanced at Keiki. Indeed, we had our suspicions before, but they never escalated to this extent, the 2nd elder remarked, directing his gaze towards Li Yuan. Since the village does not welcome us, and we cannot ascend to the Hokage position to rectify our standing, I believe it may be best to leave Konoha, Keiki proposed, startling the others with his unexpected suggestion. Silence ensued. That cannot be right. Where would we go? Join another great nation? Wouldn't that be tantamount to betraying the village? Why should we join another great nation when we could establish our own small nation? Keiki retreated slightly, wiping the sweat from his brow. Another moment of silence passed. The clan had never considered such a path, always focused on avoiding exclusion and seeking fair treatment. That is not out of the question. The 1st elder's eyes brightened. Our clan possesses substantial strength now, with 3 members wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan. This proposal merits consideration. Isn't this a poor idea? Wouldn't that be considered betrayal? The Hokage. Shursui began, but then fell silent. What is wrong with that? This could resolve the village's exclusion of our clan, the 1st elder interrupted. However, the Hokage will not permit us to leave, and there is nowhere particularly good to go. The 3rd elder said gravely. Well, I do happen to know of a place, Li Yuan interjected. Where? The elders asked in unison, their expressions filled with eagerness. It is a desolate island, far removed from the 5 great nations, over 100 kilometers from the nearest water country, discovered by my summoning beast, Li Yuan explained. What is the environment like? How large is it? The second elder inquired anxiously. It is somewhat distant, but it features a primitive forest spanning several kilometers. With beaches surrounding it, the environment is quite favorable, Li Yuan replied thoughtfully. That sounds promising, but will there be sufficient resources on the island? The third elder raised a question. My summoning beast has surveyed the area. There is a freshwater lake, as well as ample edible flora and fauna. Moreover, our Uchiha clan excels in fire techniques, making land cultivation for crops a feasible endeavor, Li Yuan asserted confidently. The elders exchanged glances, excitement gradually igniting in their eyes. Nonetheless, this matter requires careful deliberation as it pertains to the future of our entire clan. The first elder spoke slowly. Can we not visit first? My summoning beast resides there. We could simply sign a contract to explore the island, Li Yuan suggested, placing a summoning scroll on the table. The elders looked at one another before each inscribing their names on the scroll. The reverse summoning technique. In an instant, the group vanished, leaving the shrine in silence. Upon their return, the faces of the elders were alight with exhilaration. The island is truly splendid, perfectly suited for our habitation. The second elder exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. The first elder nodded in agreement, recognizing that leaving Konoha was a monumental decision. There, the Uchiha clan could genuinely flourish independently. However, Shirsue's expression bore concern. But if we leave in this manner, could it not bring trouble to Konoha? After all, we are still part of Konoha. Li Yuan placed a reassuring hand on Shirsue's shoulder. We have made every effort to integrate, yet we have continually faced exclusion. Now, a better opportunity presents itself. Which is our hope. I understand your respect for the third Hokage, but this is a pivotal transformation for our clan. I hope you will side with the clan. Do not inform the third Hokage. Our departure from Konoha is for the best. If you wish to remain in Konoha, you may do so. But the clan seeks to distance itself from conflict and live a life of peace and tranquility. Please do not hinder us. I will not, clan leader. This resolution alleviates the tension with the village, Shirsue affirmed, though uncertainty lingered in his eyes. I fear that once we leave, other villages might incite conflict. That is unlikely. The nations have only recently emerged from the Third Great War and are still recuperating. They will not quickly initiate a fourth war. If necessary, we can assist Konoha in the future, Li Yuan reassured him. First, you select a dozen or so clan members to depart Konoha tomorrow. I will have Yada transport them. Li Yuan instructed the first elder. Very well, but what about the third Hokage? The first elder inquired, frowning. We will inform him that we have business with the summoning beast of the Cat Kingdom. It will also allow us to gauge the village's reaction, Li Yuan stated. Tucking the summoning scroll away, let us proceed in this manner, and we shall see how the third Hokage reacts tomorrow. With that, Li Yuan turned and made his way out of the shrine. Chapter 22. The Intentions of the Uchiha on a Serene Morning in Konoha. Within the heart of the Uchiha clan's training grounds, Li Yuan surveyed the 12 clan members before him, 6 ninjas and 6 ordinary individuals. The elder approached Li Yuan, speaking with a sense of assurance. We have 4 fire-style ninjas, 1 each of earth-style and medical ninjutsu, 3 carpenters, 1 chef, and 2 skilled in agriculture. Impressive as always. Elder, your foresight is commendable, Li Yuan remarked, scrutinizing the 12 clan members. What about the supplies? He inquired. Fear not, clan leader. The 6 ninjas have brought an abundance of scrolls. Should we require anything further, we can utilize the summoning technique to deliver it, the elder replied. A relaxed expression on his face. Alas, the summoning technique cannot transport individuals across dimensions, the second elder lamented. The notion of spatial abilities crossed Li Yuan's mind. He recalled Obito's eye, which possessed such powers. It remained in the village, and he resolved to retrieve it when time permitted. Regaining both eyes seems unrealistic at present. It must wait for another time, he thought. The tasks have been communicated to you by the elder, I trust. This marks a significant transformation for our Uchiha clan. I hope everyone will strive diligently, Li Yuan proclaimed, his voice resonating with encouragement. Understood. We shall fulfill our mission without fail. The 12 clan members responded in unison. Guangshu, you shall lead them. Once outside Konoha, summon a giant eagle to carry them to Sea Eagle Island, Li Yuan instructed, glancing at Guangshu. Follow me, Guangshu commanded. Stepping out of the crowd and leading the 12 clan members away from the training grounds, the group organized themselves, ensuring the ordinary individuals were positioned at the center, and followed Guangshu's lead. At the entrance of Konoha, 2 ninjas stood guard as usual. Guangshu and his entourage approached the gate. Guangshu, what is your purpose? One of the gatekeeping ninjas inquired. We have accepted a construction task for the clan, and I am taking them to assess it, Guangshu replied amicably. Please register your details. What task are you undertaking, and who accompanies you? One of the guards requested, producing a ledger. You have quite a few people here. And why are there ordinary individuals among them? The other guard noted, using a device to scan the group. The summoning beast from the land of cats has assigned us a construction task. I am leading the team, Guangshu stated as he noted down the details. All set. You may proceed, the guarding ninja concluded, putting away the ledger. Hold the fort for a moment. I will deliver this to Lord Hokage, one of the ninjas said. Taking the ledger and dashing toward the village. Li Yuan observed this scene from a distance, his figure soon fading from view. Indeed, it was no simple feat for the Uchiha to exit Konoha. To move nearly 1,000 clan members away from the village was a formidable challenge. Spatial abilities were essential. The Flying Thunder God technique could only transport 1 or 2 individuals at a time, and Sea Eagle Island was far from Konoha, requiring numerous jumps. For now, they would have to resort to flying over with a carrier. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, an Anbu ninja bowed before the third Hokage to report. The third Hokage set down his documents and placed a pipe between his lips. Did the Anbu follow them? He asked, inhaling deeply. They did. But at a distance without close surveillance, the Anbu ninja replied. Very well, you may withdraw. Oh, summon Shursui for me. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. The figure vanished, and the third Hokage moved to the window, gazing out at the entrance of Konoha, deep in thought. What is the Uchiha clan up to? He pondered. A knock echoed through the office. Enter, the third Hokage called, turning towards the door. Hokage-sama, this is the registration from the Uchiha clan as they exited Konoha. A gatekeeping ninja entered, placing the ledger on the Hokage's desk. The third Hokage returned to his desk, flipping through the ledger, his brow furrowing deeper. They cannot genuinely be undertaking a construction task. It is unthinkable. The proud Uchiha would never stoop to such menial work. Return to your duties. If there are any further unusual developments involving the Uchiha, report immediately. Your vigilance ensures the prosperity of Konoha, the third Hokage instructed, closing the ledger and dismissing the guard. Yes, Hokage-sama, the gatekeeping ninja replied excitedly, bowing before departing with the ledger. Moments later, Shursui entered the office. Shursui, do you know Guangshu's purpose in leaving? The third Hokage queried, his gaze fixed on Shursui. Well, the elder mentioned that a construction task had been assigned from the land of cats, but beyond that, I am unaware, Shursui replied, bowing his head. Very well. You may return, the third Hokage said, inhaling deeply from his pipe. Shursui bowed and exited, leaving the third Hokage to ponder in silence, letting out a sigh. Since the last meeting, Danzo had not appeared before the crowd, having been stripped of his position. More than 2 months had passed, and Danzo had returned to the freedom of his base, the Root's hidden headquarters. Seated at a desk, he extended his right hand, resting it upon the surface. His right hand, devoid of bandages, appeared a grayish hue, covered in numerous Sharingan, exuding a faint crimson glow that flickered occasionally. A ninja approached with a scalpel, deftly excising a dull Sharingan from Danzo's hand. It was a pale gray, with only faint traces of red. Another ninja swiftly retrieved a Sharingan from a glass jar, its green glow illuminating the room as it was affixed to Danzo's hand. All done, Lord Danzo, the ninja remarked, retracting his glowing hand. Danzo clenched his fist, flexing his right hand with satisfaction. Since the transplantation of Hashirama cells, he had faced progressive erosion, with only the Sharingan's power capable of countering it. However, the ocular prowess would gradually diminish, necessitating a replacement. Yamanaka Kirin approached, ready to wrap Danzo's hand in bandages. Lord Danzo, we have new information regarding the Uchiha, Yamanaka Kirin reported, kneeling before him. Guangshu has led 12 clan members away from Konoha for a task, the ninja continued. Offering a scroll, Danzo accepted the scroll, unfurling it to reveal Guangshu's exit registration. His brow furrowed upon reading. What are the Uchiha plotting? He mused. Shall we take action? Lord Danzo? Yamanaka Kirin inquired. Not this time. Inform Orochimaru of the intriguing Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan and whether he would be interested, Danzo replied, pacing thoughtfully. Also, tell him that upon successful completion, there will be a financial reward, he added. Yes, Lord Danzo, Yamanaka Kirin affirmed before departing. Unbeknownst to Danzo, Li Yuan remained oblivious to his schemes, and even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. As night descended, Li Yuan had transformed his appearance, masquerading as an ordinary villager of Konoha, not an Uchiha, but rather a young man in his 20s from the Yuanfei clan with short hair. He concealed himself in the shadows of a building, patiently awaiting his target. With Li Yuan's keen perception, he anticipated that soon, the objective would traverse a nearby alley. He had strategically placed several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique at the alley's corner. As soon as the target passed, he planned to execute a swift and lethal strike, much like he had done with the fourth elder. Tap, 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 a ninja approached through the night. Engrossed in reading a book, he slowly entered the alley, his features occasionally illuminated by the dim light, revealing only a blurred visage. Li Yuan remained calm, closing his eyes to sharpen his senses as he awaited the opportune moment. At last, the time had come. Li Yuan detected the chakra signature of the target, nearly overlapping with one of his kunai's coordinates. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind the unsuspecting individual, delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 23. Securing the singular Kimui I Kakashi, sensing an imminent threat, was poised to execute a substitution jutsu when a forceful blow to his head rendered him unconscious. Observing Kakashi's trajectory, Ryo swiftly intercepted him, concealing him within the shadows. Ryo exhaled in relief, the success of his Flying Thunder God-assisted ambush proving invaluable, particularly given the potential complications within the village. Within the obscurity, He propped Kakashi against a wall, kneeling to lift his mask. The visage revealed a youthful countenance marred by a scar bisecting the left eye, which housed a crimson Sharingan. Ryo's right hand emanated a scarlet aura as it enveloped Kakashi's left eye, meticulously cataloging its condition. Abruptly, he discerned the approach of two shinobi, prompting him to seize Kakashi and vanish via Flying Thunder God. Emerging in a secluded grove near the cemetery, Ryo positioned Kakashi against a tree, his right hand still covering the afflicted eye. After a moment, Ryo retracted his hand, revealing a crimson orb cradled in his palm. Kakashi's left eye socket was now an empty cavity, devoid of blood. Ryo secured the Sharingan within a vial, stowing it away before retrieving another Sharingan from a separate container. Infusing it with a scarlet glow, he implanted it within Kakashi's vacant socket, pressing his palm against it, intensifying the light. Subsequently, Ryo produced a flask of sake, forcing its contents down Kakashi's throat. With complete mastery over the flesh, Ryo ensured Kakashi remained unconscious, impervious to pain during the exchange. After stowing the empty flask, Ryo's right hand emitted a cerulean glow as it penetrated Kakashi's forehead. Shortly thereafter, Ryo departed, leaving behind a Flying Thunder God kunai in a nearby corner. Moments later, Kakashi stirred, rubbing his forehead before departing with a furrowed brow. Ryo, observing from afar, breathed a sigh of relief before vanishing once more. Kakashi remained oblivious to the alteration. To avert suspicion, Ryo meticulously replicated the pre-existing condition of Obito's eye, mirroring its imperfect neural connections during the transplantation. While Obito's eye possessed the Mangekyo, the replacement was a mere 3-tomo Sharingan, lacking the Kamui ability. However, given Kakashi's current inability to wield Kamui, this discrepancy was unlikely to be detected. Within the Uchiha compound, at the Nanga Shrine, Patriarch, you summoned me. Has something befallen our brethren at the new settlement? The elder entered. They are unharmed, Ryo affirmed. Turning to face him. That is heartening. I shall employ reverse summoning to ascertain their well-being. I remain apprehensive, the elder admitted, stroking his goatee. Refrain from doing so. I have another matter for you, Ryo countered. What could supersede ensuring the safety of our kin? The elder inquired, perplexed. Would you desire the Mangekyo Sharingan? Ryo posed. Patriarch, are you capable of elevating a 3-tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyo? The elder exclaimed, his countenance alight with fervor. I volunteer to be the first. Restrain your enthusiasm. Do you believe I possess such an ability? Ryo chided. In truth, Ryo could employ his perfect body art to bestow upon his brethren the Mangekyo. Yet the inherent risks dissuaded him. His previous success with Hikaru seemed to be a matter of fortune. Ah, my apologies, the elder demurred, his elation dissipating. Then why inquire about my desire for the Mangekyo Sharingan? I speak of transplanting a Mangekyo Sharingan, Ryo clarified, producing a vial. Whose Mangekyo Sharingan is this? The elder scrutinized the vial, his brow furrowed. That is inconsequential. It possesses spatial properties. Would you accept it? Ryo inquired, caressing the vial. Ryo intended to conceal Obito's involvement from the clan, desiring to utilize Obito's machinations in the future. However, he also sought to borrow Obito's eye for a time, with the intention of returning it. Spatial properties. Could it? The elder reached for the vial. The decision rests with you, elder. The benefits will be revealed upon transplantation, Ryo remarked with a grin. Is it not the eye of a clansman? The elder queried, his gaze fixed upon Ryo. It is not, Ryo affirmed. Patriarch, I accept the transplant, the elder declared after a moment of contemplation. Ryo instructed the elder to recline in a chair, close his left eye, and extended his right hand, which radiated a scarlet aura, over the elder's left eye. In an instant, Ryo withdrew his hand, revealing the elder's Sharingan. The elder was taken aback, experiencing no pain or discomfort, save for the absence of sight in his closed left eye. Ryo swiftly secured the elder's Sharingan within a vial before extracting the Kamui eye, infusing it with a scarlet glow, and implanting it within the elder's vacant socket. He pressed his palm against it, intensifying the light. It is done, elder. Test its capabilities, Ryo instructed. So quickly? The elder blinked, opening his left eye. How can this be? He exclaimed, touching his left eye in disbelief. He felt no foreignness, as if it were his own. Clan records spoke of rejection and prolonged recovery after transplantation. Without discomfort, the chakra flowed into his left eye, causing the 3-tomo to spin rapidly, conveying information. Assess its power. Ryo instructed, placing a mask on the table. The elder channeled chakra into his left eye, focusing on the mask. In an instant, space warped, and the mask vanished. How do you fare? Ryo inquired, observing the elder's left eye. It possesses spatial properties. My left eye is linked to a vast subspace, the elder reported. Take me there. Ryo requested, grasping the elder's arm. I desire to ascertain if it can accommodate our brethren, the elder replied. In an instant, space warped, and the two vanished. Within the alternate dimension, Ryo and the elder materialized. The environment was bleak and shadowy, with faint, eerie light, uneven terrain, and scattered boulders. Ryo extended his senses, finding the space vast, with distortions impeding his perception. Elder, we shall return, Ryo declared abruptly. What is amiss? The elder inquired, before vanishing with Ryo. A figure materialized. witnessing the departure of Ryo and the Elder. "Who are you?" Obito roared, summoning a black mask. Upon closer inspection, Obito's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he clutched the mask in his hand. Chapter 24. When borrowing eyes, Obito clenched his fists tightly. The two individuals he encountered earlier were undoubtedly not Kakashi. They bore no trace of his chakra, enclosed within the Kamui space. Only one's own eyes could manifest the ability to access this realm. With his left eye in Kakashi's possession and the appearance of Kakashi's mask, could it be that something had happened to him? Emerging from the Kamui space, Obito found himself in a jungle within the land of rain. "Zetsu, come out!" He called out loudly. "What is it?" A carnivorous plant rose from the ground, splitting open to reveal a figure of half black and half white. "Any developments from Konoha?" Obito tightened his grip on the mask. "Konoha? There were some unusual activities over 2 months ago, as you are aware, but nothing significant has occurred since. I need to visit Konoha. Keep an eye on things here," Obito said, brushing his hand over his left eye. "To Konoha? At this time? Aren't you supposed to be negotiating with pain?" Zetsu's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Obito. "Yes, but..." Zetsu fixated on the black mask clutched in Obito's hand. "Is that Kakashi's mask, your esteemed teammate? Listen, we're at a critical juncture in our plan. Don't falter," Obito retorted. "I understand. Pain has summoned the outer path golem. Just keep a close watch. Whether I visit him today or tomorrow makes no difference. Earlier, a stranger entered my Kamui space, hence my need to check on Konoha," Obito concluded, withdrawing his hand from his left eye. "Ah, you don't intend to see how Kakashi is faring, do you?" Zetsu smacked his lips. "Such deep camaraderie. Shut up. I am not concerned about that bastard. He can rot for all I care." Obito's veins bulged as he shouted. "I instructed him to protect Rin, and instead, he killed her. That was his promise to me. I seek to reclaim my left eye. A complete Sharingan would significantly enhance my power and ensure the safety of our future plans." Obito turned his gaze toward a direction in the land of rain. "The location of pain is aspiration and hope. All right. So you are indeed going to retrieve your left eye while also checking on Kakashi. If he is still alive, I will kill him." Obito clenched his fists. "How could my left eye be so easily taken by others? It's utterly useless. Off I go. Keep your eyes peeled here. Inform me immediately of any developments." Obito's figure twisted and vanished. In Konoha, at the Uchiha clan grounds, South He Shrine, the space warped, and the Elder reappeared with Ryuin. "Where were we?" The Elder covered his left eye with his hand, gazing at Ryuin, the owner of the other eye. The two Sharingans are interconnected. Ryuin extended his glowing red right hand toward the Elder's concealed left eye. A trickle of blood seeped from the Elder's hand as he shielded his left eye. Ryuin pressed his glowing hand against the Elder's, and the red light entered. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through the Elder, alleviating the pain in his left eye. "Is it possible to find our lost clan members?" the Elder inquired, releasing his grip on his eye. "Not likely. He bears little affection for the clan." Ryuin retracted his hand. "Ah, I see." The Elder's expression turned dejected. "Is it impossible to resolve this?" "I could return the eye to him." The Elder looked at Ryuin expectantly. "Highly unlikely. He was responsible for the Ninetales incident." Ryuin rubbed his temples. "Ah, he did that." The Elder's fists tightened. "Do not dwell on this too much. Refrain from using that Sharingan for now until I can borrow the other one. We must use these eyes to lead our clan away from Konoha, escaping the oppression of war, to live a tranquil life." Ryuin encouraged, patting the Elder's shoulder. "Borrow the eye?" The Elder looked at Ryuin in confusion. "Of course. It's a loan. After all, we are clan members." Ryuin grinned, clenching his fist. The Elder's face darkened, realizing Ryuin's intention was to literally borrow the eyes with force. "Very well. If you wish to see the clan members heading to the new settlement, then go." Ryuin turned to exit the shrine. "Call me when it's time to borrow the eyes." The Elder gritted his teeth. With Minato as Hokage, the Uchiha clan had heavily invested, only to be betrayed by their own kin. Now they faced suspicion and exclusion from the village, forced to find a way to leave Konoha. The Elder felt a surge of anger towards this clan member, cursing. "You wasted our hard work." "All right." Ryuin waved his hand as he stepped out of the shrine. He had not intended to bring the Elder along. According to the original narrative, Obito bore the flying thunder god seal left by Minato. Perhaps he had seen the fourth's demise, hence Obito had not removed it. If he could devise a strategy to outsmart Obito, he could strike as Kakashi did. The Elder's words had reminded Ryuin that if Obito bore no flying thunder god seal, capturing him would be significantly more challenging. With the Elder present, his left eye could restrain Obito, ensuring their success. In the land of rice, in a remote underground location, a vast base lay hidden. Within a spacious hall illuminated by bright lights, a ninja held a letter, gazing at the tightly shut door. With a creak, the door swung open from within. A figure emerged, his long black hair cascading down, golden vertical pupils gleaming, draped in a white robe. He removed his protective gloves and placed them on a shelf at the doorway. "Orochimaru-sama, I have a letter from Danzo." The ninja bowed and presented the letter. "Danzo? It appears he has secured more funding," Orochimaru remarked, opening the letter. "Interesting, a Mangekyo Sharingan." Orochimaru's golden pupils morphed into serpentine ones as he licked his lips. The evolution of the Sharingan into a new form is worth my journey. Reply to Danzo. I accept this mission. However, the funding must be doubled. 20 million is hardly sufficient. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. I shall respond immediately. The ninja bowed and left. Alone, Orochimaru contemplated the letter, murmuring, this must be recorded in the village archives. As akin to those of Uchiha Madara. How exhilarating. New material. I wish to research it immediately, not a moment to spare. The body of the Mangekyo Sharingan should prove quite remarkable. Orochimaru stored the letter and entered an equipment room, discarding his lab coat, adorned in battle gear. Orochimaru stepped outside the base, unaccompanied by any subordinates. At this stage, Orochimaru lacked the resources he would later possess in the original narrative. Having defected from Konoha less than a year prior, he had yet to establish a formidable team, as the Sound Four were absent. And this base had not been operational for long. As for the changes in Konoha, the shifts in Uchiha leadership and Danzo's demotion, Orochimaru was aware. But it bore little consequence for him. If the Uchiha could displace the old man from the Hokage position, that would be rather amusing. Chapter 25, A New Clan Land. Far from war amidst a vast expanse of cerulean sea lies a solitary island, approximately 10 kilometers in diameter. The island boasts a rich tapestry of vegetation, with a sprawling primeval forest at its center, bordered by sandy beaches and towering mountains rising 100 meters behind. A piercing cry of an eagle heralds the arrival of a colossal bird, over 10 meters in wingspan, which descends onto the sandy shore. From its back, a dozen individuals leap down, breathing sighs of relief. It is none other than the 13 members of the KSH clan, who, having departed from Konoha, summoned the mighty eagle Ike. After 3 days of flight, they have finally arrived at Eagle Island. KSH caresses Ike's feathers, and the eagle emits a resonating call, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. The clan members, eager to explore, glance around, their excitement palpable. Moments later, Yuan, accompanied by the elder and the second elder, materializes before them. Have you all observed the surroundings? Yuan inquires, casting his gaze over the 12 clan members. This will be our new clan land, Uchiha. Take a moment to explore. Yes, clan leader, the 12 respond, pairing off into teams as they venture deeper into the island. An hour later, they return with promising reports. Clan leader, this place is quite splendid. It has everything we need, though it is desolate. Clan leader, I observed a suitable area for cultivating crops, though I am uncertain about the seasonal climate, another adds. Clan leader, there is a clear patch of land near a freshwater lake where we could construct wooden dwellings, another informs. Yuan listens intently as his clan members report back, each bringing tidings of hope. Excellent. You are the pioneers of this land. Your mission is to lay the groundwork for the arrival of the others, he declares. Isn't it true that we all wish to leave Konoha? To escape war and the burden of having our loved ones become ninjas? Yuan continues, his voice resolute. This will be our sanctuary, where we contribute to the establishment of our new homeland. I intend to bring all our clan members here, far from the strife of ninja conflicts and the wars of the nations, to live in peace and tranquility. The turmoil of the outside world will no longer concern us. Clan leader, can we truly escape the wars of the ninjas? One member questions, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Of course. Do you not desire this? Yuan asks, meeting their eyes. How could we not desire it? It is simply too late for some of us. My son perished as a ninja at the tender age of 13. My brother as well. The elder and the second elder turn their gaze toward the distant sea, a flicker of shame crossing their faces. Yuan understands the aspirations of the ordinary clan members. He has lived among them for 6 years. They harbor a deep loathing for war, witnessing many loved ones leave, yearning to escape the chaos, yet feeling powerless to do so. The higher-ups among the ninja clan, however, are preoccupied with avoiding ostracism from the village, showing little regard for the sentiments of the ordinary people. Second elder, lead them in gathering timber to construct shelters. In due time, the third and fourth elders will relieve you. Yuan instructs the second elder. You three will take turns, ensuring your stay here is not prolonged, and that the village remains visible in your absence. Yes, clan leader, the second elder replies, turning to lead the group toward the island's interior. As they walk into the forest, Yuan turns to KSH. How do you feel about this journey? This method of relocating the clan is unfeasible. It is too distant, KSH replies, plopping down onto the beach. After 3 days of flight, 12 hours a day, with only 4 for rest, bringing nearly 1,000 clan members here means I would have to make 100 trips. This is untenable. We must devise a better plan. He reclines on the sand. Perhaps it was a first to carry so many over such a distance. Ike remains perched on the beach, preening its feathers. You need not make so many trips. I have a plan. Yuan approaches Ike, stroking its feathers. What plan? Is it convenient? KSH rises, intrigued. Quite convenient. Though it remains merely a concept for now. In a few days, we shall see, Yuan replies, moving toward a massive boulder on the beach. Ike emits a powerful cry and soars into the sky. Yuan gestures for KSH and the elder to join him on the stone. This is excellent. I do not wish to make dozens of trips. KSH exhales deeply, sitting across from Yuan. Clan leader, Are you certain he will come to Konoha? The elder queries. He will come, have faith. If he does not, I possess a backup plan, Li Yuan chuckles. Li Yuan prepares to ascertain whether Obito will arrive. If he does not show, he contemplates retrieving some of his remnant belongings to transport to the Kimui dimension, testing his resolve. What are you saying? KSH scratches his head, looking between Li Yuan and the elder. It is a new strategy for relocating the clan, Li Yuan explains, stroking his chin. What can I do to assist? How should we proceed? KSH inquires eagerly. Firstly, remain here for a day. Then, venture to the beast summoning country, and gradually return to Konoha, Li Yuan suggests after a moment of contemplation. He senses that if Obito intends to come, it will likely be within the next couple of days, given the proximity of the rain country to Konoha. Are you merely putting on a show for the village? KSH asks. Partly yes, but the elder and I have a plan. You should hold back a bit, allowing us to complete our tasks without distraction. Li Yuan replies solemnly. When you return to Konoha, you may encounter ambushes. If it is root ninjas, eliminate them and leave their corpses behind. If it is Jiraiya, engage him in combat. Do not worry about the Sharingan. If it is Orochimaru, employ Jinjutsu. It may yield surprising results. Otherwise, engage him again. For any unfamiliar ninjas, eliminate them as well, leaving behind their corpses. If there is no ambush, that would be even better. Understood. KSH clenches his fists. The elder furrows his brow, his hands tightening into fists as well. Better to be cautious, even if it is only a possibility. Li Yuan gazes earnestly at KSH. Furthermore, if it is Orochimaru or Jiraiya, summon Ike or any other eagle to assist. If it is Orochimaru, after your confrontation, have Ike reveal its eyes. He understands the implications of this instruction. All right, I comprehend, KSH responds, rubbing his forehead. What do you mean by revealing its eyes? The elder inquires, glancing at the soaring eagle. Nothing significant, merely a special ability of Ike. KSH hastily explains, casting a furtive glance at Li Yuan. Elder, we must return. He is likely on his way, and we cannot afford to miss him. Li Yuan rises. Indeed, we must not let this opportunity slip. The elder concurs, also standing. In an instant, a pair of smoke clouds envelopes them, and Li Yuan and the elder vanish. KSH exhales deeply, watching them disappear. He is well aware of Li Yuan's endeavors. If the elder were to discover it, the consequences would be dire. After all, KSH himself had struggled to accept it upon first witnessing the phenomenon. Who could truly accept the notion of a summoning beast possessing bloodline abilities tied to their own Sharingan? As night descends and the moon rises, casting silvery light upon the land, a distortion in space occurs not far from Konoha, where Obito materializes, gazing at the village's barrier, lost in contemplation. Chapter 26. The acquisition of the dual divine might. Several hundred meters away, a figure plunged a kunai into the ground, and a plume of smoke erupted, concealing them from sight. In the next moment, Li Yuan appeared, draping an arm over the elder's shoulder. It turned out that Li Yuan had anticipated Obito's imminent arrival. Fearing he might not lay in wait for him outside the village, he had dispatched several shadow clones to spread throughout Konoha, seeking to sense Obito's presence. Obito's aura was distinctly peculiar, imbued with the essence of the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, yet it also carried a vitality that was rather convoluted. To think the clan leader has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. When did you acquire it? The elder gazed at Li Yuan in astonishment. I learned it some time ago, but this is not the time for explanations, Li Yuan replied, leaping onto a tree branch to survey the surroundings. Is he over there? The elder followed suit, peering into the distance. A figure adorned with a tiger-patterned mask and clad in a black robe stood, seemingly entranced by the Konoha barrier. Proceed as planned. Li Yuan cast a glance at the elder, drawing a kunai and swiftly approaching. Understood, the elder nodded, also unsheathing his kunai, focusing intently on Obito. Li Yuan sensed the Flying Thunder God mark on Obito, and with the elder present, he deemed it unnecessary to resort to the technique just yet. Li Yuan hurled several kunai at Obito, his body crackling with lightning as he charged forward. Is this akin to the lightning release chakra mode? The elder melted into the shadows, his astonishment rekindled as he observed Li Yuan. With a whoosh, the sound of slicing wind filled the air. Obito snapped back to reality, evading the kunai just as a lightning-encased figure bore down upon him. How swift! This is the lightning release of Kimobikure. How could it manifest outside Konoha, targeting me? Obito narrowly dodged a punch aimed at him. Li Yuan spun around, delivering another punch toward Obito. Too fast. There's no time. Obito's right eye spun rapidly, forming a mysterious pattern. Li Yuan's punch sailed through, passing through Obito's chest. In the next instant, Obito's form resolidified, gazing into the darkened forest. How did you know? A gash appeared across his chest, blood pouring forth. Without waiting for Obito to react or provide an explanation, Li Yuan retracted his strength and struck Obito on the head with a glowing, crimson fist. With a thud, Obito's vision darkened as he was sent reeling backward. Li Yuan swiftly caught him, preventing him from crashing into a tree. 100 meters away, a white figure emerged from behind a tree. Witnessing Li Yuan hurling kunai and swiftly dispatching Obito in mere moments. This is dire, Obito has been ambushed and eliminated. I must report to Kagaya. The white figure sank into the ground, oblivious to the kunai that had landed beside him. Li Yuan materialized beside the kunai, delivering a powerful punch to Kagaya. With a resounding crash, the ground fractured. A portion of Kagaya, now partially submerged, was propelled back to the surface, momentarily dazed. Li Yuan surveyed his surroundings, exhaling in relief. The immediate threat had been neutralized. There were no other Kagaya in the vicinity, although a few miles away, one could be detected without any significant concern. Upon his arrival, Li Yuan had sensed Kagaya's presence. Kagaya likely sensed the Elder's aura manifesting, intending to rendezvous with Obito. However, Li Yuan's presence remained undetectable, as he could perfectly conceal his aura. The kunai Li Yuan had thrown was intentionally aimed at Kagaya. What is this? The elder emerged from the shadows, holding a bloodied kunai. Your ally, Li Yuan said, lifting Kagaya from the ground and moving toward Obito. Should we borrow the eye or return it? The elder approached the unconscious Obito. The elder crouched beside Obito, reaching for the tiger-patterned mask. Perhaps it's best not to remove it. We may not wish to reveal his identity. Li Yuan, with Kagaya in hand, stepped closer. The elder's hand hesitated over the mask's edge. After a moment, he forcefully lifted it. Why does this face seem familiar? The elder mused, examining the half-exposed visage beneath the mask, gently touching his forehead. It feels somewhat familiar. Where have I seen him before? Could it be him? The elder's expression shifted to one of shock. The apprentice of Minato Namikaze. How could he instigate the Nine-Tails rampage, leading to his master's demise? This is unfathomable. Why would he act thus? The elder turned to Li Yuan, seeking clarification. I told you not to look. You never listen. Li Yuan sighed, shaking his head. It's quite simple. He has succumbed to darkness. Our Uchiha clan is often labeled a cursed lineage, and it is not without merit. The depth of love breeds the intensity of hate. After experiencing the profound pain of losing a beloved, our clan can easily attain power. Yet we may also fall into an irredeemable darkness. However, the elder clenched his fist. The Namikaze family treated him with great kindness. I am aware of that. He lamented. And what of it? Can it alter this harsh reality he refuses to confront? Li Yuan, grasping Kagaya in one hand, allowed a blue light to enter his body. This cruel reality? The elder rubbed his forehead, descending into thought. Indeed, facing this harsh reality, he too often wished to escape it, though fortunately, his clan would soon distance themselves. What is this? The elder snapped back to attention, turning to Li Yuan. I shall erase his memories from earlier, Li Yuan stated. Is this yet another of your abilities? When did you learn the Flying Thunder God and Lightning Release Chakra mode? Such matters are not to be disclosed. Suffice it to say that I possess them, Li Yuan chuckled. Li Yuan did not wish the elder to know too much, as he had committed numerous misdeeds. Very well, let us first return to the clan shrine. Li Yuan's blue light dissipated, replaced by a red glow that entered Kagaya's body. The elder lifted Obito from the ground. As the red light faded, Li Yuan placed Kagaya against a nearby tree. Li Yuan approached the elder, grasping his shoulder. In an instant, the two vanished from sight. Not long after, Kagaya stirred, groggily touching his head as his form slowly sank into the ground, disappearing from view. In Konoha, at the Uchiha clan's southern shrine hall, Li Yuan reappeared, supporting the elder who still bore Obito. Li Yuan led the elder into a secluded chamber within the side hall. Shall we begin now? The elder laid Obito on a single bed. Yes, let us commence without delay. We must expedite the relocation of our clan members to the new stronghold. Li Yuan indicated a chair beside the bed. Very well, the sooner the better. The elder settled into the chair. Li Yuan pulled up a chair, positioning himself between them. His right hand glowing red as he placed it over Obito's right eye, while his left hand glowed similarly over the elder's right eye. In the next moment, both hands retracted, revealing a Sharingan in each palm. Li Yuan inserted the Sharingan enveloped in red light into the elder's right eye, causing the crimson glow to intensify. After a brief moment, he withdrew his right hand, placing the elder's original Sharingan into a glass jar. The elder opened his right eye, infusing it with chakra, and his eyes spun rapidly, forming a mysterious pattern. And what of him? The elder inquired, glancing at the unconscious Obito. We shall confine him here to rest for a couple of days while we expedite the relocation of our clan. Moreover, the god must be returned to him. If he wishes to alter this world, let him attempt it. Li Yuan's right hand glowed red as it penetrated Obito's body, ensuring he would remain in slumber. Li Yuan understood Obito's intentions but refrained from disclosing them to the elder. Returning the eye to Obito and erasing his memories from these 2 days would ensure he would still seek chaos in the ninja world, just as in the original narrative. If he did not stir trouble, would Li Yuan be compelled to do so himself? Returning the eye would suffice. It was never truly his to begin with. If he desired to alter the ninja world, so be it. The elder touched his eyes thoughtfully. When the time comes for change, it shall be of no concern to our Uchiha clan. Let us go, clan leader. It is time for action. The elder proclaimed to Li Yuan, filled with fervor. In a bathhouse nestled within the land of hot springs, several young and comely women frolicked in the water. Not far from the bathhouse's edge, concealed behind a cluster of large rocks, a middle-aged man with white hair was surreptitiously observing them through binoculars. chuckling lecherously and wiping the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, his expression shifted from lascivious to serious as he lowered his binoculars and bit his fingertip to form a seal. With the reversal summoning technique, his figure vanished. In the expansive plaza of Mount Maiboku, Jiraiya materialized beside an elderly toad. "Young Jiraiya, you have arrived. Follow me to see the great sage," the toad announced. This was none other than Fukasaku, a green toad with white whiskers and eyebrows. "Fukasaku-sama, if the toad sage seeks me, does it mean a new prophecy has been bestowed upon the child of prophecy?" Jiraiya inquired, his face beaming. "Nay, it seems there is a new prophecy. But we have been awaiting your arrival. I was instructed to summon you," Fukasaku replied, hopping toward the grand hall. "Ah, a new prophecy. Is it a favorable or unfavorable one?" Jiraiya pressed, quickening his pace to keep up. "I know not, but the great sage is eager to see you." "Which suggests it may not bode well," Fukasaku cautioned. Jiraiya's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression as he hastened after Fukasaku into the hall. Within, a vast chamber lay, dominated by a large throne upon which an ancient toad reclined, eyes closed in repose. "Great sage, young Jiraiya has arrived," Fukasaku announced, before leaping out of the hall. "Toad Sage-sama," Jiraiya greeted, bowing respectfully. "Young Jiraiya, you have come," the toad sage responded, his eyes fluttering open. "Toad Sage-sama, I heard from Fukasaku-sama that you have a new prophecy and urgently seek me," Jiraiya stated, gazing at the large toad. "A new prophecy? Yes, there is a new prophecy," the toad sage confirmed, his eyes widening as he shook off his drowsiness, regarding Jiraiya with gravity. "I have glimpsed the original destiny, but it has been twisted by a figure bathed in golden light, with eyes of gold. The child of prophecy may no longer appear, and the visions of the future are constantly shifting. I foresee a great upheaval in the ninja world within the next decade. It could bring devastation, with the land scarred, corpses strewn about, and blood flowing like rivers. Or it could bring a golden age of peace and harmony. Regardless, a cataclysmic change is coming. She will emerge. And they will arrive." The toad sage's voice trailed off. The sound of snoring filled the air as the toad sage drifted back to sleep. "Toad Sage-sama, don't fall asleep. Finish speaking," Jiraiya exclaimed, rushing forward to shake the large toad. "Young Jiraiya, you have come," the toad sage mumbled, stirring from his slumber, his eyes barely open. "I have seen new fragments of the future, and the future I once saw has been altered. I saw a golden-eyed figure, radiating golden light. The fate of the future, for good or ill, rests upon his whim. He could shatter the land, leaving the world lifeless. Or he could usher in an era of unprecedented prosperity after a great upheaval." With a groan, the toad sage coughed up a trickle of blood, his eyes closing as he lost consciousness. "Toad Sage-sama, are you all right?" Jiraiya asked, shaking the large toad once more. How can this be?" the toad sage murmured, jolting awake, his eyes wide and alert. "Toad Sage-sama, what is it?" Jiraiya inquired anxiously. "It is nothing. That is all I have seen. Ponder it yourself. Foretelling the future is too taxing. I must rest," the toad sage replied, his eyes closing once more. "Toad Sage-sama, I shall take my leave. Rest well," Jiraiya said. Exiting the hall, the toad sage watched Jiraiya depart, curling into a ball and closing his eyes, muttering to himself, "Impossible. How could he wound me? No matter. Let Jiraiya seek him out and decide for himself. The world's fate has naught to do with us summoners. A world without change is dull. A little change is welcome." Soon, the sound of snoring filled the air as the toad sage succumbed to slumber. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead, frowning as he emerged from the hall, where a toad hopped onto his shoulder. "How did it go, young Jiraiya?" Fukasaku-sama inquired. "Not well. The child of prophecy is gone." Twisted by a golden-eyed figure radiating golden light, Jiraiya replied grimly. "And the future rests upon his whim. I must find him as soon as possible. I must guide him toward a favorable future, or, if need be, eliminate him," Jiraiya declared, clenching his fist. "But how am I to find him? Red eyes, I know," he mused. "The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan are red eyes. But golden eyes, a figure radiating golden light. Who could that be? I don't even know if he has been born yet. How am I to find him?" Scratching his head, Jiraiya unclenched his fist and sighed. "I can only rely on luck and search slowly, just as I did for the child of prophecy. Young Jiraiya, my dear husband, I have prepared a large insect feast. Shall we partake?" Another toad called, hopping onto Jiraiya's other shoulder. This was Shima-sama, a green toad with long eyelashes and pink eyeshadow, adorned with a red flower in her hair. "No need. I must seek out the new subject of prophecy," Jiraiya stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he waved his hands frantically. "Just a little. It's quite delicious," Fukasaku-sama urged. "No. The sooner I find the subject of prophecy, the better. I must be off." "Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama, I shall accept your hospitality another time," Jiraiya said, placing his hands together in front of his chest, preparing to form a seal. "Very well, young Jiraiya. Come again, and I shall prepare a sumptuous feast," Shima-sama said, hopping off his shoulder. "It is quite delectable. You must try it next time," Fukasaku-sama added, hopping off his shoulder and licking his lips. "Another time, perhaps." "I know not when I shall return," Jiraiya replied, completing the final seal, his figure vanishing. Back in the land of hot springs, outside the bathhouse, Jiraiya reappeared, breathing a sigh of relief. Good thing I escaped quickly. I cannot return to Mount Maiboku anytime soon. The thought of the insect feast caused Jiraiya to clutch his chest, suppressing the churning in his stomach. After a moment, his stomach settled, and Jiraiya recalled the toad sage's prophecy, frowning as he fell into deep thought. After a moment, Jiraiya glanced at the sky, then turned and departed. In Konoha, within the Hokage building at the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, the Uchiha are holding another clan meeting tonight, and all ninjas are required to attend. An Anbu ninja reported, bowing. Anything else? The third Hokage asked, setting down the document in his hand, picking up his pipe, and taking a puff. No. The Uchiha clan head just announced it, and I came to report immediately, the Anbu ninja replied. The third Hokage waved his hand, and the Anbu ninja bowed and departed. Shinosuke, the third Hokage, exhaled a plume of smoke. Hokage-sama, a ninja responded, leaping in through the window. How fares Keiki? The third Hokage asked, taking another puff. Since Keiki left Konoha, tracking and surveillance have failed, and there has been no news. Yesterday, a scout reported seeing Keiki near the border between the land of water and the land of fire, but the 12 Uchiha clan members were no longer with him. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, continuing to smoke. What are the Uchiha up to? Sending away 12 clan members. What is Danzo doing? The third Hokage inquired. Danzo has mobilized many root ninjas and appears to be collaborating with someone. The third Hokage rose and walked to the window, gazing at the Uchiha district, lost in thought. Who could Danzo be collaborating with but his own disciple, Orochimaru? Danzo and Orochimaru have long been intertwined, as I well know. With Orochimaru's assistance, he should be able to eliminate one Uchiha, which would be beneficial. If he fails, but he will not fail. Chapter 28. The ambush on Uchiha Keiki again at the border of the land of fire, amidst a lush jungle. A group of masked ninjas were scattered around several large trees, either seated or standing. One ninja, leaning against a tree and meditating with closed eyes, suddenly spoke up. Captain, I have sensed the chakra of Uchiha Keiki approaching rapidly. He should arrive here in approximately 5 minutes. Very well, continue your observations and report any changes immediately. Commanded the oil user, Torigane. He extended his hands, releasing countless minute specks that swiftly dispersed into the surroundings. Upon closer inspection with a magnifying glass, one would discover they were nearly invisible tiny insects. Prepare yourselves, Torigane instructed, casting a glance at his 10 subordinates. The ninjas drew their kunai and fanned out into the area. Watching his subordinates disperse, Torigane made his way toward a large tree 100 meters away, where he noticed a figure with arms crossed, observing them. This person had long black hair cascading over his shoulders and wore a flowing white robe. Bound at the waist with a belt, none other than one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, I will rely on you shortly, Torigane said, bowing respectfully. Engage first. I am eager to witness the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru replied, his face alight with anticipation as he flicked his tongue across his lips. Such intriguing material. I must gather as much data as possible. Uchiha Keiki, do not disappoint me. Understood, Orochimaru-sama, Torigane answered, slightly wary of Orochimaru's demeanor. As Torigane drew his kunai and vanished into the jungle, he sensed one of his parasitic insects detect a presence. Someone was seated atop a 3-meter-tall eagle, flying toward them. Orochimaru too melted into the foliage. A moment later, a piercing eagle cry rang out. The colossal eagle soared low, 100 meters above the ground. With a figure clad in black ninja attire and a Konoha vest seated upon its back, Keiki, perched on the eagle, gazed idly at the rapidly passing landscape. Initially thrilled by the exhilarating flight, he now longed for the reassurance of solid ground after days of soaring in midair. Suddenly, numerous black specks erupted from the surroundings. Converging toward Keiki, as they neared, they formed ominous shadows just a few meters away. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique, Keiki exclaimed, rising to perform hand seals and unleashing a barrage of fireballs that struck the shadows one after another. The sound of sizzling filled the air as swathes of insects ignited and plummeted to the ground. With swift whooshing sounds, kunai rigged with explosive tags hurtled toward Keiki. As they approached, a series of detonation sounds erupted, enveloping the area in smoke. With a fierce cry, the massive eagle dove toward the earth, its golden eyes gleaming coldly as it focused on several figures below. With sharp talons, it unleashed a flurry of wind blades at the exposed ninjas. While the explosions had not harmed him, Keiki felt a slight sting. Kunai and shuriken continued to rain down, and Keiki anchored himself to the eagle's back with chakra, countering the incoming projectiles with his own kunai. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Keiki hurled a kunai with one hand, while forming seals with the other. This was a technique he had practiced for over a year. Aiming to reach the level of Itachi from the original story, he unleashed several large fireballs, which expanded rapidly under the eagle's wind blades, crashing toward the ground with tremendous force. The earth trembled as 6 fiery craters appeared, devoid of any figures, indicating the ninjas had evaded the onslaught. As the eagle descended, Keiki leaped off its back, landing deftly on the ground. The eagle, having broken several trees in its descent, swiftly extended its beak, aiming for a ninja who had attempted to substitute himself. With another cry, the eagle soared back into the sky, while Keiki rushed toward the remaining ninjas. The sounds of clashing weapons filled the air, interspersed with the crackle of flames and the rumble of the ground. The eagle circled above, targeting those ninjas preparing to unleash jutsu against Keiki with its wind blades. Meanwhile, several hidden ninjas observed the unfolding battle with furrowed brows. Orochimaru-sama, can you summon a summoning beast to restrain that eagle? Toragain inquired, witnessing the stalemate in the battle. This Uchiha is quite formidable, with a solid foundation, Orochimaru remarked, his eyes glinting with interest as he surveyed the battlefield. Very well, I have yet to witness the power beyond the three-tomo Sharingan. You must exert yourselves. With that, Orochimaru bit his fingertip and formed seals. A dense fog enveloped the area, and a 20-meter-long white serpent emerged. Orochimaru gestured toward the eagle in the sky, and the serpent swiftly coiled, its head rising. The white serpent lunged towards the airborne eagle, but with a sharp cry, the eagle soared higher, evading the attack. The massive serpent crashed into the jungle below, sending debris flying. The eagle circled above, unleashing wind blades toward the white serpent, which slithered rapidly through the underbrush, occasionally leaping into the air with a hiss. The two summoned beasts clashed, their cries filling the air. As the eagle flew away, 3 more ninjas emerged. One of them, a child from the Nara clan, performed the shadow binding technique. The other 2 ninjas stood by, preparing to assist. Shadows extended from the caster, rapidly linking with the shadows of his comrades, reaching out toward Keiki's shadow. This again Keiki frowned. He had previously fallen victim to this technique, finding it particularly vexing during battle as it required constant vigilance over his own shadow to avoid being ensnared. Clang, clang, the sounds of weapons clashing echoed. Keiki evaded the reaching shadows but was grazed by a kunai, drawing a trickle of blood. Amaterasu. A burst of black flames erupted, and one of the ninjas screamed, collapsing as the flames consumed him, leaving no trace behind. Keiki turned, glaring at the Nara clan ninja. Quickly, take cover. The distant ninja shouted, realizing the imminent danger. With a scream, the Nara clan ninja ignited in black flames. The other 2, seeing the threat, hastily activated substitution jutsu, disappearing from sight. Sensing the immediate danger had passed, Keiki exhaled a sigh of relief. He decided against a slow, methodical approach. Recalling what Yuan had said, there was no need to fear exhausting his ocular power as he had methods to recover it. With Danzo's reinforcements now present, Orochimaru's summoning serpent posed a challenge. It was time to fully unleash the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and showcase the might of the Uchiha clan. Ha ha ha. Come. Let us see this, our ultimate power. Keiki exclaimed with fervor, laughter spilling from his lips as a green light enveloped him, materializing into a towering samurai beside him. Chapter 29. Orochimaru. The clan leader wishes to collaborate. Orochimaru gazed in astonishment at the towering green warrior, 100 meters tall. This is the Uchiha Mangekyo, such formidable power. The allure of this bloodline is profound, thought Orochimaru as he fixated upon the Emerald Knight. This is a monster, larger than the Nine Tails, isn't it? Was he the last one merely a few meters tall, a skeletal frame? The root ninjas, encircling the colossal Susanoo, were equally stunned. Keiki stood atop the giant warrior's forehead, his brow furrowed as he felt a throbbing pain in his eyes. Has it exceeded the capacity of my vision? Keiki murmured softly. This was his first time manifesting such a massive Susanoo, a complete embodiment. He yearned to witness its full glory. Having only previously gleaned information upon activating the Mangekyo, the 100-meter warrior drew its colossal blade and slashed downward. Get down. The range is too vast, we cannot evade. 7 or 8 ninjas hastily employed their techniques and fled into the distance. The ground trembled violently with a thunderous roar. A fissure over 50 meters long tore through the earth, 10 meters wide and several meters deep. In the wake of this strike, several ninjas were rendered to mere remnants. Observing the chaos, a 20-meter-long white serpent contracted its eyes, releasing a plume of smoke before vanishing. Hawk 2, witnessing his foe's disappearance, let out a cry and also vanished. Keiki felt a surge of pain in his eyes, instinctively reaching for them but suppressing the urge. He gazed at the gaping chasm. His excitement replaced by a stark realization, wasn't this akin to chopping vegetables with a great cleaver? The power was immense yet wasteful, and his eyes throbbed painfully. The 100-meter warrior rapidly diminished into a 2-meter-tall green skeletal frame, enveloping Keiki within. The remaining 3 ninjas swiftly retreated into the thicket. Lord Orochimaru, it's your turn, urged Yuan Takaru anxiously. Very well, these bodies are perfect for my needs, Orochimaru replied, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. Keiki, noticing the remaining ninjas fleeing, paused momentarily, retracting his Susanoo to pursue them. The sound of footsteps echoed. Orochimaru emerged from the woods, his gaze fixed fervently on Keiki. Orochimaru, you finally appeared. Keiki halted his pursuit, turning to face Orochimaru, a mysterious pattern flickering briefly in his eyes before fading. What? You anticipated my arrival? Orochimaru licked his lips again, displaying keen interest. The clan leader speculated there might be an ambush, and half of the probability pointed to you. He wishes to meet you. Keiki stated, locking his gaze onto Orochimaru. I came solely to see you. The clan leader seeks you out, unaware of your whereabouts. At this moment, my interest lies not with him, but with you. Orochimaru's eyes transformed into serpentine pupils as he extended his tongue once more, licking his lips. Shadow snake hands. Orochimaru suddenly thrust out his right hand, multiple serpentine shadows slithering from his sleeve, ensnaring Keiki. With a slight exertion, a puff of smoke erupted. The figure vanished. Wait, when did he use Shadow Clone? Orochimaru frowned, scanning his surroundings. Shadows flickered through the thicket, and Orochimaru caught sight of Keiki's figure. He dashed into the underbrush, pursuing Keiki relentlessly. Focus, focus. Shadow snake hands. Orochimaru again extended his right hand, multiple serpentine shadows tightening around Keiki. With a loud bang, the figure transformed into a mere piece of driftwood. A substitution technique. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Once more, he surveyed the area, charging into the thicket again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 successive strikes, each time seizing a figure that turned into lifeless wood. No, it's an illusion. Orochimaru's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting ominously. A surge of chakra erupted, and the scene before him altered. He glanced at the fallen driftwood, realizing it was not wood at all, but a root ninja, Yuan Takaru. Takaru lay sprawled on the ground, breath shallow. Orochimaru, you, he gasped, astonished at the sudden assault, rendered incapacitated before he could react. Remarkable, splendid. Keiki emerged from the thicket, holding a bloodied kunai. Orochimaru, there's no one else around. We can converse now. He cast the kunai onto Takaru's motionless form. Orochimaru made no attempt to intervene as the weapon pierced Takaru's chest, a muffled groan escaping him as he succumbed to silence. Do not presume that just because I fell for your illusion, I can be easily manipulated, Orochimaru remarked darkly. The power of the Sharingan is indeed formidable. What a perfect vessel. He licked his lips, his eyes reigniting with fervor. Orochimaru, shall we not engage in conversation? Keiki inquired once more. Discuss? First, I must subdue you, and then we may converse at length, Orochimaru declared, biting his fingertip to form a seal. Summoning technique. As the technique unfolded, Keiki too bit his fingertip, sealing his own summoning. 2 clouds of smoke erupted, swiftly dissipating to reveal 2 colossal beasts, one a 40-meter serpent, the legendary Manda, and the other a smaller but impressive eagle, the mighty Ike. Orochimaru, what do you require of me? I demand 100 sacrifices. Manda raised its head towards the skies. No problem, Orochimaru replied, casting a fleeting glance at the eagle, refraining from directly meeting Keiki's gaze. With a resounding cry, Ike soared into the sky. Carrying Keiki aloft, the eagle circled Manda high above, its sharp beak glistening with saliva, occasionally releasing thunderous shrieks. Damn that great eagle. How dare it see me as prey? Manda bellowed, incensed by the eagle's taunts. Keiki, overhearing Orochimaru's words, turned to the eagle. Ike, be cautious. This is the infamous Manda. We cannot afford to underestimate him. Fool, perish. Manda reared back, launching itself at the eagle in a furious leap. Ike executed a graceful roll in midair, evading Manda's assault, and retaliated with a sharp peck aimed at Manda's vulnerable underbelly. Manda responded with a powerful tail swipe. But Ike nimbly dodged once more, aiming for Manda's weak points. The ground shook with the force of their clashes, and after a brief respite, both beasts glared intently at each other. Manda bore several new wounds, while Ike had shed a multitude of feathers. Orochimaru, where did you find such a formidable opponent? This battle is futile. The eagle is our natural enemy, Manda roared. I must retreat. It harnesses natural energy. My report is for the White Snake Sage, Manda declared before vanishing from sight. Ike let out a powerful cry, spiraling through the air with impressive agility. I recognize your prowess. Fly with caution. Do not spiral endlessly. Keiki advised, stroking the eagle's back. Now, we can converse, yes? Keiki turned to Orochimaru as Ike began descending. Discuss what? Orochimaru licked his lips. The clan leader desires a collaboration. Your pursuit of knowledge, combined with the clan leader's abilities, could forge an extraordinary world. Keiki leaped from Ike's back, landing gracefully 3 meters before Orochimaru. The abilities of the Uchiha clan leader, what are they? Orochimaru questioned, intrigued. Yuan, the Uchiha clan leader. I have heard of him and possess some information. He might be one who cultivates natural energy, but beyond that, I know little. Ike, reveal your eyes, Keiki called, looking up at the majestic eagle. What is this? Orochimaru exclaimed, staring in disbelief at Ike's eyes. Impossible. Have I fallen for another illusion? Orochimaru hastily formed seals, unleashing a surge of chakra throughout his being. Chapter 30. Eagle Kong awakens the blood will I yet. The scene before him remained unchanged. Was it not an illusion? Orochimaru murmured to himself. Hovering high in the sky, Eagle Kong's golden pupils had turned blood red, with 3 spinning tomo above them. Orochimaru stared blankly at the eagle's eyes, licking his lips. How is this possible? It could not be an implant. Who possesses such large eyes? He touched his own eyes, realizing that the gigantic eagle, soaring 10 meters high, had pupils the size of bowls. Moreover, it could control its eyes' activation. Previously, they were merely the normal golden eyes of an eagle. Orochimaru knew very well the side effects of implanting the Sharingan. Once implanted, it could not be turned off, and it would remain in that state. The giant eagle before him could freely control the activation of its Sharingan, appearing as though they had naturally grown from its own being. Could it be that the Uchiha had birthed an eagle? That was impossible. As an expert in biology who had conducted numerous biological experiments, Orochimaru understood that human and eagle cells could not possibly merge. They were not of the same lineage. Such a fusion was inconceivable. Thus, there was only one possibility: perfect control over cell manipulation, with an intricate understanding of the bloodline's power within the cells. Only in this way could one achieve the seamless absorption of the bloodline's strength into another being. This was also Orochimaru's lifelong pursuit. However, it required the same species to be feasible. Yet, the giant eagle before him had managed to perfectly absorb the Uchiha's bloodline power. Orochimaru was acutely aware of the difficulty of this feat, which is why he could hardly believe it. Did your clan leader do this? Orochimaru's eyes burned with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Eagle Kong, licking his lips. Yes, that scoundrel did it. Even now, I find it hard to accept. Guangshu replied, covering his face, unwilling to look at Eagle Kong's eyes. Guangshu had only learned of this 2 months prior. Upon first seeing Eagle Kong in Yingxing's eyes, he had wanted to punch Li Yuan. How could you do such a thing? You not only took an eagle but also birthed one with the Sharingan. Later, upon reflection, he realized that common sense dictated this was impossible. This was likely the result of a biological experiment. Considering that Li Yuan had raised a multitude of small animals a few years ago, all of which had met strange fates, Guangshu began to piece together the puzzle. He decided to confront Li Yuan for clarity, leading to several heated discussions. After several trials, Eagle Kong and Yingxing, as summoning beasts, proved to be remarkably effective, able to soar freely in the skies with considerable strength. Given this situation, Guangshu accepted the reality of their Sharingan. After all, they could be summoned and hidden away as needed, ensuring that the elders remained oblivious. Whenever Eagle Kong revealed its Sharingan, Guangshu felt an undeniable sense of discomfort. It always felt as though he was part of a lineage of lesser creatures. Why cover your face? Such a magnificent creation is nothing short of a miracle, Orochimaru remarked, casting a glance at Guangshu while continuing to ardently observe Eagle Kong. Is it truly remarkable? Guangshu retracted his hand from his face, astonished as he looked at Orochimaru. Indeed, it is remarkable. After years of research, I have yet to achieve the transfer of bloodline power within a human body, and your clan leader has accomplished interspecies transfer. Orochimaru replied, casting an incredulous glance at Guangshu. Can it descend? I wish to examine closely how your clan leader achieved this. Orochimaru approached Guangshu. Ah, very well. Eagle Kong. Please descend, Guangshu called out, waving at the eagle. With a piercing cry, Eagle Kong gracefully landed opposite Guangshu. Upon witnessing Eagle Kong's descent, Orochimaru hurried towards the majestic creature. With another cry, a pair of massive wings flapped, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan fixated on Orochimaru. A powerful gust of wind surged toward him, causing Orochimaru to halt. He understood this was a warning from the giant eagle. Guangshu rushed to stand beside Eagle Kong. It's all right, I'm here. He is no longer an enemy. He merely wishes to observe you. Guangshu gently stroked the eagle's feathers. Due to its recent battle with the myriad snakes, Eagle Kong had lost many feathers, leaving some areas sparse and disheveled. It let out a low cry, slightly tilting its head, its eyes still fixed on Orochimaru, but the crimson hue returned to gold. It was indeed capable of freely controlling the activation of its Sharingan. Orochimaru mused as he approached the giant eagle, murmuring to himself. Orochimaru studied the eagle's eyes intently and reached out to touch them. However, a sharp cry interrupted him, forcing him to retract his hand. He circled around Eagle Kong, attempting to touch it several times, each effort thwarted by a piercing cry. Reluctantly, he halted and turned to Guangshu with fervent eyes. Is there any chance you could draw some blood from this giant eagle? I wish to conduct some research. Just a small amount will suffice. That may be difficult. I cannot harm it, or it may retaliate against me. Guangshu hesitated before replying. Only the clan leader has that privilege. By the way, Orochimaru, what are your thoughts on the clan leader's proposal for collaboration? Guangshu inquired. Noticing Orochimaru's reaction to Eagle Kong's eyes, Guangshu surmised that the collaboration was likely to take place. He was puzzled as to why Li Yuan understood Orochimaru's character so well, even knowing that Orochimaru feared illusions. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru was a well-known figure. Yet no rumors had ever suggested that his weakness lay in illusions. Unable to procure blood? Orochimaru expressed disappointment, his gaze fixated on Guangshu. Of course. I am open to collaboration. I want to see how he achieved this. Orochimaru licked his lips. What are the terms of collaboration? The clan leader did not specify, but it seems he wishes to discuss it in person with you. However, he mentioned that collaborating with you could yield some rather intriguing outcomes. He stated that he lacks substantial knowledge and requires your expertise. I understand. I will visit the Hidden Leaf Village to meet him. What a pity, Orochimaru lamented, his eyes still fervently fixed on Eagle Kong. Head to the Hidden Leaf? No need for that. I may not be in the Hidden Leaf in a few days. Guangshu chuckled. Not in the Hidden Leaf? Orochimaru looked at Guangshu with confusion. The Uchiha clan leader was not in the Hidden Leaf. Where could he possibly be going? Whatever the case, it's an old man's issue. The most pressing matter now is to find a way to study this giant eagle. The clan leader mentioned that we would meet at the Valley of the End. Guangshu produced a handful of kunai and handed them to Orochimaru. Is this a flying thunder god kunai? Orochimaru examined the kunai closely. Yes, it is. Once you reach the Valley of the End, channel your chakra into it, and the clan leader will know of your arrival. Has he actually mastered the flying thunder god technique? The old man likely wouldn't allow Uchiha clan members to learn it. Orochimaru mused, toying with the kunai and licking his lips. What an intriguing Uchiha clan leader. I shall pay him a visit. Also, the clan leader asked me to give you this as a trade for something. Guangshu pulled a small sealed vial from his pocket. What is this? Orochimaru gazed at the vial with curiosity. It contains the blood of Eagle Kong. The clan leader anticipated you would desire this and prepared it in advance. Orochimaru eagerly accepted the vial, scrutinizing it closely. What does your clan leader wish to exchange for? He opened the vial and sniffed it before quickly sealing it again. Undoubtedly, it is blood. Whether it belongs to that giant eagle remains uncertain. However, given our current collaborative relationship, he should not deceive me. Chapter 31. How could it fail? Lighttree expressed his desire to acquire the cells of Hashirama and some of your research data, he remarked. Did he also wish to merge with Hashirama's cells? Aspiring to soar like this eagle? No, it should be. Orochimaru cast a glance at Lighttree and laughed maniacally. How exciting. I possess Hashirama's cells. I shall present them to you now. Orochimaru retrieved a scroll, infused it with chakra, and a small vial emerged, containing half a flask of grayish-white liquid. As for the research data, I haven't brought it with me. I will hand it over during our next meeting at the Valley of the End. I am also keen to see his research data. Very well, I will report to the clan leader, Lighttree said as he accepted the vial and tucked it away. Is there anything else? If not, I must take my leave to hasten my research. Orochimaru's gaze remained fixated on the vial in his hand. No, that's all. Any further matters can be discussed at another time, Lighttree responded. I look forward to our next encounter at the Valley of the End, Orochimaru declared, shoving the vial into his robes and dashing away. Lighttree approached the corpses of the root ninjas, sealing them one by one in scrolls. At that moment, a shadow darted towards him from a distance, and Lighttree paused in surprise. Lord Orochimaru, is there something else? He inquired, puzzled. I almost forgot about these valuable materials. I cannot afford to miss even a drop of blood for my experiments. Orochimaru swiftly picked up a fallen feather from the eagle. Soon, a small pile of feathers lay before him, which he gathered into a scroll. There must be enough cells here for numerous experiments, he murmured to himself before hastily departing. Disregarding Lighttree entirely, Lighttree finished cleaning up the battlefield and inspected it once more before leaping onto the eagle's back. With a cry, the eagle took to the sky, leaving behind a scarred earth and countless fallen trees. As night descended, the moon rose, casting silvery beams upon the land. In a secluded area of Konoha, an underground base. Is there still no news? Danzo paced anxiously, addressing the man beside him, Yamankuf. None, Lord Danzo, Yamankuf replied. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. It is quite possible that the mission has failed. I had arranged with the oil woman to exchange messages every 2 hours. And it has been over 4 hours now. A bunch of useless fools. With so many of them, they couldn't even ambush one person. Danzo slammed his cane against the ground. The sound of splintering would echoed as it broke into several pieces, leaving only the handle in his grasp. What did Orochimaru say? Danzo hurled the handle aside. Orochimaru has not responded. We do not know what has transpired, Yamankuf said, casting a cautious glance at Danzo. Damn it. Does he no longer desire funding? Danzo roared. After a moment, Danzo managed to compose himself. Continue to send messages to Orochimaru. We must clarify the situation. You may leave now. He waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Lord Danzo. Yamankuf bowed and departed. Danzo watched him leave, settling back into his chair with a sigh. The losses this time were tremendous. Even the oil woman's elite guards perished. Under the dim light, Danzo seemed to age several years in an instant. In the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan meeting is about to commence. How shall we monitor it? An Anbu ninja asked respectfully. This was the first clan meeting since Yuan took over as clan leader, occurring more than 2 months after the last one. After the previous meeting, Yuan had expelled the monitoring Anbu ninjas from the Uchiha territory, threatening to kill anyone he saw again. Send 2 capable ninjas to keep a close watch on the Southeast Shrine. The others can monitor from outside the Uchiha territory, the third Hokage instructed. Putting down his documents and placing a pipe between his lips for a deep inhalation. The 2 ninjas should maintain a safe distance. He may truly resort to violence. The Anbu ninja bowed and took his leave. Shino, have there been any updates from Danzo? The third Hokage inquired. A figure leaped through the window and bowed. The ninjas sent out have not returned, and Yamankuf appears troubled. It seems the mission may have failed. Additionally, Danzo seems to have fallen into a state of despair. The third Hokage rose and approached the window, gazing out at the Uchiha territory while exhaling clouds of smoke. After a moment of silence, he declared, "Send someone to detain Danzo and confine him in the Anbu prison. Notify Jiraiya to return swiftly." The third Hokage clenched his pipe, gritting his teeth. Also, deploy several more Anbu ninjas to remain on standby outside the Uchiha territory. Understood. Shino bowed and departed. The third Hokage watched Shino leave, rubbing his temples, continuing to exhale smoke. Danzo's failure could lead to severe consequences. He hoped it would not escalate to that point. Danzo had intentions to act. He was aware that 2 Mangekyo Sharingan had emerged from the Uchiha clan, leaving him restless. Eliminating 1 Uchiha Mangekyo would suffice. With the root elite ninjas and Orochimaru joining forces, he had not anticipated failure. With such a formidable lineup, they could have easily taken down the leaders of other villages. How could they have failed? At the Uchiha territory, Southeast Shrine, approximately 10 minutes remained until the meeting began. The spacious hall was already abuzz with voices, as ninjas adorned with headbands entered one after another. The seats at the head of the hall were empty, while familiar clan members clustered together, engaging in hushed discussions. Do you know why this clan meeting is being held? No idea. Could it be that we might be allowed to undertake missions? Missions? Aren't you afraid of ambushes? Be careful, or you might not return. Could it be that the clan leader intends to seize the Hokage position? That could be possible. I would support it. After all, whatever the clan leader says, I will support. Yes, I support whatever the clan leader decides. Thanks to the clan leader, our Sharingan has evolved. Haha. I am still a CH Nin, yet now I'll have 3 Tomo Sharingan. I can apply to become a Jonin. It's a pity the clan leader doesn't want us to reveal ourselves. Still, you are right. Whatever the clan leader says, I will support. As time ticked away, the discussions among the clan members gradually coalesced into a singular sentiment. Whatever the clan leader says, we will support. Clan leader. Elder. The members gathered at the entrance of the shrine bowed in unison. Yuan entered alongside the 3rd elder, 4th elder Fugaku, and 6th elder Shursui. Upon their arrival, the clan members ceased their chatter, automatically parting to create a path leading to the front seats of the shrine. Yuan, accompanied by the 3 elders, approached the seats, with clan members bowing respectfully along the way. Are most of the people here? Yuan scanned the hall and turned to the 3rd elder. There are approximately 300 present, a mix of ages. However, there are very few in their 20s or 30s. They should all be here. Only the 1st and 2nd elders are absent, the 3rd elder noted, estimating the attendance. The 1st elder and 2nd elder are attending to tasks I assigned them. They will arrive shortly. Let us commence the meeting, Yuan chuckled. Clearing his throat, he commanded silence, and all eyes turned to him, awaiting his address. Chapter 32. The speech. Yuan extended his senses and discovered that there were no observers nearby. A mile away, however, he detected 2 sources of chakra, which alleviated his concerns, allowing him to proceed with his speech confidently. Esteemed clansmen, I have gathered you all today to discuss a matter of paramount importance concerning the future of our clan. This issue has been deliberated upon by several elders and deemed feasible. However, prior to delving into it, I wish to hear your thoughts. Do you yearn to escape the ravages of war, to shield your loved ones from the need to wield kunai, sparing them from becoming lifeless corpses? Do you wish for your children to grow up joyously, to marry and raise families in tranquility? The response from over 300 clansmen was a resounding roar of agreement. After a brief moment of silence, all eyes turned to Yuan, their faces etched with curiosity. But can this truly be realized? Wasn't the establishment of Konoha also aimed at evading warfare? Yes, I assure you it is possible, Yuan proclaimed, his voice rising in conviction. My summoning beast has discovered an uninhabited island overseas, modest in size, merely a few kilometers in diameter. Several elders and I have visited it, and it is abundant in resources. Recently, 12 clansmen departed from Konoha, led by Elder Guangshu, to conduct preliminary explorations of that island. We have contemplated relocating our entire clan there to embrace a life devoid of conflict. A murmur of discussion broke out among the audience, with clusters of clan members whispering among themselves. This seems unwise, leaving Konoha, but perhaps it's plausible. We seldom engage in missions anyway. With so many of us, can we not thrive in a new homeland? Surely Konoha would not permit our departure, since the clan leader has proposed this, and the elders have not opposed. There must be a way to ensure our safe relocation, one voice echoed with belief. But what if Konoha retaliates upon our departure? Another voice raised a concern. Have we not contributed enough to this village? Yet, we have endured ostracism and disdain. Recently, Konoha's citizens have regarded us with contempt. You have all felt this. Have you not? How can we integrate into such a community? Departing may indeed be our salvation. I recognize that some of you may still harbor hopes for Konoha, believing in a potential change. I must tell you, this is a futile dream. Konoha can no longer accommodate us, Uchiha, Yuan declared. He then unveiled a record of casualties sustained by the clan, passing it to a nearby elite shinobi for inspection. The murmurs escalated again as realization dawned upon them. There are so many? One exclaimed. I had only heard whispers of high casualties, but I never imagined the toll was this severe. Yuan interjected. We have sacrificed over 2,000 of our kin in the name of Konoha. You may reflect upon the faces of those you have lost. As the somber atmosphere settled, Yuan's voice rose in intensity. What have we gained from these sacrifices? We have been met with scorn and derision. How can we ever hope to integrate into a village that views us with disdain? It is clear that leaving is our only path forward. After a tense silence, the elite shinobi, Jounin, and special Jounin, fueled by outrage, declared, "We must seek justice for our fallen. This cannot go unpunished." Li Yuan raised his hand, demanding silence. How can we seek retribution against the village? Do you truly wish to incite war? I present this information to you not to incite conflict, but to illustrate our dire situation within Konoha, encouraging you to abandon any remaining illusions. As for vengeance, the perpetrators have mostly perished, leaving only the higher echelons of Konoha. We cannot risk an all-out war, as we have hundreds of ordinary clansmen to consider. He turned his gaze toward the younger Jounin. If Konoha can no longer accept us, then we shall depart. Let us forsake the strife of the shinobi world and pursue a life of peace and serenity. Indeed, let us leave Konoha, away from the horrors of war. One voice echoed, recounting the tragic loss of family members to the conflicts. I, too, support leaving Konoha to ensure my grandchildren do not face the same fate, another added, raising their voice in solidarity. As the sentiments grew, Jounin raised their hands in unison, proclaiming, "We shall leave Konoha, seeking a peaceful existence." Li Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he witnessed the fervor of his clansmen. He had feared they might resist the idea of departing. Heavily influenced by the will of fire, therefore, he had prepared the memory orb in advance, a decisive move that had yielded the desired outcome, proving to be an invaluable strategy. At that moment, he glanced toward the entrance of the shrine, a broader smile gracing his features. The door creaked open, and the shouting clansmen turned in surprise toward the entrance, wondering who dared to interrupt their gathering. Chapter 33. Finally departing from Konoha, two elderly men, both around 50 years of age, clad in upper ninja armor, entered the room, revealing themselves to be the elder and the second elder. The clan leaders promptly made way. Bowing in respect, the elder and the second elder ascended the platform and stood behind Li Yuan, bowing slightly. "The tasks you entrusted have been completed," they reported. Li Yuan's three accompanying elders opened their mouths, seemingly about to inquire, but hesitated. "Well, do the clansmen have any objections?" Li Yuan exclaimed with joyous laughter. "No objections," the elder replied, rubbing his eyes with a beaming smile. Upon hearing the news of our collective departure from Konoha, the clansmen were quite exhilarated, though they are reluctant to part with their household treasures. A crimson light emanated from Li Yuan's right hand as he placed it on the elder's shoulder, the light merging into his being. Instantly, a gentle force enveloped the elder's eyes, alleviating the throbbing pain he had been experiencing. He discreetly withdrew his hand from his eyes. "It is because of this that we have delayed for so long," the second elder chuckled. At that moment, he bore none of the melancholy he had displayed over 2 months prior. His face was now radiant with joy. Previously, the second elder had been the leader of the pacifist faction, aware that the clan could not contend with the village, thus compelled to yield. Each day, he had suppressed his inner fury, urging the clansmen to do the same, resulting in a rather unsettling atmosphere. Now, with the plan to depart Konoha nearing completion, a heavy burden had finally been lifted from his heart. The elder and the second elder had arrived to utilize their Sharingan to transport the ordinary clansmen away from Konoha. The meeting had been held at night, when the watchful Anbu would divert their attention towards the shrine, making this the opportune moment. "That's good to hear." Li Yuan grinned, looking at the clansmen below. "Since everyone has agreed to leave Konoha and escape the ravages of war for a peaceful life, let us commence." The ordinary clansmen have successfully departed for the new clan territory. The clansmen below wore expressions of shock, erupting in exclamations. "Wait, we are leaving now? I have important belongings at home. Has my mother already left Konoha? They were at home when I came. How could it be so efficient?" With a series of knocks on the table, Li Yuan commanded silence. "You will soon understand. Do not resist, and you shall reunite with your loved ones swiftly. As for your important items, we can arrange for the remaining clansmen to retrieve them later. Now, it is up to you." "Elder," Li Yuan turned to the elder, whose gaze met that of the assembled crowd. The elder stepped forward, his eyes swirling with intricate patterns, forming a mysterious design. In the next moment, the surrounding space warped, and dozens of clansmen near the elder vanished without a trace. Is that the kaleidoscope Sharingan, or a spatial technique? When did the elder awaken such power? The remaining clansmen gazed at the elder with envy. "Gather closer. I can minimize the effort required," the elder said, rubbing his eyes. "Very well, elder." The remaining clansmen clustered around him. After a brief pause, the space warped again, and another group of figures disappeared. This process was repeated 4 times, until the elder, covering his eyes, gasped for breath. Only Li Yuan and a few elders remained in the shrine. "You should head over as well. We need the elder present at the new clan territory," Li Yuan urged the remaining elders. "Isn't Keiki there?" Shui inquired. "I sent Keiki to explore the borders of the Land of Fire. Guess what happened?" Li Yuan turned to Shui. "Oh no, did he walk into an ambush?" Shui quickly asked, his face a mask of confusion. "Not quite. Hiruzen's has been stripped of his position, hasn't he? There was indeed an ambush. orchestrated by a dozen elite ninjas alongside Orochimaru, Li Yuan clarified. Could it be? The third elder clenched his fists. Fear not. He survived. I had made adequate preparations. Otherwise, why would I have sent Kei out? Li Yuan chuckled. Shursui, Hiruzans, and the third Hokage are cut from the same cloth. His dismissal was merely for show. Behind the scenes, nothing has changed, Li Yuan reassured him, patting Shursui's shoulder. That can't be right. The third Hokage is a good man. Shursui, do you still think that way? What about our clan? Li Yuan retorted, producing a scroll. Infusing it with chakra, 10 corpses materialized on the shrine floor. Behold, these are the assassins sent after Kei. Are they not from the village? Li Yuan pointed at the bodies. Several elders approached, examining the corpses closely. This one belongs to the Yamanaka clan. It has parasites within, the elder noted, indicating a body. This one should belong to the Yamashiro clan. It bears. But, Shursui whispered, clan leader, let the elder escort us to the new clan territory. Leaving Konoha seems favorable. The fourth elder, Fugaku, quickly urged Shursui. Shursui looked up to see the concerned expressions of the others and fell silent. Perhaps departing Konoha was indeed for the best. It would prevent further conflicts with the village. Elder, please take them to the new clan territory. I shall remain here, Li Yuan instructed the elder. In the next moment, the space warped, leaving only Li Yuan and the elder in the shrine. Go ahead, Li Yuan waved his hand. The elder performed a summoning technique, biting his fingertip to form seals. With a loud bang, smoke erupted and dissipated, and the elder vanished. Upon witnessing the elder's disappearance, Li Yuan spread his arms wide, bursting into laughter. Ha! Excellent. Finally, we have departed from Konoha. Now, we can boldly disrupt the ninja world. Ever since awakening his innate wisdom, Li Yuan had struggled to adapt to this world. He witnessed countless 11 or 12-year-old children thrust into battle, including many of his friends of the same age, while he himself had narrowly escaped due to his lack of ninja talent. This world was sickly. A raucous upheaval was necessary. Throughout his life, the Uchiha clan had treated him well, but as long as they remained in Konoha, Li Yuan dared not cause a ruckus. As for the fates of others, what concern were they to him? A disturbance would inevitably cost many lives, yet that was of no consequence to him. He bore no moral burden. There were 2 treasures still to be claimed from Konoha. The body of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, which was far too valuable to be squandered under Danzo's care. Originally uncertain of his whereabouts, he was now relieved that he need not search blindly. Approaching the corpse of a Yamanaka, Li Yuan's hand glowed blue as he pressed it to the forehead of the deceased. 10 minutes later, he withdrew his hand, excitement illuminating his face. Found it. Excellent. I shall retrieve it shortly. At that moment, the space trembled, and the elder reappeared beside Li Yuan. Li Yuan quickly masked his exuberant grin, adopting the demeanor of a serious clan leader. All have been sent. How about you? He asked the elder. A bit fatigued, the elder replied, rubbing his eyes and exhaling deeply. Noticing the blood in the elder's eyes, Li Yuan extended his glowing red hand to rest on the elder's shoulder. The crimson light flowed into him, mending the damage to his eyes once more. Indeed, when it is not your own, the burden of using such eyes is immense. The elder remarked, lowering his hands from his eyes. Clan leader, I can return the eyes now. I still feel my own are far superior, the elder stated, retrieving a glass jar from his robes. Before that, please assist me in retrieving an item. We can exchange afterward. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively, sealing the corpses into a scroll. What item are you after? The elder inquired, puzzled. You will find out soon enough, Li Yuan replied with a sly grin, placing a hand on the elder's shoulder, and the two vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the jungle a mile outside the shrine, a ninja furrowed his brow. Over 10 minutes ago, he sensed the continuous decline of chakra emanating from the shrine, and now, there was not a trace left. Quickly report to the captain. There is no chakra presence within the shrine. The ninja glanced at his companion. No chakra presence? His companion was taken aback, swiftly darting out of the Uchiha clan's territory. Chapter 34. How did they all disappear? Beside the Uchiha clan grounds, a lush forest stood tall, acting as a colossal barrier between the Hidden Leaf village and the Uchiha estate, leaving only a narrow path connecting the two. A dozen masked Anbu ninjas perched atop the treetops, intently watching the Uchiha territory. The captain, Ling, reported that there is no chakra presence in the shrine. And we haven't seen anyone exit. One ninja hurriedly approached. Indeed, no chakra presence, and no signs of anyone leaving? Another ninja leaped down from the treetop. Yes, captain, they have certainly not emerged. The Anbu captain stroked his chin, gazing at the Uchiha grounds. With no chakra presence in the shrine, it suggests there is no one inside. Furthermore, if no one has departed, could it be that they have gone to summon their spirit beasts? That seems implausible. We must send someone to investigate and ascertain the truth of the matter. The captain pointed to a few individuals. You three, accompany me with shadow clones to examine the shrine adjacent to the Uchiha estate. The selected ninjas jumped down, forming hand seals. In the next moment, the Anbu captain, accompanied by 3 subordinates, ventured into the Uchiha territory. They approached the shrine cautiously, reaching the entrance without encountering any hostility. The captain placed his hands on the large doors, taking a deep breath. As their true selves remained outside the clan grounds, he believed the Uchiha would not dare to act within the village. Creak. The doors swung open, and the group quickly looked inside, stunned. The expansive hall of the shrine was utterly devoid of life. Quickly report to the Hokage. The Uchiha ninjas have all vanished. An Anbu ninja commanded urgently. Also, check the nearby residences to see if anyone remains. 2 subordinates swiftly departed. The captain led one of his subordinates into the shrine. Moments later, he emerged, frowning. Captain, I have checked 3 nearby houses, and there is no one inside. I also discovered that many household items are missing, as if everyone left collectively. Send a signal for the others to enter and conduct a thorough investigation, the Anbu captain instructed, glancing over his shoulder. A small flare ignited in the air, and the Anbu ninjas in the forest began to emerge, flooding into the Uchiha territory. Hokage building, Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. All Uchiha clan members have disappeared. An Anbu ninja rushed in, bowing to report. Disappeared? The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback. What is the situation? Explain clearly. He inquired with urgency. They have vanished entirely. A comrade just reported that the Uchiha grounds are completely empty. Not a single person remains. Additionally, many household items have been reported missing, indicating they left with their possessions. We must head to the Uchiha territory. The third Hokage quickly stood, striding toward the window and leaping out of the Hokage building. Outside the South-He shrine of the Uchiha estate. Upon seeing the third Hokage arrive, the Anbu captain bowed respectfully. What is the status of the investigation? The third Hokage tightened his grip on his pipe. The investigation is nearly complete. Each household is devoid of occupants, and several items are missing. We estimate they have collectively abandoned the hidden leaf. The crucial point is that our surveilling comrades did not witness their departure. The only mystery remains how such a large number of them could leave without a sound. Conduct a detailed investigation. The third Hokage waved his hand, placing the pipe to his lips and taking a deep breath. The Anbu ninja bowed and departed. The third Hokage felt a headache coming on. Why had the Uchiha suddenly abandoned the hidden leaf? This left the village significantly weakened, as they had lost nearly 1/5 of their combat strength. If other ninja villages learned of this, it could potentially spark another ninja world war. Alas, I cannot fathom their reasoning. The environment in the hidden leaf is so favorable. Is it merely due to a little exclusion and the removal of a few troublemakers that they chose to leave en masse without even informing me, the Hokage? The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke, utterly surprised by the Uchiha's departure. He had previously presumed that after the ambush on Tsum, the Uchiha would retaliate forcefully. After capturing Danzo, he had hoped to make political concessions and gradually restore the previous state of affairs. Isn't politics all about that? Never did he anticipate that the Uchiha would simply withdraw. Is it that the Uchiha cannot afford to play this game? Hokage-sama, the investigation is complete. The Anbu captain approached, bowing to report. What are the results? The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. Based on the traces within the homes and the lack of movement outside, coupled with the chakra sensing reported by our comrades, it appears they utilized space manipulation abilities to relocate in several phases. That aligns with my estimation. The third Hokage tightened his grip on his pipe. Upon his arrival, he had surmised that space manipulation was at play. Each entry and exit of the hidden leaf was guarded by their own personnel. It would be implausible for such a large number of Uchiha to leave without consent. It was now evident that at least one of the 2 Mangekyo Sharingan possessed space manipulation capabilities. Return and take a rest. Do not disclose tonight's events to anyone. The third Hokage waved his hand. The Anbu ninja bowed and departed with his team. Shin, instruct the Anbu ninjas to disperse and investigate the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan members. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. They cannot have traveled too far with so many people. Avoid any conflicts. Once you gather information, notify me immediately. A ninja suddenly appeared, bowing and departing. The third Hokage continued to gaze at the Uchiha shrine, lost in thought as he exhaled wisps of smoke. I hope we can locate them and entice them back. The hidden leaf is currently too vulnerable to be destroyed from within. It would be best to negotiate and facilitate their return. I would even relinquish the Hokage position if necessary. They must not ally with another ninja village. That would be catastrophic. However, given the Uchiha's past behavior, it was unlikely they would join another village. They were more likely to establish a new faction of their own. That too would be problematic, especially with such a significant issue arising during my tenure. After a moment, the third Hokage stowed away his pipe and turned to leave. In a secluded area of the hidden leaf, Yuan and the elders suddenly appeared out of thin air. This was a remote location, surrounded by several dilapidated houses. Patriarch, where are we headed? The elder surveyed the surroundings. Just ahead, Yuan discerned the direction and moved toward an even more secluded area, distancing himself from the houses. The elder hurriedly followed, entering the sparse woods. Moments later, Yuan halted beside a large tree, gazing at a massive stone 200 meters away. According to the memories of oil woman Toryun, beneath that large stone lay the entrance to Danzo's laboratory. The body of the first Hokage, Hashirama, was there, as well as numerous researchers continuing their experiments. Danzo had never relinquished his pursuit of would-release experiments, albeit with little progress over the years. Elder, use Kemui to bring me into this base. There are valuable resources within. Li Yuan looked at the elder. Li Yuan could have forcefully entered, but he feared that they might hide Hashirama's body, making it difficult to locate later. With the Kemui eye, he could conserve effort and simplify matters. In the next instant, the space warped, and Li Yuan and the elder vanished. Chapter 35. Securing Hashirama's corpse. This was an immense base, featuring an expansive hall where the dim, flickering lights struggled to penetrate the dense shadows. At the hall's center stood a colossal culture tank filled with viscous, viridescent fluid. Suspended within was the cadaver of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. Numerous conduits of varying sizes snaked from the tank, connecting to an array of monitors. Two figures in lab coats were seated nearby, engaged in idle conversation. So tedious, watching this apparatus day in and day out. And what would you rather be doing? Conducting experiments? Perish the thought. The laboratory is invariably fatal, one replied, glancing at several doors in the distance, shaking his head. We're better off monitoring the equipment and ensuring the vitality of the corpse's cells. Abruptly, the space behind them contorted, and two specters materialized. With swift precision, each figure delivered a blow to the back of their necks, rendering them unconscious. Li Yuan sensed the presence of numerous individuals, both ninja and civilians, behind the surrounding doors. This hall was solely dedicated to preserving Hashirama's corpse, with the machinery designed to maintain its cellular viability. Such astonishing cells, Li Yuan mused, approaching the tank and reaching out to touch it. Even after so many years, they retained their vitality. Upon entering the hall, Li Yuan had immediately detected a peculiar vitality emanating from Hashirama's corpse. Unlike the vibrant energy of the living or the death-tinged life force of the elderly, Hashirama's cells possessed a paradoxical quality, a blend of life and death intertwined. The Grand Elder, following Li Yuan's gaze, exclaimed in astonishment, could that be the first Hokage's remains? Danzo, how dare he desecrate the first's memory? What is there to dare? He's been dead for over 3 decades, Li Yuan responded, circling the tank. But the first Hokage, the Grand Elder began, aghast. I understand your reverence for the first, Li Yuan interrupted, moving to the Grand Elder's side. Now, assist me in taking all this equipment. You mean, this is the treasure you spoke of? The corpse of the first Hokage? The Grand Elder asked, bewildered. Indeed. You knew the first Hokage, didn't you? He was quite powerful, wasn't he? Li Yuan inquired. Powerful? He quelled the chaos and founded Konoha single-handedly, the Grand Elder replied. His eyes filled with admiration as he recalled the past. And compare that to the current third Hokage, who styles himself as the strongest, Li Yuan chuckled softly. He is not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as the first Hokage. The Grand Elder spat, his face contorted with contempt. The first was revered as the god of shinobi. The third is merely self-aggrandizing. Only the naive believe his boasts. Those of us who remember the past merely scoff. He was there, he saw it all, yet he acts without shame. Enough with the complaints, Li Yuan interjected, gesturing to Hashirama's corpse. Help me collect this. You know the first Hokage's power. You understand the value of this. With a sigh, the Grand Elder approached the tank. In an instant, the space around them warped. And the tank, along with its attached machinery, vanished. Excellent. Let's depart, Li Yuan exclaimed. With another spatial distortion, the two disappeared, leaving the hall deserted. Moments later, a piercing alarm blared, and figures rushed into the room. Uchiha clan grounds, Li Yuan's residence. Li Yuan and the Grand Elder materialized in the midst of a ransacked home. Li Yuan frowned upon seeing the state of his residence. It appears the third has discovered the Uchiha's disappearance and has been searching my home. The Anbu are truly elite. And the third moved swiftly. Li Yuan turned to the Grand Elder, patting him on the shoulder. Grand Elder, please transport the first Hokage's remains and the equipment to the new clan grounds. I will not return just yet. After securing Hashirama's corpse, inquire which clansmen have important possessions left in Konoha and retrieve them. Once you have completed these tasks, come to the shrine and infuse chakra into the kunai. I will arrive immediately. Li Yuan handed a kunai to the Grand Elder. Very well. Be safe, clan head, and return to the new grounds soon, the Grand Elder replied. Disappearing in a swirl, Li Yuan closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings before vanishing. A Konoha alleyway. Li Yuan materialized in a narrow alley, heading towards a residential area. He stopped, melting into the shadows between two buildings, his gaze fixed on a 3-story house 100 meters away. He sensed a vibrant life force within, one that could only belong to Naruto Uzumaki, the vessel of the nine-tailed fox. Li Yuan intended to examine this individual with the Senju Uzumaki physique and collect some Uzumaki cells, and perhaps even catch a glimpse of the Nine Tails. While he had acquired Hashirama's corpse, it was merely dead cells, and cells that had been dead for over 3 decades. No matter how extraordinary, dead cells were inferior to living ones, especially when intended for use on his own clansmen. Furthermore, the Uzumaki and Senju were closely related, with minimal differences. Hashirama's extraordinary strength was likely due to the influence of Azura's chakra. Azura's chakra was a power on the level of the Sage of the Six Paths, and it was best left untouched for now. Sensing a chakra signature in the trees near the house, likely an Anbu operative, Li Yuan knew he had to be cautious. Without chakra, he could avoid detection as long as he remained unseen. Anbu operatives were unlikely to monitor activities within the house, unless there was a Ninetales incident or a loss of the container. Discretion was paramount. Li Yuan carefully approached the house, and after several minutes, he stood in the shadows of the building, listening to the voices within. That monstrous child is crying again. It's infuriating. Go check on him, a male voice said. Why should I? I don't want to see that monster. He looks like a fox, a female voice replied. You're a woman. You're better at soothing children. If he's hungry, you can feed him. Go on. Perhaps we should abandon this monster, the woman suggested. What are you saying? Do you not want the money? Go check on him. The man retorted. Fine, I'm going, the woman sighed. Li Yuan waited patiently, anticipating a moment of negligence from the watching ninja. The opportunity arrived, and in a flash, Li Yuan slipped through the window. Chapter 36, Drawing Your Blood Cells, Bestowing Upon You a Loving Family. On the second floor, there lay a modest bedroom of approximately 5 to 6 square meters, furnished with a single bed upon which a small child peacefully slumbered. Li Yuan cast a glance, discerning that the child was not Naruto, likely the offspring of the household. A powerful life force emanated from the adjacent room, accompanied by the wails of a child and the impatient murmurings of a woman. With caution, Li Yuan eased the door open, revealing a spacious hall. There, a young man in his 20s clutched a notebook, muttering curses under his breath. That bothersome creature, always making a racket. If it weren't for that support payment. In an instant, Li Yuan appeared behind him, delivering a swift strike to his neck. The next moment, the man's head tilted, consciousness slipping away as he collapsed onto the sofa in the hall. Li Yuan retrieved a nearby blanket and covered him, forming a series of seals. A cloud of smoke enveloped him, transforming his appearance to match that of the man. It was prudent to proceed with caution. He was uncertain whether the window in the room was ajar. The incessant noise from the creature persisted. Li Yuan approached the room. I don't know, it's infuriating. The woman sighed. You carry him out. I want to take a look, Li Yuan instructed. Moments later, the door swung open, and the woman emerged, cradling a child. This bothersome creature, she grumbled, handing the child to Li Yuan. He took the child in his right arm, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The distance to the window was considerable, and it was shut tight. The Anbu ninja should not be able to see this area. With his left hand, he struck the woman's neck, causing her to faint as well. Li Yuan promptly supported her and placed her on the sofa beside the man. It was then that he turned his full attention to the child in his right arm. The tiny figure was swathed in a thin swaddling blanket, with fine strands of golden hair emerging from its head. The cherubic face, plump and rosy, bore 3 wisps of hair on either side. The child appeared rather peculiar, reminiscent of a fox, which likely explained the couple's aversion. At that moment, the small body was wailing loudly. Li Yuan found the noise bothersome, extending his left hand, glowing with a reddish hue, to the child's face. In an instant, little Naruto gradually ceased his cries, drifting into a gentle slumber. Li Yuan laid the sleeping Naruto on the sofa and extracted a syringe from his robe. He pierced the needle into Naruto's arm, gently withdrawing it as he drew blood from the vein. After a moment, he dispelled the red glow from his left hand and removed the needle. The syringe now filled with approximately 100 milliliters of fresh blood. Li Yuan stowed the syringe away and placed his right hand upon Naruto's chest. In the next moment, a series of small runes appeared, swiftly entering the child's body, vanishing without a trace. Indeed, Li Yuan had inscribed the Flying Thunder God Seal within Naruto, a precautionary measure. This was his modified version. Even if the 4th Hokage were to resurrect, he would have to conduct a thorough investigation to sense the mark. This was a mark composed of chi, impervious to the chakra-utilizing ninjas. With this coordinate in place, should he desire to extract Naruto's cells in the future, he could do so at will. Li Yuan unfurled the thin swaddling blanket, revealing Naruto's entire form. The Flying Thunder God Seal left no visible trace, prompting a sly grin from Li Yuan. Upon Naruto's abdomen lay a cluster of rune markings, presenting a bagua pattern. Li Yuan understood that this was the 8-trigram seal that contained the 9 tails. He extended his right hand toward the 8-trigram seal, falling into deep contemplation. Should he take the 9 tails now? He possessed the capability to ensure Naruto's survival while extracting the 9 tails. But what purpose would it serve to take it now? The 9 tails was merely a weapon, and without the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could not effectively control it. It was wiser to leave the 9 tails within Naruto for future retrieval. As for Naruto's growth and potential prowess akin to the original storyline, Li Yuan was unperturbed. He had matured 16 years earlier. If he could not surpass Naruto then, he might as well abandon any ambitions of upheaval within the ninja world or schemes against the Tsutsuki clan or the chakra fruits. He sighed, deciding to forego the 9 tails for the time being. There was no escape from this place. Presently, he estimated his strength to be at the level of a Kage. He needed time to consolidate his power and avoid recklessness. If he were to take the Nine Tails, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire ninja world. A cost not worth incurring. The cells he had obtained could be integrated into his clan's body, significantly enhancing their power to a level akin to that of a younger Madara Uchiha. Yuan retracted his right hand, gently caressing Naruto's cheek, murmuring softly to himself. If you refrain from causing a ruckus, you are quite an adorable child. Having taken a sample of your blood cells, I shall grant you a token of compensation. You shall be afforded a normal child's life, free from the distinctions of a foster parent. As for how long this would last, that was left to fate. Yuan's hands glowed with a serene blue light, reaching toward the couple, the glow swiftly merging with their foreheads. Soon after, the azure light dissipated from his hands as he pinched Naruto's cheek once more. When they awaken, they will cherish you as their own child, allowing you a few years of a loving existence. We shall meet again when that time comes. Yuan carefully wrapped little Naruto back in his swaddling and placed him beside the couple. In the next moment, he turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving behind the three slumbering figures on the sofa, appearing as a family. Not long after, the couple rubbed their eyes and slowly awoke. Upon seeing little Naruto peacefully asleep beside them, the woman embraced the child with tenderness. What a good boy, he has fallen asleep with us. Let us place the little one next to the older sibling. We shall retire to our room, the man suggested after a brief glance. All right, I will do that, the woman replied, carrying the child into the bedroom. Yuan observed this scene from a corner of the room, employing the flying thunder god technique to disappear. The memory and perception modifications he had enacted were notably potent on ordinary individuals. However, these alterations would gradually revert over time. Thus, how long Naruto could enjoy a peaceful life depended entirely on fate. Yuan surmised that Naruto would likely develop similarly to the original narrative. After all, the third Hokage was destined to be the singular light in Naruto's eyes. Yet, how could he become that beacon amidst the trials and tribulations he faced? These matters no longer concerned Yuan. Konoha held little nostalgia for him. As dawn broke, the first light of day began to dispel the surrounding darkness. The third Hokage stood before the window of his office, pacing anxiously. He had not slept a wink throughout the night. How could he? With Konoha suddenly losing nearly 1/5 of its strength? Have the Uchiha's whereabouts been discovered? The third Hokage turned to Shin no Jutsu. None as of yet. The Anbu, except for those on missions, have been dispatched to search, and we have yet to receive any news, Shin no Jutsu reported with a bow. Hokage-sama, you should rest for a while. I will call you if any news arrives. Alas, how could this happen? Did they flee the land of fire within a single night? The third Hokage lamented, inserting a pipe into his mouth and taking a deep drag. The sun is rising. The villagers will soon realize the Uchiha are missing, he sighed, exhaling a plume of smoke. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door. The third Hokage's eyes brightened, and he promptly called out, "Come in." Is there news? A masked ninja entered the office, causing the third Hokage to momentarily freeze at the sight of the individual. Chapter 37. The Hokage wishes to speak with you. Have you dispatched the root ninjas as well? The third Hokage directed his gaze towards Shino. Hokage-sama, no? I am unable to mobilize them, Shino replied. Hokage-sama, I must see Danzo-sama. Something has occurred in the root, Yamamoto exclaimed anxiously. What has transpired in the root? The third Hokage furrowed his brow. The body of the first Hokage has been stolen, Yamamoto hurriedly disclosed. The corpse of Hashirama had been pilfered during an experiment. The root ninjas had reported this to him, knowing that Danzo was imprisoned in the Anbu dungeon, and only he could report to the third Hokage. Oh, the body of the first Hokage? The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. Shino, have someone take him to see Danzo. Furthermore, release Danzo and dispatch Anbu ninjas to the site of the theft. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shino bowed respectfully and departed. The third Hokage approached the window, gazing outside. Under the soft light, Konoha appeared as if it were awakening from a slumber, with silhouettes of people dotting the streets, creating an extraordinary beauty. Yet, his mood was somber. Dawn was approaching, and he pondered how to convey the matter of the Uchiha to the villagers. How could he ensure that the other ninja villages understood that Konoha's strength remained intact, that it was still the foremost ninja village? As the sun rose, Konoha bustled as usual, throngs of people milling about. Groups of villagers gathered for breakfast, preparing to embark on their daily tasks. Hey, where are the wicked Uchiha? One villager remarked. Indeed, I have not seen them either. It's rather strange. Another replied. Could they all have overslept? Lazy pigs. Yes, they are all lazy pigs. Ha ha ha. A robust man in his 30s dashed past, loudly exclaiming. Everyone, come quickly. The evil Uchiha have vanished. Their clan grounds are deserted. One person tugged at a friend. In an instant, the crowd surged toward the Uchiha clan grounds. As they traversed through the foliage, they were met with a cluster of houses, all with tightly shut doors, devoid of life. Ah, they truly have vanished. Well, those wicked Uchiha deserved it long ago. I was detained by the guards twice and had to pay a fine to get out. Yes, I've been caught 3 times as well. At that moment, a group of masked Anbu ninjas materialized abruptly. The crowd fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Return to your homes. The Uchiha have abandoned Konoha due to discord with the villagers. This area will be sealed for preservation. An Anbu ninja stepped forward, producing a wooden sign to stake into the ground. The crowd dispersed, murmuring as they returned to their breakfasts. Several Anbu ninjas swiftly erected wooden barriers, enclosing the entrances and exits of the Uchiha clan grounds. The Anbu captain nodded, pointing to a few individuals. You three with heightened sensory abilities. Remain here and monitor for any chakra signatures. There are still numerous items inside. They may return. If any chakra is detected, devise a means to delay them. Do not let them escape. The Hokage wishes to speak with them, understood? Yes, Captain, the three ninjas affirmed. Go. The Anbu captain waved his hand. The trio leaped into the Uchiha grounds, disappearing from sight. The Anbu captain surveyed the Uchiha clan grounds before leading his team away. As night descended and the moon rose high, a figure appeared out of thin air within the Uchiha clan shrine. The elder held a notebook filled with scribblings. Frowning as he muttered to himself, so many matters, how troublesome. On the shrine's roof, a ninja's expression shifted as he sensed a surge of chakra manifesting within the shrine. He promptly activated a signal flare and called out, Uchiha. The Hokage wishes to speak with you. His form was swift as he leapt from the rooftop, entering through a window. Startled, the elder noted the sudden presence. However, in a twist of space, the figure vanished. By the time the Anbu ninja entered the shrine, it was utterly deserted. Damn it, so quick. Where did they go? He clenched his fists in frustration. He bolted out of the shrine, racing towards a nearby house. Upon entering, he found it empty as well. The other two sensory ninjas soon arrived, but each inquiry yielded only emptiness. The three were exceedingly vexed. It was merely a request for a meeting with the Hokage. Why were they evading? The elder, equally infuriated, rubbed his eyes in the Kamui space. This won't do. I can only use Kamui once for each family. And there are so many to visit. My eyes are already aching. With another distortion of space, the elder materialized in a street of Konoha. He drew a kunai, channeling chakra into it. In the next moment, Yuan appeared before the elder. What's this? Have you resolved the clan's trivial matters so swiftly? Yuan inquired, eyeing the elder. Not yet. I returned to gather clan belongings but was interrupted by Anbu ninjas, the elder replied while rubbing his eyes. They claim the Hokage wishes to see us. Will you attend? Ah, they wish to see us, Yuan chuckled, extending his glowing red hand to press against the elder's eyes. A moment passed. Then I shall go meet him. You continue collecting the items. Yuan withdrew his hand, resting it on the elder's shoulder. Originally, Yuan had no desire to meet the third Hokage. He was merely the embodiment of the will of fire, attempting to persuade others, a thought that irked him. However, given that the elder's actions were impeded, it would be prudent to meet the Hokage and allow the elder to continue his collection. In the next instant, the two vanished from sight. Within the Uchiha shrine, they reappeared, making their way towards the exit. The three Anbu sensory ninjas hastened toward them. Both parties paused at the shrine's entrance, locking eyes. Did you not wish to meet me? Come, let us converse, Yuan said, glancing at the three ninjas as he stepped outside. The three Anbu ninjas parted to allow Yuan and the elder to exit the shrine. Yuan settled at a stone table not far from the shrine's entrance. Addressing the three ninjas, I, the clan leader, shall wait here for the Hokage. My companion will retrieve our clan's belongings, so do not interfere. The trio exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. The elder turned towards the house, and one of the Anbu ninjas stepped forward, intending to follow him. Humph, if you meddle, we shall leave and forego the Hokage meeting. Yuan scoffed, fixing his gaze on the Anbu ninja. The ninja hesitated, then halted, fixated on the elder's departing figure. That is more like it, Yuan grinned. When will the Hokage arrive? How long must I wait? I have already informed Hokage-sama. He should arrive imminently. One Anbu ninja replied. Very well, I shall wait, Yuan declared, closing his eyes to meditate. After a brief interval, Yuan opened his eyes. Directing his attention towards Konoha, he sensed a surge of chakra racing toward them, accompanied by several more signatures. This chakra belonged to the third Hokage, and the following signatures were likely those of the Anbu escort. Moments later, a figure rushed forward, halting 2 meters away from Yuan. Chapter 38. Am I really such a poor Hokage? Hokage-sama, there is one more person over there, a sensing ninja reported while bowing. You wanted to see me, right? Please, take a seat. Yuan gestured toward the stone chair opposite him, observing the third Hokage. The third Hokage cast a glance at the nearby building before settling into the stone chair. An Anbu ninja turned to leave, but Yuan's gaze fixated on him. Humph. Then I shall take my leave, Yuan declared, his eyes locked onto the Anbu ninja. Forget it. There's no need to go. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. The Anbu ninja halted, bowing respectfully and standing behind the third Hokage. Can they return? The third Hokage inquired, placing his pipe between his lips, inhaling deeply as he regarded Yuan in a hushed tone. They cannot, Yuan replied. Do you understand that your withdrawal from Konoha could potentially trigger the Fourth Great Ninja War? The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, gripping his pipe tightly. It could also lead to Konoha's defeat in the Fourth War, or even its destruction. And what does that have to do with us Uchiha? Li Yuan retorted nonchalantly. How can it not be related? You are citizens of Konoha. The third Hokage shouted, his voice rising in anger. Konoha was established by your clan alongside the Senju. Now you suddenly remember that the Uchiha are villagers and old-timers of Konoha? Li Yuan clicked his tongue. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe. Fixing his gaze on Li Yuan, silent for a moment. Those matters were orchestrated by Danzo. I was unaware and did not intervene. I admit my incompetence. I have already dismissed Danzo and imprisoned him in the Anbu dungeon. Stop. You previously dismissed Danzo, yet the situation remains unchanged. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The root ninjas only heed Danzo. This time, they acted independently. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. Enough. You may deceive others, but I shall let it slide. Li Yuan pressed his right hand against his forehead. The third Hokage clenched his pipe tightly, falling into another silence. If you return, I can announce you as the fifth Hokage, the third Hokage said, taking a deep breath from his pipe, speaking through gritted teeth. Haha, the fifth Hokage? Li Yuan scoffed, his lips curling in disdain as he glanced at the distant buildings. He sensed that the elder had finished his business and found no interest in further pretense with the third Hokage. He was a politician and had no desire to engage in such games. Am I to become a puppet like the fourth Hokage, only to be toyed with until my demise? Veins bulged on the third Hokage's forehead. The fourth Hokage was not a puppet. It was I who did not entrust him with the Anbu. Furthermore, how could I have caused his demise? Was it not your Uchiha who lost control of the Nine Tails? The fourth's death was not orchestrated by us. The third Hokage bellowed, fist clenched in fury. Only the Mangekyo Sharingan can control the Nine Tails. How absurd. We Uchiha supported Namikaze Minato's rise, placing heavy bets on him. Li Yuan replied, a cold smile gracing his face. And then you claim that we sought to eliminate him? Truly, is that how you perceive us? Well, it is indeed not your doing. The third Hokage exhaled smoke, attempting to calm his emotions. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. What do you expect? How can you expect us to return? As long as you remain in power, it is impossible. Li Yuan shot a glance at the third Hokage. Cough, what do you mean by that? The third Hokage coughed, gripping his pipe tightly. Just what the words convey. Am I truly that inept? The third Hokage murmured, his voice heavy with dismay. Indeed, if another Hokage were in place, we would not have left Konoha, Li Yuan said, his disdain palpable. Pray tell, where have I faltered? The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe, his tone solemn. The mighty Senju clan, within mere decades, was brought to ruin due to your failures. If we Uchiha do not flee, we too may face annihilation. The Senju sought to experiment with wood release, compounded by the mercilessness of the battlefield, and the third Hokage hastily interjected. What of the Hatake Sakomo? A man of great strength, who took his own life at home, due to rumors. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead, recalling the tragic tale. You may deceive the ordinary villagers, but do you truly believe I would be swayed? Li Yuan scoffed. Another silence ensued. Moments passed. It is my failure as Hokage. Can you truly not return? The third Hokage gazed intently at Li Yuan, filled with anticipation. You must understand that your departure from Konoha could indeed provoke the fourth great ninja war. Konoha is at its most vulnerable now. Stop. I have already stated that this has nothing to do with us Uchiha. Li Yuan hastily gestured. A moment of silence lingered again. You are not considering joining another ninja village, are you? The third Hokage sighed heavily. Rest assured, we have lived here for 50 years. Li Yuan surveyed the surrounding structures. For the next decade, we will remain largely absent from the ninja world. The losses sustained during the third war have left our clan in a precarious state. We must recuperate. Li Yuan lightly touched the stone table. As for a decade from now, we shall emerge with our elite clan members to make our presence known. By then, the events of the original series, Shippuden, will have begun, heralding the most thrilling chapter of the ninja world. At that time, my own strength should enable me to stir things up in the ninja realm. That is good to hear. The third Hokage exhaled a long breath. The best news he had received that night. You have seen me. Let us conclude for today. Li Yuan stood to depart. Is there truly no possibility? What if I were to abdicate immediately? The third Hokage rose, gazing earnestly at Li Yuan. Impossible. I am leaving. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. In the next instant, Li Yuan vanished without a trace. The third Hokage stared at the spot where Li Yuan had stood, murmuring to himself, such spatial abilities, akin to the flying thunder god. They have truly departed, leaving no room for negotiation. Is being Hokage truly such a cumbersome task? The Senju clan, the events surrounding Hatake, truly. Beneath the silver moonlight, the third Hokage appeared despondent, his visage aged in an instant. Meanwhile, in Konoha, within the Hyuga clan's territory, a spacious hall housed a gathering of several figures encircling a conference table. It has been confirmed that the Uchiha clan has completely relocated from Konoha, and their whereabouts remain undetected. Hyuga Hayashi presided at the head of the table, addressing the assembly of clan members. What are your thoughts on this? How should our Hyuga clan proceed? Clan leader, this is auspicious news. We Hyuga are now the foremost clan in the village. How can this be considered good? With the Uchiha gone, We Hyuga are now the most conspicuous, another voice chimed in. The Uchiha face the harshest targeting and exclusion now that they have departed. Our Hyuga may not fare well. Indeed, the village has never held us in high regard. It will only worsen from here. Should we consider following the Uchiha's example and leave Konoha ourselves? Tell me, how would we depart? Given the current situation, the village will only tighten its scrutiny on us. Moreover, based on the traces left behind, it seems they utilized spatial abilities to relocate the entire clan without a sound. Do we possess such abilities? How could we leave Konoha? Clan leader, for now, we Hyuga can only maintain a low profile in Konoha, awaiting further developments. Agreed. That is the only course of action. Hyuga Hayashi rubbed his temples, his heart heavy with concern. Being from Konoha's esteemed clans, we have endured the same exclusion and hardship. How could the Uchiha suddenly uproot themselves from Konoha? What are we to do now as the Hyuga clan? Then let it be known. We shall remain low-key from now on. The meeting is adjourned. Hyuga Hayashi gestured for the meeting to conclude, resignation evident in his tone. Understood, clan leader. The assembly bowed respectfully before dispersing. Simultaneously, within the Nara household, the leaders of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans convened to discuss matters. We too must keep a low profile. Let us hope this upheaval does not lead to the Fourth Great Ninja War. Everyone, please return. Nara Shikaku waved his hand, signaling the end of their discussions. The others departed, each expressing their own sense of helplessness. In a similar vein, the major clans of Konoha convened their respective clan meetings. As Hyuga Hizashi exited the conference room, he hurried home, eager to see Niji. Unfazed by the earlier discussions, he, as a branch member of the Hyuga clan, intended to follow the directives of the main family regardless. Upon contemplating the division of the Zong family, Hyuga Hizashi clenched his fists in frustration. He feared that his own child, Niji, would inevitably succumb to the fate of a caged bird. As he stepped into his courtyard, he instinctively cast his gaze towards a certain direction, tightening his grip once more. Chapter 39. The desire to free your child from the cage in the living room of a house. A figure cradled a child in his right arm while pinching the chubby cheeks of the little one with his left. Clad in a black casual outfit, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, his dark hair and eyes accentuated his youthful handsomeness. This individual was none other than Li Yuan. After concluding his conversation with the third Hokage, Li Yuan had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in a narrow alley of Konoha. Spotting a member of the Hyuga clan passing nearby, he was reminded of the potential to study the Byakugan. In the original narrative, the Byakugan could evolve into the Rinnegan, a power on par with the Sharingan. Such a remarkable asset warranted investigation. The Hyuga clan had squandered the potential of the Byakugan, originally a noble bloodline, relegating it to mere close combat and reconnaissance. They had divided into two factions, with the main family, protected by the branch family, growing complacent and self-important, relying on the oppression of their own kin to assert superiority. Meanwhile, the branch family, striving to hone their skills, suffered the detriment of the cage bird seal, which fractured the integrity of their bloodline. Thus, the Hyuga clan was forever deprived of producing formidable talents. In the original narrative, the previous Hokage had remarked that Niji might have surpassed his limitations had he not been constrained by the cage bird seal. Li Yuan intended to offer him an opportunity to test his potential while simultaneously exploring the depths of the Byakugan bloodline. Hence, he found himself in this very place. The child in Li Yuan's embrace was none other than Niji, who at just over a year old, slept soundly in his arms. Uchiha clan leader, what brings you here? Hyuga Hizashi's gaze was fixed on Li Yuan's hands, his fists clenched. Did you not lead your clan away from Konoha? Why are you here, holding my son Niji? Are you attempting to threaten me? But wait, I am merely the head of the branch family. What threat could you pose? Ah, you're back. Your son is quite adorable. Li Yuan remarked, extending his right hand to pass the child to Hizashi. Quickly accepting Niji, Hizashi cradled him and activated his Byakugan for examination. After a brief moment, he sighed in relief. Rest assured, I won't harm a child. I merely extracted a small sample of blood, Li Yuan stated as he entered the hall. That's not right. My wife, Hizashi exclaimed, rushing into the hall. I let him sleep for a while. Li Yuan gestured toward the sofa. There, a young woman lay asleep, her rhythmic breathing barely audible. Hizashi approached the sofa, placing Niji beside her, then gently touched the woman's forehead. She wore no forehead protector, revealing a mysterious seal, the cage bird seal of the branch family. Upon witnessing this, Hizashi realized that Li Yuan had removed her protector. His wife, like him, despised the mark and would never have removed it herself. Uchiha clan leader, are you here to mock us? Hizashi's left fist tightened, while he picked up the nearby forehead protector to cover the seal on his wife's forehead. No, I've been studying for a while. I did not come to jest. Li Yuan shook his head. The cage bird seal is indeed a formidable binding. No one has managed to break it for centuries, and I am currently at a loss. Hizashi inhaled deeply, seeking to calm his tumultuous emotions as he sat beside the table in the hall. The Uchiha clan leader seemed to harbor no ill intentions. Both his wife and child were unharmed, and there was no threat posed to him. Please sit. What is it that you wish to discuss? I am merely the head of the branch family. Without standing in the clan, Hisashi gestured toward the chair opposite him. Li Yuan took a seat, shaking a syringe filled with crimson liquid in his hand. It's nothing of great consequence. I was merely contemplating my departure and gathering some materials, he said, stowing the syringe away. Now that you've obtained the blood sample and examined the cage bird seal, why wait for my return? Hisashi scrutinized Li Yuan intently. I wish to discuss a matter with you, Li Yuan remarked, glancing at little Niji with a mischievous smile. What matter? Is it related to Niji? Hisashi's hand instinctively moved toward his kunai at his waist, his gaze wary. Do you wish for your son to escape the fate of being marked by the cage bird seal? Li Yuan inquired, his eyes fixed on Hisashi. What? Hisashi rose, astonished. His gaze locked onto Li Yuan. You can break the cage bird seal? That's impossible. No one has achieved that in centuries. You must be deceiving me. Calm yourself. There are others in the adjacent room. It is not a deception, Li Yuan quickly reassured him. Having observed the cage bird seal, Li Yuan believed that with mastery over both body and soul, he could potentially break it after years of study. However, the effort seemed unworthy. A classic case of labor without reward. Hisashi took several deep breaths to regain his composure. If there existed a means to prevent Niji from bearing the cage bird seal, he would be willing to pursue any course of action. What must be done? Why Niji? Hisashi clenched his fists, pressing for answers. Li Yuan approached Hisashi, leaning in to whisper. We can. After a brief pause, Li Yuan returned to his seat, observing Hisashi's shifting expression. Are you certain this plan is feasible? It will not fail. Rest assured, with both myself and Orochimaru collaborating, it shall not falter, Li Yuan chuckled. However, you must prepare for the likelihood of not seeing your son for an extended period. Hisashi moved to his wife and child, gently caressing Niji's face while his other hand brushed against the forehead protector on his own brow. Why Niji? You still have not answered me, he pressed, lifting the child to meet Li Yuan's gaze. His Byakugan bloodline is quite potent. There is a possibility he may surpass the limits of the Byakugan in the future. Li Yuan replied, lightly touching his own eyes. Hisashi, will you agree to this? Hisashi considered Niji's forehead, then raised his gaze. Determination in his eyes as he addressed Li Yuan. I agree. If there is a chance to free him from the cage bird seal, I am willing to try. No matter the cost. Excellent. Rest assured, should the plan succeed, he shall become my pupil and will not be neglected, Li Yuan assured, affectionately stroking Niji's cheeks. When will we enact this plan? Hisashi withdrew his hand from Niji's forehead. No rush. I first need to confer with Orochimaru to ensure the plan is foolproof. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. At what age does a child typically receive the cage bird seal in your Hyuga clan? Generally around 3 or 4 years old. Hisashi responded. Then we have substantial time to ensure everything is meticulously arranged, Li Yuan replied with a relaxed smile. Take this, if you require anything. Channel your chakra into it, and I shall be informed. Li Yuan retrieved a kunai from his clothing, offering it to Hisashi. The Flying Thunder God kunai? Hisashi gazed at the weapon in astonishment. How did you learn this? The third Hokage would not have taught you. Ha ha ha, you need not concern yourself with that. If you require me, simply reach out. Li Yuan stood, waving goodbye. In the next instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Hisashi cradled his child, stroking Niji's forehead and murmuring, Father will ensure you are never marked by the cage bird seal. You shall soar freely through life, unshackled by the clan's constraints. If this succeeds, I may seldom see you again. If I cannot see you, then so be it. In Konoha, at the Hokage Tower, Yuan Fury returned to the Hokage's office, lost in thought as he habitually placed his pipe between his lips, exhaling clouds of smoke. Leave me. I desire solitude. The third Hokage gestured dismissively. A group of Anbu ninjas bowed and exited the room. Alone in the Hokage office, Yuan Fury continued to smoke, murmuring to himself, Am I truly a poor Hokage? Time passed, and a series of knocks echoed against the window. Chapter 40, Jiraiya. You should be Hokage. The sound of knocking against the window snapped Yuan Fei Rijan back to reality, prompting him to turn his gaze. A sturdy middle-aged man with white hair, adorned with an oil-slick forehead protector, stood with his arms crossed, observing him. You've arrived. The third Hokage remarked as he set down his pipe. I've been here for quite a while, old man. Why were you so despondent just now? Jiraiya inquired, his brows furrowing with concern. You must have heard about the Uchiha's departure from Konoha. The third Hokage resumed, picking up his pipe once more. I took a stroll around the village earlier and heard about it, Jiraiya admitted, his expression turning grave. The old man knows they are being ostracized. But I never anticipated the entire Uchiha clan would suddenly uproot themselves from Konoha. Last time, the clan leader Li Yuan assured me that the Uchiha would maintain the status quo. Their exodus must be a result of something you've done. The gravity of the situation was underscored by the fact that Konoha was currently at its weakest, and a fourth great ninja war could very well erupt. Old man, have you done something again? Jiraiya pressed. Yes, Danzo sent operatives to ambush the light tree a few days ago, but they failed, the third Hokage lamented, taking a deep draw from his pipe. Did you not say you wouldn't take any further action? Jiraiya pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. The old man's antics were driving the Uchiha away. Furthermore, wasn't Danzo removed from his position? How could he still deploy ninjas to ambush the Uchiha? Have you sent anyone to locate them? I could speak with Yuan. If necessary, we could hand Danzo over. Jiraiya looked at the third Hokage with hope. I found them and spoke with him. He said he wouldn't return as long as I'm in office. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke, his tone somber. Is it truly that poor under my leadership as Hokage? He queried, lifting his gaze. Well, it's not entirely bad, Jiraiya replied, scratching his head. Indeed. You two believe I'm not measuring up. The third Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe. Not entirely bad. Occasionally there are issues, Jiraiya said, turning his attention to the window. Jiraiya, I wish to appoint you as Hokage. I hope you won't refuse this time. The third Hokage fixed his gaze intently on Jiraiya. I can't. I still need to find the one foretold by prophecy. Jiraiya quickly waved his hands in dismissal. Still searching for the one foretold? Konoha needs you now. The third Hokage's left fist clenched, his voice rising in urgency. Old man, please don't be angry. The Sage of the Toad has issued a new prophecy. It foretells a significant upheaval in the future, a figure radiating golden light with golden eyes, who may bring destruction to the ninja world. I must locate him promptly to avert this fate. Can't you remain in Konoha? The Sage's prophecy pertains to the future. Konoha requires your presence now. The third Hokage sighed, releasing a plume of smoke. The Uchiha's departure may provoke the fourth war, and you still wish to leave? Well, I understand. For the time being. I shall remain in Konoha, Jiraiya said, his expression solemn. He recognized that the Uchiha's exodus would prompt other ninja villages to send operatives to test the waters, and a fourth war could indeed break out. Must you truly refuse my offer? The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. I am not suited to be Hokage. Perhaps you could ask Tsunade to give it a try, Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Tsunade, you say? The third Hokage pondered for a moment, exhaling smoke. She might not agree, but you could certainly approach her. The third Hokage was well aware that Tsunade held significant reservations about him. The demise of the Senju clan and the fall of the rope tree were likely attributed to his leadership. Given how many years I have been away from Konoha, my actions have been quite evident. It seems I have not performed well as Hokage, considering none of my 3 disciples are willing to assume the position. I shall grant you 3 days to attempt to persuade Tsunade to return. After 3 days, I suspect the major ninja villages will take action. The third Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe. Very well, I shall depart immediately. If there is any news regarding the Uchiha, I will speak with them, Jiraiya declared, leaping down from the windowsill. Old man, within 3 days, regardless of whether Tsunade returns, I will return. The third Hokage watched as Jiraiya departed, massaging his temples with one hand while the other held the pipe to his lips, continuing to exhale clouds of smoke. Outside Konoha, in a dense forest, a white figure emerged slowly from the ground. Strange, Obito has been inside for 2 or 3 days, yet there is not a single word, White Zetsu murmured, gazing at the Konoha barrier. Moreover, the Uchiha have completely vacated Konoha. How did I not notice their exodus? Never mind. These matters belong to Black Zetsu. I only need to report. White Zetsu slipped back into the ground, vanishing from sight. Not far away, on the treetops, Yuan observed White Zetsu's departure, stroking his chin in contemplation. It's about time to return Obito's eyes. They cannot remain lost any longer. Earlier, Yuan had considered intervening to stop White Zetsu but paused, deciding against it. My plans have been successfully executed, and Black Zetsu knowing a little is inconsequential. Besides, if he doesn't relay any information to him, the repercussions could be greater. After all, he has spread White Zetsu throughout the ninja world. Will Black Zetsu come near Konoha? Perhaps I should meet him then. Quite intriguing. On second thought, it's best not to meet him now. Yuan shook his head. He sensed that his strength was still lacking, and the timing was premature. It was not yet the era of the wind of change. Meeting him would yield little benefit. It would take over a decade for his plans to truly commence. Jiraiya is about to leave Konoha again. Yuan turned his gaze toward the Konoha barrier. He sensed a familiar chakra rapidly approaching the forest. He isn't staying in Konoha. Where could he be going? This is no longer my concern. Yuan chuckled softly, his figure vanishing. In the next moment, Yuan appeared within the Uchiha shrine, scanning his surroundings with a smile. He noted the absence of chakra signatures nearby. The third Hokage had withdrawn the Anbu shinobi. Yuan seated himself at a table within the shrine, closing his eyes to meditate, patiently awaiting the return of the elder. Before long, the space twisted, and the elder appeared out of thin air, surveying the surroundings before joining Yuan at the table. It has been over a day since we successfully relocated to Sea Eagle Island. Have the clan members expressed any thoughts? Yuan opened his eyes to regard the elder. Most of the clan members are quite pleased, though a few have voiced concerns. The majority are shinobi. They are reluctant to remain on the island indefinitely and wish to emerge occasionally, the elder mused after a moment of contemplation. Yuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. Indeed, we cannot allow the shinobi clan members to live in tranquility indefinitely. If they do not engage in activity, their combat prowess will likely diminish in a few years. You may inform them upon your return that anyone wishing to venture out must attain the rank of Jonin, and I will take them out for training, Li Yuan proposed. That sounds quite reasonable, the elder nodded, stroking his goatee. Are all the clan's mundane matters resolved? Li Yuan inquired of the elder. Yes, all is settled. I prefer to return to my own comforts, the elder replied, rubbing his eyes. Chapter 41. It is better for Obito to retain the Kimui after pondering. Li Yuan chuckled and inquired whether the elder would truly part with Obito. The elder fell silent for a moment, gently touching his eyes before murmuring, to be honest, I am somewhat reluctant. These eyes are exceedingly useful. However, each time I utilize them, my eyes swell and ache uncomfortably. We should revert them soon, lest I become genuinely attached. The elder retrieved a glass jar from his robe, filled with a verdant liquid, within which lay a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Wait for me a moment. I shall fetch Obito, Li Yuan declared, rising and employing the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Initially, Obito had been concealed within the shrine, but fearing discovery by the third Hokage after the Uchiha clan's exodus, Li Yuan had hidden him in the home of an ordinary family in Konoha. Moments later, Li Yuan returned, grasping Obito with his right hand. Let us proceed to the room. It will be more convenient, he stated, leading Obito towards a wooden door. The elder, clutching the glass jar, hurried to follow. Upon opening the door, they entered a modest chamber, approximately 7 or 8 square meters in size, furnished with a table and chairs, and a single bed in the corner. Li Yuan carelessly tossed Obito onto the bed and instructed the elder to take a seat in the adjacent chair. The elder sat down, closing his eyes, and handed the glass jar to Li Yuan. Li Yuan accepted the jar with his left hand while his right hand emanated a crimson glow, which he pressed against the elder's right eye. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand, revealing a blood-red orb in his palm. The elder's right eye appeared hollow, devoid of any blood. Li Yuan swiftly placed the orb into Obito's vacant right eye, causing the crimson light to surge. After another moment, Li Yuan retracted his hand, extracting an eye from the glass jar, enveloped in a red glow, and inserted it into the elder's right eye. He pondered, gazing at the elder's left eye, contemplating whether to return it to Obito or retain it for himself. It cannot be returned. Otherwise, his dual Kimui would be exceedingly advantageous, nearly rivaling the Rinnegan. With both Kimui, Obito would surely ascend to unprecedented heights, which does not serve my interests. Dealing with Obito later would pose a significant dilemma. What troubles you? The elder questioned, opening his eyes in confusion. Would you prefer to keep one Kimui? Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin. Why? The elder inquired, feeling his left eye. How do you find using Kimui? Li Yuan asked, observing the elder's left eye. It is quite effective, remarkably powerful, the elder replied after a moment of contemplation. Precisely. If he possesses dual Kimui, how would you contend with him? Can you defeat him? Li Yuan probed. Absolutely not. If I lacked information, I would likely be defeated in a single exchange, the elder admitted, stroking his goatee. Even with knowledge, I doubt I could manage. That is the crux of the matter. We are not on the same side, Li Yuan reiterated, handing the glass jar back to the elder. It is likely we will cross paths eventually. Thus it is advisable for him to retain a single Kimui. However, did you not mention he desires to wreak havoc among the ninja, to alter this cruel world? The elder hesitated. Is a single Kimui sufficient? He possesses the power of Hashirama's cells within him, Li Yuan stated, producing a syringe from his robe. Ah, the first Hokage's power, capable of utilizing would release? Yet, he did not employ it when he was captured, the elder marveled, glancing at Obito. His strength does not match Hashirama's. He merely uses the Mangekyo Sharingan without succumbing to the painful strain, allowing him to employ it freely, Li Yuan explained. Inserting the needle into Obito's right arm, he filled the syringe with blood and collected a few vials of cells. No pain, no blindness. The elder rose, intrigued. Indeed, it possesses no drawbacks whatsoever. It can be employed at will, Li Yuan affirmed, gathering the vials. With such a single Kimui, do you believe you can handle him? Li Yuan questioned the elder. Well, I cannot manage that, the elder admitted after a moment of silence. Thus, you shall retain the left eye for now. His weakness lies within our grasp, Li Yuan chuckled. Should conflicts arise, we can swiftly subdue him as we did previously. The elder touched his left eye, shivering at the thought of Obito wielding limitless Kimui. That would be overwhelmingly powerful. I am all too familiar with its capabilities. You are not contemplating experimenting on our clan members, are you? The elder recalled Li Yuan's earlier actions. You said it yourself, Li Yuan laughed. Absolutely not. Look at his condition. Our clan members must not become like this, the elder exclaimed, pointing at Obito, whose body was a grotesque amalgamation of yellowish-white and gray, forcibly fused together with writhing gray tendrils. Enough jesting. I would not do such a thing. I am merely curious and wish to conduct some research, Li Yuan waved dismissively. Indeed, Li Yuan was eager to experiment. He now possessed Hashirama's remains, the cells of the Uzumaki clan, and white Zetsu cells. He felt compelled to explore these resources. With mastery over his own flesh, he believed he could achieve a perfect integration within a few years. Subsequently, the Uchiha clan would no longer suffer from a lack of chakra, Their Mangekyo Sharingan could restore its power autonomously. Li Yuan did not aspire to elevate the Uchiha to a divine status. His aim was to strengthen his own subordinates. In anticipation of the turmoil among the ninja in the coming years, he envisioned a cadre of 7 or 8 elite shinobi beneath him. Ideally, he would have a few clones of Madara Uchiha, equipped with the Mangekyo Sharingan in Sage mode, ensuring they would not suffer from chakra depletion or blindness. In such a scenario, the united ninja villages would pose no threat. He would reign supreme over the world. He envisioned delivering a kick to Madara while holding Kagaya Otsutsuki aloft, savoring chakra fruits. What shall we do with him now? The elder inquired, glancing at Obito. Simple enough. Let us go, Li Yuan declared, lifting Obito with one hand and placing the other on the elder's shoulder, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish. Outside Konoha's barrier, in a dense thicket, Li Yuan and the elder materialized. Li Yuan immediately extended his sensory perception, confirming the absence of other chakra signatures or white zetsu. It was only natural. Sentient white zetsu were scarce, and the area surrounding Konoha could not accommodate many. Li Yuan released his grip, allowing Obito to tumble to the ground. He placed his right hand on Obito's chest, inscribing intricate runes that swiftly penetrated his body and vanished. Li Yuan marked Obito with his Flying Thunder God seal, ensuring clarity of location. With 2 seals on a single individual, one his own, the other belonging to another, he could distinctly sense Obito's position at any time. Li Yuan extended both hands, one radiating red light, the other blue, swiftly merging them into Obito's being. Moments later, he withdrew his hands and placed one on the elder's shoulder, causing both to vanish once more. Shortly thereafter, Obito stirred awake, rubbing his forehead. The next instant, the space around him distorted, and he vanished from sight. Chapter 42. Where's my left eye? Li Yuan and the Grand Elder stood atop the treetops, observing Obito's departure. Chief, you did not take any action just now, did you? The Grand Elder inquired, turning to Li Yuan. Not at all, Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin and shaking his head. He was acutely aware of the shortcomings of the double complete eye technique. Once the soul's memories were altered, they would gradually mend themselves and even develop resistance. In Li Yuan's scheme, Obito was meant to remain active in the ninja world for several more years. Thus, he could not recklessly tamper with his soul. Obito's objective in coming to Konoha would continue as planned, and he still recalled being ambushed. Of course, Li Yuan had made some minor adjustments. The affairs in Konoha are concluded. You may return to the new clan grounds, Li Yuan suggested, glancing at the Grand Elder. Indeed, I will return to the new clan grounds. Chief, you should as well, the Grand Elder responded, looking toward the Konoha barrier. There was a hint of reluctance. Yet he felt a sense of freedom as well. I shall wait a while longer before returning. I wish to observe a bit more. What is it? Are you still a bit attached to Konoha? Li Yuan turned his gaze toward the Konoha barrier. After living here for over 50 years, reflecting on it now. The Grand Elder sighed. Chief, I shall take my leave now. You should return to the new clan grounds soon, the Grand Elder said, turning to leap down from the treetop. Yes, I have the Flying Thunder God technique. Returning will be easy for me. Li Yuan waved his hand. Once you return, ensure that the clansmen adapt to their new lives swiftly. Inform me of any deficiencies. Understood, the Grand Elder replied, biting his fingertip to form a hand seal. Summoning technique. A plume of smoke arose and quickly dissipated, revealing a 3-meter-tall eagle. The Grand Elder leapt onto the eagle's back. With a piercing cry, the majestic bird soared into the sky, circling above Li Yuan several times. Off you go. Li Yuan waved farewell. The eagle let out a resounding cry before carrying the Grand Elder away. Watching the Grand Elder depart, Li Yuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Obito had likely just entered Konoha and had probably discovered the disappearance of the entire Uchiha clan. He must be making some deductions. It does not concern me. My objective has been achieved. I doubt I will engage with him again within the next decade, Li Yuan murmured to himself. In the next moment, Li Yuan vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. In Konoha, at the Uchiha clan grounds, the space twisted, and Obito appeared at the entrance of the shrine with a sullen expression, growling softly. They are completely gone. Damn it, they must have ambushed me. Those who entered the Kimui space before were undoubtedly involved. To relocate so many clansmen swiftly, they must have used my Mangekyo Sharingan. But how did they know the capabilities of my eyes, as well as their weaknesses? Obito touched his right eye, pondering. And why did they not take this eye as well? Right, Kakashi. Obito clenched his fists. In the next moment, the space twisted again, and Obito vanished. Outside a building in Konoha, the space warped, and Obito appeared out of thin air. The structure was a large, classical wooden house covering several hundred square meters. There is Kakashi's chakra signature, Obito observed, turning toward a specific direction. In an instant, he walked through the wall and entered the spacious room, which was sparsely decorated. Kakashi lay on the bed, sound asleep. Obito clenched his fists, staring silently at Kakashi. Damn you, Kakashi. Not only did you fail to protect Rin, but you also lost my eye. How can you still sleep soundly? Suddenly, Kakashi stirred, opening his eyes. His left eye, with its 3 tomo, rapidly scanned the room. Strange. I felt someone just now, Kakashi murmured, touching his forehead before lying back down. In the Kamui space, Obito touched his left eye, whispering to himself. My left eye is still a Sharingan. Is it mine, or someone else's? How can I confirm this? Obito furrowed his brow. Does Kakashi know? No. Someone entered the Kamui space before I arrived in Konoha. Coupled with my ambush and 3 days of unconsciousness, the Uchiha clan has vanished. Kakashi's left eye is probably not his own. How frustrating. I must find Zetsu and have him help me track down the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan. In the next moment, Obito disappeared. In the land of rice, within a secluded underground base, Orochimaru, clad in a white lab coat, was engrossed in examining a microscope, murmuring to himself, this time, it will surely succeed. I have failed over 100 times already. After a moment, Orochimaru's face broke into a smile as he picked up a glass test tube. Ha ha ha, splendid. The preliminary design has succeeded. The next step is the experiment. Come here, bring in another eagle. Orochimaru shouted toward the door. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, a ninja replied, entering with an eagle in hand and skillfully placing it in a cage within the laboratory. Beside the cage, there were 7 or 8 others, each containing the carcass of a deceased eagle. The corpses exhibited various strange conditions. Some were swollen, others had hollow eyes, and each displayed a different manner of death. Evidently the result of Orochimaru's experiments conducted countless times before. Dispose of those others, Orochimaru instructed, pointing toward the additional cages. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, the ninja responded, opening the cages and retrieving the eagle corpses one by one. Lord Orochimaru, this is the last one. Shall we capture more? Have we already gone through dozens so soon? Orochimaru glanced at the empty test tube on the table, realizing it was devoid of the extracted eagle cells. No need. The materials have been exhausted, Orochimaru said, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. Leave now, and compile the recent news. I wish to review it. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, the ninja bowed and exited. Carrying the eagle corpses, Orochimaru picked up a syringe from the lab table, drawing the liquid from the test tube into it. He approached the birdcage, injecting the serum into the eagle's body. This time, it will not fail. It should succeed. Orochimaru licked his lips and stepped back, his gaze fixated on the eagle. Moments later, the eagle emitted a powerful cry, thrashing about within the cage. With a loud bang, the eagle exploded, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Orochimaru quickly dodged, his white robe speckled with bloodstains. Why did it fail this time? What went wrong? Orochimaru rubbed his temples, slowly making his way out of the laboratory. Any significant news recently? He asked upon exiting, discarding his gloves at the door. The Uchiha clan has completely vacated Konoha, and there has been no trace of them since. A ninja reported with a bow. Orochimaru paused, extending his tongue to lick his lips. Interesting, the new Uchiha clan leader has managed to relocate the entire clan from Konoha, and the old man has not noticed in time to intervene. I shall pay you a visit and see how you accomplish this. What has the third Hokage been doing in the village? Orochimaru asked, glancing in the direction of Konoha. Nothing significant, but someone saw Jiraiya return briefly before leaving again. Anything else? Orochimaru toyed with a kunai in his hand. Nothing further. However, Danzo has been inquiring about the ambush on the light tree. Just respond that the mission failed. And do not concern yourself with him, Orochimaru said as he exited the base. He felt an eagerness to meet this new Uchiha clan leader. What an intriguing individual. Chapter 43. Only fools aspire to be Hokage in the land of fire. At a tavern in SH Setsu Street, Jiraiya and Tsunade sat opposite each other in a private room, a bottle of liquor and 2 cups placed upon the table. After 2 days away from Konoha, Jiraiya had finally located Tsunade in this renowned gambling city. Speak, what brings you here? Your presence surely bodes ill, Tsunade remarked, pouring herself a drink. Well, the old man wishes you to return and assume the role of Hokage. Jiraiya scratched his head, gazing out the window. Becoming Hokage? What a preposterous notion, Tsunade scoffed, curling her lips in disdain. Let him remain in that position. Only a fool would seek to be Hokage. Ah, he has faced some setbacks lately. Jiraiya turned to look at Tsunade. Setbacks? What concern is that of mine? Tsunade raised her cup and downed its contents in one gulp. There have been some upheavals in Konoha. The entire Uchiha clan has vacated the village, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Jiraiya poured himself a drink. Is it true they chose to leave, relinquishing their claim to the Hokage position? Tsunade paused, then seized the bottle. The old man failed to take timely action to prevent their departure. Can you imagine the repercussions? Konoha is now quite vulnerable. It may well spark the 4th Great Ninja War. Jiraiya downed his drink. That is of no concern to me. Tsunade hesitated, then continued to drink heartily from the bottle. Pray tell, what has the old man been troubled by? Is it merely the departure of the Uchiha? After their exit, the old man wished to meet with them for a discussion. Jiraiya set his cup down, eyeing the bottle in Tsunade's grasp. However, they merely remarked that as long as he remains in power, they would leave. Huh, how amusing. Tsunade halted her drinking, bursting into laughter and pounding the table. I can just imagine the old man's expression at that moment. Quite entertaining. But wait, FK wouldn't he dare say such things. The Uchiha clan appointed a new leader 3 months ago, a youth. Jiraiya turned away, not wanting to witness Tsunade's unrestrained mirth. Ah, that makes sense. It's refreshing to see some youthful vigor. I would quite like to meet him. Tsunade poured Jiraiya another drink. So, the old man wishes to pass on the position of Hokage? Indeed, he likely wishes for you to take the mantle. Push me into the fray? I have no intention of doing so, Jiraiya declared, raising his cup. Well, I have my own destiny to seek. Tsunade drank deeply. The Sage of Toads has prophesied that in a decade or so, a figure radiating golden light and possessing golden eyes may either bring ruin to the ninja world or usher in an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity. I must locate him swiftly to guide the ninja world towards a favorable path, or, if necessary, eliminate him. Thus, I am not available to assume the role of Hokage. Enough of this nonsense. You may as well take the position yourself. I refuse to be Hokage. Tsunade stood, cup in hand. Shizen, let us depart. A girl cradling a pink pig entered, bowing to the two. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama. Do not leave. If you refuse to be Hokage, at least return to Konoha, Jiraiya implored. Rising hurriedly. Return for what? To witness the old man's folly, or to retrieve the Uchiha. Tsunade halted. Now could be the time for war. Your return might lend Konoha some weight, Jiraiya pressed. No, let them fight if it comes to that. It will happen regardless. Tsunade resumed her departure. However, if war breaks out, Konoha will suffer immensely. Jiraiya hastened to follow. We will deal with that when the time comes. For now, there is no battle. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. You cannot leave. You must return with me. Jiraiya blocked her path in the tavern hall. Are you seeking a fight, Jiraiya? Tsunade glared. Her fists clenched. Let us fight. If I knock you out, I will take you back, Jiraiya retorted, steeling himself. Very well, let us test our strength outside the city. Tsunade shot him a sidelong glance and strode toward the tavern's exit. Moments later, outside the city, the ground shook violently, accompanied by thunderous roars and swirling dust. After 20 minutes, the tumult subsided. Will you return or not? Jiraiya gasped, clutching his chest, drawing in cold breaths. Tsunade's punches were as painful as ever. She truly was a force of nature. I will not return. I refuse. Tsunade turned her back and walked away with Shizen. Why? What must happen for you to return? The old man has aged significantly, Jiraiya called after her. Tsunade spun around, her voice rising in fury. It would be better if you were dead. Can you resurrect the dead? Do not bother me again. Only a fool would aspire to be Hokage. Leave. After her roar, Tsunade took a few deep breaths, then sprinted away with Shizen. Shizen, let us go. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizen followed closely, clutching the pink pig. What a predicament. Jiraiya scratched his head, murmuring in disappointment. One cannot blame the old man for their issues. After a while, Jiraiya sighed, glanced at the sky, and turned towards Konoha. By nightfall, Jiraiya had returned to Konoha. At the Hokage Tower, in the Hokage's office, he leaped through the window. Old man, I'm back, Jiraiya announced. Tsunade has not returned, has she? The third Hokage inquired, placing his pipe in his mouth. Well, she said. Jiraiya glanced at the third, then hesitated. She said only a fool would seek to be Hokage. She wouldn't come back. Sigh, I anticipated this. The third Hokage took a deep inhalation of smoke. Perhaps you should take the position. I wish to retire, he added. Oh, old man, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Jiraiya waved his hand and leapt out the window. Ah, the third Hokage watched Jiraiya's departing figure, exhaling a cloud of smoke, his heart heavy with a long sigh. In the land of fire, at the Valley of the End. This valley was vast, with two enormous stone statues standing across from each other, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, having withstood decades of wind and rain, their majesty undiminished. A figure, illuminated by the moonlight, leaped gracefully atop the statue of Senju Hashirama. Clad in a black cloak and white robe, adorned with ceremonial cords, it was none other than Orochimaru. Orochimaru stood atop the statue, surveying the surroundings, then retrieved a kunai from his robe. After toying with it for a moment, he scrutinized it closely, muttering, how did he learn the flying thunder god technique? The old man would never teach him. And what of that colossal eagle? How did he manage that? In the next instant, Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips. A surge of chakra flowed into the kunai as he scanned the vicinity with keen eyes. Moments later, a figure emerged from behind the opposing statue, approaching steadily. Standing atop Uchiha Madara's statue, he met Orochimaru's gaze from a distance. This individual wore a black casual outfit. His hair cropped to a short length, with strikingly handsome features and sharp eyebrows, exuding an air of youthful charisma. Chapter 44. Collaborating with Orochimaru, Uchiha clan leader, Yuan, observed Orochimaru, who licked his lips and fixated on a shadowy figure. Ah, Orochimaru, at last we meet, Yuan nodded. You are quite cautious, not appearing at this coordinate. Orochimaru toyed with the kunai in his hand. In this merciless ninja world, one slip can lead to an unforeseen demise, Yuan shrugged. In the next instant, Yuan vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Orochimaru. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique. How did you master it? Orochimaru remarked, turning to face Li Yuan. You'll discover that later. For now, we can discuss our collaboration, Li Yuan chuckled. Very well, I am more intrigued by your experimental data. Orochimaru produced a scroll. Here is the experimental data on Hashirama's cells. My complete records are within. Li Yuan accepted the scroll, stowing it away in his garments. He hesitated for a moment before retrieving a small notebook. This is what you requested. I am not a professional, so my records are rather sparse. Orochimaru took the notebook, glanced at its contents, and promptly crushed it, his golden vertical pupils morphing into serpentine orbs, fixating intensely on Li Yuan, gripping the kunai tightly. Is this what you call data? Do not be upset. To demonstrate my sincerity, I present you with this. Li Yuan produced a test tube containing a golden liquid. What is this? Orochimaru inquired, eyeing the test tube. It is a substance I extracted from the cells. When injected into a human, combined with my abilities, it can grant one the Uchiha bloodline. Orochimaru eagerly accepted the test tube, scrutinizing it with fervent interest. This was the genetic liquid extracted from his clan's members, requiring the use of his unique technique for optimal results. Without it, injecting this genetic liquid could result in instant death due to genetic mutation or even catastrophic bodily explosions. Do not rejoice too soon. This must be used in conjunction with my abilities. Li Yuan observed the expression on Orochimaru's face, a smile creeping onto his lips. Upon encountering Orochimaru, Li Yuan sensed the incompleteness of his soul, likely due to previous reincarnations. Such a fractured soul would struggle to self-repair through his memory alteration techniques. Once the technique was employed, Orochimaru would become an unequivocal ally. The extracted genetic liquid served as bait, should Orochimaru use it on himself. He would need to employ Li Yuan's technique. Your abilities? What sort of abilities do you possess? Orochimaru queried, maintaining his gaze on Li Yuan. My unique capability allows me to gradually control the fusion of cells, Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin. A remarkable ability. Is it derived from your Sharingan? Orochimaru's tongue flicked out to wet his lips, his eyes gleaming with intensity. No wonder you managed to grant an eagle a Sharingan. Had I possessed such power, many of my prior experiments might have succeeded. This ability seems somewhat wasted on you. No wonder you seek my collaboration. Orochimaru regarded the reagent in his hand once more. Thus, this was also extracted using your powers? Indeed, you may investigate it. My expertise is limited, Li Yuan stated. Moreover, the extraction process is quite troublesome. Do not squander it. I have tried it without my abilities, and death is inevitable. Intriguing, a half-finished product? Orochimaru mused, licking his lips. He carefully stored the test tube in his garments and turned his gaze to Li Yuan. Would you care to visit my base? There is a wealth of knowledge you lack. Furthermore, I wish to observe your abilities. Certainly, a visit would be enlightening. I could use the knowledge, Li Yuan beamed. Excellent. Orochimaru has taken the bait. Whether he uses the reagent or not is of little consequence. Opportunities will arise in due time. Once familiarized, I can even claim my abilities might alleviate some of the discord between his physical body and soul. There will be ample chances, no need to rush. Let us go? Keep close to me. Orochimaru turned and leapt from the stone statue. Li Yuan hastily followed suit, trailing behind Orochimaru. By the way, how did your entire clan manage to relocate from Konoha without the old man noticing? Orochimaru inquired without breaking stride. Spatial abilities, Li Yuan responded swiftly as he ran. Flying Thunder God? That seems improbable. Not Flying Thunder God. It is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ah, I see. The capabilities of your Uchiha Sharingan are indeed enviable. Orochimaru licked his lips. You too can attain these powers. With that genetic liquid, you may awaken a single Tomo Sharingan. And as for the Mangekyo, that depends on you. No rush. Let us conduct some experiments and record the data, Orochimaru mused, stroking the test tube in his possession. As you wish. When I acquire a sufficient quantity of genetic liquid, I plan to remain in the new clan territory for several years. Li Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. The new clan territory, huh? Imagining the old man's expression upon your clan's departure is amusing. By the way, Jiraiya has returned but left in haste. I suspect he is seeking Tsunade. There may be movements in the other ninja villages. Are you not going to check? Li Yuan asked with a chuckle. What is there to return for? It's better to wait for significant changes, Orochimaru replied, also chuckling as he gazed in the direction of Konoha. Tsunade will not return unless that old man is truly dead. If a fourth great ninja war ensues, it would be preferable for the old man to perish in battle rather than pass away peacefully in the Hokage's seat. Only then would Konoha see a new dawn. And perhaps I might return to witness it. You seek Hashirama's cells, you do not intend to. Orochimaru suddenly recalled, his voice rising with excitement. Indeed. I wish to integrate the sage body of the first Hokage into my clan members, Li Yuan affirmed. Excellent. I too am eager to see what perfect integration of Hashirama's cells would yield. Orochimaru licked his lips. Having heard of the first Hokage's sage body, he was keen to experience it firsthand. Despite numerous experiments with Danzo yielding no success, perhaps with Li Yuan's abilities, success was finally within reach. The challenge had always been the engulfing nature of Hashirama's cells. With Li Yuan's control, absolute success was assured. His comrade Tsunade's medical ninjutsu appeared to have inherited a fragment of the first Hokage's sage abilities, proving immensely practical. I can hardly contain my excitement, Orochimaru exclaimed, instantly doubling his speed as he sprinted ahead. Yuan had no choice but to hasten his pace to keep up with Orochimaru. In the land of wind, Mangekyo, Lord Kazekage, new intelligence from Konoha. A ninja burst into the office, bowing to report. Speak, what news? Raza inquired, lifting his gaze. The entire Uchiha clan has vacated Konoha, their whereabouts unknown. Raza froze, astonished, as he stared at the ninja. What did you say? Are you certain this news is accurate? Absolutely. I have confirmed it multiple times, and all scouts relay the same message. There is no mistake. Ha ha ha, splendid news. Raza strode to the center of the hall, gazing intently at the map. Chapter 45. The reactions of various ninja villages. Raza, stroking his forehead in contemplation, shook his head and murmured, what a pity. Our Mangekyo is too weak. Lord Kazekage, this is a golden opportunity, a chance for our village to rise again, a ninja eagerly interjected. Indeed, it is an opportunity. Have our scouts closely monitor the changes in Konoha and pay attention to the movements of other ninja villages. Let them test the waters first, Raza replied, fixing his gaze on the ninja. Furthermore, dispatch ninjas to search for any signs of the Uchiha clan. Yes, Lord Kazekage, the ninja said excitedly, bowing before departing. Raza continued to study the map, deep in thought, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he turned and walked to the windowsill, leaping down and soaring towards the vast desert. He intended to gather a bit of gold sand to prepare for the potential war, allowing him to purchase more equipment. In the land of Earth, at the Tsuchikage's office, Tsuchikage-sama, new information from Konoha, a ninja bowed and reported. The entire Uchiha clan has vanished. It seems they have left Konoha, and their whereabouts are unknown. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at the ninja, urgently asking, is this information accurate? Has it been confirmed? It has been confirmed. Every scout has reported the same, the ninja replied excitedly. Ha ha ha, splendid news. Anoki exclaimed, rising from his seat and pacing back and forth. After a moment, he stopped, gazing at the map pinned to the wall. Go summon Akatsuki, he instructed the ninja. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. The ninja bowed and hurried out. Anoki, studying the map, pulled out a kunai and threw it, which embedded itself deep into the wall at the border of the land of fire. Shortly thereafter, a burly middle-aged man clad in a vest entered. Tsuchikage-sama, you called for me? Take a look at this, Anoki said, handing him a scroll. Akatsuki opened the scroll and began to read. Tsuchikage-sama, are you suggesting? He looked up at Anoki. Yes, this is a chance. Konoha has lost 1/5 of its combat strength, Anoki said, his gaze fixed on the kunai embedded in the map. However, the Third Great Ninja War has only recently concluded, and we have yet to fully recover from our weaknesses, Akatsuki quickly pointed out. They are also weakened. They are now even more vulnerable, Anoki chuckled. But at this time, our brothers are not keen on engaging in battle. Who said I wish to start a war now? We shall observe the situation first, Anoki replied, looking at Akatsuki. Then what shall we do? Akatsuki asked, puzzled. You foolish head, never mind, just follow orders. Anoki rolled his eyes, his expression serious. Akatsuki, you will lead a force of over 1,000 ninjas to the border of the land of fire and await my instructions. You may engage in minor skirmishes to test their resolve, but do not let it escalate into a full-blown conflict. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. Akatsuki bowed and left. Come here. Anoki called out. An Anbu ninja, wearing a mask, appeared. Keep a close watch on new developments in Konoha, as well as the movements of other ninja villages. And send scouts to search for the Uchiha clan's whereabouts. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama, the Anbu ninja bowed and departed. What a splendid opportunity. I cannot believe that Reikage won't be tempted, Anoki mused, glancing at the map of the land of lightning, a smile gracing his lips. In the land of water, at the Mizukage's office. Mizukage-sama, new information from Konoha, a ninja bowed and reported. The entire Uchiha clan has disappeared. They appear to have relocated from Konoha, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. Kagura Yagura was momentarily taken aback, looking at the ninja. Is this information verified? Mizukage-sama. It has been confirmed. There is no mistake, the ninja replied excitedly. Yagura stood and approached the map on the wall, lost in thought. After a moment, he turned to the ninja. Continue to monitor the news from Konoha, and dispatch Anbu ninjas to search for any signs of the Uchiha in the vicinity of the land of water. Mizukage-sama, should we not conduct a more thorough investigation? No. Just keep an eye on the information. Yagura waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The ninja bowed and left. Yagura watched him depart, rubbing his temples. The situation in the village was quite unstable. Otherwise, this would be a prime opportunity. Why can't this group of bloodline clans just behave and follow orders? Yagura clenched his fists, muttering in anger. They are all opposing me, making our village so unstable. Such a splendid opportunity, yet it seems unattainable. In the land of lightning, at the Reikage's office. Reikage-sama, new information from Konoha, a ninja bowed and reported. The entire Uchiha clan has vanished. They seem to have left Konoha and are now untraceable. The fourth Reikage, burst into laughter, slamming his palm on the table. With a resounding crash, the 2-meter-long office table split in half, documents scattering to the floor. Darui, summon them for a meeting. I intend to launch an attack on Konoha. Declared, his fists clenched, gazing at the map on the wall. Reikage-sama, wait. Let us allow Sure to analyze the situation first. Darui quickly interjected. Very well. Let Sure summarize the situation. The fourth Reikage sat back down. Go fetch Sure, he instructed. Yes, Reikage-sama. Darui sighed in relief and hurried out. Moments later, a muscular man with dark skin entered, leading a figure with short blonde hair. Sure, analyze this intelligence for me. Can we attack Konoha? The fourth Reikage urged. Handing over a scroll, Sure took the scroll with both hands, studying it intently. Present the previous reports from Konoha, he said, looking up at the fourth Reikage and Darui. Very well. The two promptly retrieved a stack of documents from a cabinet. The fourth Reikage glanced at the now-split office table and chuckled softly, leading the way to the adjacent office. Let us move to the next office, he announced. The three entered the new office. Placing the documents down as Sure quickly perused them. After a while, Sure raised his head to address the fourth Reikage. Reikage-sama, what are your intentions? This is an opportunity. I want to strike. Declared, his excitement palpable. Reikage-sama, we have just concluded the third Great Ninja War, and our village has suffered significant losses, Sure pointed out, rubbing his forehead. Are we to simply abandon this chance? Replied, his fists loosening and tightening again. We could probe the waters and see if the other ninja villages are inclined to engage in battle. If it's just us, it's best to avoid conflict. Sure suggested, stroking his chin. Our village's combat strength is limited. Even if we defeat Konoha, we would incur heavy losses. Must we truly give up? Lamented, slumping into his chair, appearing despondent. We could send some personnel to the border of Konoha to observe the situation and report back, Sure proposed. Very well, Sure. You will lead a force of over 1,000 ninjas. Whether we can engage in battle or not, you will determine that. Commanded, standing once more, his fists clenched. Yes, Reikage-sama, Sure bowed and departed. Darui, you two shall go. Called after Sure's retreating figure. Yes, Reikage-sama, Darui bowed and swiftly followed after Sure. Chapter 46, The Response of Konoha in the Land of Fire. Konoha, within the Hokage's office, and Anbu ninja bowed as he reported, presenting a scroll. The third Hokage took the scroll, opened it, and began to read. Summon Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku, he instructed, tightening his grip on his pipe, his expression grave. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu ninja replied, bowing before departing. Moments later, in the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku entered, bowing respectfully. Old man, what has happened? Jiraiya leaped through the window. Take a look at this, the third Hokage said, handing the scroll to Shikaku. The borders with the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth have seen an increase in station personnel. Suchigage has dispatched Inoki, while Kumogakure has sent Darui and Kishi. The third Hokage placed his pipe in his mouth and took a deep drag of smoke. Indeed, they are making moves. How many have they increased? Jiraiya inquired urgently. His face solemn. Not many, just over 1,000. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke. Over 1,000? What does that imply? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Turning to Shikaku, in Jiraiya's mind, it was most probable that Kumogakure and Tsushigakure would seize this opportunity to launch a full-scale attack on Konoha. As for Sunagakure, they lacked the strength to challenge Konoha, while Kirigakure was too preoccupied, having isolated itself, stationing over 1,000 at the border. Are they looking to engage, or is this merely a probe? Jiraiya pondered. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, I suspect this is a test, Shikaku replied, placing the scroll on the desk. The Third Shinobi World War has ended less than a year ago, and everyone is still recuperating. The last Suchikage used 10,000 men just to eliminate the strongest Reikage, which exhausted his forces. Shikaku approached the map hanging on the wall. Their losses were heavier than ours. Inoki is unlikely to strike first. He pointed towards the Land of Earth. As for Kumogakure, it is difficult to ascertain, so we must keep a close watch on them. He indicated towards the Land of Lightning. Moreover, the fourth Reikage is a reckless man, but his advisors will likely temper his decisions. Following the last war, they lost their strongest Reikage and eventually reached a ceasefire with Tsushigakure, implying substantial losses. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, our primary focus should be on Kumogakure. If they refrain from attacking, the fourth war will not commence, Shikaku asserted, looking towards the third Hokage. Yes, that aligns with my assessment, the third Hokage replied, taking another deep inhale of smoke. Jiraiya, take over 1,000 ninjas to the border of the Land of Lightning. The third Hokage commanded, exhaling smoke. Understood, old man, Jiraiya clenched his fists. As for the Land of Earth, I will leave that to you, Shikaku, the third Hokage said, turning to him. Yes, Hokage-sama, Shikaku bowed. Go quickly. The third Hokage gestured dismissively. Jiraiya-sama, we must ensure that they perceive us as strong, ready to fight. And make it clear that it is only Kumogakure that wishes to engage. Shikaku urged. Understood, I will make it clear, Jiraiya responded, waving as he leaped out of the window, vanishing from sight. Hokage-sama, I shall take my leave as well. Shikaka bowed before departing. The third Hokage watched their retreating figures, placing the pipe at the corner of his mouth, rubbing his temples, and continuing to exhale smoke. Damn Uchiha, causing such trouble. Nishin, the third Hokage, raised his head. A ninja leaped through the window, bowing. Have you found any trace of the Uchiha? The third Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe. No. It seems they have vanished from this world, the ninja replied. Alas, the third Hokage sighed, rising to the window ledge to gaze down at the streets of Konoha. Reassign some ninjas from the clan back to Konoha and recall those on missions. Understood. Nishin bowed and departed. Alas, the third Hokage sighed again, placing the pipe in his mouth to continue smoking. I hope, as Shikaku analyzed, that the fourth war does not ignite. Konoha cannot withstand another conflict. Reflecting on Konoha's former glory, capable of combating 4 nations, now it struggled against just one, Mangekyo. Was it truly his fault for holding the position of Hokage? Now, he pondered handing it over, only to find no one willing to take the mantle. No, it is absolutely not my fault. It is all for the sake of Konoha. The third Hokage muttered to himself, gripping his pipe tightly. Without my watchful eye, they would lead Konoha astray. In the land of rice, at a secluded underground base. I can't take it anymore, Yuan exclaimed, rubbing his eyes as he stepped out of a laboratory and sank into a chair in the hall. Don't leave yet. Let us conduct one more experiment. Orochimaru called out. Since accompanying Orochimaru to this base, Yuan had spent over 20 hours in the laboratory. Orochimaru had been conducting experiments for more than a day, and Yuan had utilized his Sharingan abilities a dozen times. He proved himself to be a true scientist in the ninja world. Now, Yuan could no longer endure it and pretended to use his abilities. Fearing he might go blind, he had consistently disguised his Sharingan abilities as a form of the Mangekyo Sharingan in front of Orochimaru. Given the second Hokage's wariness of the Uchiha, the village likely had records of the Mangekyo. Orochimaru, with his status in Konoha, would have seen them. Do you want me to go blind and lose this ability forever? Yuan shouted from outside the laboratory. All right, you may rest, Orochimaru replied helplessly from within. Make sure to recuperate. Such an extraordinary ability cannot be lost. Orochimaru continued his experiments. I've overused it this time. I may need to rest for over 10 days. Yuan said, a slight smile creeping onto his face. Doesn't your ability have healing properties? Orochimaru paused, glancing towards the hall. Are you a bug? Can you use your ability to heal itself? Yuan replied with a frown. What is a bug? Orochimaru asked, puzzled. It means a loophole. Ah, I see. It cannot be restored that way. Orochimaru turned back to his work. Then go rest. You may explore this base at your leisure. I'm not worried about you causing chaos or wandering around, Yuan mused, stroking his chin. It's fine. It's only been established for less than a year. So there isn't much here, Orochimaru remarked without looking back. You really don't intend to use that vial of genetic fluid on yourself? If you want it next time, you must at least wait 2 years, Yuan suggested. No, waiting 2 years is acceptable. Such rare materials should be studied further. Using it all at once would be a waste, Orochimaru licked his lips. Very well, I shall take my leave to rest. Once you finish your experiments, we can discuss our future collaboration. Yuan rose and walked towards the hall exit. All right, when I'm done with my experiments and well rested, we can have tea and discuss slowly, Orochimaru called out. A ninja entered the hall and stood before Yuan. Sir, please follow me. This way to the rest area. Yuan followed closely, departing swiftly. Inside the laboratory, Orochimaru continued his work, extending his tongue to lick his lips, murmuring, such a fascinating ability. It's a pity I can't use it extensively, but it suffices. I look forward to our long-term collaboration. Chapter 47, Temptation. See who will strike first at the northeastern boundary of the Land of Fire. A camp is stationed atop a mountain, surrounded by a wooden fence, with watchtowers rising prominently beside it. In the center of the camp, dozens of wooden houses stand, with an open training ground nearby, where figures are seen moving about. Jiraiya leads over 1,000 shinobi, halting at the foot of the mountain. A ninja approaches, bowing respectfully. What is the situation now? Where are the ninjas from Cloud Village? Jiraiya inquires urgently. Lord Jiraiya, please follow me. They have already stationed in the land of soup, the ninja replies, leading Jiraiya into the camp. Upon entering, various squads find their places to set up camp, maintaining a constant state of vigilance. Jiraiya waves his hand, following the ninja deeper into the camp, where over 1,000 shinobi, each comprised of 100, proceed. Upon reaching the watchtower, Jiraiya peers through a telescope in the direction of the Iron Country. As indicated by the ninja, look over there, the ninja points. Jiraiya takes the telescope and gazes into the distance. Several kilometers away, amidst lush greenery, a newly cleared area reveals the presence of figures. They have actually crossed from the land of thunder to the land of soup, and are now so close to the land of fire. How dare they? Jiraiya clenches his fists. Observing the setting sun, he relaxes his grip. We will rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we shall head to the land of soup to confront the forces of Cloud Village, Jiraiya declares loudly. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. The crowd responds in unison. At the northwestern boundary of the land of fire, Narashikaku leads over 1,000 shinobi into a border camp, immediately turning to the camp captain. "Where is the 1,000-man force from the Land of Earth station now?" "Lord Shikaku, they are still at the border of the Land of Earth," a ninja replies, bowing. "Just as I thought. That is good news." Shikaku breathes a sigh of relief. If the ninjas from the Earth Shadow Village have not entered the Land of Grass, it indicates they truly do not desire conflict. Now, we must see what Jiraiya does. If I am not mistaken, the ninjas from Cloud Village are likely in the Land of Soup. Regardless of how it develops, a minor skirmish is inevitable. As night falls and the moon rises in the east, within a camp at the border of the Land of Earth, a ninja reports, "Lord Anoki, I just sensed a ninja reporting that over 1,000 from Konoha have arrived at the border. Should we leave the Land of Earth and head to the Land of Grass? Do you wish to initiate the 4th Great Ninja War? Or is the 3rd war not enough for you?" Anoki questions. "I do not wish to. We have just concluded the 3rd war, and our village has scarcely any personnel left. I have no desire for further conflict." The ninja shakes his head vigorously. "Then it is settled. We shall remain here." Anoki muses, stroking his beard. The next morning, as dawn breaks, over 1,000 shinobi swiftly gather in the camp. "Set forth to the Land of Soup," Jiraiya proclaims, leading the charge into the forest of the Land of Soup. After a brief period, Jiraiya and his contingent halt, facing 1,000 vigilant ninjas from Cloud Village, who stand ready, armed with kunai, their gazes fixed intently on Jiraiya's group. The atmosphere grows tense, as if a grand battle is imminent. Jiraiya strides forward, his eyes locking onto the 2 leaders of Cloud Village. "Darui, Ki, you lead your forces into the Land of Soup to stir up conflict? Return to the Land of Thunder, or be prepared for a confrontation," he bellows. Ki glances at Jiraiya's assembled shinobi, a frown creasing his brow. Noticing several renowned ninjas and sensing a strong chakra presence, he remarks, "The Land of Soup is not your Land of Fire. We are merely training here. Is that unacceptable?" "This is provocation. Instead of training in the Land of Thunder, you come to the doorstep of the Land of Fire," Jiraiya retorts. "If a fight is to happen, then let it commence. If not, you should return to the Land of Thunder," Ki responds, exchanging glances with Darui. "I wish to challenge you, Jiraiya. If I lose, we will retreat back to the Land of Thunder." Darui steps forward from the crowd, moving closer to Jiraiya. "Very well. The rising star of Cloud Village shall witness the might of this sage," Jiraiya responds, stepping forward. The 2 stand 3 meters apart, gazing intently at one another. In an instant, Darui draws his sword and charges at Jiraiya. In response, Jiraiya also springs into action, brandishing his kunai as he rushes towards Darui. The clash of weapons echoes loudly. Moments later, they pass each other, Jiraiya's kunai narrowly grazing Darui's chest. "Quite impressive. You are a formidable elite shinobi," Jiraiya remarks, wiping the blood from his kunai. Darui touches the blood on his chest, his body crackling with lightning as he charges at Jiraiya once more. "Truly, one of the legendary 3. Come at me with your full strength." Jiraiya's expression tightens at the sight of Darui unleashing his lightning chakra mode. Instantly, the 2 are embroiled in battle again, the air filled with thunderous roars, sizzling lightning, and the crackle of flames as dust rises around them. Soon after, they separate, pausing their confrontation. "I have lost." Darui wipes the blood from his lip, sheathing his sword and turning towards Ki. "Darui, are you all right?" Ki rushes to Darui's side, a green glow emanating from his hands as he places them on Darui's chest. "I'm fine. Just took a hit. No need for healing." Darui waves his hand dismissively. Ki's green energy flows into Darui, circulating throughout his body, and he exhales in relief. Glancing over at Jiraiya, Ki turns to rejoin Darui in the crowd. Ki stands before the assembled shinobi, addressing one of them. "There are no new developments from the Land of Earth. Anoki is likely still stationed at his border. Are we merely waiting for Cloud Village to strike first? That Anoki is a scoundrel. If he does not initiate, we shall not either. And we shall see who breaks first." Ki clenches his fists, muttering in frustration. "But Lord Rakage, if he wishes to engage, will he not act first?" Darui whispers. "The Rakage should be able to persuade him. Regardless, we cannot act now. We shall discuss it later." Ki relaxes his fists, calming himself. Withdraw to the border of the Land of Thunder. Ki glances across at the opposing forces before heading in that direction. The 1,000 Cloud ninjas follow suit, departing. "Lord Jiraiya, they have retreated. Does this mean it is over?" a ninja exclaims excitedly. "Not yet. We may need to maintain our stance for some time," Jiraiya replies, furrowing his brow. "Let us return to the border camp." Jiraiya turns and leads the 1,000 shinobi back. In the Land of Rice, at Orochimaru's base, Yuan sits across from Orochimaru, a table placed between them with a teapot and 2 cups. Chapter 48, The Power of the 6 Paths. "Are you intrigued? Given the current situation, do you believe that Konoha and Mangekyo will come to blows?" Yuan lifted his teacup and gazed at Orochimaru. "I doubt it. Let's not dwell on such matters. They are rather uninteresting," Orochimaru replied, furrowing his brow. "Well, let me be frank," Yuan said, bringing the teacup to his lips and draining its contents. "Your research knowledge, combined with my abilities, may allow us to harness the power of the 6 paths." "The power of the 6 paths? The Sage of 6 Paths?" Orochimaru looked at Yuan in confusion. "Indeed, one could say it is the Sage of 6 Paths power." Yuan set down the teacup. "Isn't that merely a legend? It is no mere legend, it is a reality. We, the Uchiha clan, possess records of it. Li Yuan chuckled, glancing at Orochimaru. According to our clan's records, the Sage of Six Paths had two sons, one mastered the Sage Body, while the other mastered the Sage Eye. The descendants of the Sage Body are the Senju and Uzumaki clans, while the descendants of the Sage Eye are the Uchiha clan. By combining the Sage Eye with the Sage Body, one might grasp a fragment of the power of the Six Paths. While it may not grant immortality, it can bestow longevity. Are you interested? Li Yuan fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. These were mere illusions that Li Yuan painted for Orochimaru. He was well aware that to unlock the power of the Six Paths required the chakra of Ashura and Indra. How can you prove your claims? Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes burning with curiosity. There is no way to prove it. The clan's monument can only be viewed through the Mangekyo Sharingan. Li Yuan shrugged. Even if it were false, don't you wish to witness the effects of possessing multiple bloodlines? I certainly do. This held a kernel of truth with your abilities. Many of my aspirations might come to fruition, Orochimaru said, his eyes fixed intently on Li Yuan. I truly wish to extract your eyes and implant them in myself. You are squandering their potential. Even if implanted, you would not be able to utilize them. Lacking Uchiha blood, Li Yuan replied darkly. Shall we engage in a brief spar to assess our potential collaboration? Forget it. You possess the Flying Thunder God technique, which would waste my time for experimentation. Orochimaru shook his head, having witnessed the prowess of Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique, realizing that competing against Li Yuan would be an exercise in futility. What you just suggested implies that gathering the powers of both the Senju and Uchiha clans in one individual could unlock the power of the Six Paths. Orochimaru scrutinized Li Yuan. It is merely a possibility. After all, millennia have passed, and the bloodlines have thinned considerably. Li Yuan shook his head. Even without unlocking the power of the Six Paths, one would still grow significantly stronger. Are you interested? However, the Senju clan has been exterminated, and the Uzumaki clan is no more. Orochimaru touched his forehead. I still possess a small amount of first Hokage cells, but not much. Do not utilize the first Hokage cells. I have seen those cells. They are dead and have mutated. Li Yuan interjected hastily. Is that so? Orochimaru was taken aback, staring at Li Yuan in astonishment. Indeed, I cultivate pure natural energy and can sense the mutations in the first Hokage's cells, Li Yuan said gravely. The Senju clan is down to Tsunade alone, while the Uzumaki clan has no survivors. There should be one left, Minato Namikaze's child, yet they too are not pure. Orochimaru sighed, rubbing his temples. I know where to find the Uzumaki clan. There may be two left, and I shall seek them out in a few days. Are there any purebloods? Orochimaru licked his lips. I must act quickly. Otherwise, there may be only one left, and they are not even a pure blood. Li Yuan pressed his forehead. Li Yuan recalled a young girl from the grass village, Xiangling, who was likely less than a year old. And her mother was probably still alive. A pure-blood Uzumaki, you must hurry, lest they become extinct, Orochimaru urged. I shall depart at once. Li Yuan rose and headed toward the door. Suddenly, he remembered that many of the individuals surrounding Orochimaru hailed from the Mist Village. Given that Orochimaru was entirely focused on his experiments, he likely would not venture into the Mist Village, which would be quite unfortunate. I will search for the Uzumaki clan members. Orochimaru, you should keep an eye on the bloodlines from the Mist Village. I suspect the 4th Mizukage will take action against their own clan's bloodlines. At that point, perhaps you can acquire a few. Li Yuan paused, turning to Orochimaru. Other bloodlines as well. Orochimaru inquired, puzzled. All bloodline clans possess the power of the Six Paths. It is merely the quantity and manifestation that differ. Li Yuan continued to stride toward the exit. I shall take my leave. After all, the more bloodline abilities we possess, the more we can uncover. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan activated the Flying Thunder God and vanished. Orochimaru observed Li Yuan's disappearing silhouette, retrieving a vial of genetic liquid, scrutinizing it closely as he murmured to himself. This is indeed a peculiar potion. I am utterly unaware of its principles, and I cannot replicate it. When applied to a human, it can seemingly induce the growth of Uchiha bloodline abilities. The fusion of Uchiha and Senju bloodlines may yield the power of the Six Paths. How intriguing. Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips. I must continue my research, he declared, clutching the glass vial as he made his way back to the laboratory. Orochimaru yearned for Uchiha bloodline abilities, yet Li Yuan's repeated reminders made him feel somewhat impatient. It would be wise to conduct further research before hastily applying it to himself. As for the power of the Six Paths that Li Yuan spoke of, Orochimaru found it intriguing, but he needed to first assimilate the Uchiha bloodline. For Li Yuan, this was merely bait and a ploy. Orochimaru would eventually compel him to utilize his abilities. After all, there were still over a decade before the events of Shippuden unfolded, allowing ample time to proceed at a measured pace. In the land of Earth, at the Tsuchikage's office, Tsuchikage-sama, we have received new intelligence. Amassed Anbu ninja bowed as he presented a scroll. Inoki took the scroll, opened it, and began to read. What a pity, such a splendid opportunity wasted, Inoki sighed, his voice low and filled with frustration. How could they withdraw after just one exchange? Where did the Kimogakure's bravado go? After a moment, Inoki took several deep breaths to calm himself. Command the Yellow Earth to remain stationed at the border of the Land of Earth for half a month. If there is no change, return. Inoki glanced at the map, speaking with resignation. Were it not for the heavy losses suffered during the Third Great Ninja War, I would have preferred to go to war with Konoha directly. Alas, I must reluctantly forfeit this golden opportunity. At the border encampment of the Land of Lightning, within a wooden cabin, have there been any updates from the other ninja villages? She looked at a masked Anbu ninja. None. The mist and sand villages have shown no movements, and that Tsuchikage's forces remain stationed at their own border encampment. Go. Inform me immediately of any news. She waved his hand. The Anbu ninja bowed and departed. Darui, it seems a conflict may not arise. Neither side is willing to make the first move, she said, quickly writing on a blank scroll. Perhaps this is for the best. We have also suffered considerable losses in the Third Great Ninja War, but the Reikage. Darui sighed. I will pen a letter to counsel the Reikage. She completed the last few words and sealed the scroll. Deliver this to the Anbu. The rest now relies on the Reikage. She handed the scroll to Darui. Indeed, it appears we have no other choice. Darui accepted the scroll and exited the wooden cabin. Chapter 49. The mother and daughter of Karen in the Land of Rain, nestled within a dense forest, space contorted, and Obito materialized. Zetsu, have you located the Uchiha? Obito inquired, addressing the seemingly empty space before him. A moment later, a Venus flytrap emerged from the earth, revealing a figure that was half white and half black. I have searched the entire ninja world, but I haven't found them. I suspect they may be on a remote island in the ocean or residing in a special dimension, like the ones inhabited by summoning beasts. Damn it, my left eye must be with them, Obito said, clenching his fist. Forget about your left eye for now. How did the discussion with Nagato go regarding the plan? Zetsu asked with gravity. It's settled. He agrees with our plan, Obito replied with a chuckle. What changes have occurred in the ninja world since the Uchiha left Konoha? Ha ha ha. Everyone wants to take this opportunity to strike at Konoha. But no one wants to be the first to act, Zetsu said with a chuckle. Obito, should we have Yagura take the lead and ignite this powder keg? No. Our strength is insufficient at the moment. We can't reap enough benefits from the situation, Obito murmured, stroking his chin and shaking his head after a moment of contemplation. Zetsu, continue to keep a close watch on Nagato. I'm going out to take a look around, Obito said, glancing at a structure in the distance. In the next instant, space warped and Obito vanished. Inside the structure, shrouded in darkness, a gaunt figure sat in a wheelchair. Paper fragments fluttered and gathered around him, gradually forming the shape of a woman. Nagato, do we really want to cooperate with him? Conan asked, standing behind the wheelchair and holding the handles. He makes many valid points. We can cooperate for now, Nagato said, lifting his head. Cooperation with him might allow us to realize Yuhiko's wish more quickly. Of course. I won't trust him completely. With these eyes, even if he is the real Madara Uchiha, it won't be a problem. Nagato touched his eyes. All right. I'll take you out for some fresh air, Conan said as she wheeled the wheelchair away from the darkness. As night fell, the moon ascended. In the land of grass, outside the grass ninja village, Yuan appeared on the branch of a tall tree, gazing towards the village with a furrowed brow. How can there only be one vibrant aura? Is Karen's mother dead, or is her life force nearly depleted? No matter, I'll find her first, Yuan said, leaping from the branch and infiltrating the grass ninja village. The grass ninja village lacked Byakugan users, and Yuan emitted no chakra signature, allowing him to move through the village unimpeded. He alternated between swift movements and concealing himself in the shadows of buildings, eventually stopping near a dilapidated thatched hut. The aura I sensed earlier is here. Now that I'm closer, I can also sense a faint aura, as if her life force is about to wither away. Fortunately, she's not dead yet, Yuan muttered with relief. After sensing his surroundings and confirming that no one else was present, Yuan entered the thatched hut. The interior was sparsely furnished, bordering on empty. Near the entrance, a flat stone served as a table, upon which sat a bowl filled with a foul-smelling, dark yellow substance. In the corner, a woman tightly embraced an infant, huddled against the wall. She was emaciated, and her disheveled, shoulder-length hair was dull and lifeless. Yuan couldn't help but frown, instinctively wanting to cover his nose. At that moment, the woman heard footsteps and looked up, revealing an unnaturally pale face from within her matted hair. She instinctively recoiled. Wah wah wah. The infant, disturbed from its slumber, awoke and began to cry. Hearing the infant's cries, the woman ceased her retreat. Hurry and bite, but don't bite the child. She's still young, she said, extending her right hand. Yuan observed that her entire right hand was covered in bite marks, with no intact skin remaining. Seeing that Yuan didn't move, she said with a hint of tears, there's really no place left. It's all been bitten. Yuan massaged his brow, feeling an urge to lash out. In my 7 or 8 years in this world, I have witnessed so many tragedies, yet I still cannot remain calm and adapt. I don't want to bite you. I want to take you away, Yuan said, composing himself. Ah, take us back to bite? The woman asked, shrinking back further. Yuan touched his forehead. Forget it. I'll take you away first. In the next moment, Yuan swiftly approached the woman and struck her neck with a knife hand strike. The woman's head lolled to the side, and she lost consciousness. A red glow emanated from Li Yuan's right hand, seeping into both of their bodies. The infant, Karen, ceased her crying and slowly fell asleep. As the red glow circulated within the woman's body, Li Yuan frowned and pondered. The woman's life force is on the verge of depletion, with only a trace of her essence remaining. My twin hands of benevolence cannot replenish life force. I can only hope that she can heal herself. Li Yuan deemed it unlikely, as her condition was akin to Hashirama's body after battling Madara. If even Hashirama Senju couldn't recover, what hope did she have? This grass ninja village is truly wasteful, using a member of the Uzumaki clan as a blood bag. Regardless, I'll take her back and let her slowly recuperate. Perhaps she can live for another 8 or 9 years and see her child grow up. Li Yuan reached out to hold the infant, but realized that the woman was clutching her tightly. He withdrew his hand and grasped the woman's shoulder. In the next moment, Li Yuan vanished with the two. On the beach of Sea Eagle Island, Li Yuan materialized with the woman, and the eagles soaring freely overhead emitted a chorus of cries, circling above him. Li Yuan waved his hand, and they reluctantly departed. A moment later, figures flickered, and a dozen individuals appeared on the beach. Li Yuan waved again, and they dispersed, leaving only the Great Elder. The people in your arms are Uzumaki clan members, a mother and daughter? The Great Elder asked, gazing at the individuals in Li Yuan's arms with curiosity. Here, take them back. They can be considered members of our clan, Li Yuan said, handing the woman to the Great Elder. Clan leader, aren't you going to see how the construction of the new clan grounds is progressing? The Great Elder asked, cradling the woman. No, I'll stay at the clan grounds for a few years after a while, Li Yuan said, waving his hand. Oh, and here's something for you. Let the clan members study it. It can be used to create a barrier around Sea Eagle Island, Li Yuan said, retrieving a scroll from his bosom. What is this? The Great Elder asked, accepting the scroll with curiosity. The Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, usable without bloodline abilities, Li Yuan said with a chuckle. Clan leader. How did you get this? You didn't steal the Book of Seals, did you? The Great Elder asked, gazing at Li Yuan in astonishment. Unspeakable, unspeakable. It's not the Book of Seals, Li Yuan said, waving his hand and using Flying Thunder God technique to disappear. The Uzumaki clan sealing techniques were extracted by Li Yuan from Minato Namikaze's memories, along with the Flying Thunder God technique. He had always felt that they might not be very useful, but today, the eagle's cries reminded him that it would be best to create a barrier for increased security. Inside a wooden house at the border garrison of the Land of Lightning, Lord High, Lord Durui, this is Lord Rakich's reply. An Anbu ninja wearing a mask said, bowing and presenting a scroll. Chapter 50, Negotiations in Cloud Shadow Village. She received the scroll, unfurled it, and scanned its contents rapidly. What did Lord Rakich say? Are we still going to battle with Darui? He asked, leaning forward eagerly. Here, see for yourself, she replied, handing over the scroll. He stood up, stroking his chin as he paced back and forth, lost in thought. Lord Rakich has instructed us to find a way to bring back blood traces from Konoha. How can we possibly achieve that? Darui exclaimed in astonishment. He was well aware that the bloodline abilities of each village were closely guarded, as they represented the village's military strength. However, it's not entirely impossible to try. She mused, returning to his chair. Try? How do you propose we do that? Darui asked, his curiosity piqued. We could. She leaned in and whispered into Darui's ear. Is that feasible? It seems unlikely, Darui replied hastily. Even if it fails, it's of no consequence. Konoha wouldn't dare to provoke us. They wouldn't risk igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War, she said with a cold smile. Moreover, Lord Rakich's intent with this letter is to incite conflict, giving him a reason to declare war. Very well. I shall convey the message and put our plan into action, Darui declared, rising to exit the cabin. Let us wait a few days to establish a solid justification for our scheme. I will respond to Lord Rakich, informing him of our plans, she stated, producing a blank scroll and swiftly inscribing his thoughts. Moments later, Darui took the scroll and stepped out of the cabin. In the Land of Fire. Order Camp. Lord Jiraiya. This scroll was just delivered from Cloud Shadow Village, a ninja reported, bowing respectfully. What are they up to? Jiraiya mused, scratching his head as he accepted the scroll. Unrolling it, he skimmed through the contents. Pass this on to the Hokage, he instructed, releasing a deep sigh. It seems they wish to engage in peace talks. This crisis appears to have passed. The scroll indicated that Cloud Shadow Village sought to discuss matters peacefully in Konoha. I should also seek out the prophecy person. Who could it be, and where might they reside? It's quite perplexing. The golden eyes, reminiscent of a familiar presence, struck Jiraiya as he pondered. Orochimaru, isn't that the one with golden eyes? He thought, momentarily pausing. Could it be him? That seems improbable. I know he lacks the ability associated with golden light. Regardless, once the negotiations commence in a couple of days, I shall visit Orochimaru to ascertain whether it is indeed him, and whether or not it is him, he must be brought back to Konoha. I recall his last whereabouts were in the Land of Rice. I shall head there first. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. The ninja bowed and departed. In Konoha. Hokage Building, Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, a scroll has been sent by Lord Jiraiya, a ninja announced. The third Hokage picked up the scroll, opened it, and quickly scanned its contents. Cloud Shadow Village wishes to negotiate. The fourth great ninja war will finally be averted, he said with a smile, setting the scroll aside. Since Uchiha had left Konoha, a weight had finally lifted from his heart. He understood that as long as Cloud Shadow did not desire conflict, other ninja villages would refrain from initiating war during this period. Dispatch a message to Nara Shikaku to return to Konoha. Let him oversee the peace negotiations with Cloud Shadow. The third Hokage ordered, placing a pipe in his mouth and taking a deep breath. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu ninja bowed and left. Watching the Anbu depart, the third Hokage rubbed his temples. The village's leadership lacked capable individuals. He often found himself relying on Shikaku for various matters. Moreover, why had Cloud Shadow chosen Konoha as the negotiation site? What ulterior motives could they harbor? They claimed to want to observe Konoha's prosperity for the purpose of improving Cloud Shadow Village. They wished to see Uchiha's territory. Curious about how an entire clan vanished overnight from Konoha, leaving no trace in the ninja world. The third Hokage felt a mix of delight and concern regarding their visit. It indicated that his tenure as Hokage had not been in vain, as Konoha had flourished under his guidance. Yet, he was somewhat apprehensive about their intentions. Negotiations could have been held in the Land of Water, situated between the two great nations. Why not? He pondered, feeling perplexed. Regardless, as long as they do not ignite the fourth great ninja war, holding talks in Konoha is acceptable. As long as nothing goes awry, it will suffice. Shikaku is in charge. He is reliable and should manage things well. On the border of the Land of Fire, Darui led a group of several ninjas into the Land of Fire. Jiraiya, accompanied by his own team of ninjas, stepped out of the camp and halted before them. Do you insist on going to Konoha? Jiraiya asked, his brow furrowed. We wish to seize this opportunity to learn from Konoha, so we can further improve Cloud Shadow Village. Darui replied, meeting Jiraiya's gaze. Besides, your Hokage has already consented. Very well, I will send some of my men to accompany you back to Konoha for your safety. Jiraiya replied, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Yamashita Hachi, Akimichi Choza, take 10 elite ninjas and escort the Cloud Shadow group back to Konoha, Jiraiya ordered, glancing over his shoulder at the ninjas behind him. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. The two stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Darui smirked slightly. Ensuring our safety is merely a guise for surveillance. However, it was understandable, given their entry into the Land of Fire. Friends from Cloud Shadow. I shall lead you to Konoha, Yamashita Hachi announced, moving towards the Cloud Shadow ninjas. We shall follow him, Darui gestured, leading the way as he walked towards Hachi. Akimichi Choza and the others followed closely behind. Jiraiya watched the group depart, releasing a long breath. As long as nothing unexpected occurs, they should not suddenly desire war again. I can now leave to search for Orochimaru in the Land of Rice. Sarutobi, I leave this in your capable hands. I have other matters to attend to, Jiraiya instructed. Addressing a middle-aged ninja. Lord Jiraiya, you're leaving now? We haven't reached a conclusion yet. The ninja exclaimed in disbelief. It should be nearly settled. They likely do not wish to fight. Besides, if anything arises, have the old man contact me. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively as he walked away. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. The ninja bowed and led the others back to the camp. In the Land of Rice, Orochimaru's base, Yuan appeared in a grand hall, surveying his surroundings and releasing his sensory abilities. Orochimaru was once again in the laboratory, likely attempting to decipher the genetic liquid Yuan had provided him. Should I take a few days to explore? He demands my assistance for his experiments daily, often requiring my cooperation with the Red Hand, effectively turning me into his assistant. Orochimaru frequently lamented that Yuan's knowledge was too limited and his abilities wasted on him, urging Yuan to study his records and books. However, upon encountering those texts and experimental notes, Yuan felt overwhelmed, as if he were a high school student grappling with university-level dissertations, completely incomprehensible. Yuan, having been an average second-tier university science student in his previous life, was only familiar with basic concepts. Just as he contemplated using the Flying Thunder God technique to depart once more, someone appeared in the hall and addressed him. Lord Yuan, Lord Orochimaru has instructed that upon your return, you are to assist him in the laboratory. Very well, I shall see what he requires, Yuan replied stiffly. Clutching his forehead as he made his way to the laboratory, I can only assist Orochimaru for a few days. Once he has what he needs, I will ensure he works me to the bone. He must toil for 16 hours daily, and I shall supply him with the necessary ingredients. Chapter 51. Targeting the Byakugan outside the gates of Konoha, Yamashita Hachi led a group of several ninjas from the Cloud Village to the entrance. The two gate guards bowed respectfully to Lord Hachi. Please present your registration book so they can sign in, Hachi instructed, gesturing towards the Cloud ninjas while observing the two guards. Their forehead protectors are from the Cloud Village. How did they come to Konoha? One guard exclaimed, staring incredulously at Yamashita Hachi. Just have them register. They are here for sightseeing and negotiations. Don't dawdle, let the guests in, Hachi said, giving the guard a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Very well, Konoha is splendid. The Cloud Village is coming to sightsee, the guard remarked, retrieving the registration book to document their details. The other guard took out a device to scan the Cloud Ninjas, recording their chakra signatures. After a short while, Yamashita Hachi led the Cloud Ninjas into Konoha. Observing the setting sun, he stated, "I shall take you to an inn. It is already dusk. You should rest well before we begin discussions tomorrow." Hachi glanced at Darui. "That sounds good. I would like to explore Konoha first thing tomorrow before we talk," Darui replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Of course, it is up to you," Hachi said, scanning the group of Cloud Ninjas. As they traversed the bustling streets, the lively atmosphere was palpable with voices and vendors' cries. "What a vibrant and bustling Konoha," Darui exclaimed, finally understanding why the other 4 ninja villages had always coveted Konoha. The Land of Fire's geographical advantage was indisputable. While the Cloud Village had made commendable progress, its location was considerably less favorable, perched precariously on cliffs, with transportation reliant on narrow paths and ropeways. In contrast, the Land of Lightning was predominantly mountainous and elevated, characterized by treacherous peaks and deep valleys. The Land of Fire, however, was mostly flat, rich in resources, and well-connected. Darui had previously undertaken missions in the Land of Fire, and he had never ventured so deeply. This time, stepping into Konoha, he truly felt the stark differences. If he were the Reikage, he would be tempted to take a bite out of the Land of Fire. Yamashita Hachi halted in front of an inn, pointing to the entrance. "You shall stay here. This inn is among the finest in Konoha, catering specifically to travelers." The establishment was a lavish 3-story building spanning several hundred square meters, clearly expensive by its decor. Darui nodded in approval and proceeded inside. "Owner, we have guests from the village. Reserve the entire 3rd floor," Hachi called out upon entering the lobby. A staff member promptly emerged to lead the Cloud Ninjas to the stairs. "Darui, I shall return to report to the Hokage," Hachi informed. "Very well." Darui waved as he followed the innkeeper upstairs. Upon exiting the inn, a ninja beckoned from the corner. Hachi approached swiftly. It was Kakuzu. "How did it go?" "Did they mention anything?" Kakuzu asked, draping an arm over Hachi's shoulder as they walked into a nearby establishment. "Everything seems fine. They exhibited no unusual behavior." "Are you in charge of this matter?" "Indeed, the Hokage entrusted this to me." "Let us sit and enjoy a meal first," Hachi replied, taking a seat at a table already set with 4 dishes and a bottle of wine. Meanwhile, in the inn's 3rd-floor lobby, Darui observed the innkeeper disappearing up the stairs when he turned to one of his ninjas. "We have been under surveillance since we approached the Konoha gates. Several chakra signatures have appeared around us," the ninja reported. "Let us go out tonight and assess their surveillance strength, scouting for our entry point," Darui suggested, stroking his chin. "Is there anything else?" "The Uchiha have departed. We should definitely target the Byakugan," another ninja interjected eagerly. "The Byakugan is indeed our objective. We must gather more information." Darui admonished the ninja with a stern look. As night fell and the moon rose, Darui led a contingent of Cloud Ninjas out of the inn. "Darui, what are you up to?" one ninja inquired. "We're going out for a stroll to enjoy the nighttime scenery of Konoha. You may accompany me," Darui replied, waving as he ventured towards the vibrant streets. The ninja glanced at Darui's retreating figure, then signaled to an Anbu ninja, who promptly departed. Soon, dusk transitioned into the next day. "Thank you, Kakuzu, for accompanying us on our tour of Konoha," Darui remarked as he returned to the inn with his group of Cloud Ninjas. "Naturally, what about the negotiations?" Kakuzu asked. "We have explored Konoha today. We shall commence negotiations tomorrow," Darui replied, ascending the stairs. "Very well, I shall prepare accordingly," Kakuzu said, exiting the inn. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Darui turned to a middle-aged ninja. "What is your assessment? Are we ready to proceed? I regret to place this burden on you, but I have gathered sufficient information. We are prepared to act. As long as it serves the Reikage, I am content." The ninja clenched his fist resolutely. "Cloud Foam, please apply a simple seal to diminish his chakra signature. We cannot afford to be detected before we reach our destination," Darui instructed another ninja. "Understood, Lord Darui." A young ninja responded, taking the middle-aged ninja into a room to perform the sealing technique. In truth, Darui harbored reservations about this operation, but since the Reikage desired it, there was no alternative. As night enveloped the land once more, Darui led his group of Cloud Ninjas out of the inn. Greeting a Konoha ninja outside, they re-entered the bustling streets. Amidst the throng, one figure silently slipped away from the group, vanishing from sight. The vigilant Konoha Anbu remained oblivious, their focus steadfastly trained on Darui. At the border of the Land of Rice, atop a high mountain, a middle-aged man with white hair stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the Land of Rice, muttering to himself. "Orochimaru, I have come to find you. I wish to ascertain whether you are the prophesied one. Regardless of the truth, I must bring you back to Konoha." In the next moment, Jiraiya, regaining his composure, bit his fingertip and formed a series of hand seals. Summoning technique. A plume of smoke erupted and quickly dissipated, revealing a small, vibrant green toad before Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sama, what brings you here?" the toad asked, observing him intently. "Do you remember the chakra signature of that serpentine individual, Orochimaru?" Jiraiya inquired with a hint of urgency. "Ah, that snake-like fellow? Yes, I recall. His chakra has a unique quality. I have not forgotten, the toad affirmed, scratching its head. Then please assist me in locating him. I beg of you, Jiraiya implored. Hands clasped together, gazing hopefully at the toad. Very well, I shall search for him, the toad said, scanning the surroundings before pointing in a direction. Jiraiya-sama, this way. Follow me, the toad urged, leaping down the mountain, with Jiraiya hastily in pursuit. Descending the mountain, the toad guided Jiraiya deeper into the heart of the land of rice. Chapter 52. How did he die? A staged accident in the depths of the night, at a modest inn in Konoha. Darui returned to the third floor accompanied by a dozen of his comrades from the Cloud Village. He turned to a ninja beside him. The shadow clone can be dispelled now. Inform she that the plan has commenced, and we must prepare for the fourth great ninja war. One of the ninjas dispelled his shadow clone and summoned a dog, already equipped with a prepared scroll strapped to its back. In the next instant, a plume of smoke enveloped the room, and the dog vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, outside the Hyuga clan's territory, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the area. He was a sensory ninja, adept at detecting the presence of others. He alternated between swift movements and blending into the darkness. Knowing that the Hyuga clan relied solely on their Byakugan for detection, as long as they did not activate their Byakugan, he would remain undetected. Having reached his destination, he mused, even if I am discovered, it matters not. Death is inevitable, and it serves Lord Raikage's purpose. Soon, he found himself at the heart of the building. What lacks security? Or perhaps I am simply formidable, and they are woefully inept? Regardless, he decided to advance toward the most opulent room. Not far off, a ninja in his 40s, stroking his chin and furrowing his brow, observed the unfolding scene while donning a Konoha forehead protector. Is the target the main family? Should I raise the alarm, or let it be? As the figure inched closer, he unknowingly approached the courtyard entrance. At that moment, the door swung open, and Hinata's father, Hayashi, stepped out, making his way into the courtyard. His elder brother Hisashi's daughter, Hinata, had just been born over a month ago, and he had taken on the role of her protector, hoping to strengthen familial ties and delay Niji's harsh training for the sake of their plan. Upon reaching the courtyard's entrance, Hayashi's brows knitted together as he noticed a figure nearby, veins bulging around his eyes. Who goes there? Hayashi assumed a defensive stance. The figure dashed toward him, and Hayashi unleashed a strike. 8 trigrams, empty palm. The intruder did not evade and took the full force of the blow to his chest. Collapsing to the ground, lifeless, Hayashi was momentarily stunned, staring at his hands. How could I be so weak? Why didn't he dodge? Did I truly possess such strength? What is happening? Why are there sounds of a struggle? A group of Hyuga ninjas, wearing forehead protectors, rushed toward the commotion. Hayashi, what just transpired? Why are there sounds of fighting? Hisashi emerged from the building, moving toward the courtyard. The clan leader and the gathered ninjas bowed respectfully to Hisashi. Clan leader. I stepped out and sensed someone nearby, so I struck, and now he lies dead, Hayashi explained, pointing at the fallen figure. As the group turned to gaze at the corpse, one ninja approached for a closer inspection. Upon seeing the forehead protector, he froze and glanced back at Hisashi. Clan leader. This is a ninja from the Cloud Village. He must be one of those who arrived yesterday. Hisashi advanced, examining the body and confirming it belonged to a Cloud ninja. His brow furrowed in concern. How did he end up here? What was his purpose in the Hyuga clan's territory? Furthermore, they came for peace talks, and now one of their own lies dead. What shall we do? He rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of frustration. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the edge of the clan's territory. A group of Cloud ninjas attempted to breach the entrance, but a few Hyuga branch family members blocked their way. Let us in. We are searching for our comrade. A Cloud ninja exclaimed. Several masked Anbu ninjas leaped forward, confronting the crowd. What is going on? An Anbu captain inquired. Eyeing Darui. You arrived just in time. Allow us entry to search for our companion, a Cloud ninja insisted. This is Hyuga territory. Your comrade cannot be here. A Hyuga ninja retorted. Our companion is missing. When entering Konoha, his chakra signature was recorded. Darui asserted. Wait. Go to the gate and retrieve the device to check which chakra signature it belongs to, the Anbu captain ordered one of his subordinates. Forget it. That will take too long. We will handle it ourselves, Darui replied, glancing at one of his comrades. Darui-sama, my dog has detected a scent within. A Cloud ninja holding a small dog pointed toward the Hyuga territory. Tell them to move aside, or we will force our way in, Darui commanded the Anbu captain. The captain frowned, looking at the Hyuga clan members. Let them through, do not obstruct them. But, a Hyuga ninja began. There are no buts, clear the way. Darui's body crackled with lightning as he swiftly advanced into the Hyuga territory, followed closely by several Cloud ninjas. Captain, an Anbu ninja called out. You report to Hokage-sama and Lord Kakashi. The rest of you, follow me and ensure the Hyuga do not hinder our progress. If it comes to blows, it will not end well, the Anbu captain instructed, casting a glance at Darui before hastening toward the Hyuga territory. At the entrance, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Hisashi froze at the edge of the clan territory, turning to see a dark-skinned youth, enveloped in crackling lightning, charging toward them. Behind him, others quickly followed suit. A sense of foreboding washed over Hisashi. This is bad. How do I explain this? We've just killed one of their ninjas, and now their comrades are arriving. How do I convey that this man trespassed and was accidentally killed? It seems implausible. The Cloud Village is notorious for their lack of reason and reliance on brute strength. It is too late to say anything. We must rely on the village and Hokage-sama. Darui halted before the crowd, surveying them with a steely gaze, fists clenched tightly. The Cloud ninjas behind him mirrored his stance, their expressions grim. There was no chakra signature. This man was indeed dead. You? The Cloud ninjas glared menacingly at Hizashi and the others. The Anbu captain, having taken in the scene, felt a deep sense of dread wash over him. This is a crisis. A Cloud ninja has died within the Hyuga clan's territory, regardless of the circumstances or motives. This is a serious matter. Report immediately to Hokage-sama. A Cloud ninja has been killed in the Hyuga clan territory. The Anbu captain instructed his subordinate, who promptly bowed and departed. We came to Konoha for negotiations, and this is how you treat your guests. A furious Cloud ninja shouted. No, it was he who. Hayashi attempted to explain. What do you mean it wasn't us? You have killed our comrade. What more is there to discuss? We will not let this go. I will report to Lord Reikage. Yes, inform Lord Reikage. Konoha has shown utter disregard for the Cloud Village. They have wantonly slain our envoy, aiming to incite war. As tensions escalated, Darui remained silent, fist clenched, standing resolutely to the side. He had not fully supported this operation, yet Lord Reikage had deemed it necessary. Now, however, it seemed that Lord Reikage had the perfect pretext to declare war, and it was a justification that Konoha could not dismiss. Darui pondered, it is impossible. The one responsible for this is Hayashi Hyuga, the clan leader's own brother. He will never be handed over. The mission was accomplished, stability was secured. Chapter 53, The Will of Fire in a moment. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hurriedly arrived and halted outside the crowd. The villagers of Konoha bowed respectfully as he approached. Hokage, you have arrived just in time. Your villagers have killed one of our comrades, and we demand an explanation. Otherwise, we shall declare war. A Cloud ninja shouted angrily at the third Hokage. Yes, we demand an explanation, or war will ensue, echoed another. Darui, have them cease hostilities for now. Once I ascertain the facts, I shall provide you with an explanation, the third Hokage replied, gripping his pipe tightly, his brow furrowed as he looked at Darui. Cease at once. Carry his body. We shall return to the inn, Darui commanded, raising his hand. The crowd instantly quieted, turning their attention to him. Lord Darui, is that all we will accept? One person questioned as he lifted the fallen body. Not at all. I trust Lord Reikage will seek justice for him, Darui asserted. Making his way toward the outskirts of the Hyuga compound, he paused 2 meters away from the third Hokage, fixing his gaze on Hiruzen. I have already reported to Lord Reikage. You have 2 days to provide me with an explanation. With that, Darui led the Cloud ninjas away with swift strides. What is happening? The third Hokage waved his hand toward the shadows and turned to Hizashi Hyuga. He felt overwhelmed. Given the nature of the Reikage, war seemed imminent. Hizashi, you explain what transpired, he said, looking at Hizashi. Hokage, it unfolded thus. I had just stepped outside when I sensed someone nearby. Upon activating my Byakugan, I saw a figure rushing towards me, and I struck out with a palm. To my astonishment, he did not dodge, but collided with my hand. The result was his death, Hizashi recounted. I assure you, I did not intend to kill him. I barely exerted any force. He seemed to seek his own demise. Moments later, the clan members arrived, and the Cloud ninjas invaded the compound. Stop. I understand, the third Hokage interjected, placing the pipe at the corner of his mouth and inhaling deeply. A classic incident, the perfect pretext for war. No wonder they wish to visit Konoha. They aim to orchestrate this very incident. It appears the Reikage desires war, yet fears the villagers' aversion to conflict, which could hinder him. His thoughts spiraled. Konoha's current strength could not withstand a war with the Cloud Village. More critically, should conflict arise, Inoki, that scoundrel, would likely intervene. With his 1,000-man unit still stationed near the land of Earth's border, Konoha must avoid war at all costs and seek a means of negotiation. The third Hokage turned to Hizashi, then glanced at Hizashi's brother. Will you agree to this? We must apply some pressure and gauge their response. Perhaps even deliver a warning to the Hyuga clan, he suggested. Hizashi, this incident occurred within your clan's territory. Accompany me to the Hokage Tower for a meeting. Yes, Hokage, Hizashi replied, bowing respectfully. Let us proceed, discussing matters as we walk, the third Hokage said, turning toward the clan's outskirts. Very well, Hokage, Hizashi responded, hurrying to keep half a meter behind him. The Anbu ninjas melted into the shadows, becoming invisible. Hizashi, what is your perspective on this matter? The third Hokage asked, taking a deep puff from his pipe. Hokage, that individual clearly acted with intent, Hizashi asserted eagerly. Continue, the third Hokage urged, his pace unwavering. The Cloud's visit to Konoha was likely orchestrated for this very incident. The Reikage now possesses a legitimate reason to declare war. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The third Hokage agreed, pausing to consider. Do you believe we can defeat the Cloud Village if war were to break out? Certainly. Konoha is the mightiest ninja village. Hizashi replied with urgency. added that that's such a kid. The third Hokage remarked, observing Hisashi closely. Perhaps they will not. Hisashi hesitated, his conviction wavering. They will. I know that old rascal Inoki well. If the Reikage goes to war, he will undoubtedly involve himself. The third Hokage continued, resuming his stride. Regardless of the outcome, the Hyuga clan will fight with all its might, Hisashi insisted, quickly following, his gaze resolute. Konoha cannot contend with two villages. It could lead to our annihilation. The third Hokage cautioned. Then, I propose that if there exists a means to avoid conflict, what are your thoughts? The third Hokage paused once more. What method do you suggest? To avoid conflict would indeed be preferable, Hisashi replied eagerly. Let us hurry. The elders should have arrived by now. And we must discuss this matter thoroughly, the third Hokage remarked, casting a deep look at Hisashi. Suddenly, he began to run, swiftly departing. Hisashi quickened his pace, his expression reflecting a tempest of emotions. Is the Hokage considering a way to avoid conflict? Surely not. He is the Hokage. If that were the case, what would remain of the Hyuga clan's dignity? Furthermore, while Hisashi is a branch family member, he is still my younger brother. After a moment, the third Hokage led Hisashi into the Hokage office. Inside sat two individuals, Mito Kazemaru and T-Rune Kamachi. Hiruzen, what has transpired? Such a grave situation, Mito exclaimed. Rising from his seat, the third Hokage glanced at the two and took his place. Hisashi, please sit. Elders, share your thoughts on this matter, he instructed, placing his pipe back to his lips for a deep inhalation. Undoubtedly, this incident was orchestrated by the Cloud Village to provide a legitimate pretext for war. The pressing concern is that Konoha is currently too weak to engage in battle, Mito asserted. Indeed, war is not an option. The Cloud Village is formidable and not to be underestimated. Moreover, with Inoki lurking, I know him well enough to predict that he will inevitably involve himself should the Cloud Village declare war, putting all of Konoha at risk, T-Rune added. If a conflict were to erupt, Konoha might be obliterated, he warned, looking intently at the third Hokage. What do you propose we do? The third Hokage inquired, inhaling deeply from his pipe. Mito and T-Rune exchanged glances before turning their attention to Hisashi. Hisashi, Konoha is far too vulnerable at present. War is not viable. Perhaps we should consider offering up Hisashi, Mito suggested. Hisashi's face darkened as he clenched his fist within his sleeves. It was clear. The Hokage's earlier insinuations were indeed to sacrifice him, trampling the dignity of the Hyuga clan. This is for the good of Konoha. Consider this. If war breaks out, the Hyuga clan would suffer more than just one loss. By offering just one of you, we deny the Reikage a reason to wage war. After 3 battles, the Cloud will also be weakened. Without justification, the Reikage would not dare to initiate conflict now. Indeed, sacrificing one could potentially save all of Konoha. But he is my brother, and, Hisashi murmured, the will of fire must prevail, all for the sake of Konoha. Mito urged. Yes, for Konoha. I feel the same, T-Rune echoed. Think of the will of fire. Knock, knock. Very well, let us pause here. I shall allow Hisashi some time to reflect. I trust in his will of fire, the third Hokage declared, tapping his pipe against the table and casting a deep glance at Hisashi. Hokage, esteemed advisors, I shall return now, Hisashi replied, unsteadily exiting the Hokage's office. His demeanor lost and despondent. Chapter 54. An explanation for Weiying Village. The sun sank low as Riza returned to the clan's territory, stepping into his home courtyard. Under the silver glow of the moonlight, he appeared unusually pale and frail. Brother, what happened? Riza rushed to greet him, having lingered in the courtyard due to worry over recent events. Riza, you haven't gone back yet. Rizu paused slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with Riza, and embraced him tightly. Brother, what's wrong? What did Lord Hokage say? Riza stiffened, confusion etched on his face. The bond between the two brothers had remained relatively intact. Despite some distance created by the matter of the caged birds, their relationship was far better than that portrayed in the original work. Simply because Niji had not yet been marked by the caged bird seal. Riza, send someone to summon the clan elders for a meeting. And return early to keep Niji company, Rizu said, striving to mask his emotions as he released his hold on Riza. All right, I'll go now, Riza replied, stepping back with a puzzled glance at Rizu before heading out of the courtyard. Once Riza departed, Rizu dashed into the training room. He drew a kunai from his waist and hurled it at a wooden post, following up with a flurry of punches and kicks. The sounds of impact echoed, bangs and clinks intertwined with low growls of frustration. Damn the will of fire. All for Konoha. For Konoha, huh? After all these years, I have yet to see you on the battlefield. Even our own kin seldom venture forth, and yet we fight for Konoha? After a moment, silence enveloped him as he exited the training area, fists clenched, making his way toward the meeting room. The room, illuminated as brightly as day, hosted several elders, all in their 40s, engaged in discussion. These men were the elder clan members of the Hyuga, survivors of Rizu's father's generation. Clan leader, what brings us here at such a late hour? One elder inquired. Is it about the incident with Yuan dying on our territory? Has Lord Hokage made any demands? Yamato Hiruzen has gone too far, demanding I hand over Riza to provide an explanation to Weiying Village. Rizu clenched his fists and slammed a punch into the wall. What? How can this be? What do they take our Hyuga clan for? Trampling our dignity into the dirt. Besides, Riza is the clan leader's own brother. If he is truly handed over, how will we ever show our faces again? I called you here to gather your thoughts on how we should resolve this matter, Rizu said, releasing his fists and taking a seat, gazing at the elders. The elders exchanged glances, momentarily lost in silence. Perhaps we should consider leaving Konoha, like the Uchiha? One elder sighed. Leave? With nearly 1,000 clan members and no space-time abilities, we cannot escape. Another elder countered. And we lack the strength of the Uchiha. Indeed. Our strength is somewhat lacking, another elder admitted, as the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. We cannot leave, nor do we possess the power to resist. One elder hesitated, finally speaking up. Rizu, it seems we have no choice but to acquiesce to Hiruzen's demands. We will remember this grievance and seek retribution in the future. Is everyone in agreement? Rizu surveyed the elders, his fists tightening as he received no affirmative responses. Several elders turned their faces away, murmuring discontentedly. It is not that we lack options. None of us desires this outcome. The room fell into a heavy silence once more. Let us adjourn for now. We will reconvene tomorrow morning, Rizu said, taking deep breaths and waving his hand dismissively. Rizu, you, one elder began, but with a resigned sigh. They left the meeting room, followed by the rest of the elders. Alone, Rizu furrowed his brow, fist clenched, his Byakugan bloodshot under the yellow-white lights. Exuding an air of despondency, time slipped away swiftly, and before long, dawn broke. Emerging from the meeting room, he strolled to his courtyard, where he spotted several clan members engaging in morning exercises. Approaching one who was practicing gentle fist techniques, he called out, "Clan leader, what is it?" The clan member rushed over, bowing respectfully. "Nothing. Please gather all the elders for a clan meeting," Rizu said, suppressing his emotions and maintaining a calm demeanor. "Yes, clan leader." The member nodded before departing hastily. Rizu wiped his face, regaining his usual composure, before returning to the meeting room. Soon, elders began to arrive. Rizu entered alongside them. Just as the room erupted in chaotic chatter, with angry shouts punctuating the air. An hour later, the noise subsided, leaving an oppressive silence as the elders sat with grim expressions. "Rizu, we are at a loss. There is nothing we can do," an elder murmured. Rizu glanced around the room, taking in the expressions of the elders before turning to Rizu, his mouth opening as if to speak, but then stopping short. "I understand. I will spend more time with Niji and return tonight to provide an explanation to Yuan village," Rizu said, his fists clenched and voice low. With that declaration, he rose unsteadily and walked toward the exit. The elders watched his retreating figure, many letting out resigned sighs. A few elders from the branch family cast furtive glances at the main family members. Rizu turned only after Rizu's silhouette vanished, revealing a face full of helplessness and agony. "Let us conclude the meeting, Grand Elder. Please send someone to the Hokage Tower," he instructed, rubbing his temples and gesturing dismissively. "Understood, clan leader," the elders bowed before departing. Rizu made his way back home slowly, finding his wife cradling Niji at the door. Approaching her, he embraced her tightly and caressed Niji's cheek. "What happened? What did the clan meeting discuss?" she inquired. "Nothing significant. Please prepare breakfast. I wish to hold Niji for a while," Rizu replied softly after a moment of silence. "Very well, here is Niji. I shall go cook," she said, passing the child to Rizu before heading to the kitchen. Holding Niji in his right arm, Rizu watched his wife's retreating form. After a brief hesitation, he stepped inside the house. In the hall, he activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings for any prying eyes. Retrieving a scroll, he infused it with chakra, producing a kunai inscribed with intricate runes. Gazing at Niji's face, he murmured, "Father will never see you grow up. The only thing I can do now is to ensure you escape Konoha and the Hyuga clan, so you will never bear the caged bird seal." He touched his forehead protector, whispering, "Father, am I truly that useless?" Moments later, he grasped the kunai in his left hand, channeling chakra into it. Chapter 55. Departing with Niji from Konoha in the land of rice, at Orochimaru's lair, Yuan, engaged in an experiment with Orochimaru, was momentarily taken aback. Halting his actions to gaze towards Konoha. "What is the matter? Are you struggling again?" Orochimaru turned, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. After spending so many days together, Orochimaru had come to realize how limited Yuan's knowledge was. The creation of a perfect being like the falcon was solely attributed to his capabilities and a stroke of luck. Such talent was a pity to waste on him. At times, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming urge to extract his eyes, to implant them in himself, or perhaps even to reincarnate in his body. Yet, he did appreciate one aspect of Yuan. His occasionally proposed ideas were remarkably insightful, often illuminating his own thoughts. "No, it seems there is trouble in Konoha." Lee furrowed his brow. Konoha? What could possibly happen?" Orochimaru's brow furrowed in concern. "I provided Hinata Hayashi with a flying thunder god kunai. He activated it." Yuan touched his forehead, his face etched with confusion. "Why is Hayashi seeking me? Wasn't it said that the caged bird seal could only be applied after the age of 3? Hinata Hayashi? You are collaborating with him?" Orochimaru paused his work. "Yes. I intend to take a Byakugan for research purposes. A Byakugan? Or is it Hayashi's? What use is it to take one from the branch family? Orochimaru shook his head. Orochimaru, can you clone? Li Yuan inquired. I originally planned for you to clone a child and replace Hayashi's offspring for gradual study, he replied. Cloning, yes. But the clones suffer severe side effects and rarely survive beyond 2 years. Orochimaru licked his lips. However, your idea is feasible. If I recall correctly, Hayashi's child is not yet 2 years old and likely hasn't received the caged bird seal. I previously focused solely on the main family. You should check. It would be best to bring back a Byakugan that hasn't been sealed. With your abilities, we could extend the clone's lifespan to at least 5 or 6 years, making detection of abnormalities less likely. All right, I shall investigate the matter. Li Yuan waved his hand and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Interesting. It seems I may acquire a main family Byakugan. Orochimaru smirked, resuming his experiments. In Konoha, at the Hyuga clan's residence, Hayashi's home. In a small tea room adjacent to the main hall, Li Yuan suddenly appeared, surveying his surroundings with keen perception. Hayashi, cradling Niji, sat at a table, his expression far from cheerful. The table was set with a teapot and 2 cups, indicating he had been waiting for some time. What is the matter? Isn't it still too early? Li Yuan glanced at Hayashi. Please, take a seat. Hayashi gestured to the chair across from him. Can you take Niji away now? His eyes glimmered with hope. That poses a problem. If I take Niji away, what will you do? Li Yuan picked up a cup from the table. I am on the verge of death. It matters little now, Hayashi said after a moment of silence. Li Yuan paused, astonished, halting his drinking. What has transpired? You're about to die? I killed a ninja from the Cloud Village who came to Konoha. My village intends to hand me over. Hayashi caressed Niji's cheek. Oh. Li Yuan instinctively touched his forehead, speechless for a while. Was the incident with the Cloud Ninja supposed to happen years later? It resembles the timeline of the Uchiha massacre in the original narrative. The Cloud Village likely sent ninjas to Konoha to probe the situation and find a pretext for war upon hearing of the Uchiha massacre. Now, with the Uchiha fleeing early, it seems no different to other villages than the original massacre. Indeed, it appears that the Reikage of the Cloud Village dispatched ninjas to Konoha early, and Hayashi has already taken a life. Very well, I can take Niji today, but what do you plan to do? Li Yuan inquired, glancing towards the hall. The caged bird seal. I cannot dispel it at the moment, so I am powerless. Hayashi gestured towards the hall. Come in. Hayashi beckoned towards the entrance. A woman entered the tea room, gracefully walking to his side. As long as Niji can leave Konoha and the Hyuga clan without receiving the caged bird seal, I shall die without regrets. The woman tenderly stroked Niji, her gaze resolute. It's just unfortunate for you. You never had a good life. Hayashi embraced the woman. Do not worry. As long as the child is well, that is all that matters. The woman tightened her embrace around Hayashi and their child. Please, do not display such emotions before me. If you must, linger a bit longer. I shall take Niji later. Li Yuan turned his gaze away. No, let us depart now. Otherwise, it will only become harder to part. Hayashi hesitated before insisting. You would do well to leave some notes or final words. Otherwise, you may be misled back to the village later. Li Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Leaving him a note would be wise. Hayashi brushed his hand over Niji's head. Yes, I must pack the clothes I prepared for him. I'll do that now. The woman hurriedly left the tea room. Very well, I shall take my leave. Afterward, you may infuse chakra again. Li Yuan waved his hand and vanished. In the next moment, Li Yuan materialized in a secluded street of Konoha, gazing at the bustling village under the morning sun. The scene remained as lively and cacophonous as ever, with people bustling about. Without employing any transformation techniques, he directly entered the thriving street. After a brief stroll, he stepped into a small eatery. Welcome. What flavor of Ichiraku ramen would you like? A man in his 30s approached. 1 serving of your signature ramen, please. Li Yuan seated himself on a chair. Certainly, I'll prepare that for you. The man quickly retreated to the kitchen. Li Yuan glanced around the shop. There were not many patrons, suggesting that morning business was somewhat slow. Before long, the chef returned with a bowl of ramen, placing it on the table before Li Yuan. Please enjoy your meal, the chef said. Li Yuan picked up his chopsticks, lifting the noodles to his lips, savoring each bite. Despite having been in this world for many years, he had yet to taste Ichiraku ramen. He seldom dined out. In his youth, he ate communal meals from the clan, and later, often dined at Kagaya's home or his own restaurant. After a few bites, he honestly found the taste of Ichiraku ramen rather mediocre, lacking any distinctive flavor. Suddenly, barks echoed from the entrance. Li Yuan turned to see a figure enter, cradling a dog. Boss, 2 servings of signature ramen, he called out, settling at the table next to Li Yuan and placing the dog on another chair. Certainly, I'll prepare that shortly. The chef hurried to the kitchen. Li Yuan observed the dog, lost in thought. Should he bring back a couple of young ninja dogs from the Inuzuka clan? Their dogs were quite useful, adept at tracking and locating individuals. If he were to bring back a few puppies and enhance them with his abilities, wouldn't he that yield even greater utility? For instance, extracting Byakugan cells from Niji and integrating them into the dogs. Wouldn't he that create canines who could both scent and see through obstacles, making them exceptional trackers? Yet, he pondered whether the abilities might overlap, rendering them less effective. The more he contemplated, the more he felt the idea had merit. It was worth a try. If all else failed, they could serve as companions for the clan's children, which would also be delightful. Feeling optimistic about the plan, Li Yuan lifted his bowl and approached the table opposite the man, taking a seat. Chapter 56. He returns to Konoha. What else captivates him? A youth, approximately in his teenage years, stood there. Woof, woof, woof. The dog bared its teeth, fixating its gaze on Li Yuan. Calm down. Don't bark. Just continue eating. The boy quickly patted the dog's head, soothing it. Once the dog settled down and resumed devouring its bowl of Ichiraku ramen, he turned to Li Yuan and inquired with curiosity, "Who are you? Do we know each other? Is there something you need? We are not acquainted. But we can be now." "My name is Li Yuan," he replied, placing the bowl he held down on the table. "I am Inazuka-yu." The boy introduced himself. "To be frank, your Inazuka family dogs are quite intriguing," Li Yuan remarked, glancing at the white dog. The white dog sat in a chair like a person, its paws stretched out on the table as it enjoyed its ramen. "Of course, our clan's ninja dogs are the finest," Inazuka-yu exclaimed with enthusiasm, setting down his chopsticks. "Indeed, they seem remarkable. I would like to have two. Does your clan sell them?" Li Yuan nodded, looking at Inazuka-yu. "Sell them? They are our beloved companions," Inazuka-yu said, stroking the dog's head, casting a disapproving look at Li Yuan. "My apologies, I misspoke. I simply wish to have two." "Is that impossible?" Li Yuan sighed, looking regretful. "It's not entirely impossible. We do not sell them, but we occasionally give a few away." Inazuka-yu hesitated, petting the dog. "Then may I have two?" Li Yuan asked. "Do you reside in Konoha long-term?" Inazuka-yu scrutinized Li Yuan. "Not really. Why does that matter?" Li Yuan replied, puzzled. "We offer some to dog lovers, and often check to ensure they are not mistreated," Inazuka-yu explained, shaking his head as he petted the dog beside him. "If you don't live here, it's unlikely." "Oh, I see. Then I suppose that's that." Li Yuan shook his head and resumed eating his ramen. After a while, Li Yuan finished his bowl and glanced at Inazuka-yu. "Inazuka-yu, I must take my leave. It's a pity I cannot have two of such adorable dogs." Li Yuan stood up and walked towards the door. The boy waved his hand and continued his meal. Li Yuan exited Ichiraku Ramen and strolled through the streets of Konoha. He planned to explore the village first, and in the afternoon, pick up Niji. Then visit the Inazuka clan that evening to acquire a couple of pups. At that moment, in a small shop on the second floor, a ninja appeared out the open window towards the street. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he tugged at his teammate who was having breakfast beside him. "Look at that person. Isn't he the Uchiha clan leader?" He pointed down the street. "Yes, the Uchiha clan leader. But didn't they all leave?" Another ninja quickly leaned over to glance outside. "It's definitely him. The Hokage had issued a search for them. Keep an eye on him and report back to the Hokage immediately." He hurriedly rose and dashed out of the small shop towards the Hokage building. "Annoying. Found out." Li Yuan halted and turned towards a window on the second floor of a nearby shop. The ninja instinctively recoiled, diverting his gaze elsewhere. In the next moment, he turned back and was taken aback. Did he notice me? He swiftly scanned his surroundings, leaping from the windowsill to look around the street. At the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage tightened his grip on his pipe after hearing the report. Just as he was about to speak, a knock echoed. "Come in," he said, placing the pipe at the corner of his mouth. "Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan leader has vanished," the ninja who had just entered reported. "You all may leave now." "I am aware." The third Hokage inhaled deeply. "Understood, Hokage-sama." The two bowed and exited. The third Hokage clenched his pipe, one hand pressed against his forehead. What does Li Yuan intend to do upon returning to Konoha? The last time, the first Hokage's remains were stolen from the root laboratory. It must have been his doing. No one else possesses the capability to whisk away the body and equipment so swiftly. Or is he coveting something else from Konoha? He gritted his teeth, whispering in rage. "Damn it. It's because of your withdrawal from Konoha that this conflict arose. Now you bring me more trouble." In the land of rice, atop a mountain peak, Jiraiya spoke. "Lord Jiraiya, that person's chakra signature is below, in the valley ahead." The toad dragon gazed down towards the valley. It was a valley encircled by mountains, with a river flowing through its heart. A splendid location. Surrounded by natural barriers and flowing water, Jiraiya surveyed the surroundings. No wonder Orochimaru chooses to reside here. "All right, Toad Dragon, you've worked hard. You may return now." Jiraiya addressed the Toad Dragon. "Understood, Lord Jiraiya." The Toad Dragon waved its front paw. In the next moment, a cloud of smoke rose and dissipated, causing the Toad Dragon to vanish. Jiraiya observed the valley, stroking his chin, lost in thought. After a moment, he clenched his fists and dashed downhill towards the valley. Calling out loudly, "Orochimaru, come out. I, Jiraiya, have found you. I know you are here. Reveal yourself." In the laboratory, Orochimaru, who was engrossed in his experiments, paused his actions, frowning as he glanced towards the outside of the base. "This guy has come. I'll ignore him for now." Orochimaru resumed his experiments. A thunderous sound erupted from the ground, causing vibrations to reverberate beneath. A stone fell from the ceiling, crashing onto the experimental equipment with a loud bang. Boom, boom. Several instruments shattered under the impact. Jiraiya, get out. Orochimaru clenched his fists, shouting furiously. Another roar echoed as Orochimaru hurriedly rolled up essential equipment with a scroll. In the next moment, he vanished from the laboratory. Outside, in the Valley S-Plains, Jiraiya stood atop the massive toad bunta, surveying the area, but still failing to spot Orochimaru. Bunta, jump again. Jiraiya chuckled. Lord Jiraiya still jumping? Bunta, holding a pipe, scratched his head with a front paw. What good is jumping if no one is below? Orochimaru is hiding inside. Bunta, jump a few more times. Jiraiya urged with a grin. That snake-like guy. Let us have some fun. Bunta leaped high into the air and prepared to crash down. At that moment, a voice called out from nearby. Stop, Jiraiya. Do you intend to demolish my base? However, it was too late, as Bunta landed heavily on the ground with a thunderous crash. A massive crater formed instantly, sending tremors through the earth. Jiraiya, you've destroyed my laboratory. I will not let this go. Orochimaru shouted from nearby, his figure emerging. Orochimaru, you have shown yourself. Jiraiya exclaimed, looking at Orochimaru. Come back to Konoha with me. Jiraiya, you've wrecked my laboratory. I will not go back with you. Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils transformed into slitted eyes, fixated intently on Jiraiya. Chapter 57. Orochimaru. Return with me to Konoha. Jiraiya fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru's eyes, murmuring softly to himself. It cannot be. Orochimaru does not exude that golden light. Shaking his head, Jiraiya continued. Orochimaru, you have done well to utterly destroy my laboratory. If you do not present several 100 million today, we shall not be done. Orochimaru, biting his fingertip, formed hand seals and struck the ground. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted, swiftly dissipating to reveal a serpent of immense length at Orochimaru's feet. Orochimaru, who shall you strike this time? If it is that giant eagle, I shall take my leave. I cannot engage in combat. The great serpent hissed, addressing Orochimaru. Orochimaru, this time I can forego the sacrifice, the serpent declared, its forked tongue flicking as it focused intently on Gamabunta. Several 100 million? Is your laboratory worth such a sum? Jiraiya's expression stiffened as he gazed at the gaping hole beneath Gamabunta's feet. Have you spoken? Orochimaru's eyes bore into Jiraiya. Come back with me to Konoha, and I shall have the old man provide for you. Jiraiya replied, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. It seems you are not inclined to offer anything. Orochimaru scoffed coldly. I do not possess that much, Jiraiya muttered. One snake, attack. Orochimaru bellowed. It is high time we commenced, yet you have prattled for too long. One snake hissed, charging towards Gamabunta. The massive serpent left deep impressions upon the ground as it advanced. Gamabunta unsheathed his long blade and leaped forward to confront One Snake. One Snake reared up and lunged, jaws agape, aiming for Gamabunta. Gripping his blade tightly, Gamabunta swung at One Snake's gaping maw. One Snake hastily closed its mouth, bracing itself with its body, while its long tail lashed towards Gamabunta. The blade struck true against One Snake, sending sparks flying as its scales shattered, blood seeping forth. One Snake retaliated with a powerful strike of its tail, sending Gamabunta crashing into the mountainside with a resounding boom, dust swirling around them. In pain, One Snake let out a furious hiss and charged again at Gamabunta. Amidst the dust, Gamabunta leapt to engage One Snake once more. For a time, the two titanic beasts clashed in a whirlwind of dust and thunderous roars. Moments later, the valley fell silent. Both creatures bore numerous wounds, panting heavily as they locked eyes with one another. One Snake displayed several broken scales, blood trickling down, while Gamabunta was marked with bruises and cuts. Suddenly, two clouds of smoke arose, and the colossal beasts vanished. Jiraiya and Orochimaru landed, still fixated on one another. Orochimaru, shall we not cease this fighting? Jiraiya gestured dismissively. Orochimaru scanned the wreckage surrounding them, tightening his grip on the Kusanagi sword. The entire valley lay in ruins due to their battle, the ground deeply scarred. It is finished. My entire base has been obliterated. Nothing remains. We are not fighting anymore? You simply decide to end it? Look around. My laboratory has been reduced to rubble, Orochimaru hissed. Licking his lips, his golden serpent eyes fixed on Jiraiya. Jiraiya glanced around, nervously scratching the back of his head. Regardless, your experiments were hardly virtuous. Their destruction may prevent further harm. Very well, Orochimaru replied, his veins bulging with anger as his golden eyes glared at Jiraiya. In the next moment, he gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly and charged at Jiraiya once more. Stop. I will compensate. Jiraiya raised his hands in surrender, calling out hastily. How much? Orochimaru halted momentarily. 50 million. Is that acceptable? Jiraiya murmured. You insult me. This base cost me at least 500 million and took a year to establish. Orochimaru's anger surged, veins throbbing as he prepared to lunge at Jiraiya again. I possess only a little over 100 million, Jiraiya stammered, waving his hands in protest. Present it all. Orochimaru shouted, his gaze unyielding. This. Jiraiya's face revealed his internal struggle. Over 100 million represented years of savings. Orochimaru, we were once comrades. Cannot we negotiate a better deal? Orochimaru let out a cold laugh. Comrades? You have destroyed my vital laboratory. This sum is already generous, considering our past. After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya retrieved a scroll and looked at Orochimaru. Will you return to Konoha with me? I shall provide it upon our arrival. I have more questions for you. Return? Do you truly think that possible? Orochimaru scoffed. This is reparations for the destruction of my base. Do not speak to me of terms. Deliver it to me. Orochimaru tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword, preparing to charge at Jiraiya once more. Today, he would not rest until he had exacted his due. With an entire base in ruins, the prospect of rebuilding loomed ominously. I shall give it to you. Cease your assault. Jiraiya exclaimed, hastily tossing the scroll towards Orochimaru. This is insufficient. We are far from finished. Orochimaru swiftly caught the scroll, stowing it away as he continued his advance toward Jiraiya. Are we still fighting? Jiraiya exclaimed, retreating to evade, drawing his kunai for defense. Orochimaru paid him no mind, attacking relentlessly. The clashing of metal echoed through the air as they engaged. In a moment, they stood facing one another. Orochimaru, will you truly not return to Konoha with me? Jiraiya asked once more. Begone. Do not trouble me. Orochimaru replied, sheathing his sword and turning to leave. You must return with me today. Jiraiya interjected, stepping in front of Orochimaru to block his path. Do you wish to fight? Orochimaru gripped the Kusanagi sword once more. Orochimaru, hear me out. Jiraiya implored. The Sage of Toads has received a new prophecy. He foretold of a golden-eyed figure that shall bring great change to the future. This being may illuminate the ninja world or plunge it into despair, rendering the land lifeless. You are that golden-eyed figure. Accompany me to Konoha for a while. The old Toad's prophecy. Orochimaru chuckled derisively. Golden eyes? You suspect it is me, leave. I doubt it is truly you. After all, there are missions to find you. Let us approach it together, Jiraiya replied, stepping back slightly and speaking softly. Do not bother me, I will not return to Konoha. Orochimaru reiterated, turning away once more. Orochimaru, you must return with me today, Jiraiya shouted. I shall not return. What will you do about it? Orochimaru continued onward, not glancing back. Then I shall unleash my full power and knock you unconscious for transport, Jiraiya declared. Very well. I shall witness your true strength. Orochimaru halted, licking his lips. Jiraiya bit his fingertip and formed seals, slamming his hand upon the ground. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing two elderly toads. Oh. So we are employing Sage Mode. I am eager to see how it unfolds, Orochimaru remarked, anticipation evident in his expression. Master Fukasaku, Master Shima, I beseech your assistance. Jiraiya joined his hands in prayer. Little Jiraiya, shall we confront Orochimaru? The two toads leaped onto Jiraiya's shoulders, gazing at Orochimaru. Indeed. Subdue him and bring him back to Konoha. Jiraiya's expression transformed as he fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. Orochimaru waited quietly, intrigued to experience Jiraiya's Sage Mode firsthand. Chapter 58. Return to Konoha after a brief moment. Jiraiya's face became adorned with numerous toad dots. His pupils transformed into a vibrant orange, and shadows began to form around him. Orochimaru, we shall continue, Jiraiya declared, releasing his clasped hands and tightening his fists as he gazed intently at Orochimaru. Interesting. I have long wished to experience your Sage Mode, Orochimaru replied, extending his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth while gripping the Kusanagi sword tightly. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate, Jiraiya said, charging towards Orochimaru. He refrained from employing ninjutsu, aware that its overwhelming power in Sage Mode could be difficult to control. After all, his opponent was Orochimaru, and he did not wish to unleash any devastating techniques. Moreover, with Tsunade absent, sustaining severe injuries would complicate healing. In Sage Mode, Jiraiya's speed, strength, and resilience experienced remarkable enhancements. Observing Jiraiya's approach, Orochimaru sheathed his Kusanagi sword and countered with an assault of his own. Multiple shadow snake hands. Orochimaru exclaimed, extending his right hand as a multitude of snake shadows erupted from his sleeves, lunging at Jiraiya. Jiraiya deftly dodged, the serpentine shadows whirling past him. Yet they continued their relentless advance towards Orochimaru, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Orochimaru sidestepped the blow while retaliating with a punch of his own towards Jiraiya's chest. In a flurry of strikes, the two exchanged blows. And soon Jiraiya landed a solid punch to Orochimaru's chest, sending him flying backwards. Rapidly, Orochimaru expelled a large white snake from his mouth, which swam a short distance before releasing him. Indeed, Sage Mode lives up to its reputation, Orochimaru mused, brushing his chest and licking his lips. Jiraiya, undeterred, charged at Orochimaru once more. After a brief skirmish, Orochimaru was again struck and hurled against a mountainside, emerging once more from a snake's mouth. His expression darkened as he realized he was unable to best Jiraiya in Sage Mode. The previous encounter had left him at a disadvantage, and he was acutely aware that Jiraiya had yet to utilize many of his Sage techniques. Clenching his fists, Orochimaru advanced on Jiraiya with a scowl. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed as one figure was once again sent flying. Jiraiya, I tire of this, Orochimaru declared, summoning a large snake that swiftly burrowed underground. Jiraiya, with hands forming seals, followed suit, descending into the earth. The ground trembled as the snake burst forth, swimming sideways and releasing Orochimaru from its maw. Jiraiya emerged from the shattered earth, tightening his fists as he charged at Orochimaru once again. Orochimaru, you must return to Konoha with me today, Jiraiya asserted. Very well, Orochimaru replied, using the force of Jiraiya's punch to leap 3 meters away. Reaching for the Kusanagi, sword at his waist, Jiraiya halted, also reaching for a kunai at his side. He was wary of Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword and did not dare to strike with his fists. The two locked eyes, assessing each other intently. This conflict has caused quite a ruckus, demolishing our base, a voice chimed in from a distance. Both turned to see a young man clad in black casual attire, with dark hair and eyes, approaching. Uchiha clan leader, Yuan, Jiraiya stammered, retracting his hand that had reached for his kunai. You've arrived, have you brought the others? It wouldn't be. Orochimaru glanced at him, releasing his grip on the Kusanagi sword. The thought irked Orochimaru, recalling their prior agreement to search for the Uzumaki clan. To this day, he had yet to see any sign of them, only to hear that they were too weak and needed to be returned to the Uchiha clan to recuperate. An Uzumaki, you claim is too weak? Are you that familiar with them? Jiraiya questioned, eyeing the two with curiosity. Of course, we are quite acquainted. Are you two not fighting? Yuan stepped closer to Orochimaru. Glancing at Jiraiya, you two are together? Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished at the sight of them standing side by side. Indeed, Orochimaru replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Uchiha clan leader, why do you leave Konoha now? Jiraiya inquired, fixing his gaze on Yuan. One can leave whenever they wish, Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Do you realize your departure nearly incited the Fourth Great Ninja War? Jiraiya yelled in frustration. How is that my concern? Yuan waved dismissively. How can it not be your concern? Konoha is. Jiraiya's finger pointed accusingly at Yuan, his voice rising in indignation. Stop, stop, Yuan interrupted, raising his hands to halt Jiraiya's tirade. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya attempted to calm himself. Can we return? He asked, eyes brimming with hope as he looked at Yuan. Do you think that's possible? Yuan retorted. Come now, Jiraiya, don't play coy. With that old man and the others around. Orochimaru chuckled. Jiraiya clenched his fists, falling silent. But Konoha, he murmured. Don't speak to me about Konoha. It has nothing to do with me. Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Orochimaru, let us depart. Ignore him. Yuan directed his gaze towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru surveyed the devastation around them, casting a glance at Jiraiya before turning to leave. Stop right there. You almost returned to Konoha with me today. Jiraiya bellowed. Do you wish to fight? Both paused, casting dark looks at Jiraiya. Fight. I will injure you all and take you back to Konoha, Jiraiya shouted defiantly. Orochimaru. Rest for a moment. I will test Jiraiya's strength. Yuan stepped forward. Very well. I am curious to see how strong you are. Yuan, Orochimaru replied. Retreating a few steps. I too wish to test my own strength. I have scarcely fought, Yuan remarked, focusing intently on Jiraiya, his body shimmering with lightning. The lightning of Yunin village, a chakra mode I recognize. How did you acquire it? Jiraiya asked, astonished as he scrutinized Yuan. Interesting, you can perform that, Orochimaru noted, licking his lips. Don't concern yourself with how I learned it. Let's see what you've got, Yuan declared, tightening his fists as he charged at Jiraiya. Very well. I shall take you down today. Jiraiya responded, also clenching his fists and rushing towards Yuan. Yuan aimed a punch at Jiraiya's chest. But Jiraiya swiftly sidestepped and retaliated with a punch of his own. Yuan dodged Jiraiya's strike, twisting to avoid the blow, while Jiraiya quickly pivoted, landing an elbow strike to Yuan's chest. Is your battle experience that lacking? Yuan mused, rubbing his chest as he spoke softly to himself. Once more. Yuan charged at Jiraiya, only to be sent flying again. During their exchanges, Yuan realized that while his three-dimensional attributes exceeded those of Jiraiya in Sage mode, he struggled to land a hit. Yuan's body began to radiate a golden light, intertwining with the lightning as he lunged at Jiraiya once more. This is golden light. Could it be your ability? Jiraiya pondered, his attention fixed on the golden aura enveloping Yuan. Chapter 59. Is it you in the prophecy? Yuan dashed towards Jiraiya, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. With a resounding thud, Jiraiya was sent flying. Yuan paused momentarily, staring at his own fist. Was the combined force of the golden spell and lightning technique really this formidable? It seemed unlikely. Jiraiya must have been caught off guard and failed to evade. Regaining his composure, Jiraiya wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, placing a hand on his chest while fixing a steely gaze on Yuan. What is the golden aura surrounding you? Jiraiya demanded, clenching his fist. You need not know, Yuan retorted as he surged towards Jiraiya once more. Tell me, what is this golden radiance? Do you also possess the golden eyes? Jiraiya shouted in anger. How do you know about that? Yuan halted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Jiraiya, then glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru had witnessed his golden eyes before. Could it be that he had divulged this information? Don't look at me. I didn't say anything, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips with an amused expression. He was quite intrigued by Yuan's future ambitions. especially since it had compelled that old frog to make a polarized prophecy. Could it be that the so-called Six Paths power had indeed been successfully harnessed in their collaborative research? Fascinating, especially with the impending upheaval in the ninja world. He mentioned that an individual radiating golden light and possessing golden eyes would bring about significant change in the ninja realm. Orochimaru's eyes were fixed intently on Yuan. As a fellow contract holder of the three great summonings, he understood the old frog's abilities, which held a certain degree of accuracy. That old frog would eventually seek to eliminate him. Yuan's fists clenched, his expression darkening. He charged directly towards Orochimaru, no longer inclined to engage with Jiraiya. Orochimaru, we must leave. It is you, isn't it? Stop right there and return to Konoha with me. Jiraiya shouted, rushing towards Yuan in a fit of rage. Sage art, needle jutsu. Jiraiya's white hair hardened rapidly, launching at Yuan and Orochimaru with the ferocity of a storm. Yuan swiftly conjured a golden shield to protect himself, the needles striking against the barrier, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. In the next instant, he had reached Orochimaru's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. Let us go? Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, the two vanished. The Flying Thunder God? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, gazing at the empty space before him. This complicates matters. In a heartbeat, Jiraiya bit his fingertip to form a seal. Summoning technique. A plume of smoke erupted, quickly dispersing to reveal a small, emerald-green toad, less than a meter in height. Master Jiraiya, who are we looking for? Toad Dragon inquired. Glancing at Jiraiya, sense around for any other presence, Jiraiya urged, his eyes filled with anticipation. Toad Dragon hopped around, croaking intermittently. Master Jiraiya, there is a presence of natural energy nearby, Toad Dragon announced, returning to Jiraiya. Can you track him down? Jiraiya asked eagerly. It's a bit challenging, but I will try. Toad Dragon replied, closing his eyes in concentration. After a moment, he opened his eyes and shook his head. Master Jiraiya, I cannot sense him. He is using natural energy, which has a unique signature devoid of chakra. Ah, I see, Jiraiya mused, pinching his brow as he regarded Toad Dragon once more. Then let us pursue Orochimaru. Understood. That will be easier to locate. Toad Dragon closed his eyes again. A moment later, Toad Dragon pointed in a direction. Master Jiraiya, over here. Jiraiya hurriedly followed Toad Dragon as they swiftly departed. From Yuan's earlier reaction, Jiraiya was convinced that he still possessed the golden eyes. The individual foretold in the prophecy from the sage must surely be him. He had to find him and bring him back to Konoha. To guide him properly and steer the future towards a positive trajectory, the golden radiance must illuminate the land. If he refused to return to Konoha, then he would have to find a way to eliminate him. He could not allow the ninja world to spiral into destruction. In the land of fire. At the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara contemplated as Yuan appeared out of thin air, resting a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. Let us pause here for a moment. Yuan retracted his hand. You must be the one from the prophecy of the sage, Orochimaru said, licking his lips as he gazed at Yuan. Is that so? If I am not mistaken, then yes, it should be me. Yuan stroked his chin. In the next instant, he radiated a brilliant golden light. His eyes transforming into a golden hue, three black tomos swirling rapidly. Orochimaru scrutinized Yuan's current state, murmuring to himself, golden light, golden eyes. The prophecy Jiraiya spoke of must indeed pertain to you. Did Jiraiya mention anything else regarding this prophecy? Yuan retracted the golden spell, his golden Sharingan reverting to black as he looked at Orochimaru. Nothing at all, Orochimaru mused, stroking his forehead. His eyes locked onto Yuan as he flicked his tongue across his lips. What exactly do you intend to do that would lead to such a prophecy? What do I intend to do? Yuan chuckled, fixing his gaze on Orochimaru. First, I plan to gather more bloodline ninjas to conduct research together. Are you not interested? As for what comes next, it is still too far off to say, Yuan thought to himself, refraining from revealing his ambitions to acquire the tailed beasts, to comprehend the Otsutsuki, and to see if he could obtain chakra fruits. Regarding the sage's prophecy of the ninja world's ruin, where the earth lies barren, it likely pertained to the god tree bearing chakra fruits. The idea of golden light illuminating the land seemed impossible. How could he be such a benevolent person? According to the sage's prophecy, did he even want to pursue chakra fruits? Although he was not a virtuous individual, he preferred to avoid annihilating the world. After all, there were many people he genuinely liked. For now, he would proceed cautiously, adhering to his original plan. So it is indeed the power of the Six Paths. Ha ha ha. Yes, the ninja world is due for some change. Orochimaru licked his lips, his face alight with excitement. You have witnessed it. My strength is comparable to yours. Without harnessing the power of the Six Paths, one cannot stir the ninja world, Yuan declared. We need to acquire some bloodline abilities. I never expected to be outclassed by that weakling, Orochimaru remarked gravely, touching his chest. You are bringing the Byakugan, right? You won't be taking them back to your clan, will you? Orochimaru asked, furrowing his brow at Yuan. No, there was an incident in Konoha. Hinata is near death and needs to spend time with his children. I'll bring Niji this afternoon. Yuan checked the sky. At this moment, the sun hung high, casting bright rays upon the earth. Something happened in Konoha? Orochimaru queried. Perplexed, Hinata killed a cloud ninja, and the third Hokage, wishing to avoid war, demanded the Hyuga clan surrender him. Ah, that sounds like the old man style. Orochimaru turned to gaze in the direction of Konoha. Still reminiscent of past years, still as decayed as ever. The ninja world certainly requires a transformation. Perhaps the prophecy holds some truth. Orochimaru turned back to Li Yuan, licking his lips once more. Chapter 60. I yearn to utilize the genetic liquid. The base in the land of rice has been destroyed. Do you still have any bases? Li Yuan inquired of Orochimaru. Yes, but they are significantly diminished, Orochimaru replied, clenching his fists and scowling. The thought of it made him wish he could strike Jiraiya once more. The base he had painstakingly constructed had been obliterated, costing him billions in funding. He was determined to make Jiraiya pay at least $1 billion back, otherwise, he would not relent. Orochimaru rubbed his forehead, realizing that he might not be able to confront Jiraiya anymore. Asking him for additional funds would likely be a challenge. I will escort you there, Li Yuan said, placing a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. There is a large base on a solitary island, but I doubt you can reach it. Orochimaru shook his head, turning his gaze in a different direction. Let us first head to the land of grass. There is a smaller base there. By the way, can you conceal your chakra presence? Li Yuan withdrew his hand from Orochimaru's shoulder. What is the matter? Orochimaru asked, puzzled. I suspect Jiraiya might come looking for us. If I conceal my chakra, it will be difficult for him to locate me, Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin. That scoundrel may indeed come. Orochimaru tightened his fists. If he finds me, yet another one of my bases will be destroyed. Wait a moment, I will seal a portion of my chakra. Orochimaru declared as he formed hand seals. Tiny runes materialized and swiftly entered his body, vanishing from sight. Li Yuan extended his senses. Noting that Orochimaru's chakra presence had weakened considerably, it was unlikely to be detected from a distance. Let us depart for the land of grass, Orochimaru said as he withdrew his hands. Li Yuan placed his right hand on Orochimaru's shoulder and, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, they vanished. In the dense jungles of a mountain range in the land of grass, Orochimaru led Li Yuan swiftly, halting at a steep cliff. We have arrived. It is just below us, Orochimaru declared before leaping off the precipice. Li Yuan hurriedly followed suit, jumping down the cliff. After a 10-meter descent, they landed on a protruding stone platform. Orochimaru and Li Yuan steadied themselves on the stone slab. Beside the platform, a natural stone cave was shrouded in vines. The cave was approximately 3 meters wide and high, shrouded in darkness, clearly quite deep. This place is rather concealed. How did you discover it? Li Yuan surveyed the surroundings. The cliff below was steep, towering about 100 meters high. It was a serendipitous discovery, albeit a bit small, Orochimaru replied as he approached the cave. Indeed, if one were to employ ninjutsu to excavate too much, it would likely result in a collapse. Li Yuan followed Orochimaru into the cave. They traversed a dark passage of about 10 meters before entering a hall of 100 square meters. Orochimaru approached a side wall and manipulated it. Instantly, the hall was illuminated as brightly as day, with sounds emanating from nearby. Li Yuan looked around and saw that the hall's ceiling was adorned with electric wires connecting several light bulbs. Various scattered devices were present. And not far from the wall were 3 additional passages, the destinations of which remained unknown. Evidently, Orochimaru had activated a generator, instantly bringing the small base to life. This place is quite decent, albeit a bit cramped, Li Yuan observed as he scanned the hall. It is indeed small. Many of my instruments cannot be accommodated, Orochimaru remarked, pulling out a large stack of scrolls from his pocket. After scrutinizing them, he set aside 5, infusing them with chakra, causing several devices to materialize in the hall. Orochimaru busied himself connecting the equipment while Li Yuan explored the base. After a short while, Li Yuan announced, Orochimaru, I must head to Konoha, activating the Flying Thunder God mark. He waved at Orochimaru. Very well, go swiftly and return promptly. I yearn to utilize that genetic liquid. Orochimaru continued adjusting the instruments without pausing. Are you not researching any further? Why the sudden urgency? Li Yuan halted mid-teleportation. The prophecy has emerged. It seems our research on the 6 Paths bloodline might have succeeded. I wish to test it as soon as possible. Orochimaru paused his work, producing a vial of genetic liquid. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he caressed the vial repeatedly. All right, I will return with Byakugan. Li Yuan waved once more before vanishing. Orochimaru watched Li Yuan's vanishing figure, his fervor diminishing somewhat, as he continued to mutter to himself while gazing at the genetic liquid. I hope you truly collaborate with me. Otherwise, I shall test it myself. Even if it is a trap, it matters not. Furthermore, the power of the Uchiha bloodline. A fragment of the 6 Paths power, how exhilarating. Orochimaru licked his lips eagerly, cautiously storing away the genetic liquid. In the land of fire, at the Valley of the End. Beneath the statue of Uchiha Madara, Jiraiya-sama, Orochimaru's presence has vanished. The Toad Sage opened his eyes and scratched his head. Toad Sage, please try again with more focus. Jiraiya urged, massaging his temples. Jiraiya-sama, I have sensed it multiple times. His presence is indeed absent. Toad Sage replied helplessly. It is possible he has sealed his chakra, rendering him undetectable. Jiraiya sighed. Very well, you may return. Understood, Jiraiya-sama. Toad Sage waved his paw. In a puff of smoke, Toad Sage vanished. Jiraiya clenched his fists. Deep in thought. Where could Li Yuan and Orochimaru have gone? They must have relocated to one of Orochimaru's new bases. The ninja world is vast, without chakra presence. How can I search for them? I shall return to Konoha and seek the old man as assistance. That should yield better results. I refuse to believe they are merely hiding in a base, evading detection within the ninja world. Jiraiya glanced at the sky, oriented himself, leaped from the statue, and swiftly made his way toward Konoha. In Konoha, at the Hyuga clan compound, in the residence of the Hyuga family, a couple held their child tightly in an embrace. Before them lay a table stacked high with scrolls, alongside a kunai inscribed with runes. In the next moment, Li Yuan appeared before them out of thin air. Have you made all the arrangements? Li Yuan asked the Hyuga couple. Yes, everything is in order, the husband replied, handing over the child while averting his gaze. That is good. The scrolls on the table cannot all be for him, can they? Li Yuan took the child in his left arm, looking at the table with a bemused expression. Yes, all of these are provisions prepared by his mother, the husband indicated toward his wife. How can I possibly take so many scrolls at once? Li Yuan extended his right hand in a grasping motion. Then. Let us just take a small portion. The wife stood up, hesitated momentarily, and offered a few scrolls. This is much better. Li Yuan pulled the scrolls toward himself. Is there anything else? None. The husband reached out to caress the child's face, but withdrew his hand. Please take him away quickly. I fear. The husband covered his face with one hand and waved dismissively. Do hurry. I too fear I will become attached. The wife clung to the husband, burying her face in his chest, softly weeping. Very well. I shall take my leave. Li Yuan waved to the couple. In the next instant, he held Niji in his left arm and the scrolls in his right, vanishing from sight. I must also head to the Hokage building. The husband stroked his wife's hair, gently pushing her away. Husband, I. The wife clung to him once more. Enough. We have already discussed everything. Haven Tiwi? The husband stroked her hair soothingly. The wife released her grip, sinking into a chair, murmuring to herself. Indeed, we have discussed everything. All for Niji. With a sigh, the husband walked slowly toward the exit. Husband, I will seek you out shortly, the wife whispered. He paused for a moment but continued walking away. At the moment Niji was sent off, the wife's fate became irrevocably entwined. Chapter 61. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am ashamed to stand as your shadow. In the land of lightning, at the border camp, within a wooden hut, a ninja respectfully bowed and presented a scroll to Lord Shi. He opened the scroll and quickly skimmed its contents. The order was clear: immediately expand the camp in anticipation of the arriving forces. She stored the scroll and addressed the ninja. Yes, Lord Shi, the ninja replied, bowing as he exited. Are we truly going to war? Inquired a burly man with dark skin who approached. Indeed, we are preparing for battle. The Reikage is rallying troops to depart from the village at dawn. She nodded, sighing. The ninja lamented. It's barely been a year since the third great ninja war ended, and we are already on the brink of another. Go observe the movements at the Konoha border camp, she instructed the ninja. Understood, he replied, waving as he exited the hut. She cast a glance around the empty wooden hut and sighed. Now is certainly not the time for conflict with Konoha. We should at least wait a few more years. If the Reikage insists on war, then there is little we can do. In the land of fire, at Konoha, in an inn, Narashikage entered and approached Darui. Darui, we need to discuss matters. Inside, a dozen cloud ninja were gathered around 3 tables, enjoying their dinner. What is there to discuss? Either you hand over the murderer, or we go to war, Darui replied without lifting his head, shoving a rice ball into his mouth. It's that simple. There is nothing more to say, Narashikaku stated as he sat across from Darui, tapping a cloud ninja on the shoulder. Make room. I need to speak with your captain. You think you can just brush this off? The ninja scoffed, looking up disdainfully. Let him speak. Darui waved dismissively. Reluctantly, the cloud ninja rose and moved to the adjacent table. Narashikaku sat down, placing a scroll on the table. Take a look at this. It's Konoha's response to your village, he said as he pushed the scroll forward. What is it? I've already told you. Unless you hand over the murderer, there is nothing to discuss, Darui said, glancing at the scroll. You'll see. It's exactly what you wanted, Shikaku replied, resting his forehead with one hand. To be honest, Shikaku hadn't anticipated that the Hokage would demand Hinata Hisashi's surrender. Moreover, Hisashi was indeed handed over by Hayashi, his own brother. However, it was true that Konoha could not afford another war at this time. Shikaku felt a twinge of discontent with the third Hokage's decision. But it also had its benefits. It would prevent the fourth Great Ninja War, sparing his clan from the battlefield. Feeling embarrassed, Shikaku aimed to resolve the Hokage's directive, ensuring that the Cloud Village had no grounds for war. Darui was momentarily stunned, staring at Shikaku and pointing at the scroll. You can't possibly mean that you're actually giving us. Yes, indeed. You may look for yourself, Shikaku whispered. Darui took a deep breath to steady himself. Extending his hand toward the scroll on the table, he picked it up, opened it, and infused it with chakra, causing a body to fall out and crash onto the NS floor. Darui looked down to see a young ninja clad in the attire of the Hyuga clan. His eyes a pale gray. Indeed, it was Hyuga Hisashi. Gasps erupted from the surrounding cloud ninja. Ah, it's him. He was the one from yesterday. Konoha really did hand him over. Indeed, the higher-ups at Konoha are truly disgraceful. A Cloud Ninja shook his head. Thank goodness we are from the Cloud Village. Shikaku clenched his fists, striving to maintain his composure. Stop. You two. Check to confirm if it's really him, Darui ordered, pointing to two ninjas. Yes, sir. The two ninjas set down their bowls and approached the body, donning gloves to conduct a swift examination. Moments later, they removed their gloves and turned to Darui. Darui-sama. It's him. There is no mistake. Understood. You may return to your meal. Darui waved them off. Konoha has provided you with the accountability you sought. So I will take my leave. Shikaku rose and headed for the door. I doubt we will go to war now. Darui sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. Watching Shikaku depart, Darui cast a deep gaze toward the Hokage's building. The third Hokage's actions left him feeling, never mind, he thought. Let the Reikage worry about it. This way, the Reikage would have no justification to initiate conflict. Darui rolled up Hizashi's body back into the scroll, retrieved a blank scroll, and opened it on the table, swiftly inscribing notes. Moments later, he handed the two scrolls to a ninja, instructing, deliver these to the Reikage. The ninja bit his fingertip to form a seal, summoning a dog that appeared from thin air. He secured the scrolls to the dog, which vanished in a puff of smoke. In the land of lightning, within the Cloud Village's Reikage office, an Anbu ninja rushed in. Reikage-sama. We have received the latest news from Konoha. Hand it over. I hope nothing has gone awry with Darui. The fourth Reikage, seized the two scrolls. Upon inspection, he released a sigh of relief. Opening one scroll revealed a letter, which he quickly scanned. In the next moment, he opened the other scroll, infusing it with chakra, causing a body to drop out. He clenched his fists and slammed them onto the desk. With a resounding crash, the desk splintered in half, sending papers cascading onto the floor, creating a series of thuds. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am ashamed to stand as your shadow. A bellowed, disregarding the shattered desk. How could you do this? Are you not concerned about the Hinata clan's reaction? And how can your esteemed clan, renowned throughout the ninja world, be so subservient? With another furious punch to the wall, A created a gaping hole, before leaping from the cloud building to land in an open area. With a series of strikes against a large stone, dust swirled around him amidst the resounding impacts. After a moment, A halted his barrage, exhaling deeply, and returned to the Reikage office. The Anbu ninja stood quietly nearby, evidently accustomed to A's outbursts, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. They approached the broken desk and surveyed the damage. Cancel tomorrow's troop assembly. Inform Shi and Darui to return, he instructed, rubbing his forehead. The Anbu ninja bowed and departed. Get this desk removed and replace it with a sturdier one, A ordered as two Anbu ninjas entered, adeptly clearing the debris and removing the fractured desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am ashamed to stand as your shadow, they continued to mutter in anger. Outside the gates of Konoha. In the forest, Jiraiya glanced at the barrier before stepping into the village. Chapter 62, Orochimaru's Bite in the Land of Grass, at Orochimaru's base. Yuan cradled Niji as they emerged onto the stone platform outside the cave, extending his senses. In the next moment, Yuan made his way into the base. Passing through the stone tunnel, he entered the hall, where Orochimaru had already vacated the premises, leaving behind a plethora of interconnected instruments. The unmistakable chakra presence of Orochimaru emanated from deeper within the cave, suggesting that he was busy with some arrangements. Yuan gently placed Niji on a table and settled into a chair, closing his eyes to meditate. Before long, Orochimaru emerged from the cave and stepped into the hall. His gaze immediately fell upon the sleeping Niji on the table, prompting him to approach. You truly brought him, Orochimaru remarked, stroking Niji's forehead. Wasn't it you who wanted to see him? Otherwise, I would have returned him to the Hyuga clan, Yuan replied, opening his eyes. So small? Perhaps he should be sent back to his clan to avoid being a burden. Orochimaru retracted his hand. Very well, I shall deliver him now, Yuan declared, lifting Niji and rising to his feet. In the next instant, he vanished with Niji using the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru retrieved a vial of genetic fluid, examining it closely while occasionally licking his lips with his tongue. A small snake wriggled out from his sleeve, swiftly burrowing into the ground, disappearing from sight. Not long after, Yuan re-entered the hall from the cave. Orochimaru, are you still here waiting for me? Yuan approached the same table and took a seat. Yes, I awaited your return. I intend to utilize this vial of genetic fluid, Orochimaru replied, shaking the test tube in his hand. Should we use it now? Yuan inquired. Regarding Orochimaru. Indeed, let us proceed to the small laboratory, Orochimaru suggested, rising and leading the way to a stone tunnel. Very well, Yuan agreed, hastening to follow Orochimaru. As they traversed the several meter-long tunnel, they entered another expansive hall, approximately 100 square meters in size. The walls were lined with a bed, surrounded by a multitude of interconnected devices. Orochimaru approached the apparatus and began operating it, causing numerous screens to illuminate. We do not require so many instruments for this vial of genetic fluid, Yuan quickly interjected, waving his hands. Yes, we do not need them. Orochimaru halted his movements. About that, I am not well versed in using these instruments, Yuan murmured, turning his head away. Then how shall we utilize this vial of genetic fluid? Orochimaru raised the test tube in his hand. With my ability, I will envelop it and inject it into your body, allowing for a gradual fusion, Yuan explained. Gazing at the test tube, is it truly that simple? Orochimaru was taken aback, incredulous. Indeed, lie down on the bed. I shall handle the rest, Yuan instructed. Moving to the bedside, Orochimaru glanced at the genetic fluid in the test tube before reclining onto the bed. Is there anything else we should discuss? Orochimaru inquired. Extending the test tube towards Yuan. When I utilize my ability, you will fall into a deep slumber, possibly for at least a day. Yuan accepted the test tube. Must it be this way? Orochimaru frowned. Shall we continue? Yuan toyed with the test tube, looking at Orochimaru. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru licked his lips and replied, there is no harm in pursuing such an intriguing endeavor. Orochimaru was unafraid of Yuan taking action while he slept, having already prepared contingencies. Very well, I shall commence, Yuan declared, retrieving a syringe. Proceed, Orochimaru nodded. Yuan opened the test tube and drew the genetic fluid into the syringe. Discarding the empty test tube, he enveloped the syringe in a crimson glow. His left hand rested upon Orochimaru, also glowing red, merging into his body. Orochimaru made no resistance, allowing the crimson light to permeate his form, gradually succumbing to slumber. Yuan drove the glowing syringe into Orochimaru's right arm, swiftly injecting the genetic fluid. In the following moment, both hands were placed upon Orochimaru, the red light intensifying. Half an hour later, the glow dissipated, and Yuan withdrew his hands, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Extending his senses, he detected no other presences nearby. However, he sensed that Orochimaru's soul had weakened further. Yuan stroked his chin, pondering. Did you leave a contingency to guard against me? It matters not. Your soul is far too fragmented. Your resistance to my dual abilities is insufficient. Even if you were to fuse with other fragments of soul later, it would be futile. As long as I ensure that the fragments of your soul within this body do not dissipate, your contingencies are meaningless. Moreover, I harbor no intentions of harming you. I merely wish to strengthen our bond. Yuan chuckled softly, extending his right hand, which emanated a blue light, swiftly merging into Orochimaru's body. Moments later, the blue light faded, and Yuan exited the hall with an expression of exhilaration. In Konoha, at the Hokage Tower, within the Hokage's office. Old man. You must deploy personnel to assist me in locating Orochimaru and Yuan. Jiraiya stood by the window, addressing the third Hokage. What transpired? Have they become entangled together? The third Hokage asked, momentarily taken aback as he lifted the pipe to his lips. Indeed, they have intertwined, and Yuan is the prophetic figure I seek. Jiraiya clenched his fists. Prophecy? What did you mention last time? I did not quite catch it. The third Hokage resumed smoking, taking a deep puff. Jiraiya inhaled deeply several times, his expression serious as he replied, the Sage of Toads foretold that a figure with golden eyes would bring great upheaval to the ninja world. It could lead to a flourishing world, or perhaps the annihilation of the ninja realm, leaving the land barren. Old man, you must help me find them, otherwise. The future may be truly bleak. Very well, I shall issue a bounty for their capture, the third Hokage replied, exhaling a plume of smoke, dismissively stating, also, I want you to remain in Konoha and attempt to engage with the administration. Old man, I still have matters to attend to. Jiraiya quickly retreated towards the window. I'll take my leave. Remember to assist me in locating Orochimaru and Yuan. Jiraiya leaped through the window, disappearing into the night. This rascal cannot even share a burden. The third Hokage sighed, tightening his grip on the pipe, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Regarding Jiraiya's prophecy, the third Hokage remained skeptical. The ninja world had developed for many years. The idea of its destruction was laughable. At the Hyuga clan, within the residence of the Hisashi family, clan leader Hinata has committed suicide. Niji has vanished, and this scroll has been found at home, a ninja reported, bowing respectfully. Hisashi rose swiftly, seizing the scroll and opening it, skimming through its contents rapidly. After a brief moment, his expression darkened as he set the scroll down. Hisashi paced back and forth a few times before halting. Fixing his gaze on the ninja. Who else is aware of this matter? Only my wife. I reside next door. She intended to offer comfort, only to discover this. The ninja replied in a hushed tone. Find a child of Niji's age, one who is to perish. I do not wish for anyone else to learn of today's events. Hisashi fixed his gaze intently on the ninja. Yes, clan leader. The ninja bowed and departed swiftly. Hisashi glanced at the scroll once more, carefully placing it in his bosom. Muttering to himself, Hisashi, I hope you are right. There is little I can do regarding clan rules. This is all I can manage. Chapter 63. Returning to Eagle Island in the depths of the stone cave hall of Orochimaru's base in the land of grass, Orochimaru slowly awakened and rose from his bed. He rubbed his eyes, acutely aware of the changes within himself. His vision had significantly improved. He could even perceive the minute dust particles suspended in the air not far away. Orochimaru, you are awake. You have been asleep for a whole day. Yuan remarked as he entered the hall. How do you feel now? You can try infusing chakra into your eyes again, he added with a mischievous grin. Orochimaru approached a device in the hall that featured a small mirror. Facing the mirror, he channeled chakra into his eyes, and his golden vertical pupils instantly transformed into a crimson hue, adorned with a spinning tomo. How extraordinary! I truly possess the power of the Uchiha bloodline, Orochimaru mused, running his fingers over his eyes and licking his lips with his tongue. Do not rejoice too soon. It is merely a single tomo Sharingan, Yuan commented, stroking his chin. That's all right. It can evolve over time, Orochimaru replied, withdrawing his chakra, causing his eyes to revert to their golden state. Evolution may be challenging. Yuan shook his head, moving closer to Orochimaru. Is there a side effect? Perhaps the fusion isn't complete. Orochimaru turned to face Yuan. No. It's because your mental strength is too weak, Yuan sighed. Could you elaborate? Orochimaru inquired. The evolution of the Uchiha Sharingan necessitates formidable mental strength, coupled with mental stimulation. Yuan explained as he touched his own eyes. When I administered the gene fusion serum, I discovered your mental capacity was insufficient. Allowing only for the activation of a single tomo, he concluded with a sigh. Is that so? Orochimaru murmured, contemplating his eyes. Orochimaru, how could your mental strength be so? Yuan questioned, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru knowingly. Well, I will find a way, Orochimaru replied, meeting Yuan's gaze. He certainly would not reveal to Yuan that he had divided his own soul, a crucial safeguard for his life. Let us venture outside to test the Sharingan. Orochimaru abruptly suggested. How do we test it? A single tomo Sharingan offers little to experiment with. Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, Orochimaru stroked his chin thoughtfully. Shall we proceed to fuse with Sage Body? He gazed fervently at Yuan, extending his tongue to lick his lips. Yes, that is my plan. Yuan pondered for a moment. Do we go with Uzumaki or Senju? I believe Uzumaki is preferable. We have a pure-blooded Uzumaki among us, Yuan chuckled. Additionally, we cannot utilize the Hashirama cells we possess. They are deceased cells. Take me to see the pure-blooded Uzumaki. I am eager to commence new experiments, Orochimaru urged eagerly. Then let us go to my new Uchiha clan territory. We can establish our base there in the future. Yuan placed his right hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. First, let us assess your new clan territory and determine its suitability for a laboratory. Orochimaru surveyed the array of instruments around him. In the blink of an eye, Yuan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, and both disappeared. On Eagle Island, the sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the beach with a brilliant glow. Yuan reappeared, his hand resting on Orochimaru's shoulder. The sky echoed with the cries of eagles as 3 or 4 of varying sizes swooped down, circling overhead. Yuan waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept toward him. The eagles slowly descended, landing before Yuan, nuzzling him with their beaks. Yuan affectionately patted one of the eagles. Do they all possess Sharingan? Orochimaru inquired, eyeing the birds. The 2 larger ones are first-generation eagles with Sharingan. The others are second-generation, Yuan clarified. How fascinating. Your abilities are remarkable, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips in delight. Feel free to explore, Yuan encouraged, giving the eagle a gentle pat. With a cry, the eagle took to the skies, performing loops above before departing with a few companions. A group of figures, wielding kunai, rushed toward them. Upon recognizing Yuan, they sheathed their weapons and bowed before departing. From the thicket emerged the clan leader and the elder. Orochimaru, let us proceed. Yuan called to the elder as he approached. Orochimaru cast a glance at the island before hurrying to catch up with Yuan. The elder halted, astonished by the sight of Orochimaru accompanying Yuan. Leader, why have you brought Orochimaru here? Do not worry, we shall be allies from now on, Yuan reassured him. Patting the elder on the shoulder. Come, let me see how the new clan territory is developing, he urged. Leader, follow me, the elder gestured, glancing at Orochimaru before turning back toward the jungle. Yuan and Orochimaru trailed closely behind. Navigating through the dense foliage, they emerged into a wide clearing. Numerous individuals were bustling about. Some were hauling large trees from the forest, while others were sawing wood, and several were transporting logs away. Following the path of the moved logs, they soon spotted rows of half-constructed wooden houses, where many clans people were engaged in construction. Quite impressive. The wooden houses are already halfway done, Yuan nodded approvingly. Indeed, the clan members are quite enthusiastic. After all, it is their homeland, the elder replied, stroking his goat-like beard. Take me to see the Uzumaki clan's people I brought last time. Yuan looked at the elder. This way. She is already integrated here and is assisting with the cooking. The elder led Yuan toward a tent encampment. Along the way, several individuals greeted Yuan, who reciprocated each salutation. Near a large tent, the elder came to a halt. Yuan peered inside to see a group of women washing vegetables and preparing meals. Among them a figure with striking red hair. Her once dull red locks had regained some luster, and although her body remained thin, she appeared to possess a hint of vitality. It was no wonder. She had only arrived here a few days prior under Yuan's care and was beginning to recover. Aided by the robust nature of the Uzumaki clan's sage body. Orochimaru, that red-haired woman is a pure-blooded Uzumaki. Yuan turned to him. Could she be a false Uzumaki? I sense no vitality within her, Orochimaru frowned. Her life source has been depleted. Thus, it is unsurprising that you cannot sense it. She is beyond saving. Li Yuan shook his head. A pity, Orochimaru lamented. What do you think of this place? Is it suitable for establishing a laboratory? Li Yuan surveyed the surroundings. Looking to Orochimaru for his opinion. This island is quite decent. It will suffice, Orochimaru nodded, eyeing the mountains not far from the open land. I wish to establish the laboratory beneath that mountain, Orochimaru fixated on the towering peak. The laboratory must be constructed underground or within the mountains. Li Yuan scratched his head. No need. It is merely a habit. Orochimaru paused, then touched his forehead. Construct it in a concealed location for safety, Li Yuan suggested. All right. Beside that mountain. I will enlist the clan members' help in building it, he stated, looking at the elder. Leader, I will make the arrangements, the elder rubbed his forehead, exuding a sense of helplessness. In due time, the clan members will benefit as well, Li Yuan patted the elder's shoulder. By the way, elder, should I bring some ordinary people along? Li Yuan inquired. It would be best to bring some. As the clan's population is somewhat imbalanced due to the Third Great Ninja War, the elder frowned. Very well. Orochimaru, do you require anything else? Li Yuan turned to him. Let us go together. I fear you may mishandle the instruments. They are quite expensive, Orochimaru replied hastily. All right, let us first transport your instruments. Li Yuan placed his hand on Orochimaru's shoulder once more, vanishing with him using the Flying Thunder God technique. The following morning, Li Yuan and Orochimaru returned to Eagle Island. Communicate with the elder about the construction of the laboratory, Li Yuan instructed Orochimaru. And take this, see if you can make use of it. Li Yuan produced a glowing orb and handed it to Orochimaru. What is this? Orochimaru asked as he accepted the orb. It is a Barret. A type of weapon capable of lethally striking a target from nearly 2 kilometers away, Li Yuan provided a brief description. Indeed, such a distance holds a certain intrigue. Orochimaru remarked as he extended his tongue to taste the corner of his mouth. If you have the time, I would like to remain on this island for at least a decade, dedicating myself to the study of bloodline abilities. What are your thoughts? Li Yuan inquired. I have no objections, provided there are experimental materials, Orochimaru replied, toying with the luminous orb in his hand. Very well. I shall venture out to bring back some ordinary individuals. By channeling my mental energy into this orb, I can extract information, Li Yuan said, waving his hand and utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish once more. As Orochimaru observed Li Yuan's departure, he directed his mental energy into the orb. Moments later, he licked his lips and murmured to himself, what an intriguing concept. It can be employed in such a manner, providing me with a wealth of inspiration. Furthermore, the power of the 6 paths through bloodline fusion is something I eagerly anticipate. Chapter 1. 13 years in the year 63 of Konoha, on the island of Hying. 2 youths faced each other in a spacious training ground. One, with black eyes and donned an Uchiha clan attire, was Uchiha Sasuke. The other, with long brown hair cascading down his back and white, pupil-less eyes, was Hokage Niji. Adjacent to the training field, on the 2nd floor of a nearby building, Li Yuan cradled a child of about 5 or 6 years old, gazing down at the training ground. Let the match commence, regardless of the outcome. As the 2 most formidable individuals of your clan, both of you shall receive rewards. In the next instant, both youths dashed towards each other simultaneously. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed, occasionally accompanied by the crackling of flames. Below the training platform, numerous children cheered loudly. Sasuke, give it your all. Defeat Niji. Niji, you must triumph over this pretentious brat. Yes, conquer him. Go, Niji brother. Sasuke, you too. A girl with flowing red hair shouted. Xiangling. Who do you truly wish to win? A boy beside her shot her a sidelong glance while continuing to observe the match. Well, they can't both win, can they? Xiangling hesitated, her expression conflicted. Is that even possible? A boy scoffed. Xiangling lowered her gaze, deeply troubled. Niji was her elder brother who had cared for her ever since their mother passed away 2 years prior. Yet, Sasuke was undeniably handsome, and she felt a strange connection with him. Sasuke, you're the best. You're so handsome, Xiangling exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she raised her right hand in cheers. Niji, upon hearing this, shot a dark glance at Xiangling. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke landed a punch squarely on Niji's chest, sending him flying backward and crashing outside the training ground. With the match concluded, Sasuke emerged victorious. And Li Yuan leapt into the training area with the child in his arms. Go play with your brother, Li Yuan said, gently placing the little girl down. Okay, father, she exclaimed, running towards a boy of 7 or 8 years old. Li Yuan watched the 2 children as they scampered together, a smile gracing his face. In the 3rd year on this island, Li Yuan had married Guangxu, and these 2 were their children. Turning his attention back to Sasuke and Niji, Li Yuan said, Sasuke, here is the lightning release technique, Chidori. He produced a scroll and handed it to Sasuke, who eagerly accepted it. Niji, this weapon is for you, Li Yuan said. Presenting another scroll. This is also for you. It contains instructions for using the weapon, he added, revealing a luminous orb. Niji stepped forward to receive both the scroll and the orb. Li Yuan surveyed the surrounding youths and children before addressing them from below. This competition has concluded. You may disperse. Xiangling, you remain, he instructed, fixing his gaze on the red-haired girl. The children gradually gathered in small clusters and made their way out of the training ground. Li Yuan observed as his son led his daughter away, accompanied by a few other children. Xiangling, feel free to choose anyone, Li Yuan said, glancing at the girl who approached the stage. Ah, really? Xiangling hesitated, wandering between the two boys. After a moment of indecision, she blushed and threw her arms around Sasuke's arm. Niji clenched his fists, casting a fierce glare at Sasuke before turning away. Li Yuan placed his hands on both boys' shoulders, amused by the scene unfolding before him. Such is the world of Hokage, where 13-year-olds possess such mature thoughts. In the next moment, Li Yuan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing with the three youths. In Orochimaru's laboratory, they materialized in a spacious hall filled with interconnected instruments, with several single beds arranged nearby. Chief, is this Orochimaru's laboratory? Sasuke asked, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. Niji and Xiangling also looked around, intrigued. They had heard many terrifying rumors about Orochimaru's lab on the island, though they had never set foot inside. Those rumors are merely tales spun by your parents to frighten you, Li Yuan clarified, having discerned the situation. He refrained from curbing the gossip too aggressively, as it didn't overly concern Orochimaru, who was primarily focused on his experiments. Indeed, this is a laboratory, and I have another benefit to offer you here, Li Yuan said with a grin. Just then, the door creaked open. Orochimaru entered, clad in a white lab coat, accompanied by the young medic Kabuto. Everyone's here, quickly. Lie down on the beds, Orochimaru urged, eyeing them with enthusiasm and licking his lips. The three youths instinctively shrank back, warily regarding Orochimaru. Go ahead and lie down. I assure you, it's perfectly safe, Li Yuan pointed to the single beds. The stories you've heard about the laboratory are merely fabrications meant to scare you. Gradually, the trio relaxed their guard and exchanged glances. Coward, Sasuke scoffed, being the first to approach and lay down on one of the beds. He was the youngest son of Elder Fugaku and had some knowledge of the laboratory. Sasuke is so cool, Xiangling couldn't help but whisper. Xiangling, what are you? Niji frowned at Xiangling. Of course, he is your brother, your kin, Xiangling exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Niji's arm and playfully pouting. But Sasuke is indeed quite charming, she conceded, releasing Niji and dashing to lie on the bed next to Sasuke. With a sigh, Niji followed suit and lay down on the adjacent bed. You all rest for now. Upon waking, there will be a surprise, Li Yuan said as a red glow emanated from his right hand, swiftly enveloping the three. As the light vanished into their bodies, they fell into a deep slumber. Let us begin, Orochimaru, Li Yuan stated, the red glow from his hand fading as he fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. Very well, Orochimaru replied, approaching Sasuke's bed, producing a pre-prepared syringe. He swiftly injected the liquid into Sasuke's right arm. Li Yuan's hand glowed brightly, surging into Sasuke's body. Closing his eyes, he attentively sensed Sasuke's internal condition. He refrained from forcing the liquid to merge with the body, opting instead to observe the integration of the serum to prevent any unforeseen complications. This was not their first experiment. Each time, Li Yuan meticulously monitored and recorded the results to present to Orochimaru. Each subject was unique, and should any signs of failure arise, Li Yuan would intervene with swift measures to ensure the safety of his kin. What was being administered to Sasuke were the cells of the Uzumaki clan, extracted from Xiangling. After a brief moment, Li Yuan opened his eyes, a look of exhilaration washing over his face. Orochimaru, the integration is nearly perfect. I did not intervene at all. Excellent, Orochimaru exclaimed, licking his lips in delight, a maniacal laugh escaping him. Next, he moved to Xiangling's side. He retrieved another syringe and injected it into her right arm, slowly administering the serum. This genetic fluid was extracted from the Uchiha clan, similar to what Li Yuan had previously provided to Orochimaru. As before, Li Yuan's hand glowed, merging with Xiangling. After a moment, he shook his head, the red glow intensifying as it rapidly entered her body. It's not working, as expected. This has not been sufficiently researched. There are too few members of the Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Half an hour later, the glow from Li Yuan's hand dissipated. He approached Niji, producing another syringe, regarding Li Yuan with furrowed brows. You handle this one. The serum you provided hasn't been tested yet. Also, are you truly certain that their bloodline powers are interconnected? I have not heard such claims, Orochimaru queried. They should be connected, Li Yuan replied, accepting the syringe and stroking his chin contemplatively. Chapter 2. Returning to the ninja world, Li Yuan approached Niji's single bed, contemplating the syringe in his hand. This genetic serum was extracted from the Kagaya clan. Indeed, during the Blood Mist project in the Mist Village, Li Yuan had seized the opportunity to abduct several individuals, 3 from the Kagaya clan, including Junmaru and 2 infants, 3 from the Hozuki clan, consisting of Hozuki Suigetsu and 2 infants, and 3 from the Yuki clan, comprising Haku and 2 infants. Li Yuan had also successfully treated Junmaru's bloodline disease. Presently, they all resided on this island. Perhaps having endured the agony of annihilation, they did not participate in this year's youth competition. In a previous life, it was often said that both the Kagaya and Hyuga clans were descendants of the Feather Village, akin to the relationships shared by the Uchiha and Senju clans. Accordingly, they could be considered the sage eyes and sage bodies of the Feather Village lineage. Regardless, I will test this now. With my presence here, no mishap shall occur. Li Yuan shook his head, dispelling his thoughts. A crimson glow emanated from his right hand, enveloping the syringe's contents as he injected it into Niji's right arm, gradually administering the serum. With his left hand resting on Niji, the red light intensified, facilitating the integration of the serum with his flesh. Half an hour later, the crimson light dissipated from Li Yuan's hand, and he exhaled deeply. How is it? Is there a match? Orochimaru inquired eagerly. There is no match. The essence of the bloodline's power traces back to a singular individual. Li Yuan raised his gaze toward Orochimaru. Indeed, it all originates from the same person, Orochimaru replied. Momentarily taken aback, his expression puzzled. Come, let us step outside to converse. I will divulge everything. Li Yuan patted Orochimaru's shoulder. Do, monitor them closely and document everything. Orochimaru instructed Do. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Do acknowledged with a bow, hastening toward a nearby apparatus. Let us proceed. Orochimaru led the way out of the room. Exiting, they entered a more spacious hall. One half of the hall was filled with devices, while the other half served as a resting area. Could it all stem from the Sage of Six Paths? Orochimaru mused, licking his lips. No, it is his mother, Li Yuan replied, taking a seat in a chair in the resting area. Ah, his mother. I was unaware. Orochimaru shook his head, fixating on Li Yuan. It is not surprising. The information was erased by the Sage of Six Paths. Li Yuan gestured toward the chair opposite him. Why is that? Orochimaru inquired as he sat down across from Li Yuan. I am uncertain. I only know that the source of the bloodline's power is she. Let us not dwell on this. It is too distant from us. Li Yuan shook his head. Li Yuan was reluctant to disclose too much to Orochimaru. The time was not yet right. It was currently the year 63 of Konoha. In the original narrative, Naruto and his companions were graduating from the Ninja Academy this year. The events of Naruto, Shippuden were still 3 years away, granting them additional time. Indeed, it is too far removed. Orochimaru stroked his chin, murmuring softly. The priority now is to recreate the power of the Sage of Six Paths. By the way, did you not mention that merging two bloodline powers could unlock the powers of the Sage of Six Paths? Orochimaru licked his lips again. We have achieved that. Now, where is this power? It is gradually gestating within their bodies, as is yours. Do you not feel it? Li Yuan observed Orochimaru. What I sense is merely a slight increase in vitality. Orochimaru shook his head dismissively. Your body and soul are mismatched, which may hinder the effectiveness. And your spiritual energy is too weak, Li Yuan responded, shaking his head. Is that so? Orochimaru lowered his head, falling into silence. He pondered whether his previous soul division was a mistake, leading to his fear of illusions, a fragmented soul, and an inability to advance further. Do not worry. We may find a solution in the future. Li Yuan glanced out the window at the sky. Orochimaru remained silent, fully aware of the difficulty in mending a soul. I intend to return to the ninja world and stir things up. Do you have any thoughts? Li Yuan turned back to Orochimaru. The ninja world? Orochimaru lifted his head. Regaining some vitality. Is the old man still in the position of Hokage? Having immersed himself in experiments for many years, Orochimaru had not kept abreast of developments in the ninja world. Yes, he is still there. He seems to be around 70 years old. Li Yuan stroked his chin as he spoke. He should be 69. Does he wish to die in that position? Orochimaru shook his head. A look of melancholy on his face. What about Jiraiya, that slacker? What has he been doing all these years? He seems to have been searching for me. Roaming the ninja world, Li Yuan replied, chuckling softly. That is indeed his style. He places too much emphasis on prophecies. Orochimaru sighed once more. Go ahead. I will not accompany you now, as I have many experiments to conduct. Orochimaru rose and headed back to the previous room. When you return to the ninja world, could you help me with the old man? Orochimaru paused, turning his back to Li Yuan as he spoke softly. Forget it. I will go myself in a few days. Orochimaru shook his head and departed briskly. Li Yuan watched Orochimaru's retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh. I have made so many changes, providing you with a plethora of experimental ideas, materials, and work. Why do you still wish to execute a plan to bring Konoha to ruin? Furthermore, it is better for the third Hokage to remain alive, with them in place. Konoha will not flourish. This was also one of Li Yuan's reasons for not overly meddling with Konoha 13 years ago. Li Yuan sighed once more and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. In a wooden house courtyard, Li Yuan appeared out of thin air, observing the sky. He noted that the sun had already set, signaling the arrival of evening. The two children had returned and were playing in the courtyard. Upon seeing Li Yuan, they quickly ran over. Father, hug, the little girl exclaimed, wrapping her arms around one of Li Yuan's legs. You're already this big, yet you still want hugs? How shameless. The boy teased, sticking out his tongue and touching his face. If you want a hug, father will not hug you anymore, the little girl retorted, raising her chin defiantly. Only children would ask for hugs. The boy ran quickly back into the wooden house. Come, let us go inside for dinner. Li Yuan affectionately stroked his daughter's cheek as they entered the house. You're back. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Coco announced as she emerged from the kitchen with a bowl and chopsticks. Dressed in a white kimono with her long hair cascading down her shoulders and an apron over her attire, she appeared as beautiful as ever. Though now possessing a touch of maturity that contrasted with her youthful vivacity, Li Yuan took his little girl into the kitchen to wash her hands. While his elder son had already seated himself at the dining table. Exiting the kitchen, the dining table was set with 4 dishes and a soup. Li Yuan placed his little girl in her seat and sat down beside Coco. As they picked up their utensils, the family began to eat together. The only sounds being the clinking of bowls and chopsticks. After a moment, Li Yuan turned to his 8-year-old son and said, "Take your sister out to play. Your mother and I need to discuss something." TCH, it's probably something embarrassing again. The boy made a face, pulling his sister out of the hall. Li Yuan shot him a glare before turning to Coco, who was about to clear the dishes. I plan to return to the ninja world tomorrow. I may be gone for an indeterminate period, so do not wait for me to eat. Must you go? We are doing quite well here. Coco set down the dishes and approached Li Yuan. Li Yuan paused for a moment before responding quietly, I must go. There are matters that can only be addressed within the next 3 years. Very well, please take care of yourself. Coco embraced Li Yuan from behind, resting her head against his neck. I will. You know my current strength, and I will bring several formidable allies with me, Li Yuan reassured her, gently caressing her face. In the next moment, Li Yuan stood up, lifted Coco into his arms, and walked toward the bedroom. Wait, I still need to wash the dishes, Coco exclaimed, waving her hands in protest. It's fine. We can wash them tomorrow. We can always make another one. Li Yuan kissed Coco on the cheek. All right, Coco replied. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. Moments later, Li Yuan entered the bedroom and closed the door behind them. Chapter 3 Kaleidoscope, Inner World in the Early Morning. Sunlight cascaded delicately over Eagle Island like gossamer. Li Yuan stood on the sandy beach, silently gazing at the horizon where the sky met the sea. As the orange-red sun gradually ascended, at that moment, several figures emerged from the dense jungle behind him. Li Yuan turned around and was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing as he focused on one of the silhouettes. 4 figures stepped out of the foliage, 3 robust men and a young man. Shui, are you also planning to go? Li Yuan inquired with a stern expression. After 13 years of tranquil life, do you still yearn for Konoha? 13 years had passed. Yet Uchiha Shui had not changed much, only appearing a tad more mature. No, it's not me. Itachi wants to see the world, Shui replied, waving his left hand to push the young man beside him forward. Chief, you previously stated that those who reach Jonin level can venture out for a bit. Itachi stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Li Yuan. I've come of age and wish to assist my father, he added. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had not been on Eagle Island in recent years, having been dispatched by Li Yuan to lead the Sound Village, where he could be referred to as the Sound Shadow. Indeed, Li Yuan had established the Sound Village as a training ground for the clan's adult members, just as in the original narrative. However, he had issued a strict decree to minimize the use of the Sharingan. If it were used, it must be thoroughly disposed of. Jiraiya was still searching for him, and being discovered would certainly lead to complications. Wasn't Fugaku's dream to become a shadow? Now that his aspiration had been realized, it merely took a different form, feeling somewhat insincere. Well, your skills are adequate. Very well, we shall first head to the Sound Village, Li Yuan nodded, placing his right hand on Itachi's shoulder. Haruki, Junjia, grasp my hand, Li Yuan called out to the 2 standing nearby. They were clad in the standard Uchiha attire, dressed in athletic wear and adorned with chainmail. At that moment, another group of individuals emerged from the jungle, rushing toward them. Li Yuan looked up in surprise once more. Orochimaru, are you also joining? Did you not say just yesterday that you would wait a while longer? Li Yuan rubbed his forehead. Li Yuan-kun. I pondered throughout the night and decided it would be best to accompany the old man sooner, Orochimaru replied, approaching Li Yuan with 8 others in tow. Li Yuan glanced at the individuals behind Orochimaru and sighed. He recognized Kimimaro, Hozuki Suigetsu, Jugo, and 3 of his own clansmen. These subordinates from the original story had been entrusted to Orochimaru by Li Yuan. After all, it was a partnership, and he could not allow Orochimaru to be left entirely alone in command. As time passed, Li Yuan found that he had little interaction with them, often neglecting their activities. Truly, Orochimaru was remarkable. Being the student of the 3rd Hokage, he could still command loyalty despite their infrequent contact. He had even persuaded 3 of his own clansmen, all of whom Li Yuan recognized, now possessing the strength of elite jonin. The clan leader. The 3 youths quickly bowed, averting their gazes to the side. It's nothing. Working with Orochimaru is quite routine. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I knew it. Li Yuan-kun wouldn't mind, Orochimaru said, licking his lips with his tongue. The 3 young clansmen then turned back, revealing their smiles. With so many of you gathered, let us unite. I shall use my spatial abilities to transport you to the Sound Village, Li Yuan declared, surveying the crowd. In an instant, they huddled together. Chief, I shall take my leave. Be cautious and return safely, Shui stepped back a few paces and waved at Li Yuan. Very well, I am glad you are at ease. Li Yuan waved back. After 13 years of tranquility and raising 2 children, how could he still be preoccupied with Konoha? Shui turned and walked down the forest path. Li Yuan watched Shui's departing figure, lost in reminiscence. During the first couple of years, he had assigned clan members to monitor Shui. Any suspicious activities were to be reported immediately, and if he were absent, the elder would be informed. After 2 years of vigilance, with Shui committing no transgressions against the clan, Li Yuan ceased his oversight. Returning to the present, Li Yuan observed the gathered individuals. The next moment, the space around them distorted, and over a dozen people vanished from sight. Li Yuan glanced back at Eagle Island and disappeared using the Flying Thunder God technique. What had just occurred was not the Kamui of Obito, it was Li Yuan's own Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. After 13 years of cultivating the Golden Light technique, Li Yuan's Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyo. Perhaps it was the refinement through the Golden Light technique that had purged the energy from his eyes. Li Yuan's Mangekyo Sharingan was unique. Its abilities intertwined with his inner landscape, forming an inner world, a realm that was both illusory and tangible. Within this inner world, the group curiously examined their surroundings. They stood upon a vast expanse of land, directly beneath a colossal fireball resembling the sun. Its brilliance illuminated the ground as if it were daytime. As they surveyed their surroundings, they noticed that the space was not vast. Darkness loomed just 100 meters away. Interesting. Is this also a manifestation of your ability? Orochimaru mused, licking his lips as he advanced toward the encroaching darkness. After a brief moment, Orochimaru halted at the edge of the illuminated land and gazed into the abyss, which appeared as a void. He instinctively reached out with his right hand, extending his index finger toward the darkness. His finger met an invisible barrier at the boundary between light and dark, unable to penetrate further. He repeated the attempt several times, each yielding the same result. Is this a spatial rule? Orochimaru mused, retracting his hand and stroking his chin thoughtfully. Soon after, the space warped again. They departed from that realm, materializing in a village within the land of rice. Orochimaru surveyed his surroundings and turned to Li Yuan. What was that just now? He inquired, licking his lips once more. It is an inner world, a space I cultivated through my training, Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin as he contemplated his words. Is that so? Does it possess potential for growth? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. Then it could mean, do not get ahead of yourself. You will not be allowed to research it, Li Yuan interrupted, waving his hand quickly. What a pity, Orochimaru sighed, shaking his head. At that moment, Fugaku, in his 40s, approached with 2 others. Chief, what brings you here? He asked, glancing at the group surrounding Li Yuan. You continue your role as Sound Shadow. As for us, we shall stir up some excitement within the ninja world. Li Yuan waved his hand with a chuckle. Fugaku, please arrange for the Sound Four to assist me in setting up a barrier, Orochimaru requested, his gaze fixed on Fugaku. Lord Orochimaru, whenever you desire. I will arrange it promptly, Fugaku nodded. Tomorrow would suffice. Also, prepare the recent year's intelligence on the ninja world for me to review, Orochimaru instructed, striding toward a building. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Fugaku bowed to the side. Fugaku, your son has arrived. Take your time conversing, Li Yuan waved, leading Haruki and Junjia toward a wooden cabin. Father, I'm here, Itachi exclaimed as he dashed to Fugaku's side, his face alight with excitement. Come, let us go see your mother. Ask her to prepare a few more dishes. We have much to discuss. Fugaku beckoned to Li Yuan, leading Itachi toward the wooden cabin. Perhaps due to the change of environment, free from the pressures of village and clan, the father-son relationship between Fugaku and Itachi was far less reticent than depicted in the original narrative, resembling that of an ordinary family. Li Yuan observed this scene with a smile of contentment as he followed the 2 into the wooden cabin. Chapter 4. The desire to join Akatsuki. This is a 3-story house, with a grand hall on the first floor. Sit down, let us deliberate our plans. Li Yuan gestured towards the tables and chairs in the hall. First, I must inquire about your progress in mastering Sage Mode. He took a seat. Well, I haven't yet. But I might be close, Junjia replied as he settled into a chair nearby. I have nearly completed my training, Guangshu declared, forming hand seals. Moments later, his eyes transformed into golden eagle-like pupils, with shadows encircling them. Have you tested the power of your ninjutsu? Li Yuan turned to Guangshu. He was not surprised by Guangshu's ability to cultivate Sage Mode. After all, he was the first to merge with the Uzumaki bloodline and had been integrating for a decade. After the fusion, Li Yuan had urged him to seek out Inkong to learn Sage Mode using his demon power. Now, Guangshu's configuration included Sage Body, Sharingan, and Sage Mode, effectively realizing Li Yuan's vision of a new version of Obito. I have, and my strength has increased significantly. I feel invincible now, capable of sweeping through the ninja world. Guangshu exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth, his face alight with excitement. Stop, you aren't that formidable yet. There are still powerful figures in the ninja realm, Li Yuan replied, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. How is that possible? I've grown several times stronger. Guangshu scoffed, dismissing Li Yuan's concerns. Come, let us have a spar. Li Yuan fixed his gaze on Guangshu. All right, I've been eager to do just that, Guangshu responded, stepping forward and grasping Li Yuan's arm. Let us see how you fare against Sage Mode's power. Li Yuan placed his hand on Junjia's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, the three vanished. Shortly after, they reappeared. Guangshu plopped down heavily into a chair, panting for breath. A large bruise marred his face, and his clothing was tattered. Junjia turned away, struggling to stifle his laughter. Your abilities are against the rules, Guangshu complained, rubbing his face. Not satisfied? Do you wish to continue? Li Yuan asked, clenching his fists as he regarded Guangshu. No, I cannot win. Guangshu quickly waved his hands in refusal. Help me heal. How can I face others looking like this? He winced, touching his chest and face. No need for healing. With your Uzumaki constitution, a good rest will suffice. Li Yuan shook his head. Is that so? That's impressive. Guangshu and Junjia exchanged glances, their eyes brightening. Don't overthink it. It's best not to get injured. That Uzumaki woman in our clan died before 30. Worn out from healing others. If you get injured too often, it will affect you as well, Li Yuan cautioned. Is that so? Well, that is something. They shared a look and touched their chests thoughtfully. First, take a look at this information. Li Yuan produced 2 scrolls, handing them to the two. What is this? They asked, quickly scanning the scrolls. The 2 identical scrolls contained intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain, as well as their future objective of collecting tailed beasts. It was now the 63rd year of Konoha, and the Akatsuki team was merely missing Itachi compared to the original storyline. Li Yuan intended to select one of them to join Akatsuki, to replace Itachi from the original tale, and see if it could expedite their progression. Following the original storyline would be far too slow. As for the reason, Li Yuan felt considerably strengthened, almost intoxicated by his newfound power. With someone joining Akatsuki, he could observe the unfolding drama from the shadows and compare strengths. Rinnegan? Isn't that just a legend? The two gazed at Li Yuan in astonishment. Indeed, it is the Rinnegan. Guangshu, do you still feel invincible? Li Yuan inquired, nodding in Guangshu's direction. You only know your strength after a confrontation, Guangshu mused, touching his eyes. Then it is settled, you will join them. Li Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes, I wish to witness the Rinnegan. Guangshu clenched his fists, excitement radiating from him. I did not instruct you to engage in battle. Rather, find a way to expedite their progress, Li Yuan clarified. Of course, isn't it just about collecting tailed beasts? I have longed to play with them, Guangshu replied nonchalantly. Gazing towards the Land of Rain, Li Yuan turned his attention to Junjia. Orochimaru is preparing to strike at Konoha. If you seek revenge, you may accompany him. Are you not going, clan leader? Junjia asked, fists clenched. I'm not particularly interested in Konoha. My focus will remain on Guangshu, Li Yuan stated, retrieving the 2 scrolls. Very well, clan leader. I shall seek out Orochimaru now. Junjia rose to leave. Wait, take this with you. Li Yuan handed him a kunai. Report back to me promptly with any developments. Understood, clan leader, Junjia replied, taking the kunai and attaching it to his waist as he exited the wooden hut. Li Yuan watched him depart, a sigh escaping his lips. After sending away all the clan members, he had yearned for vengeance against Konoha, but Li Yuan had restrained him, fearing it would disrupt the narrative. At that time, his own strength was merely at the level of a shadow, and he did not dare to act recklessly. Now, however, things had changed. He possessed at least super shadow level strength, surrounded by a group of clan members and subordinates, several of whom were shadow level in power. Deviating from the original storyline was no longer an issue. Come, let us head to the border of the Land of Rain. Li Yuan placed his hand on Guangshu's shoulder. In an instant, they disappeared. Outside the Land of Rain, at the border of the Land of Grass, Li Yuan and Guangshu materialized beside a towering tree. Li Yuan extended his senses to discern the direction, gazing toward the Land of Rain. Before them, not far down the mountainside, the Land of Rain was shrouded in a light drizzle, while on the other side, the Land of Grass basked under the sun, devoid of clouds. This is the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Guangshu observed the gentle rain falling in the Land of Rain. It can't cover the entire Land of Rain, can it? Not likely. It should be used in turns. Li Yuan shook his head. So how do we join them? Should we just walk in? Guangshu asked, looking at Li Yuan. We cannot just walk in. We would be attacked, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. Let us find a nearby spot to reside for a few days in the Land of Grass. Li Yuan turned, heading down the mountainside. All right. Guangshu hurried to follow. Departing together, Li Yuan intended to seek out White Zetsu first, hoping to lure out Black Zetsu for a meeting. He wished to discuss their mutual goals, which did not conflict, and explore the possibility of collaboration. His desire was to resurrect Madara and save Kaguya, and he supported that ambition. As they walked toward the Land of Grass, Li Yuan extended his senses in search of White Zetsu. Perhaps he was near the Akatsuki's base in the Land of Rain, where Nagato's Rain Tiger Freedom Technique obscured any trace of White Zetsu's presence. After walking for a kilometer, they spotted a small village. It was then that Li Yuan sensed a presence of White Zetsu, who was camouflaged within a large tree, idly observing the passers-by. Due to his unique nature, no one could see or sense him. Li Yuan approached the tree with Guangshu, yet White Zetsu remained unmoved. Li Yuan halted, addressing the tree. I wish to speak with you. Could you come out and meet me? Still, White Zetsu did not respond, continuing to mumble to himself. A fool without chakra. Talking to a tree, he muttered. What did you say? I am indeed speaking to you. Li Yuan clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Wait, you can see me? White Zetsu looked up in astonishment, fixing his gaze on Li Yuan. Chapter 5. A glimpse of the eyes as their gazes met. White Zetsu waved his hand. Stop waving. I can see you. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. Behind Li Yuan, the light tree surveyed the surroundings of the great tree, scratching his head in silence. The information Li Yuan possessed about White Zetsu allowed him to grasp the situation with a little thought. How peculiar. Even without chakra, you can perceive me. White Zetsu gradually materialized from the tree. Are you looking for me? One could say I am, yet not entirely. Li Yuan shook his head. Seeking Black Zetsu, perhaps? White Zetsu pondered, touching his head. Yes, that is indeed the case, Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. What is the matter? White Zetsu inquired, fixating on Li Yuan. You should convey to him that I, Uchiha, wish to dispatch someone to partake in the resurrection of Madara, Li Yuan stated thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Uchiha? Wait a moment. I will contact Black Zetsu, White Zetsu exclaimed, startled, before swiftly sinking into the earth. Observing White Zetsu's disappearance, the light tree tugged at Li Yuan, his expression one of astonishment. They intend to resurrect Madara? Why did you not inform me? Stop. Are you not interested? Li Yuan turned to face the light tree. Of course, I am interested. I yearn to engage him in battle at this very moment. The light tree responded, exhilaration radiating from his clenched fists. Li Yuan shook his head. Ever since the light tree assimilated the vortex bloodline and mastered sage mode, he had become somewhat overconfident. It was understandable, as Li Yuan himself harbored a sense of grandeur, eager to hasten the progress with Obito and the others. Do you truly believe you can best him? Why not? I am quite formidable now. The light tree gazed at Li Yuan, disbelief etched across his features. Are you serious? You are not deceiving me. I speak truthfully. He possesses all your abilities, and they are superior, Li Yuan nodded. Is that so? How intriguing. The light tree's excitement lingered, though it subtly shifted. It seemed he anticipated Madara's resurrection, eager for the chance to test his strength in combat. Li Yuan refrained from disclosing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the light tree, deeming it unnecessary. The Mangekyo paired with the vortex sage body sufficed, allowing for the use of his eyes without the fear of blindness. He wished to keep this method from spreading within the clan, even hiding the stone tablet altered by Black Zetsu. The eternal eyes required a blood relative to awaken the Mangekyo, and integrating it into one's own eyes would be too taxing on familial bonds. Furthermore, for the light tree to awaken the eternal eyes, he would need the light's vision, a possibility Li Yuan resolutely opposed. Ah, so you were well aware of our plans? A White Zetsu emerged once more from the same spot. Li Yuan turned to regard the newly appeared White Zetsu, recognizing it as the same entity, albeit with a different voice. He understood it was Black Zetsu communicating with him. Black Zetsu? Indeed, it is I. Why does your Uchiha clan possess such insight into our plans? Black Zetsu scrutinized both individuals. Of course, it came from Obito, Li Yuan chuckled softly. Obito? Are you referring to the events from 13 years ago in Konoha? Black Zetsu mused, stroking his chin. Yes. I borrowed Obito's Sharingan and took the liberty of examining his memories. Li Yuan dared not mention Kaguya, fearing that Black Zetsu might become sensitive and turn against him. It was better to err on the side of caution. You wish to resurrect Lord Madara. Our Uchiha clan must lend our support. He is, after all, our esteemed elder and former leader, Li Yuan stated, his hand resting on his eye. Moreover, you aim to forge a world of peace, a noble aspiration. How could we Uchiha refrain from participating? Interesting. You must be the Uchiha clan leader. You bear no chakra signature, Black Zetsu remarked, his gaze fixed on the two. Indeed, I am the Uchiha clan leader, Li Yuan confirmed with a nod. Then, it is he who shall join us, Black Zetsu declared, gesturing toward the light tree behind Li Yuan. Why does he emit such a potent chakra aura? His vitality is unlike that of an Uchiha, Black Zetsu frowned. Are you suggesting he is a half-blood? You are the half-blood. I am a pure Uchiha. The light tree stepped forward, fist clenched, and roared. Do not be angered. You are somewhat of a half-blood now, and he speaks no falsehood, Li Yuan interjected, pulling the light tree back. How can I possibly be a half-blood? The light tree queried, bewildered. After the amalgamation of the serum, you became one. Ah, if that is the case, I suppose I am indeed a half-blood. The light tree relaxed his fists, murmuring. Is this an experiment? No wonder Orochimaru vanished for over a decade. Black Zetsu regarded Li Yuan. One might say that. With such power, joining Akatsuki poses no issue, correct? Li Yuan grinned at Black Zetsu. Power is sufficient, but Obito has been searching for you. You must return my eyes. That cannot be done. They are all ready. Li Yuan hastily waved his hands. Li Yuan had no intention of returning Obito's eyes. Possessing the dual Kimui made Obito rather formidable. Although Li Yuan was not currently afraid of Obito's dual Kimui, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. What is happening? Black Zetsu inquired urgently. He too wished for Obito's strength to increase to facilitate his plan to rescue his mother. Regardless of how powerful Obito's dual Kimui might be, It would not jeopardize his contingency. Behold, Li Yuan produced a grayish-white eyeball from his pocket. This was a carefully prepared item from the family stockpile. A Sharingan previously utilized in his Anachi. He intended to use this eye to deceive them, whether Black Zetsu believed it was inconsequential. The message remained the same. Obito's Kamui was lost. Shall we engage in battle? After all, the light tree is sufficiently powerful. We need not fear them now. Do you truly believe I would be swayed? Black Zetsu shook his head. Very well, let us leave it be. At the appropriate time, Obito may seek you out. I shall confer with Obito and Nagato. You two wait here. Black Zetsu slowly closed his eyes. In the land of rain, within an underground base, Black Zetsu emerged from the earth, addressing a figure. Obito, the Uchiha have surfaced. Their leader has contacted me, wishing to send someone to join our plan. How did they become aware of our scheme? Obito turned to face Black Zetsu, who was nestled within a carnivorous plant. The Uchiha leader stated he examined your memories. My memories? Then they must know everything. Obito clenched his fists, his demeanor grave. Indeed, they are aware, which is why they have reached out to me. Seeking to resurrect Madara. What do you think, Obito? What is their strength? At the very least, they possess the power of a Kage, perhaps even more. Their chakra aura is formidable. Obito pondered for a moment before responding. Allow them to join. Did they inquire about my eyes? They did. He claimed they were damaged and even produced a grayish-white Sharingan. That scoundrel likely intends to withhold them. Obito seethed quietly. After a brief pause, Obito sighed, gesturing dismissively. Forget it. I will inquire myself later. You should report to Nagato. He is currently the leader of the organization. Very well, I shall seek out Nagato. Black Zetsu gradually sank back into the earth. In the land of rain, within the tallest building, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, addressing a silhouette. Pain. There is a capable Uchiha who wishes to join us. What say you? Uchiha? Pain turned to regard Black Zetsu. Indeed. The very same that vanished from Konoha 13 years ago, Black Zetsu confirmed with a nod. Bring him to me. Pain resumed his gaze toward the sky outside the window. Understood. I shall go. Black Zetsu descended into the building and vanished from sight. Chapter 6. Guangshu successfully joins Akatsuki by Ju opened his eyes and gazed at Li Yuan. They had consented to allow him to accompany me to the land of rain to meet the leader. Join us, and if anything arises, inform me promptly, Li Yuan said, patting Guangshu on the shoulder. Moreover, be aware that the leader of Akatsuki has different intentions. Refrain from speaking out of turn. Understood. I will not jeopardize your plans. Guangshu replied, interrupting Li Yuan before striding towards Ju. Upon hearing this, Ju cast a lingering glance at Li Yuan. At that moment, another Baiju materialized beside him. Take him to the Rain Ninja village to meet the leader, Ju instructed, pointing at Guangshu. The other Baiju nodded, glanced at Guangshu, and proceeded towards the land of rain. Follow him, Li Yuan gestured to Guangshu. Guangshu exchanged a quick look with Li Yuan before hastening to catch up with the Baiju ahead. Observing their departure, Ju's gaze remained fixed on Li Yuan. Even if you have seen Obito's memories, you shouldn't possess such clarity. Do you know more than you let on? Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin. There are things that my eyes reveal to me, but rest assured, our objectives align, Li Yuan remarked, touching his own eyes. He had cleverly shifted some vulnerabilities onto his eyes, serving as an excellent shield. Kuroju had an intricate understanding of the Uchiha clan and was aware that each person's Sharingan was unique. Is it prophecy or analysis? Regardless, it is impossible to know about my mother, Kuroju pondered softly. As for joining them to resurrect Uchiha Madara, that would be even better. Uchiha clan leader. I hope so. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Kuroju refocused on Li Yuan. None. Li Yuan waved his hand. Then I shall take my leave. Kuroju gradually sank into the ground. As for where the Uchiha had been all these years and why they had resurfaced in the ninja world, such matters were of no concern to him, as long as they remained unaware of his true intentions and it did not interfere with his plan to save his mother. That sufficed. Watching Kuroju depart, Li Yuan also utilized Flying Thunder God to vanish from sight. Subtle sounds emanated from the depths of the earth. Is that Flying Thunder God? There are no fluctuations in chakra, not a concealment of presence. It must be the purifying natural energy of training, Kuroju noted. Not having strayed far, a fact Li Yuan was well aware of, yet he remained unconcerned. In the land of rain, Rain Ninja Village, Ju led Guangshu to the highest building, entering a grand hall. A figure stood with its back to them, gazing out at the gentle drizzle beyond the window. Leader. I have brought the person, Ju announced. Pain turned around, fixing his gaze upon Guangshu. His chakra signature is quite strong. His abilities should be impressive, he stated. Guangshu stared intently at the circles within Pain's eyes, muttering to himself. So this is the Rinnegan? I would love to test it. Suppressing his excitement to engage immediately, he replied, you wish to spar with a god? Pain sniffed disdainfully, emanating an overwhelming aura. You wish to experience the power of a god. Guangshu hastily waved his hands. Come, I shall show you what divine strength truly is. Pain leaped down from the windowsill. Very well, this is splendid. Guangshu laughed maniacally and promptly followed suit, leaping down. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed across a vast expanse of land. After a brief interval, the sound subsided, revealing Guangshu seated on the ground, panting heavily, with Pain nowhere in sight. During their skirmish, Guangshu had refrained from utilizing Sage Mode and had not exerted his full strength. At that moment, a flurry of paper fluttered through the air, coalescing into the figure of a woman. She regarded Guangshu and tossed 3 items towards him. Put on that ring. Your code name in the organization will be Ji Xiaonan. She assessed Guangshu from head to toe. During his match with Pain, Nagato appeared significantly slimmer. Evidently quite powerful. I recognize this clothing, but what is this small vial? Guangshu inquired, picking up one of the tiny bottles. Nail polish, Xiaonan answered with practiced ease. Oh, but I'm a man. Why would I apply this? Guangshu responded, his expression darkening as he tightened his grip on the bottle, preparing to hurl it away. Your hands must be coated. It's a rule. Must I really? Guangshu paused, glancing at Xiaonan. It is non-negotiable. Xiaonan transformed into a myriad of paper and flew towards a building. This. Guangshu squeezed the small bottle in his hand, scrutinizing it before him, veins bulging on his forehead. After a moment's contemplation, he exhaled deeply and murmured to himself, very well, for the sake of the plan, I shall apply it. Guangshu seized the red cloud-patterned robe and proceeded toward a building, not far beyond the borders of the Land of Rain. Li Yuan had been waiting long for any news from Guangshu and finally let out a long sigh. They had agreed that should any unexpected events arise, he would activate the Flying Thunder God mark. The absence of activation indicated that all was proceeding smoothly. An hour later, Li Yuan employed Flying Thunder God once more to depart. In the Land of Rice, Sound Ninja Village, within an office, Orochimaru swiftly perused the information on a scroll. Setting the scroll down, he rose and gazed out the window, realizing that the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Rubbing his eyes, Orochimaru opened the wooden door and exited the office. Orochimaru-sama, I wish to accompany you to Konoha, Junjia stated, bowing at the entrance. Junjia, seeking revenge. Are we? Did Li Yuan send you? Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. Yes, the clan leader instructed me to accompany you to Konoha. Very well, gather tomorrow morning. Orochimaru continued walking towards the wooden cabin. Outside the wooden cabin, Orochimaru gazed towards the Land of Fire, extending his tongue to lick his lips as he murmured softly. Old man, I have returned to find you. On Seagull Island, in Orochimaru's laboratory, Sasuke gradually awakened. Opening his eyes and sitting up from the single bed. You are awake. How do you feel? Kabuto approached from beside a screen. Feel what? Calm yourself and carefully sense your own body, Kabuto instructed. Upon hearing this, Sasuke closed his eyes and began to attune to himself. My chakra has increased severalfold. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you feel anything else? Any discomfort? Kabuto quickly recorded the information on a scroll. This is the first experiment conducted without the clan leader's powers for fusion. It relies entirely on the potion for perfect integration. Nothing. I feel better than ever. Sasuke clenched his fists, exhilarated. Come, let us test your physical data. Kabuto connected a series of instruments to Sasuke. After a brief moment, he placed 2 data sheets down, murmuring, identical, this is perfect. At that moment, a sound emanated from the adjacent single bed. Xiangling sat up, rubbed her eyes, and surveyed her surroundings. Upon seeing Sasuke, her eyes brightened. Xiangling, try infusing chakra into your eyes, Kabuto urged, stepping forward. What is it? Xiangling inquired, puzzled, yet she infused chakra into her eyes. In the next instant, her dark pupils transformed into a crimson hue, a spinning tomo adorning them. How is this possible? Are you truly the clan leader's daughter? Sasuke gasped, leaping to his feet. Upon recalling that they were in a laboratory, he felt a sense of relief. Excellent, it worked. Truly worthy of being the clan leader. Kabuto exclaimed, excitedly approaching Xiangling with various instruments. Why has my vision suddenly improved? I can even see the tiny particles in the air. Xiangling exclaimed, touching her eyes. You have awakened your Sharingan, Sasuke observed intently, examining Xiangling's eyes. Yes, splendid. Sasuke and I are the same clan now, from now on. Xiangling jubilantly raised her hand, laughing, only to blush and turn her head away. Do not move yet. I must record your physical data, Kabuto growled. All right, Xiangling complied, though her gaze remained fixed on Sasuke. Is there anything else here? If not, I shall take my leave, Sasuke said, standing up from the bed. None, you are free to go, Kabuto waved his hand without turning back. Sasuke, wait for me. Xiangling exclaimed loudly. Don't move. Your brother has not yet awakened, and you cannot return now, Do roared. Xiangling glanced at Niji on the adjacent single bed, closed her mouth. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Sasuke's retreating figure.